Part 57 of the Chronicles of Crime, Volume 1, by Camden PELHAM. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 57. Robert Aslett, condemned to death for embezzling public property. Mr. Aslett had been in the employ of the Governor and Company of the Bank of England for about 25 years, and had conducted himself faithfully and meritoriously until he was induced, unfortunately, to speculate in the funds, when, in dereliction of that duty and fidelity which he owed to his employers, he subtracted immense sums from the property entrusted to his care. In the year 1799, having gone through the necessary and regular gradations, he was appointed one of the cashiers. It was part of the business of the bank to purchase exchequer bills to supply the exigencies of the government, and the purchases were entrusted to the care of Mr. A. Newland, but on account of that gentleman's growing infirmities, he having been 58 years in the service of the bank, the management was left wholly under the care and direction of Mr. Aslett. The purchases were made of Mr. Goldsmid by the means of Mr. Templeman, a broker. It was usual to make out a bill in the name of the person from whom they were made, which was delivered to Mr. Aslett to examine and enter in what is called the bought book, and he gave orders to the cashiers to reimburse the broker. The bills were afterwards deposited in a strong chest, kept in Mr. Newland's room, and when they had increased in bulk by subsequent purchases, they were selected by Mr. Aslett, who tied them up in large bundles, and carried them to the parlour, that is to say, the room in which the directors held their meetings, accompanied by one of the clerks, with the original book of entry, when the directors in waiting received the envelope, and deposited it in the strong iron chest, which had 3 keys, and to which none but the directors had access, and from which it could not be brought forth until the time of payment, unless by consent of at least 2 of the directors. Therefore it was not possible for them to find their way into the hands of the public or the moneyed market, unless embezzled for that purpose. On the 26th of February 1803, Mr. Aslett, according to the practice, made up 3 envelopes of exchequer bills of £1,000 each bill, the first containing bills to the amount of £100,000, the second £200,000, and the third £400,000, making in the whole £700,000. These were, or in fact ought to have been, carried into the parlour, and were signed as being received by 2 of the directors, Messrs. Paget and Smith. But one of the bundles, namely that containing the £200,000 worth of bills, was withdrawn. The confidence with which the Governor and Company had placed in Mr. Aslett had enabled him to conceal the transaction from the 26th of February to the 9th of April, but on that day, in consequence of an application made by Mr. Bish, the whole was discovered. On the 16th of March, Mr. Aslett went to that gentleman and requested he would purchase for him £50,000 consols, to which request no objection was made, provided he deposited the requisite securities. The fluctuation of the market at that time was 6%, and Aslett, in order to cover any deficit, deposited with Mr. Bish 3 exchequer bills, numbers 341, 1060, and 2694, which he knew had been previously deposited in the bank. For some circumstances, and from his general knowledge of the whole of the business of the funds, Mr. Bish suspected all was not right, and he accordingly went to the bank, where an investigation took place, at which Mr. B. Watson, one of the directors, was present. Mr. Newland was sent for, and asked whether any of the exchequer bills could by possibility get into the market again from the bank, to which he answered in the negative, observing that they were a dormant security. The same question was put to Mr. Aslett, and the same answer given by him. It was found necessary to tell him that the bills in question, which could be proved to have been in the bank, had found their way into the money market, and at the same time it was observed that he had made purchases to a large amount of stock with the bills. This was acknowledged by him, but he said he had done so for a friend named Hosier, residing at the west end of the town, and he declared that they were not bank property, nor to be found in the bought book. The directors, however, were not satisfied on this point, and he was immediately secured. His trial was postponed to July, as it occurred to those employed in the prosecution that the bills in question had been issued with an informality in them, not having the signature of the Auditor of the Exchequer. They were aware of the objections that might be taken, and Parliament not then being sitting, it was thought advisable to postpone the trial, lest it might create an alarm in the money market. The fact was no sooner known than a bill was brought into Parliament for remedying those defects, and to render the bills valid. On Friday, July 8th, 1804, Mr. Hazlitt's trial commenced. Mr. Garrow, on the part of the prosecution, stated the facts above mentioned, but when about to call witnesses to give evidence, Mr. Erskine insisted that the Exchequer bills, which the prisoner stood charged with having stolen, were not good bills till the Act of Parliament had made them so, and consequently that they were pieces of waste paper when stolen. The Chief Baron Macdonald, Mr. Justice Rooke, and Mr. Justice Lawrence concurred that the present indictment could not be maintained, and the jury were accordingly desired to acquit the prisoner. He was afterwards, however, tried on 9 other indictments, the evidence being the same, Mr. Garrow having applied to the court to detain him in custody, it being, he said, the intention of the bank directors to issue a civil process against him for £100,000 and upwards, the moneys paid for the bills which he had converted to his own use. Mr. Kirby at first hesitated to receive the prisoner, understanding he was acquitted, but was peremptorily desired by the court to take him back. Mr. Hazlitt was dressed in a lightish brown coat, his hair being full powdered. He appeared quite collected, but held down his head, never once looking up, except when the application was made to keep him in custody, when he expressed symptoms of great surprise, and looked very steadfastly at the court. On Saturday, September 17th, Mr. Hazlitt was again brought to the bar of the Old Bailey before Baron Chambre and Mr. Justice Leblanc. The prisoner was attended by 4 or 5 gentlemen, who continued in the dock during the whole time of the trial. 3 indictments were read, with 2 counts in each, charging the prisoner with secreting and embezzling 3 notes. The first indictment was for that he, being an officer or servant of the Governor and Company of the Bank of England, had secreted and embezzled a certain piece of paper, partly written and partly printed, being number 835, purporting to be of the value of £500, the second 2694 for £1,000, and the third number 6061 for £1,000. 1 count in each stated them as securities, and the other as effects belonging to the said Governor and Company. There were other counts, diversifying the statement of the property in other forms, such as were deemed to come within the law. Mr. Garrow stated the case at considerable length to the jury. There was one point to which he called particular attention, and that was that the prisoner had been tried before and acquitted of the offence of purloining Exchequer bills to an immense amount, as it was then proved to the satisfaction of the learned judges on the bench, for whom he entertained the highest respect, that they were not actually such as might in law be termed Exchequer bills, in consequence of their not having been signed, as the Act directs. The present indictments, however, stated them as papers purporting to be Exchequer bills, which they evidently were on the face of them, and subdivided the charge by stating them one time as securities, and at another time as effects belonging to the company. This he had no doubt that the jury would be convinced of upon hearing them read, and it was an important duty which the bank owed to the public, that they should not suffer so great a delinquent to escape the justice of the country in consequence of any want of exertion on their part. Mr. Erskine, in behalf of the prisoner, delivered a most animated address to the jury. He stated that the former indictments against the gentlemen at the bar had been objected to on the grounds which were approved of by the learned judges who then sat upon the bench. He was now brought up again to be tried for exactly the same offence, though differently stated, and he thought that the present proceeding was liable to the same objections which were then admitted to be valid by the bench, but he should oppose it on much stronger grounds. He then objected to the legality of Mr. Jennings' signature in the place of that of Lord Grenville as Auditor of the Exchequer. That the same illegality in a criminal sense existed with respect to all bills issued at that time from the Exchequer was manifest from the circumstance of the legislature having found it necessary to pass an act expressly for the purpose of making them legal in a civil view, and that act had a most humane proviso, which declared in plain terms, that the act was to be considered to make the exchequer bills issued at that time valid only in a civil view, and was not to have any retrospective view to any criminal offence committed before passing of that act. The learned gentleman stated that as securities they were nothing in law, for a person, at the time of their being passed, could not recover at law. As to the idea of calling them effects, he considered that, though the legislature had thought proper to pass an act for the protection of that company above all others, by passing what is generally termed the Bank Act, in consequence of the immense magnitude of that concern, yet effects must obviously mean the same as in a case of petty larceny would be considered as effects, that is, something intrinsically valuable in themselves, without taking in or mixing in the mind the idea of their professed or avowed value. If that was not the case, a clerk who took away a loose half sheet of paper lying about the office, or a pen that was worn to the stump, came within the limits of the act, and would be liable to a prosecution for felony. If he did not know the highly respectable character which that company supported, and the very great ability by which they were counselled, he should be induced to say that the prosecution of the gentleman at the bar a second time, for exactly the same offence of which he had been before acquitted by law, was vexatious, and he should declare, not only as a lawyer but as a man, that they were rather inclined to be severe towards the prisoner, than that they should be thought in the least to relax from their duty, or from an idea of justice to the public. The articles stated in the indictments must either be really and bona fide exchequer bills, or else they were no securities. They were no effects in law, they were no more than pieces of waste paper, for the embezzlement of which he had never known a prosecution to be sustained at law. The generosity of government, or the justice of the country, could not at that time pay a single farthing for them. The strings of the national purse were only to be drawn by the consent of the legislature, and at that time there was no such consent obtained. The articles in the indictment were at that time nothing but so many pieces of waste printed and written paper, which had not been called into existence as anything of valuable property, as any effects belonging to the bank which had obtained the sanction of Parliament. They had not been animated by the breath of the legislature. The learned gentleman then quoted several cases from the reports, showing that chattels or effects must be something valuable intrinsically in themselves, and said that it was his firm belief that the learned judges at present on the bench would deliver an opinion similar in effect to that which had already been delivered by the learned judges sitting on that bench at the time of Mr. Hazlitt's former trial. He believed that they would find themselves in the same situation, and instruct the jury to find a verdict for the acquittal of that gentleman without hearing any evidence upon the case, as in his opinion it was not such as could be supported in law. Mr. Serjeant Best followed on the same side, and the court determined to reserve the point for consideration. Evidence was then given in proof of the facts stated at the beginning of this article, and the jury returned a verdict of guilty. Mr. Hazlitt betrayed neither a symptom of fear nor levity, but seemed to pay the greatest attention to everything that passed, and conducted himself with a becoming firmness throughout the whole of the trial. When the verdict was pronounced, there was a great buzz in the court. Mr. Hazlitt waited for about 2 minutes, then bowed to the court, and withdrew, accompanied by his friends. On February 16th, 1804, Mr. Hazlitt was brought to the bar to receive his sentence, when Mr. Baron Hothan addressed him as follows: Robert Hazlitt, you were tried and convicted in this court in the September sessions 1803 for embezzling effects belonging to the Governor and Company of the Bank of England, you being an officer and servant of that bank, and as such entrusted with their property. It was argued by your counsel that the bills were not valid or legal bills, having been signed by a person not properly authorised by Lord Grenville, though they had been issued as good and paid as such. On this indictment you have been lawfully convicted by a jury of your countrymen, but judgment has been suspended till the opinion of the 12 judges of England was taken on this important case, in order to ascertain whether these bills were good, according to the statute 15 George II. 11 of these judges were of opinion that some of the objections so ably argued by your counsel should be sustained. they have since held various conferences which produced various different opinions, and it is now my duty to communicate to you the result of their investigation. Several points were urged in your favour, upon all of which, however, except one, the judges have given their decision against you. The only material question for consideration was, whether or not these bills fall within the meaning of the statute 15 George II, and can be denominated effects according to that act. On this point, indeed, the judges were not unanimous, but the majority are of opinion that they are effects and securities within the true meaning of the act. The great object of the legislature was to add security and administer protection to the Bank of England. The immense national concerns with which it was and still is entrusted called upon the legislature for particular provisions in its favour. The principles of legislation must now be applied to the object under contemplation, and the view we take of any code of laws must be more comprehensive when it concerns so materially such a large incorporated body than when it only relates to private individuals. Considering this law, then, in the enlarged and liberal view on which it was framed by the legislature, at the same time that all the judges disclaim any wish to strain any part of it where it is so penal, the recollection of the enormous weight of exchequer bills in which the public were so deeply and materially concerned cannot fail to occur in every mind. That these bills had become the fair and valuable property of the Bank was allowed on all hands, but still it was argued that they were not such securities as fell within the true meaning of the Act of Parliament, because they were not of any positive or intrinsic value. Now, whatever shall be deposited with the Bank was expressly guarded by the words of the Act, and although the bills in question be of no descriptive legal value, yet they carry about them such a consequence at least as may make their preservation of the utmost importance to the Bank. In that view, therefore, they surely have their value. They are at least valuable papers, whatever they may be called, and the holders of them have them as such, having paid for them the value which they respectively import. They are therefore to be included in the true meaning of the word securities, which may be in the end available to any person who may be possessed of them. The conviction was therefore determined to be good, and on the following Monday, 20th of February 1804, this unfortunate man received sentence of death. The punishment was, however, subsequently commuted to transportation. Samuel Wild Mitchell, executed for murder. This wretched man was hanged for the murder of his daughter, Sarah Mitchell, a girl of about 12 years of age. He was a spinner living in Spitalfields, and he had brought the girl up as an apprentice to his trade. It would appear that frequent disputes took place between him and his wife, in consequence of which he became subject to frequent violent bursts of passion. It was on the occasion of his having excited himself to a degree of rage amounting to madness that he committed the crime for which he was hanged. The girl was sitting at her work, when her father came into the room, and suddenly attacking her, cut her throat through the windpipe with a razor, which he held in his hand. He immediately afterwards ran from the house, but was apprehended subsequently on the same evening, when he made a full confession of his crime. On his trial, which took place at the Old Bailey on the 11th of January 1805, he presented a miserable aspect. Almost bereft of reason by the dreadful deed which he had committed, he seemed for some time unconscious of what was passing around him. His hair was grey, and his head was covered with an old miserable nightcap. Evidence as to the fact of the murder was adduced, and the prisoner's confession was also read. He said, "I had a daughter named Sally, and my wife had a daughter named Elizabeth, who at one time did live with me, but whom I afterwards took to my apartment, where I instructed her in the art of weaving, and we lived all together. This said daughter of my wife's caused some uneasiness, as I thought, and I thought my wife was more indulgent of her faults, and favoured her more than she ought, which was the reason of our separation on the 17th of December last. My wife also took with her Sarah Mitchell, whom I loved with the most ardent affection, which vexed me a great deal, as I saw there would be a continual dispute. I could not bear the little girl coming to see me as coming on a visit. I resolved that neither my wife nor me should possess her. I seized the moment of the mother going away. The child was sitting by the fire, winding quills. I took the razor from the drawer. My affection made me almost lay it down again, but my resolution overcame that. I turned round, and cut her throat. I was too resolute to make a faint attempt. The child was dead in a moment. She neither made noise nor resistance. When I had done the deed, the child fell. As I went out, I saw her blood. Then I ran downstairs. After this act was done to my child, Sarah Mitchell, I went to a man named Bell, where I had lived, and left word for him to run and secure my master's work. Then I went to Mr. Delafour and my friends at Wapping. The prisoner, on his being called for his defence, at once admitted that he was guilty of the crime imputed to him, but declared that he was led on to its commission by a mind which had been deranged by the frequent quarrels which he had had with his wife. The jury having found him guilty, the prisoner was asked what he had to say for himself, why sentence of death should not be passed according to law. He distinctly replied, "I have nothing to say." The awful sentence that he was to be hanged on the succeeding Monday, and his body afterwards dissected and anatomised, was immediately pronounced by the recorder, which the prisoner heard without any visible emotion. The court was crowded in almost every part, and particularly with ladies, and not only the women, but even the jury and the counsel, and nearly all present, were melted into tears. During the whole trial the prisoner appeared calm, but not insensible. He was very attentive to the evidence, and appeared frequently to utter a low ejaculation. On the morning after his trial, this unhappy man expressed a desire to see his wife, that they might exchange forgiveness. The day following, Sunday, she came to visit him in Newgate, but was so ill that she was obliged to be conveyed in a hackney coach, supported between two friends. As soon as the distressing interview was over, he applied himself devoutly to prayer, in which he continued nearly the whole of the day. On that day he was extremely solicitous to obtain Dr. Ford's promise to publish to the world that he died in the faith of the Church of England, as it had been generally understood that he belonged to the sect denominated Methodists. At 6:30 o'clock on Monday morning, Mitchell's cell was unlocked, and the ordinary attended him to the chapel to prayers, which being concluded, he returned to the press yard, and there walked for some time, holding two friends by the arms. Meanwhile his mind was occupied with his unhappy situation, and he begged of all around him to pray with him. The unhappy man blessed the memory of his murdered child, and trusted the sacrifice he was about to make would in some degree expiate his crime in heaven, which he did not despair to see. His last petition was to the sheriffs, to request that, after the surgeons had practised upon his body, his mangled remains might be given to his daughter for burial, which request the sheriffs promised should be complied with. The wretched being seemed to attend with much earnestness and favour to the clergyman, and he was seen to clasp his hands together the instant the rope was fixed. After the drop fell, he appeared to feel great pain, as he swung round twice, which was occasioned by the violence of the convulsive struggles he sustained. He suffered before Newgate, January 14th, 1805, and after hanging the usual time, was taken to St. Bartholomew's Hospital for dissection. End of Part 57. Part 58 of the Chronicles of Crime, Volume 1, by Camden PELHAM. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 58. Richard Haywood, executed for robbery. The termination of the career of this criminal exhibited him to be a man of the most depraved and diabolical disposition. He was indicted for having stolen 2 pillows and 2 bolsters, value 10 shillings, the property of Richard Crabtree, and also for cutting Benjamin Chantrey with a certain sharp instrument, in order to prevent his apprehension. It appears that some suspicions being entertained of an intention to rob Mr. Crabtree's house, which was left unoccupied, although furnished, Miss Jenkins, the cousin of that gentleman, and Mrs. Wilson, determined to watch it, and they accordingly took their station in the house of Mr. Wilkinson, situated directly opposite to it in Thayer Street, Manchester Square. They had not been long on the look out before they saw 2 men enter it, having opened the door with a key. Mrs. Wilson, in consequence, went and knocked at the door, on which the 2 men ran out, and one running to the left made his escape, while the other, the prisoner, made a blow at Mrs. Wilson and ran to the right. He was afterwards pursued by Mr. Holford, and on Mr. Chantrey stepping out from his own house to seize him, he struck him a violent blow on the head with an iron crowbar. He was eventually secured, and it was then found that the articles mentioned in the indictment had been removed ready to be carried off. After conviction the prisoner behaved with shocking depravity, seeming to exult in his guilt, and regretting he had not done a deed more deserving of death. It was his constant boast that he would, on the scaffold, surpass the notorious Avershaw in evincing his contempt of life, and he constantly endeavoured to instil into the mind of his fellow sufferer those diabolical principles which he had imbibed himself. His fellow sufferer was John Tennant, who had lived as footman with Robert Shaw, Esquire, a solicitor, in New Bridge Street, Blackfriars, but, inflated with the ambition of keeping a public house, he quitted his service and obtained the command of a tap in Little Suffolk Street, Dirty Lane, behind the King's Bench Prison. Finding his golden prospects in a public house in a great measure delusive, he determined on robbing his late master, Mr. Shaw, and, being well acquainted with his house, broke open his money drawers, and stole to the amount of more than £5,000 in cash, bank notes, and other property. With such a prize, such a man could not long remain unsuspected, and he was soon detected in passing some of the stolen notes. The relentless Haywood corrupted the mind of Tennant, and in the condemned cell stimulated him to follow his horrid example. They uttered the most blasphemous expressions, and sang lewd songs during the whole time they ought to have been employed in making their peace with offended heaven. When the keeper went to warn them of their approaching execution, they behaved in so riotous a manner that it was necessary to secure them with irons to the floor. Haywood, who was supposed to have procured a knife from his wife, while she was permitted to see him, rushed upon the keeper, and would have stabbed him with it if he had not left the cell. They uttered the most horrid imprecations, and, after declaring in cant terms that they would die game, threatened to murder the Ordinary if he attempted to visit them. Their behaviour in other respects was so abandoned that the necessary attendants were deterred from further interference, and left them to the dreadful fate which awaited them. When the time for quitting the court yard arrived, Haywood called to a friend who was present to deliver him a bundle he had in his hand, out of which he took an old jacket, a pair of old shoes, and put them on. "Thus," said he, "will I defeat the prophecies of my enemies. They have often said I would die in my coat and shoes, and I am determined to die in neither." Being told it was time to be conducted to the scaffold, he cheerfully attended the summons, having first eaten some bread and cheese, and drunk a quantity of coffee. Before, however, he departed, he called out in a loud voice to the prisoners, who were looking through the upper windows at him, "Farewell, my lads, I am just going off. God bless you." "We are sorry for you," replied the prisoners. "I want none of your pity," rejoined Haywood. "Keep your snivelling till it be your own turn." Immediately on his arrival upon the scaffold, in a loud laugh, he gave the mob 3 cheers, introducing each with a hip ho. While the cord was preparing, he continued hallooing to the mob, "How are you? Well, here goes." It was found necessary, before the usual time, to put the cap over his eyes, besides a silk handkerchief, by way of bandage, that his attention might be entirely abstracted from the spectators. At the suggestion of Mr. Holdsworth, however, Tennant made some alteration in his conduct. This officer, finding his advice attended to in this instance, entreated him no longer to follow the evil counsel of Haywood, but to employ the few moments he had left in a Christian-like manner. Tennant shed tears, showed some contrition, and suffered the Ordinary to attend him to the scaffold. Dr. Ford continued in prayer with him, and though he did not join with, yet he listened to him attentively. He came on the platform with great resolution, but did not then follow the daring and abandoned example of his companion. He was cleanly dressed, and observed a suitable propriety of conduct. He shook hands with Haywood, and just as the noose was placed round his neck, he emphatically exclaimed, "Lord, have mercy upon me." Haywood uttered some words in reply, which were not perfectly understood, but were supposed to be said to Tennant by way of reproach. He then gave another halloo, and kicked off his shoes among the spectators, many of whom were deeply affected by the obduracy of his conduct. Soon afterwards the platform dropped. They suffered on the 30th of April, 1805. HENRY PERFECT. transported for fraud. Henry Perfect was a person who, by means of the most specious pretences and ingenious frauds, succeeded in levying very large contributions on the public. Instances of fellows devoid of principle pursuing similar plans of imposture have been but too frequent of late years, but the system, which was for a long time so successful, of writing begging letters, has been now almost entirely put an end to by the praiseworthy exertions of the officers of that very respectable institution, the Mendicity Society, the object of which is at once to relieve the necessitous and to protect the public from imposition. The case of this person may be taken as a very fair instance of the degree of ingenuity exercised by individuals resorting to similar artifices as the means of gulling the humane. Perfect was a man of respectable parentage and of excellent abilities. His father was a clergyman living in Leicestershire, and our hero, at the completion of his education, entered the army as a lieutenant in the 69th Regiment of Foot. He was twice married, and received a handsome property with each of his wives, but their estates being held during life only, upon the demise of his second helpmate he was thrown upon his own resources. His commission had long since been disposed of, and he determined to endeavour to procure contributions by writing letters to persons of known charitable dispositions, setting forth fictitious details of distress. In the course of his numerous impositions he assumed the various and imaginary characters of the Reverend Mr. Paul, the Reverend Daniel Bennett, Mrs. Grant, Mrs. Smith, and others, but at last he was detected in an attempt to procure money from the Earl of Clarendon, whom he addressed in a letter signed H. Grant. He was indicted at the Middlesex Sessions for this offence, and his trial, which came on at Hicks Hall on the 27th of October 1804, occupied the whole day. It then appeared that the Earl of Clarendon being at his seat at Wade's Mill, Hertfordshire, in the previous month of July, he received a letter purporting to be from Mrs. Grant, which stated in substance that the writer, having heard from a lady, whose name she was not at liberty to reveal, the most charming character of his lordship for kindness and benevolence, she was induced to lay before him a statement of her distressed circumstances. The supposed lady then detailed her case, which was, that she was a native of Jamaica, of affluent and respectable family; that a young man, a Scotchman, and surgeon's mate to a man of war, was introduced at her father's house, who so far ingratiated himself with her father that he seriously recommended him to her for her husband. She did not like him, because he was proud, and for ever vaunting of his high family; but as her father's will had always been a law, she acquiesced on condition that he would live at Jamaica. They were accordingly married, and her father gave him £1,000. He, however, soon became discontented with remaining at Jamaica, and continually importuned her to go with him to Scotland, and as her friends joined in the solicitation, she consented. She had now been 6 months in England, but her husband had always evaded going to Scotland, and had left her whenever she spoke upon the subject. In short, he had gamed, drunk, and committed every excess, and within the last 6 weeks he had died in a rapid decline, leaving her a widow with 2 children, and hourly expecting to be delivered of a third. She was not 23 years of age, and never knew want till now, but she was left without a shilling to support herself and miserable children. She owed for her husband's funeral and the apothecary's bill, for which she was afraid of being arrested. To avoid this, she was going to seek shelter with a poor widow in Essex, and if his lordship would write to her at the post office at Harlow, she would, if brought to bed in the meanwhile, get some safe person to go for the letter. His lordship's answer evinced the benevolence of his heart. He expressed his readiness to alleviate her distress, but justly observed that her tale ought to be authenticated by something more than the recital of a perfect stranger. He desired to know who the lady was who had recommended the application to him, and assured the writer that she need not conceal her, for that he considered it was doing him a great kindness to afford him the means of rendering service to the necessitous. On the 14th of July his lordship received a note, nearly as follows: Mrs. Smith, widow of Captain Smith, begged leave to inform Lord Clarendon that Mrs. Grant was brought to bed. It was she who recommended Mrs. Grant to Lord Clarendon. While her husband was living, she had frequently been with him on the recruiting service in Hertfordshire, where she had heard of the benevolent character of his lordship. She added that Captain Smith, when in Jamaica, had frequently visited Mrs. Grant's father, who was a person of great wealth; that she had herself done more than she could afford for an amiable and unfortunate young woman. She had no doubt but that as soon as her letter should reach Jamaica, Mrs. Grant's father would send her abundant relief, but till then she might, without the friendship of some individual, be totally lost. In consequence of this last note, his lordship returned an answer, and enclosed a draft for 5 guineas, offering at the same time to write to any person at Harlow who might be of assistance to her, particularly to any medical person. On July the 23rd, the supposed Mrs. Grant wrote again to his lordship, acknowledging the receipt of the 5 guineas, and stating that she had the offer of a passage home; but she said that she wished to see his lordship to return her grateful thanks for his kindness. At the same time she was extremely delicate, lest their meeting should be misconstrued by a malignant word, and entreated that it might take place a little distance from town. The answer to this letter she begged might be addressed to A.B.C. at George's Coffee House, to which place she would send for it. His lordship, at her request, wrote an answer, and appointed the Bell Inn at Kilburn. Before the arrival of the day of meeting, however, his lordship received another letter from Mrs. Grant, stating that ever since she came to town she had met nothing but trouble. Her last child had died, and she was seized with milk fever; that she had 12 shillings left of his lordship's and Mrs. Smith's bounty when she came to town; that she was afraid of coming further than Whitechapel, lest her creditors might arrest her; and she concluded with the request of the loan of £5, to be enclosed in a note addressed to Mr. Paul, to be left at the Saracen's Head Inn, Aldgate. His lordship, in reply to this note, sent the money requested, and with great humanity condoled on her supposed situation. He then proposed to take her into the country, where she might live quiet and free of expense until she heard from her friends. The next letter introduced another actor on the stage. It came from the Rev. H. Paul. Mr. Paul, at the desire of Mrs. Grant, then said to be delirious, acknowledged the receipt of the £5. He would write again, and say anything Mrs. Grant might dictate in a lucid interval. He begged his answer might be left at the Chapter Coffee House. His lordship accordingly wrote to the Rev. H. Paul, with particular inquiries after the state of Mrs. Grant, and proposed to send the proper medical assistance. The Rev. Mr. Paul replied to this letter, and stated the description of Mrs. Grant's complaint, which was of a delicate nature. He then stated the high notions of Mrs. Grant, who would not condescend to see any person from his lordship in her present wretched state, and added that she thought her situation such that it was not delicate to admit any one to see her but those absolutely necessary. Mr. Paul therefore had promised, he said, not to divulge her residence, but declared that in her lucid intervals Mrs. Grant expressed the utmost anxiety to be enabled to thank her benefactor. This correspondence produced a meeting between the supposed Rev. H. Paul and his lordship, which took place at the Bell Inn at Kilburn on the 8th of August. The prisoner then introduced himself to his lordship as the Rev. Henry Paul. They entered into conversation on the subject of Mrs. Grant, when his lordship asked every question as to her situation, with a view to alleviate it. Mr. Paul said he had not seen her distinctly, for the curtains were closed round her, but the opium had had an effect which he had known it frequently to produce. It had given her eyes more than usual brilliancy. With respect to her lodging, it was a very small room. The woman who attended her seemed a good sort of woman enough, and she was also attended by a surgeon or apothecary. As Mr. Paul seemed to be a man of respectability, his lordship asked him at what seminary he had been brought up. The prisoner replied he had been educated at Westminster and Oxford, and had the living of St. Kitts in Jamaica, worth about £700 per annum; that he had property in Ireland, and was going to America on private business. To his lordship's question how he was so fortunate as to meet this young woman, He said it was by an accident that quite looked like a romance. He was coming to town in the Ongar stage, in which were a young woman, 2 children, and a lady, all in mourning. He entered into conversation with the lady, and was surprised to find her the daughter of a person at whose house, in Jamaica, he had himself been frequently received with kindness. Although his business pressed, he determined to stay and afford her some assistance. He then stated that he had that day given her a £2 note, which his lordship at this interview returned, being the note on which the indictment was founded. He added that Mrs. Grant's father was extremely affluent, and he should not wonder if he was to remit £500 at the first intelligence of his daughter's situation. His lordship in his evidence said that he seemed to express himself in language of the purest truth and benevolence, and as he appeared a well-educated gentleman who had seen the world, he had no suspicion of any fraud. After this interview a correspondence took place between the pretended clergyman and his lordship, in which the former stated the progression of the patient, Mrs. Grant, towards convalescence, and at her desire requested that linen, poultry, fruit, and wine might be forwarded, all of which were supplied by the bounty of the noble lord. At length Mrs. Grant was sufficiently recovered to be able to write to his lordship, and in her letter she expressed her unbounded thanks for the benevolence which she had experienced at his hands, and remarked that but for the friendly introduction of the Reverend Mr. Paul, she believed that she would have been lost. She then went on to say that although she had been ordered by her medical attendant to keep herself perfectly quiet, yet she could not resist the temptation of sitting up in bed to write to her benefactor, whom she hoped to be able shortly to thank personally for his numerous kindnesses. The last letter from Mr. Paul was dated August 23rd. He acknowledged the receipt of £6 2s, which had been expended for Mrs. Grant, and informed his lordship that the sheets which had been last sent had, by some accident, been near Brimstone, which affected Mrs. Grant very much, that her situation required fine old linen, if his lordship had any such. He apologised if there should be any inaccuracy in his letter, because he had a headache and some degree of fever. The farce now began to draw to its conclusion. His lordship received another letter from Mrs. Grant, dated Saturday, September 1st, in which the supposed lady said: "Last Saturday her father's sister came to town and found her out. She was a sour old lady, a man-hater, and snarled at the whole sex. She had taken Mrs. G into the country with her, although she was removed at the peril of her life. The lady she was with was nearly as bad as her aunt, but, as the latter was going out for a few days, her Argus would let her come to town, which would enable her to meet his lordship. As her ill-tempered aunt had given her neither money nor clothes, she begged £4 of his lordship. If this opportunity was lost, she should never be able to see him, as her aunt was a vigilant woman and hated the men so much, that at the first entrance into her room, finding the Reverend Mr. Paul there, she most grossly affronted him. She could not have any letter addressed in her own name, lest it should fall into the hands of her aunt, and therefore begged his lordship to direct to Mrs. Harriet, Post Office, Waltham." His lordship in his answer to this letter expressed some suspicions that he had been duped, in answer to which Mrs. Grant thanked Lord Clarendon for his favours, and declared that she was sorry to think he should conceive himself duped, but he would find his mistake when she got home to the West Indies. In a postscript she added, "That best of men, Mr. Paul, died suddenly on Saturday last." This closed the intercourse between his lordship and his correspondents, Mrs. Grant and Mr. Paul. Soon afterwards, however, he received another letter from a Reverend Mr. Bennet, setting forth a deplorable tale of misery; but his suspicions being awakened, he employed his steward to trace the supposed Reverend Mr. Bennet, when it turned out to be the prisoner at the bar, who had imposed himself on his lordship as the Reverend Mr. Paul, that best of men, whom Mrs. Grant stated to have died suddenly. His lodgings being searched, a book was found in his own handwriting, giving an account of money received, by which it appeared that he had plundered the public to the amount of £488 within 2 years, with a list of the donors' names, among whom were the Duchess of Beaufort, Lord Willoughby de Broke, Lord Littleton, Lady Howard, Lady Mary Duncan, Bishops of London, Salisbury, and Durham, Earls of Kingston and Radnor, Lord C. Spencer, Honourable Mrs. Fox, etc., etc. Other memoranda were also found, which showed that the prisoner had reduced his mode of proceeding to a perfect system, notes being taken of the style of handwriting which he assumed under his different names, and of the description of sealing wax, wafer, and paper used in his letters. The jury found the prisoner guilty, and the court immediately sentenced him to 7 years' transportation. He was sent to Botany Bay in April 1805. Frequent convictions of a similar character have taken place, but it is to be hoped that if the exertions of the police have not been fully successful in putting a stop to the system, the public at least have been so far put upon their guard as that they will not submit to be duped, but that they will first inquire into and ascertain the real claims of the applicants before they extend their charity to them. End of Part 58. Part 59 of the Chronicles of Crime, Volume 1, by Camden PELHAM. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 59. Thomas Picton, Esquire, indicted for applying the torture to Louisa Calderon to extort a confession. The cruelty of the application of the torture to extort confession cannot but be universally admitted in the present enlightened age. The following remarks of the French philosopher Voltaire admirably illustrate this feeling, and serve well to introduce the case of Governor Picton. All mankind being exposed to the attempts of violence and perfidy, says he, detest the crimes of which they may possibly be the victims. All desire that the principal offender and his accomplices may be punished. Nevertheless, there is a natural compassion in the human heart, which makes all men detest the cruelty of torturing the accused into confession. The law has not condemned them, and yet, though uncertain of the crime, you inflict a punishment more horrible than that which they are to suffer when their guilt is confirmed. Possibly thou mayest be innocent, but I will torture thee that I may be satisfied, not that I intend to make thee any recompense for the 1,000 deaths which I have made thee suffer in lieu of that which is preparing for thee. Who does not shudder at the idea? St. Augustine opposed such cruelty. The Romans tortured their slaves only, and Quintilian, recollecting that they were men, reproved the Romans for such want of humanity. The defendant, Thomas Picton, Esquire, was indicted for putting to the torture a female, Louisa Calderon, one of His Majesty's subjects in the island of Trinidad in the West Indies, in order to extort confession. Mr. Garrow stated the case for the prosecution, and whilst he expressed the strongest desire to bring to condign punishment the perpetrator of an offence so flagrant as that charged upon the defendant, yet much more happy would he be to find that there was no ground upon which the charge could be supported, and that the British character was not stained by the adoption of so cruel a measure. The island of Trinidad, he said, surrendered to Sir Ralph Abercrombie in the year 1797, and he entered into a stipulation by which he conceded to the inhabitants the continuance of their laws, and appointed a new governor until His Majesty's pleasure should be known, or, in other words, until the King should extend to this new acquisition to his empire all the sacred privileges of the laws of England. He had the authority of the defendant himself for stating that the system of jurisprudence adopted under the Spanish monarch for his colonial establishments was benignant, and adapted to the protection of the subject previous to the surrender of this island to the British arms. In December 1801, when this crime was perpetrated, Louisa Calderon was of the tender age of 10 or 11 years. At that early period she had been induced to live with a person named Pedro Ruiz as his mistress, and although it appeared to them very singular that she should sustain such a situation at that time of life, yet it was a fact in that climate. Women often became mothers at 12 years old, and were in a state of concubinage, if from their condition they could not form a more honourable connection. While she lived with Ruiz, she was engaged in an intrigue with Carlos Gonzales, the pretended friend of the former, who robbed him of a quantity of dollars. Gonzalez was apprehended, and she also, as some suspicion fell upon her, in consequence of the affair, was taken into custody. She was taken before the justice, and in his presence she denied having any concern in the business. The magistrate felt that his powers were at an end, and whether the object of her denial were to protect herself or her friend was not material. The extent of his authority being thus limited, the officer of justice resorted to General Picton, and he had now to produce, in the handwriting of the defendant, this bloody sentence: inflict the torture upon Louisa Calderon. There was no delay in proceeding to its execution. The girl was informed in the jail that if she did not confess she would be subjected to the torture; that under this process she might probably lose her limbs or her life, but the calamity would be on her own head, for, if she would confess, she would not be required to endure it. While her mind was in a state of agitation this notice produced, her fears were aggravated by the introduction of 2 or 3 negresses into her prison, who were to suffer under the same experiment for witchcraft, as a means of extorting confession. In this situation of alarm and horror, the young woman persisted in her innocence, and a punishment was inflicted, improperly called picketing. This was a military punishment, perfectly distinct in its nature. This was not picketing, but the torture. It was true, the soldier exposed to this did stand with his foot on a picket or sharp piece of wood, but in mercy to him a means of reposing was afforded on the rotundus major or interior of the arm. Her position might be easily described. The great toe was lodged upon a sharp piece of wood, while the opposite wrist was suspended in a pulley, and the other hand and foot were lashed together. Another time the horrid ceremony was repeated, with this difference, that her feet were changed. The learned counsel here produced a drawing in water colours, in which the situation of the sufferer and the magistrate, executioner, and secretary was described. He then proceeded. It appears to him that the case, on the part of the prosecution, would be complete when these facts were established in evidence, but he was to be told that though the highest authority in this country could not practise this on the humblest individual, yet that by the laws of Spain it could be perpetrated in the island of Trinidad. He would venture to assert that if it were written in characters impossible to be misunderstood, that if it were the acknowledged law of Trinidad, it could be no justification of a British governor. Nothing could vindicate such a person but the law of imperious necessity to which all must submit. It was his duty to impress upon the minds of the people of that colony the great advantages they would derive from the benign influence of British jurisprudence, and that, in consequence of being received within the pale of this government, torture would be for ever banished from the island. It was not sufficient for him, therefore, to establish this sort of apology. It was required of him to show that he complied with the institutions under circumstances of irresistible necessity. This governor ought to have been aware that the torture was not known in England, and that it never could be tolerated in this country. The trial by rack was utterly unknown to the law of England, though once, when the Dukes of Exeter and Suffolk, and other ministers of Henry VI, had laid a design to introduce the civil law into this kingdom as a rule of the government, for a beginning thereof they erected a rack for torture, which was called in derision the Duke of Exeter's daughter, and still remained in the Tower of London, where it was occasionally used as an engine of state, not of law, more than once in the reign of Queen Elizabeth. But when, upon the assassination of Villiers, Duke of Buckingham, by Felton, it was proposed in the Privy Council to put the assassin to the rack, in order to discover his accomplices, the judges, being consulted, declared unanimously, to their own honour and the honour of the English law, that no such proceeding was allowable by the laws of England. Such was the effect of the observations of the elegant and learned author of the Commentaries of the Law of England on this subject, and as the strongest method of showing the horror of the practice, he gave this question in form of an arithmetical problem. The strength of the muscles and the sensibility of the nerves being given, it was required to know what degree of pain would be necessary to make any particular individual confess his guilt. But what were they to say to this man, who, so far from having found torture in practice under the former governors, had attached to himself all the infamy of having invented this instrument of cruelty. Like the Duke of Exeter's daughter, it never had existence until the defendant cursed the island with its production. He had incontestable evidence to show this ingenuity of tyranny in a British governor, and the moment he produced the sanguinary order, the man was left absolutely without defence. The date of this transaction was removed at some distance. It was directed that a commission should conduct the affairs of the government, and among the persons appointed to this important situation was Colonel Fullerton. In the exercise of his duties in that situation, he attained the knowledge of these facts, and with this information he thought it incumbent on him to bring this defendant before the jury, and with the defendant the victim of this enormity would also be produced. Louisa Calderon was then called. She appeared about 18 years of age, of a very interesting countenance, being a mulatto or creole, and of a very genteel appearance. She was dressed in white, with a turban of white muslin, tied on in the custom of the country. Her person was slender and graceful. She spoke English but very indifferently, and was examined by Mr. Adam, through the medium of a Spanish interpreter. She deposed that she resided in the island of Trinidad in the year 1798, and lived in the house of Don Pedro Ruiz, and remembered the robbery. She and her mother were taken up on suspicion and brought before Governor Picton, who committed them to prison under the escort of 3 soldiers. She was put into close confinement, and before she was taken there the governor said, if she did not confess who had stolen the money, the hangman would have to deal with her. She was afterwards carried to the room where the torture was prepared. Her left hand was tied up to the ceiling by a rope with a pulley. Her right hand was tied behind, so that her right foot and hand came in contact, while the extremity of her left foot rested on the wooden spike. A drawing representing the exact situation, with the negro holding the rope by which she was suspended, was then shown to her, when she gave a shudder expressive of horror, which nothing but the most painful recollection of her situation could have excited, on which Mr. Garrow expressed his concern that his lordship was not in a position to witness this accidental but conclusive evidence of the fact. The remainder of the witness's evidence corroborated the statement of Mr. Garrow. She remained upon the spike 3/4 of an hour, and the next day 22 minutes. She swooned away each time before she was taken down, and was then put into irons, called the grillos, which were long pieces of iron, with 2 rings for the feet, fastened to the wall, and in this situation she remained during 8 months. The effect produced by the torture was excruciating pain. Her wrists and ankles were much swollen, and the former bore the marks of the barbarity employed towards her to the present day. Don Raphael Chandos, an alguazil in the island, bore testimony to his having seen the girl immediately after the application of the torture. The apartment in which she was afterwards confined was like a garret with sloping sides, and the grillos were so placed that, by the lowness of the room, she could by no means raise herself up during the 8 months of her confinement. There was no advocate appointed to attend on her behalf, and no surgeon to assist her. No one but a negro belonging to Ballot, the gaoler, to pull the rope. The witness had been 4 or 5 years in the post of alguazil. He never knew the torture inflicted in the island until the arrival of the defendant. There had been before no instrument for the purpose. The first he saw was in the barracks among the soldiers. Before Louisa Calderon, the instrument had been introduced into the gaol perhaps about 6 months. The first person he saw tortured in Trinidad was by direction of the defendant, who said to the gaoler, "Go and fetch the black man to the picket guard, and put him to the torture." After 8 months' confinement, both Carlos and Louisa were discharged. The order for the application of the torture, in the following words, "Aplicas la question a Louisa Calderon," apply the torture to Louisa Calderon, was then proved to be in the handwriting of the defendant, and the suggestion of the alcalde Begarat, before whom the girl had been examined, that slight torture should be applied, was read. Don Juan Montes then said that he had known the island of Trinidad since the year 1793, that the torture was never introduced until after the conquest of the island, and was then practised by order of the defendant. It was first used with the military in 1799, and 2 years afterwards in the gaol. Mr. Dallas, for the defendant, rested his defence upon the following statements. First, by the law of Spain, in the present instance, torture was directed, and being bound to administer the law, he was vindicated in its application. Secondly, the order for the torture, if not unlawfully, was not maliciously used. Thirdly, if it were unlawful, yet if the order were erroneously or mistakenly issued, it was a complete answer to a criminal charge. The learned counsel entered at considerable length into these positions, during which he compared the law of Spain, as it prevailed in Trinidad, to the law of England, as it subsisted in some of our own islands, and he contended that the conduct of General Picton was gentleness and humanity, compared to what might be practised with impunity under the authority of the British government. Mr. Gloucester, the Attorney General of His Majesty in the island, was then called, and he deposed to the authenticity of several books on the laws of the island, among which were the Elizondo, the Curia Philippica, the Bobadilla, the Colom, and the Recoplicacion de Leyes. Various passages in these books were referred to and translated, for the purpose of showing that torture was not only permitted in certain cases, but in the particular instance before the jury. Mr. Garrow was then allowed to call a witness, to show that, however such a law might at any time have existed, or might still exist, in Spain, it did not prevail in the West Indian colonies of that power. To this end Don Pedro de Vargas was sworn. He deposed that, during the early part of his life, he had been regularly initiated and admitted to the office of an advocate in the Spanish law courts in the colonies; that he had practised after his admission in the regular course for 2 years, and had resided at 5 or 6 of the West India Islands in the pursuit of his profession, and that according to his knowledge of the book of recapitulation by which the laws were administered, there was nothing contained in it to justify the infliction of torture, nor was torture to his knowledge ever resorted to. There was a law of Old Castile of the year 1260, which justified the torture in certain cases, but he never understood that it extended to the West Indies, and it was so much abhorred in Spain that it was either repealed or had fallen entirely into disuse. Mr. Dallas and Mr. Garrow then severally addressed the jury, and Lord Ellenborough, in summing up, recommended them to divest their minds of every feeling which they might have contracted in the course of the present trial, and to throw every part of the case out of their consideration except that which related to this simple point: what was the law by which the island of Trinidad was governed at the period of its capture by the British? It was for the consideration of the jury whether the law then subsisting authorised personal torture to be inflicted. By the indulgence of the government of this country, the subsisting law was to continue. The question was, what was that subsisting law? The jury would observe that it did not necessarily follow, because Trinidad was a colony of Old Spain, that it must therefore in every part have the laws of Old Spain. It did not originally form any part of that country, but had been annexed to it, and on what terms there was no positive evidence. It did not appear that either the schedule peculiar to this island, or the recapitulation, embraced the criminal law, or made any mention of torture. So, if torture did subsist in this island, it must be on the authority of law books read to the jury, and it was ascertained by several persons, apparently of competent knowledge, that torture had not, within their recollection, ever been practised on the island. It was therefore for the jury to say, in the absence of all positive proof on the subject, and in the face of so much negative evidence, whether the law of Spain was so fully and completely established in Trinidad as to make torture a part of the laws of that island. Without going through the authorities, he thought the jury might take it to be the existing law of Old Spain that torture might be inflicted. It was too much to say that a discontinuance of a practice could repeal a law, but they had to determine whether they were convinced that torture had ever been part of the law of Trinidad, and also whether they were convinced that it was part of the law of Trinidad at the time of its capture. If so, they would enter a special verdict; if otherwise, they would find the defendant guilty. The jury found there was no such law existing in the island of Trinidad as that of torture, at the time of the surrender of that island to the British. Lord Ellenborough. Then, gentlemen, General Picton cannot derive any protection from a supposed law, after you have found that no such law remained in that island at the surrender of it, and when he became its governor, and therefore your verdict should be that he is guilty. By the direction of Lord Ellenborough they therefore found the defendant guilty. The trial lasted from 9 in the morning till 7 at night. Governor Picton walked the hall of the courts during the whole of the trial. He was a tall man, of a very sallow complexion, apparently about 50 years of age, and was dressed in black. He was accompanied by several of the civil officers of the island. Mr. Dallas moved on the 25th of April for a new trial, upon the following grounds. First, the infamous character of the girl who lived in open prostitution with Pedro Ruiz, and who had been privy to a robbery committed upon her paramour by Carlos Gonzalez, and that when a complaint laid against her had been brought before a magistrate, she, refusing to confess, had been ordered to be tortured. Secondly, that Governor Picton, who condemned her to this torture, did not proceed from any motives of malice, but from a conviction that the right of torture was sanctioned by the laws of Trinidad, and that he was rooted in this opinion by a reference to the legal written authorities in that island. Thirdly, that whatever his conduct might be, it was certainly neither personal malice nor disposition to tyranny, but resulted, if it should prove to be wrong, from a misapprehension of the laws of Trinidad. Fourthly, that one of the principal witnesses in this trial, Mr. Vargas, had brought forward a book entitled Recopilación de Ley des Indies, expressly compiled for the Spanish colonies, which did not authorise torture, and that the defendant had no opportunity of ever seeing that book, but it had been purchased by the British institution at the sale of the Marquis of Lansdowne's library subsequent to his indictment, and that having consulted it, it appeared that when that code was silent upon criminal cases, recourse was always to be had to the laws of Old Spain, and that those laws sanctioned the torture. The court, after some consideration, granted the rule to show cause why a new trial should not be had, and as the second trial, which was eventually allowed, was attended with a different result from that of the first, we think it no more than just to the memory of Governor Picton to conclude our notice of this affair with the following apology for his conduct, which is extracted from a respectable monthly publication. In an evil hour the British colonel associated with him in the government of the island the British naval commander on the station, and Colonel Fullerton. This was, as might naturally have been expected, and as certainly was designed by one of the parties, the origin of disputes and the source of anarchy. It is well known that Fullerton, on his return to England, preferred charges against Picton, which were taken into consideration by the Privy Council, and gave rise to a prosecution that lasted for several years. No pains were spared to sully his character, to ruin his fortunes, and to render him an object of public indignation. A little strumpet, by name Louisa Calderon, who cohabited with a petty tradesman in the capital of Trinidad, let another paramour into his house, of which she had the charge, during his absence, who robbed him, with her knowledge and privity, of all he was worth in the world. The girl was taken before the regular judges of the place, who in the course of their investigation ascertained the fact that she was privy to the robbery, and therefore sentenced her, in conformity with the laws of Spain, then prevalent in the island, to undergo the punishment of the picket, the same as is adopted in our own regiments of horse. But as it was necessary that this sentence should receive the governor's confirmation before it should be carried into effect, a paper stating the necessity of it was sent to the government house, and the governor, by his signature, conveyed his assent to the judges. The girl was accordingly picketed, when she acknowledged the facts above stated, and discovered her accomplice. That the life of this girl was forfeited by the laws of every civilised country is still a fact that will not admit of dispute, yet clemency was here extended to her, and she was released, having suffered only the punishment above stated, which was so slight that she walked a considerable distance to the prison without the least appearance of suffering, immediately after it was inflicted. But what was the return of the lenity of the governor? He was accused by Colonel Fullerton of having put this girl, whom he had never even seen, to the torture, contrary to law, and The caricaturists of England were enlisted in the service of persecution. After a trial which seemed to have no end, after an expense of £7,000, which must have completed his ruin, had not his venerable uncle, General Picton, defrayed the whole costs of the suit, while the expenses of his prosecutor were all paid by the government, his honour and justice were established on the firmest basis, and to the perfect satisfaction of every upright mind. End of Part 59. Part 60 of the Chronicles of Crime, Volume 1, by Camden PELHAM. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 60. Richard Patch, executed for the murder of Mr. Blight. The case of this offender is one of those which fully prove that the most wicked caution, the most deliberately planned scheme, or the most artful preparatory measures to attach suspicion to some other than the real cause, or to make it fall upon the guiltless, will never conceal murder. Richard Patch was born in the year 1770, in the village of Heavytree, Devonshire, within 2 miles of Exeter, and his family had a name somewhat respectable among the yeomen of the county. The grandfather of Patch had a freehold estate in land, of the value of £50 per annum, in a neighbouring village. His father, according to the custom of many of the petty farmers who reside on the sea coast in the distant counties, was a smuggler, and he was noted for a fierceness and an unusual degree of intrepidity. But as the life of a smuggler is variable in its scenes, so he was doomed to change his bold deeds and his unlawful proceedings for a quiet sojourn in the new jail at Exeter, where he was sentenced to be imprisoned for 12 months, on a conviction obtained at the instance of the officers of excise. At the termination of the period of his imprisonment he was engaged by the keeper of the prison as a jailor, and he continued to occupy that post until the period of his death. He left several children, of whom our hero was the eldest. He had been bound apprentice to a butcher at Ebmere, a small village, the most notorious in the county for the immorality of its inhabitants, and it is exceedingly probable that his mind was early inured to thoughts of evil deeds. Upon his father's decease he quitted his service as a butcher, and taking possession of the property to which as the eldest son he was entitled, he became a farmer. His efforts, however, in this line were attended with no success, and he was soon obliged to mortgage the property which he possessed for more than 1/2 its value. Some years were afterwards passed at Ebmere, when an accident drove him from his home. From motives which it is unnecessary to examine, he had quarrelled with the rector of his parish, and in order to be revenged he removed the produce of his farm from his land, without setting out the tenths for the rector, or in other words, he refused to pay the tithes. The consequence was a lawsuit and an immediate action in the Exchequer. Patch, shuddering at the expense of the litigation, and the certain result which awaited him, and already somewhat embarrassed in his circumstances, quitted Devonshire in the spring of the year 1803. Upon his coming to London, he immediately presented himself at Mr. Blight's, with whom his sister at that time lived as a menial servant, together with a brother of his, who was brought up a baker, but, for some reasons which it is unnecessary to enter into, was now in the service of Mr. Blight as a kind of overseer or superintendent in the shipping business. Mr. Blight, it appears, had formerly been a West India merchant, and had failed, upon which he engaged in the ship-breaking business, and was at this time carrying it on with great success. Patch had not long entered the service of Mr. Blight, when, from jealousy or some uneasiness, his brother quitted it. He had been disappointed in endeavouring to set up for himself in the business of a baker to which he was bred, and this mortification, aggravated by the conduct of his brother Richard, excited such a disgust in his mind that he immediately went to sea, sailed to the West Indies, where he soon died a victim to the yellow fever. The thoughts of a partnership with his employer ere long struck our hero, and he was induced to look upon the scheme with some anticipations of its realisation, hoping to be able to purchase a share of the business with the proceeds of his estate in Devonshire. He, in consequence, proceeded into that county, and having disposed of his land, he cleared off all its encumbrances,
and received a sum of £350 as the surplus, after the payment of all expenses. On his return to London, at the close of the year 1804, he made his desire known to his employer, and he paid over to him a sum of £250 as a portion of the purchase money, and deposited the remainder in the hands of a banker. The exact nature of the agreement made does not appear, but whatever the negotiations may have been, they were suddenly stopped by the murder of Mr. Blight, who was mortally wounded while sitting in his own house, by a pistol discharged by an unseen hand on the 23rd of September 1805. The extraordinary nature of the murder, and the still more singular method of its perpetration, attracted universal attention, and a minute investigation of all the circumstances having taken place before Mr. Graham, a magistrate, suspicion fell upon Patch, and he was committed to prison. His trial came on at the Surrey Assizes, continued by adjournment to Horsemonger Lane in the Borough, on Saturday 5th of April 1806. In the meantime, the interest produced in reference to the case was of the most extraordinary nature. By 5 o'clock in the morning of the trial, a vast concourse of the populace had assembled, and on the opening of the court, it was with the utmost difficulty that the law officers and others could obtain an entrance. The Dukes of Sussex, Cumberland, and Orleans, Lords Portsmouth, Grantley, Cranley, Montford, William Russell, Deerhurst, and G. Seymour, Sir John Frederick, Sir John Shelley, Sir Thomas Turton, Sir William Clayton, Sir J. Morby, Count Voronzow, the Russian ambassador, and his secretary, were present. The magistrates had made every accommodation that the court would admit of, and a box was fitted up for the royal family. The prisoner was conducted into court soon after 9 o'clock, and took his station at the bar, attended by 2 or 3 friends. He was genteelly dressed in black, and perfect composure marked his countenance and manner. Precisely at 10 o'clock, the Lord Chief Baron Macdonald took his seat on the bench, and to the indictment the prisoner pleaded in an audible voice, "Not guilty." He peremptorily challenged 3 jurors, after which a jury was sworn and the indictment read. The first witness called was Mr. Richard Frost, a publican, who kept the Dog and Duck. The first part of his testimony related merely to the fact of the death of Mr. Blight. He stated that on the morning of the 23rd of September last, he was sent for by the prisoner in consequence of the deceased having been killed by a pistol shot. He went and found him leaning on his hands and wounded. Mr. Astley Cooper said he was called in to the assistance of Mr. Blight. Upon examining him, he found he had received a wound near the navel and another in the groin. He observed that they were gunshot wounds, and as the body of the deceased was considerably inflated, he pronounced them mortal. He observed the bowels coming through the wounds. The next morning at 7 o'clock, Patch came to him, said the deceased was in extreme pain, and wished to know whether anything could be done for him. The witness told him he feared there could not, but he rose and went to him, and found him in a very swollen state. He promised to return in the afternoon with a physician. He went to town and came back with Dr. Barrington, but Mr. Blight had been dead about 3/4 of an hour. He had not the smallest doubt that the wounds were the occasion of his death. Richard Frost was again called up to speak to the firing of the gun. He stated that on Thursday the 19th there was a report of the firing of a gun at Mr. Blight's house. He went out to ascertain the cause, but did not perceive any person coming from the premises, and he was in a situation in which, had the person who fired it attempted to make his escape, he must have observed him. It was about 8 o'clock in the evening, and it was dark, and he was near enough to have seen any one run away or climb the wall. Miss Ann Davis and Miss Martha Davis, sisters, who happened to be walking by the premises in a different direction from the last witness, stated that they also saw the flash and heard the report of a gun, and must have seen any person attempting to escape, but all was quiet, and they concluded that the gun was fired by some one on the premises. After this head of evidence to establish that the gun was fired on the Thursday preceding the death of Mr. Blight was not by any stranger but by the prisoner, witnesses were called to relate the circumstances which occurred on the 23rd. Mr. Michael Wright stated that he was going past Mr. Blight's house a little after 8 when he heard the report of a pistol in the house, and having become acquainted by the rumour of the former attempt, he was induced to go up to the house with a view to offer his assistance. He knocked for some time and was not admitted, but insisted on having the door opened. Patch made his appearance, and began informing him what a dreadful accident had happened. The witness was impatient at hearing this story. He thought that some means should be rather adopted to pursue the murderer, and recommended Patch to commission him to apply to Bow Street, as an inquiry taking place instantly after the assassination would most probably be attended with success. Patch seemed reluctant, and thought that no good effect could result from it. The witness therefore went away. Hester Kitchener's evidence applied to the 2 days. She stated that on the 19th she had been ordered by the prisoner to shut up the shutters of the house earlier than usual. Her master and mistress were then at Margate. At 8 o'clock the prisoner sent her out for some oysters, and as she returned she heard the report of a gun, but she did not see anyone. When she saw Patch, he cried, "Oh, Hester, I have been shot at." She rejoined, "Lord forbid." They then looked for the ball, which she found. The witness continued to state that her master returned to town on the Monday morning, that in the evening he and the prisoner drank tea together in the back parlour, and afterwards had some grog. Her master was fatigued, heavy and sleepy with his journey and the liquor, and Patch came down in a hurry to her in the kitchen, and complaining of a pain in his bowels, wanted a light to go into the yard. She gave it to him, as also a key of the counting house, through which it was necessary he should pass. She heard him enter the back place and slam the door after him, and immediately after she heard the report of a pistol. Her master ran down into the kitchen, exclaiming, "Oh, Hester, I am a dead man," and supported himself upon the dresser. She ran up to shut the door, and as she was half way down the passage on her return, she heard Patch knocking violently for admittance. He asked what was the matter. She told him, on which he went down and offered his assistance. He asked the deceased if he knew of any one who could owe him a grudge. Mr. Blight answered no, as he was not at enmity with any man in the world. Mr. Christopher Morgan said that he was passing by when the fatal shot was fired. He went to the house and saw Mr. Blight lying in a wounded situation, and recommended Mr. Patch in the first instance to search the premises all over. Patch told him to go and search an old ship that was off the wharf, as he had reason to think that the perpetrator might have escaped there, for he heard a noise in that direction on the night when the gun was previously fired, and he went, but found that the ship was lying at the distance of 16 feet from the wharf, that it was low water, that from the top of the wharf to the mud was 10 feet, that the soil was soft mud, and that any one who might attempt to escape that way must have been up to his middle. Besides, the mud did not bear the appearance of any one having passed through it, and he was therefore perfectly convinced that no one escaped over the wharf towards the water. 6 other persons, who happened to be in different directions leading from Mr. Blight's house to the public roads, most distinctly proved that when the shot was fired which killed Mr. Blight, everything was quiet on the outside of the premises, that there was no appearance of any person attempting to escape, and if there had been, that there was no possibility of his eluding observation. The next series of evidence went to show that the prisoner was carrying on a system of delusion and fraud against the deceased in respect to certain pecuniary transactions between them. It was proved by Mrs. Blight, the deceased's widow, that her husband, who had fallen into some embarrassments, had, in order to mask his property, made a nominal assignment of it to Patch, but the assignment was not to be carried into effect unless the trustees of his creditors should, as he apprehended, become importunate. This confidential assignment Patch wished to convert into an absolute sale, for consideration given on his part; but Mrs. Blight declared that he had never paid her husband any money, excepting £250, part of £1,250, the consideration for a share of his business. The next branch of evidence referred to the stockings which the prisoner had on the night that Mr. Blight lost his life. It was proved that he generally wore boots, but the witnesses' memory enabled them to say that he had white stockings on during the evening of the 23rd. Mr. Stafford, of the police office, stated that on examining the bedroom of Mr. Patch, they were folded up like a clean pair, but that on opening them the soles appeared dirty, as if a person had walked in them without shoes. The inference from this was, that the prisoner had taken off his shoes in order that he might walk out of the necessary without being heard by the maid. The last important fact was the discovery of the ramrod of a pistol in the privy. and the proof that the place had not recently been visited by any person suffering under a bowel complaint. This, and a vast variety of circumstantial evidence, concluded the case on the part of the Crown. The prisoner, being called upon for his defence, delivered in a long and elaborate address, supposed to have been written by his counsel, which he requested might be read by the officer of the court. It began by thanking the learned judge for moving his trial from a place where prejudice might have operated against him, complained much of that prejudice having been excited against him by premature reports in the public journals, and then entered into a general train of argument, inferring that in a case of life and death a jury ought not to convict upon circumstantial evidence, the more especially where the proof appeared, as in the present case, so dubious. He stated that whatever might be the result of their judgment upon the evidence, it was almost a matter of indifference to him on his own account, for he was borne down and subdued by the unjust prejudices of the public, by the long imprisonment he had endured, and by the enormous expenses to which he had been subjected. But he had those relations who made life dear to him. He had children who looked to him for support, and who would not only be dishonoured, but ruined by his death. The only evidence which he adduced was that of 3 persons who spoke to his general character. The Lord Chief Baron summed up the evidence in the most perspicuous manner, occupying nearly 2 hours in commenting upon every part of it, when the jury retired for about a quarter of an hour, and on their return pronounced a verdict of guilty. His lordship then proceeded to pronounce the awful sentence of the law. He observed that the prisoner had begun his career of guilt in a system of fraud towards his friend. He had continued it in ingratitude. He had terminated it in blood. He then directed that he should be executed on Monday, and that his body should be delivered for dissection. Patch, who had the appearance of a decent yeoman, was about 38 years of age. During the whole of the trial never betrayed the slightest symptom of embarrassment. His appearance evinced a seeming composure which innocence alone could manifest, or the most consummate villainy could counterfeit. He heard the dreadful sentence with a degree of apathy, as if he had previously made up his mind to the event. The execution was eventually deferred till the next Tuesday, it being deemed advisable that he should suffer with a man and his wife, Benjamin and Sarah Herring, who had been convicted at Kingston March 28th of coining, in order to obviate the inconvenience of having 2 public executions following each other so closely. It was in consequence of this suggestion of Mr. Ives, the keeper to the Chief Baron, who, with the Dukes of Sussex and Gloucester, retired to his house after the trial, that his lordship was induced to order the respite, which he wrote thus on the margin of the first order for execution: "Let the execution be respited till Tuesday the 8th day of April 1806. A. Macdonald." It seems that Herring and his wife had carried on the trade of coining to a great extent at their own house in St. George's Fields. On searching their premises, a complete set of coining implements, punches, aquafortis, &c. were found, besides upwards of 70 shillings, a quantity of dollars, half crowns, and sixpences, all ready for circulation. But to return to Patch. This criminal, after condemnation, remained perfectly calm and unembarrassed. He slept well during the greater part of the Saturday night, rose at 9 o'clock on the next morning, and attended divine service at 10:30. About a quarter before 11, the Reverend Mr. Mann, the ordinary, preached the condemned sermon in a style the most impressive and affecting, to which Mr. Patch paid becoming attention. On his return, he looked the gaoler steadfastly in the face for about 2 minutes, and then ejaculated, "I am innocent!" But he appeared composed as usual during the remainder of the day. He continued to preserve a sullen silence until Monday afternoon, when that composure which had marked his countenance left him. He was informed by the ordinary of the gaol that his friends approached to take their last farewell of him for ever, when he gave up all hope of a reprieve, and exclaimed, "Is no mercy to be expected?" His relations, viz. his sister, who had lived with Mr. Blight, a younger brother who bore a strong resemblance in person to the unfortunate man, and a brother-in-law, with his wife, a nephew, and another distant relation, were admitted to him, and remained with him until 3 o'clock, when they took their last farewell. Patch was now most sensibly affected, and the scene was truly distressing. He embraced each of his relatives, and wept bitterly, clinging to them until the moment had arrived when their absence was required. After this affecting scene, Mr. Ives, the governor of the prison, went to his cell, but Patch here uttered an expression adequate to a confession of his guilt. He said, "I have confessed my sins to God. Man can give me no relief." He was also visited by the Reverend Mr. Mann and 3 dissenting ministers. In their interviews with him he evinced the strongest proofs of a penitent sinner, but he invariably declined to give any answer to the urgent entreaties of the clergyman to acknowledge the crime for which he was to die. Mr. Graham, the magistrate who committed him to prison, was the last person admitted to see him on this night. Before they parted, Mr. Patch took him by the hand and said emphatically, "We shall, I trust, meet in heaven." The 3 dissenting ministers remained with him during the night, and he appeared extremely penitent and devout. At about 6:30 o'clock on Tuesday morning, the Reverend Mr. Mann and the curate of the Reverend Mr. Rowland Hill came to the prison, and after a short interview, Patch and Herring received the sacrament, Mrs. Herring, who was a Catholic, being left with the priest, the Reverend Mr. Griffiths. About 5 minutes before 9 o'clock, the High Sheriff demanded the bodies of the unfortunate sufferers, and immediately after they began to move in the usual order, followed by Mr. Ives, the keeper of the prison. When they got to the open yard, Herring and his wife were placed on a sledge and drawn to the entrance of the staircase leading to the apparatus for the execution, from which they ascended the stairs with as much firmness as could be expected. Patch displayed his usual intrepidity. While Jack Ketch was fastening the ropes, the Reverend Mr. Mann attended Patch, and for the last time attempted to draw from him a confession, but with no better success. The sheriff then went to him and entreated him to confess, but he steadfastly refused. At this time the cap was drawn upon his face, and everything prepared to launch him into eternity. Apparently displeased at being pressed so much upon the subject, he now threw himself considerably back with impatience. From the violent motion of his body, some of the spectators supposed that he meant to break his neck, as Abershaw did on Kennington Common. Mr. Ives immediately went to him and said, "My good friend, what are you about?" and they conversed together for about a minute and a half. The unfortunate prisoners were then immediately put to death by the falling of the drop. The execution took place on the 8th of April 1806. The body of Patch, after hanging the usual time, was taken to the hospital of the prison in order to be anatomised by the county surgeon. He was an athletic, broad-shouldered man, about 5 feet 7 inches high, and to the last maintained his florid looks, which, however, were constitutional, and not the effect of any extraordinary degree of determination. William Duncan, convicted of the murder of his master. This case is worthy of remark from the singular mode in which the murder of the unfortunate gentleman, the employer of the prisoner, was committed. It appears that Duncan was in the service of Mr. Chivers, a gentleman between 70 and 80 years of age, and much troubled with the gout, who resided at Clapham Common as gardener. On the morning of the 24th of January 1807, he was at work as usual in the garden, when his master, according to his custom, went out to him to superintend his proceedings. At about 11:30 o'clock, the gardener suddenly ran indoors, exclaiming, "Lord, what have I done? I have struck my master, and he has fallen," and immediately left the house. The footman proceeded into the garden to discover what had happened, and found his master lying on the ground, with his face most frightfully cut. He directly procured surgical aid, when it was found that Mr. Chivers had received a wound with a spade, the end of which had entered the lower part of his nose, and had broken both his jaw bones, and had penetrated nearly to a line with his ears, so that his head was almost divided. The unfortunate gentleman died immediately afterwards, and the prisoner was subsequently secured and committed to Horsemonger Lane Gaol. The prisoner was indicted at the ensuing assizes, when the offence having been brought home to him by the witnesses for the prosecution, he was called on for his defence. He then addressed the court as follows: "I beg leave to assure your lordship that I never bore Mr. Chivers any malice whatever. On Saturday morning I had been employed in digging some ground, and with my spade in my hand I went to the greenhouse to give it some air, and there I left my spade. I then went for some refreshment at 11 o'clock in the morning, as was usual, and on going into the kitchen I saw the footman, of whom I asked how long it was since Mr. Chivers went out. I went into the garden and to the greenhouse, into which I let a little more air, and with my spade in my hand I looked at a vine, I saw Mr. Chivers, told him that I had finished my digging, and said I was very sorry to have left so good a place, and now to be turned off. A few words passed between Mr. Chivers and me, and the last expression he used was, "You scoundrel, I will break your skull." He took his cane over me. He made an attempt to strike at me, when I, turning aside, escaped. He again endeavoured to strike, and I avoided the blow. After this he followed me up with his cane, and I then had, as I before said, a spade in my hand. I raised the spade, and to my surprise struck him. Immediately afterwards I went into the greenhouse, with the full intention of taking away my own life, but I had not sufficient courage to do it. I then went into the kitchen and called Henry, who said, "What is the matter?" and I replied, "Good Lord, I have struck my master, and he fell." I went out towards Clapham, and the first persons I saw were a butler and a gardener. I went to the garden of Mr. Robert Thornton, and asked for Mr. Dixon, who is one of the gardeners. They said he was cutting a vine, but they went to him, and Mr. Dixon sent me word that I might come to him. I then informed Mr. Dixon of what had happened, and upon his advice surrendered myself into custody. Witnesses having been called, who gave the prisoner an excellent character, the jury found him guilty, and he was sentenced to be executed on the following Monday in the usual form. He was, however, twice respited, and eventually ordered to be transported for life. End of Part 60. Part 61 of the Chronicles of Crime, Volume 1, by Camden Pelham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 61. John Holloway and Owen Haggerty, executed for murder. The fatal accident which happened on the spot and at the moment of the execution of these men, by which more than 40 people lost their lives and many more were terribly bruised, will cause their memory, as well as their crimes, to remain a dreadful warning to many generations. Their whole case was attended with singular and awful circumstances. Of their guilt many entertained doubts, which are not yet entirely removed, although no further discovery has been made respecting the horrid deed, and as lately as the year 1813 a man named Ward was indicted for the same murder, but acquitted. Their conviction rested certainly upon the evidence of a wretch as base as themselves, who stated himself to have been their accomplice, but the public indignation against them was excited to such a pitch that it is scarcely to be wondered at that a jury pronounced them guilty. On the 6th of November 1802, Mr. John Cole Steele, who kept the Lavender Warehouse in Catherine Street, Strand, was murdered with much barbarity on Hounslow Heath, and his pockets rifled of their contents. The murderers escaped, and, though rewards were offered for their apprehension, no discovery was made. Every search had been made by the officers of the police after them. Several loose characters had been apprehended on suspicion, but discharged on examination, and all hopes had been given up of tracing the murderers, when a circumstance occurred about 4 years afterwards, which led to the apprehension of John Holloway and Owen Haggerty. A man of the name of Benjamin Hanfield, who had been convicted at the Old Bailey of grand larceny in stealing a pair of shoes, was sentenced to 7 years' transportation, and was conveyed on board a hulk at Portsmouth to await his departure for New South Wales, but having been taken with severe illness, and being tortured in his mind by the apparent recollection of a murder, about which he constantly raved, he said he wished to make a discovery before he died. A messenger was immediately dispatched to the police magistrates at Bow Street to communicate the circumstance, and an officer was sent to bring him before them. When he was brought on shore, they were obliged to wait several days, during which his illness would not permit his removal. On his arrival in town, he made a full disclosure of the circumstances attending the murder of Mr. Steele, and the magistrates having sent him in custody of an officer to Hounslow Heath, he there pointed out the fatal spot where the murder was perpetrated. As his evidence implicated Haggerty and Holloway, measures were taken to apprehend them, and after a long search they were taken into custody. Several private examinations of all the parties took place. Hanfield was admitted King's evidence, and the public once more cherished a hope that the murderers would meet the punishment they deserved.
Monday, February 9th, 1807, being the day appointed for the final examination of the prisoners, they were brought before Mr. Moser, at Worship Street Police Office. There was a great body of evidence adduced, none of which tended materially to criminate the prisoners, except that of Hanfield, the accomplice, who, under the promise of pardon, had turned King's evidence. The prisoners denied having any knowledge whatever of the crime laid to their charge, and heartily hoped that punishment would come to the guilty. But the magistrates, after maturely considering the whole of the proofs adduced, thought proper to commit them for trial at the next sessions at the Old Bailey, and bound over no less than 24 persons to appear and give evidence on the trial. Such was the eager curiosity of the public to know the issue of this trial, which came on February 20th before Sir Simon Le Blanc, Knight, that the whole court and area of the Old Bailey were greatly crowded. When put to the bar, Holloway appeared to be about 40 years of age, of great muscular strength, tall, and of a savage, brutal, and ferocious countenance, with large thick lips, depressed nose, and high cheek bones. Haggerty was a small man, 24 years of age. Evidence was then adduced to show that Mr. Steele, besides his residence in Catherine Street, had a house and grounds at Feltham, where he cultivated lavender and distilled it for sale in London. On the 5th of November 1802 he left Catherine Street, giving his family to understand that he should return on the following evening, and on the same night he arrived at Feltham. On the next afternoon, Saturday, he quitted Feltham at about 7 o'clock on his way back to London, but he was never seen alive by any member of his family afterwards. His continued absence creating alarm, some persons were employed to search for him, and at length his body was found lying at the bottom of a ditch, near a clump of trees at a short distance from the barracks on Hounslow Heath. From the wounds which appeared about his person, it was evident that his death had been caused by violence, and Mr. Frogley, a surgeon, being called in, it was found that his skull was severely fractured, and that he was otherwise wounded in a most dreadful manner. It was found also that he had been robbed of any money which he might have had about him, as well as of his hat and boots, an old pair of shoes and a common felt hat being left in their stead, close to the spot where the body was found. Notwithstanding the most strenuous exertions were subsequently made by the police to discover the perpetrators of this most barbarous murder, no trace was found until the confession of the accomplice Hanfield, when Vickery, the officer, was dispatched to Portsmouth to bring that person to London. On his way over Hounslow Heath he pointed out the exact spot where the body was found, as that which the murder was perpetrated, and in consequence of his information Holloway was apprehended at Brentford during the election, and Haggerty was taken into custody on board the Shannon frigate in the Channel, where he was serving as a marine. They were both taken to the police office and confronted, but they denied all knowledge of each other and of Hanfield, and they both gave accounts of themselves as to their condition and situation at the time of the murder, which, however, turned out to be untrue. While confined in the lock-up attached to the office, Bishop, the officer, secreted himself in the privy adjoining, where he could hear all their conversation, and he heard them make use of expressions which left no doubt of their being acquainted, or of their having been at Hounslow on the night of the murder. The King's pardon under the Great Seal to Hanfield, alias Enfield, remitting his sentence of transportation for 7 years for a larceny of which he had been convicted, and restoring him to his competency as a witness, having then been read, that witness was called and made the following statement on oath: "I have known Haggerty 8 or 9 years, and Holloway 6 or 7. We were accustomed to meet at the Black Horse and Turk's Head public houses in Dyot Street. I was in their company in the month of November 1802. Holloway, just before the murder, called me out from the Turk's Head, and asked me if I had any objection to be in a good thing. I replied I had not. He said it was a low Toby, meaning it was a footpad robbery. I asked when and where, and he said he would let me know. We parted, and 2 days after we met again, and Saturday the 6th of November was appointed. I asked who was to go with us. He replied that Haggerty had agreed to make one. We all three met on the Saturday at the Black Horse, when Holloway said, Our business is to sarve a gentleman on Hounslow Heath, who I understand travels that road with property. We then drank for about 3 or 4 hours, and about the middle of the day we set off for Hounslow. We stopped at the Bell public house and took some porter. We proceeded from thence upon the road toward Belfont, and expressed our hope that we should get a good booty. We stopped near the 11th milestone, and secreted ourselves in a clump of trees. While there the moon got up, and Holloway said we had come too soon. After loitering about a considerable time, Holloway said he heard a footstep, and we proceeded toward Belfont. We presently saw a man coming towards us, and on approaching him we ordered him to stop, which he immediately did. Holloway went round him and told him to deliver. He said we should have his money, and hoped we would not ill use him. The deceased put his hand in his pocket and gave Haggerty his money. I demanded his pocket book. He replied that he had none. Holloway insisted that he had a book, and if he did not deliver it he would knock him down. I then laid hold of his legs. Holloway stood at his head, and said if he cried out he would knock out his brains. The deceased again said he hoped we would not ill use him. Haggerty proceeded to search him, when the deceased made some resistance, and struggled so much that we got across the road. He cried out severely, and as a carriage was coming up, Holloway said with a terrible oath, "Take care, I will silence him," and immediately struck him several violent blows on the head and body. The deceased heaved a deep groan, and stretched himself out lifeless. I felt alarmed, and said, "John, you have killed the man." Holloway replied that it was a lie, for he was only stunned. I said I would stay no longer, and immediately set off towards London, leaving Holloway and Haggerty with the body. I came to Hounslow, and stopped at the end of the town for near an hour. Holloway and Haggerty then came up, and said they had done the trick, and as a token put the deceased's hat into my hand. The hat Holloway went down in was like a soldier's hat. I told Holloway it was a cruel piece of business, and that I was sorry I had any hand in it. We all turned down a lane and returned to London. As we came along I asked Holloway if he had got the pocket book. He replied it was of no matter, for as I had refused to share the danger I should not share the booty. We came to the Black Horse in Dyot Street, had half a pint of gin, and parted. Haggerty went down in shoes, but I don't know if he came back in them. The next day I observed Holloway had a hat upon his head which was too small for him. I asked him if it was the same he got the preceding night. He said it was. We met again on Monday, when I told Holloway that he acted imprudently in wearing the hat, as it might lead to a discovery. He put the hat into my hand, and I observed the name of Steele in it. I repeated my fears. At night Holloway brought the hat in a handkerchief, and we went to Westminster Bridge, filled the hat with stones, and having tied the lining over it, threw it into the Thames. The witness, being cross-examined by the counsel for the prisoners, said he had made no other minutes of the transactions he had been detailing than what his conscience took cognizance of. It was accident that led to this disclosure. He was talking with other prisoners in Newgate of particular robberies that had taken place, and the Hounslow robbery and murder being stated amongst others, he inadvertently said that there were only 3 persons who knew of that transaction. The remark was circulated and observed upon, and a rumour ran through the prison that he was about to turn nose, and he was obliged to hold his tongue, lest he should be ill used. When at Portsmouth on board the hulks, the compunctions of conscience came upon him, and he was obliged to dissipate his thoughts by drinking to prevent him from divulging all he knew. He admitted that he had led a vicious life, that he had been concerned in several robberies, and had entered and deserted from several regiments. He had served in the East and West London militias, had enlisted into the 9th and 14th Light Dragoons, and had been in the Army of Reserve. He added that he was ashamed and sorry at what he had been, and would endeavour to mend his life in future. Evidence in corroboration of his statement with regard to the hat and boots fitting Holloway was also given by Mr. Steele's tradespeople, and the prosecution being closed, the prisoners were called upon to make their defence. Haggerty protested that he was completely innocent of the charge, and was totally unacquainted with the witness, Hanfield. He denied ever having been at Hounslow, and endeavoured to point out some inconsistencies in the evidence which had been adduced. Holloway declared that he was equally innocent, but admitted that he had been at Hounslow more than once, and that he might have been in the company of the prisoner Haggerty and Hanfield, although he said that he was not acquainted with either of them. Mr. Justice Le Blanc summed up the evidence in a very clear and perspicuous manner, and the jury, having retired for about a quarter of an hour, returned with a verdict of guilty against both the prisoners. The Recorder immediately passed the sentence in the most solemn and impressive manner, and the unhappy men were ordered for execution on the following Monday morning, February 23rd, 1807. They went from the bar reiterating protestations of their innocence, and apparently careless of the miserable and ignominious fate that awaited them. After conviction, Haggerty and Holloway conducted themselves with the most decided indifference. On Saturday, February 21st, the cell door, No. 1, in which they were both confined, was opened about 2:30. They were reading in 2 prayer books by candlelight, as the cell was very dark. On Sunday neither of them attended the condemned sermon, and several magistrates interrogated them, but they still persisted in their innocence. During the whole of Sunday night the convicts were engaged in prayer. They never slept, but broke the awful stillness of midnight by frequent reciprocal protestations of innocence. At 5 they were called, dressed and shaved, and about 7 were brought into the press yard. There was some difficulty in knocking off the irons of Haggerty, and he voluntarily assisted, though he seemed much dejected. A message was then delivered to the sheriffs that Holloway wanted to speak with them in private. This excited very sanguine expectations of confession, but the sheriffs, on their return, intimated to the gentlemen in the press yard that Holloway wanted to address them publicly, and therefore requested they would form themselves into a circle, from the centre of which Holloway delivered, in the most solemn manner, the following energetic address: "Gentlemen, I am quite innocent of this affair. I never was with Hanfield, nor do I know the spot. I will kneel and swear it." Then he knelt down and imprecated curses on his head if he were guilty, and he concluded by saying, "By God, I am innocent." Owen Haggerty first ascended the scaffold. His arms were pinioned, and the halter had been already placed round his neck. He wore a white cap, and a light olive shag great coat. He looked downwards, and was silent. He was attended by a Roman Catholic clergyman, who read to him, and to whom the unfortunate culprit seemed to pay great attention. He made no public acknowledgment of guilt. After the executioner had tied the fatal noose, he brought up Holloway, who wore a smock frock and a jacket, as it had been stated by the approver that he did at the time of the murder. He had also a white cap on, was pinioned, and had a halter round his neck. He had his hat in his hand, and mounting the scaffold, he jumped and made an awkward bow, and said, "I am innocent, innocent, by God." He then turned round, and bowing, made use of the same expressions: "Innocent, innocent, innocent, gentlemen, no verdict, no verdict, no verdict, gentlemen, innocent, innocent." At this moment, and while in the act of saying something more, the executioner proceeded to do his office by placing the cap over his face, to which he, with apparent reluctance, complied, at the same time uttering some words which were not heard. As soon as the rope was fixed round his neck, he continued quiet. He was attended in his devotions by an assistant at Rowland Hill's chapel. The last that mounted the scaffold was Elizabeth Godfrey. She had been a woman of the town, aged 34, and had been capitally convicted of the wilful murder of Richard Prince in Mary le Bone parish, on 25th of December 1806, by giving him a mortal wound with a pocket knife in the left eye, of which wound he languished and died. Immediately on receiving sentence, this woman's firmness and recollection seemed to fail her, and she appeared bordering upon a state of frenzy. At the place of execution she was dressed in white, with a close cap and long sleeves, and was attended by the Reverend Mr. Ford, the Ordinary of Newgate; but her feelings appeared to be so much overpowered that, notwithstanding she bore the appearance of resignation in her countenance, her whole frame was so shaken by the terror of her situation that she was incapable of any actual devotion. They were all launched off together at about 8:15. It was a long time before the body of the poor female seemed to have gone through its last suffering. The crowd which assembled to witness this execution was unparalleled, being, according to the best calculation, near 40,000, and the fatal catastrophe which happened in consequence will cause the day long to be remembered. By 8 o'clock not an inch of ground was unoccupied in view of the platform, and the pressure of the crowd was so great that before the malefactors appeared, numbers of persons were crying out in vain to escape from it. The attempt only tended to increase the confusion, and several females of low stature, who had been so imprudent as to venture among the mob, were in a dismal situation. Their cries were dreadful. Some, who could be no longer supported by the men, were suffered to fall, and were trampled to death, and this was also the case with several boys. In all parts there were continual cries of "Murder! Murder!" particularly from the female part of the spectators and children, some of whom were seen expiring without the possibility of obtaining the least assistance, every one being employed in endeavours to preserve his own life. The most affecting scenes of distress were seen at Green Arbour Lane, nearly opposite the debtor's door. The terrible occurrence which took place near this spot was attributed to the circumstance of 2 piemen attending there to dispose of their pies, and it appears that one of them having his basket overthrown, which stood upon a sort of stool upon 4 legs, some of the mob, not being aware of what had happened, and at the same time being severely pressed, fell over the basket and the man, at the moment he was picking it up, together with its contents. Those who fell were never more suffered to rise, and were soon numbered with the dead. At this fatal place a man of the name of Herrington was thrown down, who had in his hand his youngest son, a fine boy about 12 years of age. The youth was soon trampled to death, but the father recovered, though much bruised, and was amongst the wounded in St. Bartholomew's Hospital. A woman who was so imprudent as to bring with her a child at the breast was one of the number killed, whilst in the act of falling she forced the child into the arms of the man nearest to her, requesting him for God's sake to save its life, but the man, finding it required all his exertions to preserve himself, threw the infant from him. It was fortunately caught at a distance by another man, who, finding it difficult to ensure its safety or his own, got rid of it in a similar way. The child was then again caught by a person who contrived to struggle with it to a cart, under which he deposited it until the danger was over and the mob had dispersed. In other parts the pressure was so great that a horrible scene of confusion ensued, and 7 persons lost their lives by suffocation alone. A cart, which was overloaded with spectators, broke down, and some of the persons falling from the vehicle were trampled under foot and never recovered. During the hour for which the malefactors hung, little assistance could be afforded to the unhappy sufferers, but after the bodies were cut down and the gallows removed to the Old Bailey Yard, the marshals and constables cleared the street, and then, shocking to relate, there lay near 100 persons dead, or in a state of insensibility, strewed round the street. 27 dead bodies were taken to St. Bartholomew's Hospital, 4 to St. Sepulchre's Church, 1 to the Swan on Snow Hill, 1 to a public house opposite St. Andrew's Church, Holborn, 1 an apprentice to his master's, Mr. Broadwood, pianoforte maker, Golden Square. A mother was seen carrying away the body of her dead boy, and the body of Mr. Harrison, a respectable gentleman, was taken to his house at Holloway. There was a sailor boy killed opposite Newgate by suffocation. He carried a small bag, in which he had some bread and cheese, from which it was concluded that he had come some distance to witness the execution. After the dead, dying, and wounded were carried away, there was a cartload of shoes, hats, petticoats, and other articles of wearing apparel picked up. Until 4 o'clock in the afternoon, most of the surrounding houses contained some persons in a wounded state, who were afterwards taken away by their friends on shutters or in hackney coaches. The doors of St. Bartholomew's Hospital were closed against the populace until after the bodies of the dead were stripped and washed. They were ranged round a ward on the first floor, on the women's side, and were placed on the floor with sheets over them, and their clothes put as pillows under their heads. Their faces were uncovered, and a rail was placed along the centre of the room. The persons who were admitted to see the shocking spectacle went up on one side and returned on the other. Until 2 o'clock in the morning, the entrances to the hospital were beset with persons anxiously seeking for their lost relatives and friends. Seldom had such a scene of distress and misery presented itself in this metropolis. When the gates were opened, a great concourse was admitted, and when the yard was full, the gates were again closed, until the first visitors returned from the scene of woe. As soon as any of the deceased were recognised, the body was either put into a shell, or the face covered over, with the name of the party written on a paper, and pinned over the body. The next day, Tuesday, a coroner's inquest sat in St. Bartholomew's Hospital, and other places where the bodies were, on the remains of the sufferers. Several witnesses were examined with respect to the circumstances of the accident, and on Friday, when the inquest terminated, the verdict was, that the several persons came by their death from compression and suffocation. End of Part 61. Part 62 of the Chronicles of Crime, Volume 1, by Camden PELHAM. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 62. George Allen, executed for the murder of his 3 children. There can be little doubt that the horrid offence committed by this wretched man was prompted by insanity, and it is surprising that a jury should have found him guilty of the crime imputed to him, without declaring this to be their opinion. It appeared on his trial, which took place at Stafford, in the month of March 1807, that on the evening of the 12th of January he retired to rest with his wife, and that in about an hour the latter was awoke by her finding her husband sitting upright in bed, smoking a pipe. In another bed in the same room lay 3 of his infant children asleep, the eldest boy about 10 years old, the second a girl about 6, and another boy about 3, and Mrs. Allen also had an infant at her breast. On his perceiving his wife to be awake, the prisoner demanded to know what other man she had in the house with her, to which she answered that there was no man there but himself. He, however, insisted to the contrary, and jumped out of bed and ran downstairs. His wife followed him, but he returned, and meeting her on the stairs, bade her go back. He then went to the bed where his children were, and turned down the clothes. On her endeavouring to hold him, he told her to let him alone, or he would serve her the same sauce, and immediately attempted to cut her throat, in which he partly succeeded, and also wounded her right breast, but a handkerchief she wore about her head and neck prevented the wound from being fatal. She then extricated herself, having the babe in her arms all the time, which she preserved unhurt, and jumped, or rather fell, downstairs, but before she could well rise from the ground, one of the children, the girl, fell at her feet with its head nearly cut off, which her wretched husband had murdered and thrown after her. The woman opened the door and screamed out that her husband was cutting off their children's heads, and a neighbour shortly came to her assistance, and a light having been procured, the monster was found standing in the middle of the house place with a razor in his hand. He was asked what he had been doing, when he replied coolly, "Nothing yet, I have only killed 3 of them." On their going upstairs, a most dreadful spectacle presented itself. The head of one of the boys was very nearly severed from his body, and the bellies of both were partly cut and partly ripped open, and the bowels torn completely out and thrown on the floor. Allen made no attempt to escape, and was taken without resistance. He said that it was his intention to murder his wife and all her children, and then to have put an end to himself. He also declared that he meant to have murdered an old woman who lay bedridden in the same house. An inquest was subsequently held on the bodies of the 3 children before Mr. Hand, the coroner of Uttoxeter, when the miserable man confessed his guilt, but without expressing any contrition. He promised also to confess something that had lain heavily on his mind, and Mr. Hand, supposing it might relate to a crime he had before committed, caused him to be examined in the presence of other gentlemen, when he told an incoherent story of a ghost, in the shape of a horse, having about 4 years before enticed him into a stable, where it drew blood from him, and then flew into the sky. With respect to the murder of his children, he observed to the coroner, with apparent unconcern, that he supposed it was as bad a case as he had ever heard of. The horrid circumstances of these murders having been fully proved, he was convicted, and suffered the final sentence of the law at Stafford, March 30th, 1807. Martha Alden, executed for the murder of her husband. Of the numerous instances which we have already adduced, wherein women have committed that very worst of all crimes, the murder of their husbands, perhaps no case has been attended with more malice, art, and cruelty than that of Martha Alden. Her trial for this offence came on at the summer assizes for the county of Norfolk, in the year 1807. From the evidence adduced, it appeared that the deceased was a labouring man of rather diminutive stature, and lived with the prisoner in a small cottage near Attleborough in Norfolk. On the night of Saturday, the 13th of July, the deceased and his wife were in company with a man named Draper at the White Horse public house, Attleborough, drinking together, and about 10 o'clock the prisoner went away, saying she should go home. At 12 o'clock Draper conducted Alden, who was slightly intoxicated, to his own door, and left him there with the prisoner. In the morning, at about 3 o'clock, a man named Hill was passing the prisoner's house on his way to see a relation at about 10 miles off, when the prisoner accosted him, saying that she could not think what smart young man it was going down the common. A short conversation ensued, in which the prisoner said that she had not returned long from the town, where she had been drinking with her husband and Draper, and that her husband had then gone, she did not know where, but that she thought he had gone to a brother of his, who lived in Essex. It was remarked by Hill that he knew that Alden had let himself to Mr. Parson for the harvest, to which the prisoner assented, but said that she knew he would never come back, and that if he got a job he would never settle to it. Between 6 and 7 o'clock the prisoner was met in the road by Mr. Parson, a farmer, accompanied by a young woman named Orris, when she said that she had lost her husband, and expressing herself very unhappy about him, declared her belief that he was either murdered or drowned, and on the following morning she was again seen by the same person, when she said that she had walked above 30 miles in search of him, but could not find him. On the Monday evening the prisoner borrowed a spade from a neighbour named Leader, with an alleged intention of mending her hedge, which had been destroyed by pigs, which had got in and rooted up her potatoes, and one having been lent to her, she went away, and was afterwards seen at work in the ditch surrounding her garden. Up to this time no traces of her husband had been discovered, but on Tuesday night Mrs. Leader went to a pond on the common to look for some ducks which she had missed, and having found them she was on her way home, when she remarked something in a large pit or pond which lay in her path. She went to the edge of the pond and touched the object with a stick, and it sank and rose again, but although the moon shone she could not distinguish what it was, and she went home. Her curiosity, however, having been raised, she returned to the spot on the following morning, and then she again touched the substance with a stick, on which it turned over, and to her terror she saw 2 hands appear, the arms being clothed in a shirt which was stained with blood. The alarm was immediately given, and the body being taken out, it proved to be that of the prisoner's husband. It was covered only with an old coat, with a slop or shirt over it, and the head appeared to be dreadfully mangled. The face was much chopped, and the head nearly cut off, and other injuries were inflicted, which could not have been done by the unfortunate deceased himself. The body was immediately conveyed in a cart to the house of the prisoner, who was taken into custody. On her house being examined, the bedding and bed were found to be smeared with blood, and the walls of the bedroom bore marks of their having been spattered with the same fluid, but partly washed. 2 sacks, also bloody, were discovered concealed under a peat stack, and from a dark cupboard was produced a bill hook, with which the foul deed was evidently perpetrated, and from which the blood had been only partially removed. On the garden being searched, a species of grave was found to have been dug about 40 yards from the house, and at the spot where the prisoner had been seen at work, sufficiently broad and long to receive the body of the deceased, but only about 18 inches deep. In addition, however, to these facts, the testimony of the girl Orris, whose name had already been mentioned, was procured. She stated that she had been acquainted with the prisoner a good while, and had frequently been at her house. On Sunday, the 19th, the prisoner asked her to go with her to her house, and when she got there the prisoner said to her, "I have killed my husband," and taking her into the bedroom, showed her the body lying on the bed quite dead, with the wounds as before described. Her account of the state and appearance of the room perfectly coincided with the descriptions of the former witnesses. She also saw a hook lying on the floor, all bloody. When the hook was shown to her in court, she said it was the very same she had then seen. The prisoner then produced a common corn sack, and at her request the witness held it while the prisoner put the body into it. The prisoner then carried the body from the bedroom, through the passage and kitchen, out of the house, across the road to the ditch surrounding the garden, and left it there, after throwing some mould over it. The witness then left the prisoner and went to Larling, and the prisoner slept that night at the witness's father's house. On the following night, between 9 and 10 o'clock, the witness was again in company with the prisoner, and saw her remove the body of her husband from the ditch of the garden to the pit on the common, dragging it herself along the ground in the sack, and when arrived at the pit, the prisoner shot the body into it out of the sack, which she afterwards carried away with her. The deceased had a shirt and slop on. The prisoner said nothing to her at the time, and she went home. The next morning, Tuesday, the witness went to the prisoner's house and assisted in cleaning it up, taking some warm water and washing and scraping the wall next the bed. The prisoner took up some loose straw and told the witness she would carry and throw it into Mr. Parsons' ditch because it was bloody. The prisoner bade the witness to be sure not to say a word about the matter, for if she did, she, the witness, would certainly be hanged. Upon being questioned to that effect by the judge, the witness further stated that she had told the story to her father on the Tuesday night, and to nobody else. On his lordship asking the prisoner what she had to say in her defence, she told an incoherent story, which, however, as far as it was at all intelligible, seemed rather to aim at making the testimony of the last witness appear contradictory and suspicious, and to implicate her in the guilt of the transaction, than to deny the general charges which had been adduced against herself. The learned judge then summed up the evidence in a very full and able manner, and the jury returned a verdict of guilty. The prisoner was immediately sentenced to death. Her behaviour subsequently was becoming the awful situation in which she was placed. She confessed the justice of her conviction, and admitted that she had murdered her husband with the bill hook. She declared, however, that it was not the result of a premeditated malice, but that her husband having threatened to beat her, the thought came into her head when he lay down to go to sleep. She was drawn on a hurdle to the place of execution on the Castle Hill on the 31st of July 1807, and there underwent the punishment of death pursuant to her sentence. John Palmer, executed for burglary. This prisoner, although at the time of his execution he was only 23 years of age, was nevertheless an old offender, and richly merited the fate which befell him. He was indicted at the Old Bailey Sessions in September 1808, for having on the 8th of the same month feloniously assaulted William Waller, and for having with a certain sharp instrument, which he held in his right hand, stabbed and cut him in and upon his head, with intent in so doing to kill and murder him. In another indictment he was charged with burglariously breaking and entering the dwelling house of Henry Kimpton with intent to steal, and stealing therein a pair of snuffers. The facts which were proved in evidence were, that the house in question was situated at No. 20 Manchester Square, and that, being furnished and unoccupied, Waller was placed in it to take care of it, by Mr. Kimpton, who was an auctioneer. On the 8th of September, at about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Waller went out, having previously carefully shut up the doors and windows of the house, and he did not return until near 12 o'clock at night. He then found the house, to all appearance, undisturbed, but upon his going up to the room in which he slept, which was on the garret floor, he perceived that his bed was in disorder. He was in the act of turning round to ascertain whether any person was in the adjoining apartment, when he was suddenly seized from behind by a man, whom he presently saw was the prisoner. He cried, "Lord have mercy upon me!" but the prisoner said, "Do not speak a word, lie down on the bed, that is all you have to do," and then pushing him, threw him on his face on his bed. At this moment a second man, whom the prisoner called Joseph, made his appearance, and Waller attempting to offer some resistance, they threatened him with instant death. He, however, continued to struggle, and having at length extricated himself from the grasp of the prisoner, he was running toward the window to give an alarm, when he was suddenly felled to the ground by a tremendous blow on the head from an iron crowbar. He managed to rise and open the window and cry murder, but he was again violently assailed. But then, the people below having called to him to go down and open the door, he managed to escape and run down into the passage. He was pursued by the prisoner, whom however he missed on his reaching the ground floor, and he was employed in opening the street door, when the people without, who had been alarmed by his cries, suddenly burst it in upon him, and knocked him down. At this moment the prisoner was seen to ascend the area steps, and to jump over the gate into the street, and being seized, he declared that he belonged to the house, and that they were trying to murder the man upstairs. But Waller was by this time sufficiently recovered to recognise him, and having informed the mob, which had by this time assembled, that he was the person by whom he had been so violently attacked, he was handed over to the custody of a watchman. All search after his companion having proved fruitless, the prisoner was carried to the watch house, and then on his being searched, a phosphorus box with matches was found in his possession, and a paper bearing the following memorandum: No. 13 Edward Street, and a house in Harley Street, No. 30 Oxford Street, and No. 20 Manchester Square, done. A pair of snuffers, which was proved to have been taken from Mr. Kimpton's house, was also taken from him, besides a large bunch of picklock and skeleton keys. The prisoner, when called on for his defence, denied that he was the person who had escaped from the house, and declared that, having come up with the crowd upon hearing the outcry, he had picked up the snuffers and keys which were found upon him. He said that he had served in the Navy, and had only returned 7 months from the Mediterranean station, where he had been a seaman on board the Lion, Captain Rolles. His protestations of innocence were, however, vain, and the jury returned a verdict of guilty on both indictments. Sentence of death was subsequently passed in the usual form, and of all those prisoners who by their crimes subjected themselves to condign punishment, and who were tried at these sessions, Palmer was the only one who was ordered for execution. In the course of the time which intervened between his conviction and the termination of his career, he gave evident proofs of his wicked disposition, and of the justice with which he was selected as the object upon whom capital punishment should be inflicted. A few weeks before his execution, he formed a plan of escape, which, had it been fully carried out, would have involved him in the additional guilt of murder. Finding it necessary to procure the aid of a fellow prisoner, he selected a fellow who was also under sentence of death, to whom he communicated his project, and he at once consented to participate in his danger, in the hope of sharing in his success. It was arranged that the plot should be put into execution on the Sunday following. Palmer and his associate having then excused themselves from attending chapel, whither the other prisoners and the principal turnkeys would have gone, on the score of illness, they were to attack the gaoler, whose duty it would be to attend upon them, and having deprived him of life, and possessed themselves of his keys, they were to make the best of their way to the outer gate. Here they were aware that they should meet with another gaoler, but having overcome him by threats or by main force, they were to secure their escape to the street, where their friends would be in attendance to receive them. In order to further their design, Palmer had already furnished himself with spring saws to remove their irons, and rope ladders had also been provided, to be used in case of any further impediment presenting itself to them, and by which they would be able to scale the walls. So far as its arrangement, the plot had gone on with perfect success, when Palmer's companion, being conscience-stricken at the crime which was contemplated, communicated all that had been determined on to Mr. Newman, the keeper of the prison, and proper means were in consequence taken for the security of the prisoners. Palmer, finding himself thus foiled in his object, which he had entertained sanguine hopes that he should have been able to accomplish, now proceeded to apply himself to those duties which he had hitherto neglected. As the period approached for his execution, he expressed himself anxious that the time allowed him for preparation should be prolonged, but his wish being conveyed to the government by Mr. Sheriff Hunter, it was determined that it should not be acceded to, and the law was directed to take its course. Wednesday, 23rd of November 1808, having been fixed for the termination of his life, on that morning his sentence was carried out. On his way to the scaffold he was attended by Dr. Ford, the ordinary of the gaol, to whom he confessed the justice of his punishment. He appeared to be perfectly resigned to his fate, and expressed a hope that his death would be an example to others. In order to atone for his own errors, he made a full confession of every robbery and burglary in which he had been concerned, and gave many particulars of the practices and haunts of thieves, which subsequently proved extremely useful to the police. When on the scaffold he attempted to address the mob, but his speech failed him, and his eyes being covered with a silk handkerchief at his own request, the drop fell at the usual signal, and in a few minutes he ceased to live. Thomas Simmons, executed for murder. The offence of this miscreant was of a most horribly atrocious nature. It appears that he was the son of poor parents, but being thought to be a likely lad, he was taken into the service of a Mr. Boreham, who lived at Hoddesdon, at an early period of his life. He continued in this situation for several years, but on his reaching the age of 19 years he was dismissed on account of his brutal ferocity of disposition, which had displayed itself on various occasions. He had, it appears, paid his address to Elizabeth Harris, the servant in the house, who was many years older than he, but, by the advice of her mistress, the woman declined having anything to say to him. In consequence of this circumstance, the villain vowed vengeance against the servant and her mistress, and on the afternoon of the 20th of October 1807, he proceeded to his late master's to satisfy his revenge in a manner most horrible and atrocious. There were at the time of his going to the house Mr. and Mrs. Boreham and their 4 daughters in the building, besides a Mrs. Hummerston and the servant Elizabeth Harris. About 9:15 at night, the party sitting in the parlour was alarmed by hearing a loud noise of voices at the back part of the house, and upon listening they heard Simmons disputing with the servant and demanding admittance. This was, however, refused, and presently afterwards the former plunged his hand, armed with a knife, through the lattice window, and attempted to stab the girl, but without success. Mrs. Hummerston on this went to the scullery from which the noise proceeded, and opening the door, found that Simmons had penetrated through the farmyard, and was within the stone yard. On her opening the door, he suddenly rushed at her, and with his knife stabbed her in the jugular artery, and pulling the knife forward, laid open her throat on the left side. She ran forward, as is supposed for the purpose of alarming the neighbourhood, but fell and rose no more. The murderer then pursued his sanguinary purpose, and rushing into the parlour, raised and brandished his bloody knife, swearing a dreadful oath that he would give it them all. Mrs. Warner, Mr. Boreham's eldest daughter, was the person next him, and without allowing her time to rise from her chair, he gave her so many stabs in the jugular vein and about her neck and breast that she fell from her chair covered with streams of blood, and expired. Fortunately, Miss Anne Boreham had gone upstairs directly before the commencement of this horrid business, and her sisters Elizabeth and Sarah, terrified at the horrors they saw, ran upstairs too for safety. The villain immediately afterwards attacked the aged Mrs. Boreham by a similar aim at her jugular artery, but missed the point and wounded her deep in the neck, though not mortally. The poor old gentleman was now making his way towards the kitchen where the servant maid was, but the miscreant pursued him, and in endeavouring to reach the same place, overset him, and then endeavoured to stab the servant in the throat. She struggled with him, caught at the knife, and was wounded severely in the hand and arm, and the knife fell in the struggle. The girl, however, escaped from his grasp, and running into the street, by her screams and cries of murder, she alarmed the whole neighbourhood. Several persons instantly came to her assistance, and while some offered their aid to the unhappy beings who had been wounded, others sought for the murderer. Their search was for some time in vain, but they at length succeeded in discovering him concealed in a cow crib in the farmyard. He was immediately secured, and so tightly bound to prevent his escape that the circulation was almost stopped, and in the night death was near cheating justice of her victim. The ligatures were, however, loosed in the morning, in ample time to preserve him to undergo the punishment to which his crimes had subjected him. Upon the attendance of 2 professional men, they found that all attempts to assist Mrs. Warner and Mrs. Hummerston would be useless, as they were already dead, and they directly turned their attention to Mrs. Boreham and the servant. Mr. Boreham was found lying on the ground with a poker by his side, but being afflicted with the palsy, and besides being very aged, he had been unable to use it in opposition to his assailant. A coroner's inquest was subsequently held upon the bodies of the deceased persons, and a verdict of wilful murder was returned against the prisoner, upon which he was committed to Hertford Gaol to await his trial. Mr. Boreham being a Quaker, he refused to prosecute in the case of Mrs. Warner, but an indictment was preferred in the case of Mrs. Hummerston, upon which the prisoner was arraigned at the Hertford Assizes on the 4th of March 1808. The above facts having been proved in evidence, as well as the additional circumstance of the prisoner having confessed his guilt when before the coroner, and of his having declared that his intention was to murder Mrs. Boreham, Mrs. Warner, and Elizabeth Harris, the servant, a verdict of guilty was returned. The awful sentence of death was then pronounced upon him, and he was hanged on the 7th of March 1808, having exhibited throughout the whole transaction the utmost coolness and indifference. End of Part 62. Part 63 of the Chronicles of Crime, Volume 1, by Camden PELHAM. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 63. Alexander Campbell, Esquire. Executed for a murder committed in a duel. This is a case arising out of an absurd deference being paid to the laws of honour. Alexander Campbell was tried at the Armagh Assizes in Ireland, August 13th, 1808, for the wilful murder of Alexander Boyd, captain in the 21st Regiment, by shooting him with a pistol bullet on the 23rd day of June, 1807. The evidence was that the prisoner was Major and the deceased captain of the 21st Regiment of Foot, and that on the 22nd of June, after the mess dinner, a dispute arose between them, which was terminated by the prisoner inquiring, "Do you say I am wrong?" and the deceased answering, "Yes, I do." Major Campbell then retired, and went and took tea with his family, and he afterwards sent a message to Captain Boyd, upon the provocation given, in consequence of which they met. Being unattended by friends, the immediate circumstances which attended the duel were not proved in evidence, but it appears that Captain Boyd being wounded, Lieutenant Macpherson, Surgeon Price, and others were called to his assistance, in whose presence he said to the prisoner, "You have hurried me. I wanted you to wait and have friends. Campbell, you are a bad man." He afterwards died, and upon his body being examined, it was found that he had received a pistol shot, and that the bullet had penetrated the extremity of the 4 false ribs, and lodged in the cavity of the belly, which was the cause of his death. These facts having been proved, the learned judge summed up, and the prisoner was found guilty of the capital offence, but recommended to mercy by the jury, on the score of good character alone, several persons of distinction in the army having attended, and declared that he was generally of a humane, peaceable disposition. Sentence of death was, however, immediately passed on the unfortunate gentleman, and he was ordered for execution on the Monday, but, in consequence of the recommendation of the jury, he was respited until the Wednesday night. In the meantime, every effort was made by the friends of the unfortunate man to procure the royal mercy. Mrs. Campbell, his lady, departed immediately for England to solicit in person the royal clemency, and the grand jury of the county, and the jury who had found him guilty, presented petitions to the Lord Lieutenant of Dublin. Mrs. Campbell, after the most incredible fatigue and exertion, reached England, and procured her petition to be delivered into the hands of his Majesty. The respite, however, expired on the 23rd of August, and an order was sent from Dublin Castle to Armagh for the execution to take place on the 24th. The prisoner's deportment during the whole of the melancholy interval between his condemnation and the day of his execution was manly but penitent, such as became a Christian towards his approaching dissolution. When he was informed that all efforts to procure a pardon had failed, he was only anxious for the immediate execution of the sentence. He had repeatedly implored that he might be shot, but as this was not suitable to the forms of the common law, his entreaties were of course without success. He was led out for execution on Wednesday the 24th of August 1808, just as the clock struck 12. He was attended by Dr. Bowie, and in the whole of his deportment was manifest a pious resignation and a penitent mind. A vast crowd had collected around the scene of the catastrophe. He surveyed them a moment, then turned his head towards heaven with a look of prayer. As soon as he appeared, the whole of the attending guards, and such of the soldiery as were spectators, took off their caps, upon which the Major saluted them in turn. The spectacle was truly distressing, and tears and shrieks burst from several parts of the crowd. When the executioner approached to fix the cord, Major Campbell again looked up to heaven. There was now the most profound silence. The executioner seemed paralysed whilst performing this last act of his duty, and there was scarcely a dry eye out of so many thousands assembled. Every aspect wore a trace of grief. After hanging the usual time, the body was put into a hearse in waiting, which left the town immediately to convey the last remains of the unfortunate gentleman to the family depository at Ayr in Scotland. The catastrophe is rendered still more melancholy by the unhappy circumstance that Mrs. Campbell had indulged her hopes to the last, and left London exactly at such period of time as to arrive at Ayr on the day on which her husband's corpse would necessarily have reached that place. John Ryan and Matthew Caringe, executed for arson and murder. The scene described by the witnesses in this case well depicts some of the horrors to which the inhabitants of the sister kingdom are occasionally subject. At the Lent Clonmel Assizes for the year 1808, John Ryan and Matthew Caringe were indicted for the murder of David Bourke, in a second count with the murder of John Doherty, in a third with setting fire to the house of Lawrence Bourke, and in a fourth with maliciously firing at Lawrence Bourke with intent to kill him. After the Solicitor General had opened the case, he called Lawrence Bourke, the prosecutor, who stated that on the night of the 11th of October, between the hours of 10 and 11 o'clock, he was informed by his servant that there were a number of men in arms advancing towards his house. In consequence of this information, he went to the window, and saw the prisoners, with several others, all armed, surrounding his house. They desired him to open the door, but he refused, and they then fired several shots in through the different windows. There were in the house Doherty, the deceased, a man who was servant to the witness's wife and child. They were armed, but had no ammunition but what the guns were loaded with. The prisoners and the party, finding they could not get into the house, set it on fire, and the witness heard the prisoner Ryan say, "Take it easy, boys, you will see what boltlings we shall have by and by." The witness's wife and child then went to the window and called out to Ryan, who was her relation, not to burn the house, but he replied with an oath that he would, and a shot was fired at her, which, though it did not take effect, frightened her so much that she and her child fell out of the window. They were seized by the prisoner Caringe, but they afterwards fortunately made their escape. The house was now falling in flames about the witness's head, and he therefore opened the door and ran out. Several shots were fired at him, but he escaped them, and made his way to David Bourke's, his father's house. In his flight he fired his piece and killed one of Ryan's party. When witness arrived at his father's house, he found that he had gone to the assistance of the witness, and on returning to the place where his house stood in search of his father, he found that Ryan and his party were gone, and his father's corpse was lying about 12 yards from the smoking ruins of his dwelling. Winifred Kennedy and other witnesses were examined, who corroborated the testimony of Bourke, and proved that the deceased John Doherty was burned in Bourke's house. It was also proved that the whole of Ryan's party were entertained by him at dinner that day, and they all left his house armed for the purpose of attacking Bourke. On the part of the prisoner Ryan, an alibi was attempted to be proved by a woman who lived with him, which entirely failed, and, after a very minute charge from the learned judge, the jury brought in a verdict of guilty against both the prisoners. They were executed accordingly. James Cooper, executed for murder. At the summer assizes at Croydon, in the year 1809, James Cooper and Mary Cooper, his mother, aged 71 years, were indicted for the wilful murder of Joseph Hollis at Compton, in the county of Surrey, on the 4th of May preceding. The first count in the indictment alleged the murder to have been committed by fracturing the skull of the deceased, and the second count stated the cause of death to have been a wound in the throat. This case was of a rather singular nature, and depended on circumstances which were proved by a number of different witnesses, and the investigation lasted nearly the whole day. The deceased was a man possessing more property than is usual with persons in his class of life. He lived in a small cottage adjoining that occupied by the prisoners, and which, with the prisoners, had been formerly but one house. It had lately been divided into two tenements, the one being occupied by the deceased and the other by the two prisoners. There was no door of communication between the two tenements, but it was proved that whatever passed in one could be distinctly heard in the other, and, as one of the witnesses stated, the clock could be heard to tick. The deceased Hollis was an old man of nearly 70, but was hale and hearty. He was of very penurious habits, and had saved money, which he was fond of displaying. One of the witnesses described him as always carrying 3 canvas bags, in one of which he kept notes, in another gold and silver, and in a third copper money, and if he wanted to pay only a sixpence, he would tip all the gold and silver into his hand, and the witness added that he had seen him with £100 in his possession. The whole cottage in which he lived was his property, and the prisoner, Cooper, was his tenant for the part which he occupied. Nobody lived in Cooper's part but himself and his mother, and Hollis, the deceased, lived alone, a woman of the name of Wisdom going to him daily to complete his little household arrangements. On Wednesday the 3rd of May, the day preceding Guildford Fair, he had desired a person of the name of Goddard to go with him to the fair, as he wanted to buy some sheep. Goddard told him he could not go with him, but advised him to be early. On this he declared his intention of breakfasting and setting off the next morning by 4 o'clock, and having stated this to Mary Wisdom, he told her that she need not come to him on the next day. She therefore did not on the Thursday make her daily visit, but on the Friday, about 10, she sent her daughter, a girl about 13 years of age. The child found the door unfastened, and on opening it she saw Hollis lying dead on the floor, with a great deal of blood about him. She ran out and saw Moore, the constable, crossing the common, and he immediately returned with her. A surgeon was sent for, and several people soon came. The body was lying on the floor with the legs crossed and the head lying on the arm, evidently composed to that attitude by the murderer after the deed. A cup of coffee, half drunk, was on the table. A piece of toast before the fire, another piece, partly eaten, lay on the hearth. The butter basin was broken, and the pat of butter was on the floor near the feet of the deceased. The chair in which he had been sitting was overturned, and his hat was lying near, so that it appeared that he had been attacked while he was sitting at his breakfast. The body was most shockingly mangled. The skull was fractured in 2 places, the jaw broken, the finger broken, the arms bruised, and the throat cut so as to almost sever the head from the body. Under the body was found a clasp knife, almost covered with blood, and a poker in a similar condition. From these circumstances it appeared that some struggle must have taken place, which the prisoners must have heard in their cottage, if the murder had been committed by any stranger. The prisoners were therefore apprehended on the Friday evening, and their part of the cottage searched, but no evidence of their guilt was found. The trunk of the deceased had been rummaged, and as only 2 shillings were found on his person, it was presumed that the murderer had carried off his money. The magistrates, on examination, finding nothing but suspicion against the prisoners, discharged them, but on subsequent inquiries they were again apprehended, and the following circumstances were given in evidence. The night before the murder, the deceased and the prisoner, James Cooper, had been quarrelling, upon which the deceased declared, as Cooper had not paid his rent, he would have him out of the cottage, and he actually applied to a person to distrain upon him. In this quarrel Cooper was heard to vow vengeance against the old man, swearing that he would be upside with him before a fortnight was over. Mrs. Cooper exclaimed, "God forbid!" but presently she said that it would not much matter, for that nobody liked the old man. Since the former examination of the prisoners, a more minute survey of their cottage had been taken, and concealed in the roof were found various articles of apparel belonging to the male prisoner, which were smeared with blood. Upon subsequent inquiry, the knife and poker found in old Hollis's house were also discovered to have belonged to the Coopers, and little doubt remained therefore of their being parties to the murder. The prisoners were eventually committed to take their trials, and while in custody Mrs. Cooper confessed that she knew of the murder after its commission by her son, but she denied that she was in any way party to the foul deed. She stated that her son had gone out in the evening in question, carrying the knife and poker with him, and that soon afterwards she heard a noise in old Hollis's house, followed by cries for help, and presently a heavy fall against the wainscot, but beyond this she knew nothing. Upon this evidence the male prisoner was found guilty, but his mother was acquitted. The unhappy young man immediately received sentence of death, and was executed on the following Monday, confessing the justice of his sentence and punishment. Joseph Brown, executed for murder. This case affords a striking instance of the wonderful effects of the workings of the conscience of a guilty man. Joseph Brown was indicted at the York Assizes in the month of March 1809 for the wilful murder of Elizabeth Fletcher at Hensall, near Ferry Bridge, in the month of October in the year 1804. The offence was alleged to have been committed by the administration of poison to the deceased woman by the prisoner and a companion named Hazelgrove, both of whom at the time of the occurrence lodged in her house. The evidence with regard to the transaction was that on the Sunday, the 21st of October 1804, the prisoner Hazelgrove, Elizabeth Fletcher, the deceased, and her sister Sarah were all sitting together at supper between 8 and 9 o'clock at night, and that Hazelgrove went to fetch some ale. On his return, Brown put some sugar into it, and gave it to the deceased, and she and her sister drank the whole of it, while Brown and Hazelgrove refused to partake of it, but drank some out of another mug. In the course of the night the prisoner and his companion absconded, and nothing more was heard of them until the apprehension of the prisoner in the Isle of Wight on the 3rd of August 1808, and in the morning Mrs. Fletcher was found to be dead, and her sister suffering severely from the effects of laudanum. It was proved that Mrs. Fletcher was known to be in the possession of a considerable sum of money, and that the prisoner had expressed a wish that he had it, and that on the Saturday, the 20th of October, he had purchased 6 pennyworth of laudanum of Mr. Perkins, a surgeon at Snaith, to whom he represented that it was for the use of his father, who was unable to get any sleep. The death of the deceased, it could not be doubted, had been produced by laudanum. The additional evidence by which it was proposed to bring home the offence to the prisoner was a confession, which he had made at the Isle of Wight in the month of August preceding his trial, when he surrendered himself into custody, as he said at the time, on account of the anguish produced in his mind, on his reflecting upon the dreadful crime of which he had been guilty. In his confession he stated that he had been acquainted with Joseph Hazelgrove upwards of 6 years, that in the month of October 1804 he and Joseph Hazelgrove lodged with Mrs. Fletcher of Hensall, near Ferry Bridge, and there formed the design of poisoning her, in order to possess themselves of some property they supposed her to possess; that for this purpose he procured 6 pennyworth of laudanum of a Mr. Perkins of Snaith, which he gave to Hazelgrove, who mixed it with some beer, along with some sugar, and gave it to Elizabeth Fletcher and her sister. The former died in consequence of it, and early the following morning they broke open her box, and took out 1 guinea and a half, with which they absconded. The prisoner, it appeared, had been since subjected to prosecution on account of some offence of which he had been guilty, but had been permitted to enter a foot regiment, in which he was still a soldier at the time of his trial. On his being called on for his defence, he declared with the most consummate impudence that his confession was untrue, and that his only object in making that statement was, by putting himself upon his trial, to clear up the suspicions which were entertained against him. He then went on to say that his acquaintance with Hazelgrove had subsisted from an earlier period than he had represented, down to the time of his trial, and that they had always lived upon terms of the closest intimacy; that in the early part of their friendship a lady of high rank and fortune had become enamoured of his friend, and that many interesting meetings had taken place between them. He was generally employed as the go-between, and the secrecy which they were compelled to observe upon this subject gave an air of mystery to their conduct, which caused them to be spoken of with suspicion, and at length so far had the malignity of their enemies been excited against them, that they were accused of every offence which happened to be committed within a circuit of several miles. He concluded by repeating his declaration as to the object which he had in view in surrendering himself into custody, suggesting that the death of Mrs. Fletcher might have been occasioned by a fit, and protesting his entire innocence of the crime imputed to him. He declined calling any witnesses to substantiate the allegations which he made, however, and a verdict of guilty was returned. The learned judge then proceeded to pass sentence of death upon the prisoner, whom he addressed in the following terms:
Joseph Brown, I am called upon in the painful exercise of my duty to pass sentence upon a person found guilty of one of the greatest offences against society, the crime of deliberate murder. You stand an awful and striking example of the justice of Providence, of that punishment which, sooner or later, never fails to overtake the guilty. You have been compelled by the agonies of remorse, and the upbraidings and tortures of a guilty mind, to furnish that evidence against yourself which was wanting to establish the proof of your guilt, and to supply that link in the chain of evidence which appeared to be imperfect. I trust that every one who hears of your fate will bear in mind that a time will arrive, probably in this world, most certainly in another, when guilt will meet with its due punishment. In your unhappy case, that period is already come, when you must receive the reward of your crimes. Impelled by the hope of possessing the treasure which you supposed your unfortunate victim had saved from her hard earnings, you deliberately formed the design of destroying her. For this purpose you purchased a deadly drug, which you procured to be mingled in the cup which you offered to her under the guise of friendship. When the potion had taken effect, you plundered her of her property, though it was much less than your guilty cupidity had suggested. Your crime appeared likely to be perpetrated, as to this world, with impunity. More than 4 years had elapsed since its perpetration, and the remembrance of it began to fade from the recollection of every one but the guilty author of the deed, and it seemed probable that nothing more would have been heard of it if the consciousness of your crime, more poignant and destructive than the poison bowl, had not compelled you to disclose the horrid secret. Chequered as your life has been with crimes, I cannot indulge the hope that anything that I can say will have any lasting effect upon you, but I conjure you to spend the few remaining hours you have to live in earnest prayer and supplication to heaven for mercy, and may your unhappy fate convince others that though their crimes may be committed in the darkness of the night, they will hereafter be proclaimed at noon to-day. Sentence was then passed in the usual terms, and the prisoner was executed on the 20th of March 1809. We have no record of the manner in which he met his death. End of Part 63. Part 64 of the Chronicles of Crime, Volume 1, by Camden Pelham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 64. Mary Bateman, commonly called the Yorkshire Witch. Executed for murder. Part 1. The insidious arts practised by this woman rendered her a pest to the neighbourhood in which she resided, and she richly deserved that fate which eventually befell her. She was indicted at York on the 18th of March 1809 for the wilful murder of Rebecca Perigo of Bramley in the same county in the month of May in the previous year. The examination of the witnesses who were called to support the case for the prosecution showed that Mrs. Bateman resided at Leeds, and was well known at that place, as well as in the surrounding districts, as a witch, in which capacity she had been frequently employed to work cures of evil wishes, and all the other customary imaginary illnesses to which the credulous lower orders at that time supposed themselves liable. Her name had become much celebrated in the neighbourhood for her successes in the arts of divining and witchcraft, and it may be readily concluded that her efforts in her own behalf were no less profitable. In the spring of 1806, Mrs. Perigo, who lived with her husband at Bramley, a village at a short distance from Leeds, was seized with a flacking, or fluttering in her breast, whenever she lay down, and applying to a quack doctor of the place, he assured her that it was beyond his cure, for that an evil wish had been laid upon her, and that the arts of sorcery must be resorted to in order to effect her relief. While in this dilemma she was visited by her niece, a girl named Stead, who at that time filled a situation as a household servant at Leeds, and who had taken advantage of the Whitsuntide holidays to go round to see her friends. Stead expressed her sorrow to find her aunt in so terrible a situation, and recommended an immediate appeal to the prisoner, whose powers she described as fully equal to get rid of any affection of the kind, whether produced by mortal or diabolical charms. An application was at once determined on her,
and Stead was employed to broach the subject to the diviner. She, in consequence, paid the prisoner a visit at her house in Black Dog Yard, near the Bank at Leeds, and having acquainted her with the nature of the malady by which her aunt was affected, was informed by her that she knew a lady who lived at Scarborough, and that if a flannel petticoat, or some article of dress which was worn next the skin of the patient, was sent to her, she would at once communicate with her upon the subject. On the following Tuesday, William Perigo, the husband of the deceased, proceeded to her house, and having handed over his wife's flannel petticoat, the prisoner said that she would write to Miss Blythe, who was the lady to whom she had alluded, at Scarborough by the same night's post, and that an answer would doubtless be returned by that day week, when he was to call again. On the day mentioned, Perigo was true to his appointment, and the prisoner produced to him a letter, saying that it had arrived from Miss Blythe, and that it contained directions as to what was to be done. After a great deal of circumlocution and mystery, the letter was opened, and was read by the prisoner, and it was found that it contained an order that Mary Bateman should go to Perigo's house at Bramley, and should take with her 4 guinea notes, which were enclosed, and that she should sew them into the 4 corners of the bed in which the diseased woman slept, where they were to remain for 18 months, that Perigo was to give her 4 other notes of like value to be returned to Scarborough, and that unless all these directions were strictly attended to, the charm would be useless and would not work. On the 4th of August the prisoner went over to Bramley, and having shown the 4 notes, proceeded apparently to sew them up in silken bags, which she delivered over to Mrs. Perigo to be placed in the bed. The 4 notes desired to be returned were then handed to her by Perigo, and she retired, directing her dupes frequently to send to her house, as letters might be expected from Miss Blythe. In about a fortnight another letter was produced, and it contained directions that 2 pieces of iron in the form of horseshoes should be nailed up at Perigo's door by the prisoner, but that the nails should not be driven in with a hammer, but with the back of a pair of pincers, and that the pincers were to be sent to Scarborough, to remain in the custody of Miss Blythe for the 18 months already mentioned in the charm. The prisoner accordingly again visited Bramley, and having nailed up the horseshoes, received and carried off the pincers. In October the following letter was received by Perigo, bearing the signature of the supposed Miss Blythe. My dear friend, you must go down to Mary Bateman's at Leeds on Tuesday next, and carry 2 guinea notes with you, and give her them, and she will give you other 2 that I have sent to her from Scarborough. And you must buy me a small cheese about 6 or 8 pound weight, and it must be of your buying, for it is for a particular use, and it is to be carried down to Mary Bateman's, and she will send it to me by the coach. This letter is to be burned when you have done reading it. From this time to the month of March 1807, a great number of letters were received, demanding the transmission of various articles to Miss Blythe, through the medium of the prisoner, the whole of which were to be preserved by her until the expiration of the 18 months, and in the course of the same period money to the amount of near £70 was paid over. Perigo, upon each occasion of payment, receiving silk bags containing what were pretended to be coins or notes of corresponding value, which were to be sewn up in the bed as before. In March 1807 the following letter arrived. My dear friends, I will be obliged to you if you will let me have 6 of your china, 3 silver spoons, half a pound of tea, 2 pounds of loaf sugar, and a tea canister to put the tea in, or else it will not do. I durst not drink out of my own china. You must burn this with a candle. The china, etc. not having been sent, in the month of April Miss Blythe wrote as follows. My dear friends, I will be obliged to you if you will buy me a camp bedstead, bed and bedding, a blanket, a pair of sheets, and a long bolster must come from your house. You need not buy the best feathers, common ones will do. I have laid on the floor for 3 nights, and I cannot lay on my own bed, owing to the planets being so bad concerning your wife, and I must have one of your buying, or it will not do. You must bring down the china, the sugar, the caddy, the 3 silver spoons, and the tea at the same time when you buy the bed, and pack them up all together. My brother's boat will be up in a day or 2, and I will order my brother's boatman to call for them all at Mary Bateman's, and you must give Mary Bateman 1 shilling for the boatman, and I will place it to your account. Your wife must burn this as soon as it is read, or it will not do." This had the desired effect, and the prisoner having called upon the Perigos, she accompanied them to the shops of a Mr. Dobbin and a Mr. Musgrave at Leeds, to purchase the various articles named, which were eventually bought at a cost of £16, and sent to Mr. Sutton's at the Lion and Lamb Inn, Kirkgate, there to await the arrival of the supposed messenger. At the end of April the following letter arrived: "My dear friends, I am sorry to tell you you will take an illness in the month of May next, one or both of you, but I think both, but the works of God must have its course. You will escape the chambers of the grave, though you seem to be dead, yet you will live. Your wife must take half a pound of honey down from Bramley to Mary Bateman's at Leeds, and it must remain there till you go down yourself, and she will put in such like stuff as I have sent from Scarborough to her, and she will put it in when you come down and see her yourself, or it will not do. You must eat pudding for 6 days, and you must put in such stuff like as I have sent to Mary Bateman from Scarborough, and she will give your wife it, but you must not begin to eat of this pudding while I let you know. If ever you find yourself sickly at any time, you must take each of you a teaspoonful of this honey. I will remit £20 to you on the 20th day of May, and it will pay a little of what you owe. You must bring this down to Mary Bateman's, and burn it at her house, when you come down next time." The instructions contained in this letter were complied with, and the prisoner, having first mixed a white powder in the honey, handed over 6 others of the same colour and description to Mrs. Perigo, saying that they must be used in the precise manner mentioned upon them, or they would all be killed. On the 5th of May another letter arrived, in the following terms: "My dear friends, you must begin to eat pudding on the 11th of May, and you must put one of the powders in every day as they are marked, for 6 days, and you must see it put in yourself every day, or else it will not do. If you find yourself sickly at any time, you must not have no doctor, for it will not do, and you must not let the boy that used to eat with you eat of that pudding for 6 days, and you must make only just as much as you can eat for yourselves. If there is any left, it will not do. You must keep the door fast as much as possible, or you will be overcome by some enemy. Now think on, and take my directions, or else it will kill us all. About 25th of May I will come to Leeds, and send for your wife to Mary Bateman's. Your wife will take me by the hand and say, 'God bless you that I ever found you out.' It has pleased God to send me into the world that I might destroy the works of darkness. I call them the works of darkness because they are dark to you. Now mind what I say, whatever you do. This letter must be burned in straw on the hearth by your wife." The absurd credulity of Mr. and Mrs. Perigo even yet favoured the horrid designs of the prisoner, and in obedience to the directions which they received they began to eat the puddings on the day named. For 5 days they had no particular flavour, but on the 6th powder being mixed, the pudding was found so nauseous that the former could only eat 1 or 2 mouthfuls, while his wife managed to swallow 3 or 4. They were both directly seized with violent vomiting, and Mrs. Perigo, whose faith appears to have been greater than that of her husband, at once had recourse to the honey. Their sickness continued during the whole day, but although Mrs. Perigo suffered the most intense torments, she positively refused to hear of a doctor's being sent for, lest, as she said, the charm should be broken, by Miss Blythe's directions being opposed. The recovery of the husband from the illness by which he was affected slowly progressed, but the wife, who persisted in eating the honey, continued daily to lose strength, and at length expired on the 24th of May, her last words being a request to her husband not to be rash with Mary Bateman, but to await the coming of the appointed time. Mr. Chorley, a surgeon, was subsequently called in to see her body, but although he expressed his firm belief that the death of the deceased was caused by her having taken poison, and although that impression was confirmed by the circumstance of a cat dying immediately after it had eaten some of the pudding, no further steps were taken to ascertain the real cause of death, and Perigo even subsequently continued in communication with the prisoner. Upon his informing her of the death of his wife, she at once declared that it was attributable to her having eaten all the honey at once, and then, in the beginning of June, he received the following letter from Miss Blythe: "My dear friend, I am sorry to tell you that your wife should touch of those things which I ordered her not, and for that reason it has caused her death. It had likened to have it killed me at Scarborough, and Mary Bateman at Leeds, and you and all, and for this reason she will rise from the grave. She will stroke your face with her right hand, and you will lose the use of one side. But I will pray for you. I would not have you to go to no doctor, for it will not do. I would have you to eat and drink what you like, and you will be better. Now, my dear friend, take my directions. Do, and it will be better for you. Pray God bless you. Amen. Amen. You must burn this letter immediately after it is read." Letters were also subsequently received by him purporting to be from the same person, in which new demands for clothing, coals, and other articles were made; but at length, in the month of October 1808, 2 years having elapsed since the commencement of the charm, he thought that the time had fully arrived when, if any good effects were to be produced from it, they would have been apparent, and that therefore he was entitled to look for his money in the bed. He in consequence commenced a search for the little silk bags, in which his notes and money had been, as he supposed, sewn up; but although the bags indeed were in precisely the same positions in which they had been placed by his deceased wife, by some unaccountable conjuration the notes and gold had turned to rotten cabbage leaves and bad farthings. The darkness by which the truth had been so long obscured now passed away, and having communicated with the prisoner by a stratagem, meeting her under pretence of receiving from her a bottle of medicine, which was to cure him from the effects of the puddings which still remained, he caused her to be apprehended. Upon her house being searched, nearly all the property sent to the supposed Miss Blythe was found in her possession, and a bottle containing a liquid mixed with 2 powders, one of which proved to be oatmeal and the other arsenic, was taken from her pocket when she was taken into custody. The rest of the evidence against the prisoner went to show that there was no such person as Miss Blythe living at Scarborough, and that all the letters which had been received by Perigo were in her own handwriting, and had been sent by her to Scarborough to be transmitted back again. An attempt was also proved to have been made by her to purchase some arsenic at the shop of a Mr. Clough, in Kirkgate, in the month of April 1807. But the most important testimony was that of Mr. Chorley, the surgeon, who distinctly proved that he had analysed what remained of the pudding and of the contents of the honey pot, and that he had found them both to contain a deadly poison, called corrosive sublimate of mercury, and the symptoms exhibited by the deceased and her husband were such as would have arisen from the administration of such a drug. The prisoner's defence consisted of a simple denial of the charge, and the learned judge then proceeded to address the jury. Having stated the nature of the allegations made in the indictment, he said that in order to come to a conclusion as to the guilt of the prisoner, it was necessary that 3 points should be clearly made out. First, that the deceased died of poison. Second, that the poison was administered by the contrivance and knowledge of the prisoner. And third, that it was so done for the purpose of occasioning the death of the deceased. A large body of evidence had been laid before them to prove that the prisoner had engaged in schemes of fraud against the deceased and her husband, which was proved not merely by the evidence of William Perigo, but by the testimony of other witnesses, and the inference the prosecutors drew from this fraud was the existence of a powerful motive or temptation to commit a still greater crime, for the purpose of escaping the shame and punishment which must have attended the detection of the fraud, a fraud so gross that it excited his surprise that any individual in that age and nation should be the dupe of it. But the jury should not go beyond this inference, and presume that because the prisoner had been guilty of fraud, she was of course likely to have committed the crime of murder. That, if proved, must be shown by other evidence. His lordship then proceeded to recapitulate the whole of the evidence, as detailed in the preceding pages, and concluded with the following observations. It is impossible not to be struck with wonder at the extraordinary credulity of William Perigo, which neither the loss of his property, the death of his wife, and his own severe sufferings could dispel, and it was not until the month of October in the following year that he ventured to open his hid treasure, and found there what every one in court must have anticipated that he would find, not a single vestige of his property, and his evidence is laid before the jury with the observation which arises from this uncommon want of judgment. His memory, however, appears to be very retentive, and his evidence is confirmed, and that in different parts of the narrative by other witnesses, and many parts of the case do not rest upon his evidence at all. The illness and peculiar symptoms which preceded the death of his wife, his own severe sickness, and a variety of other circumstances attending the experiments made upon the pudding, were proved by separate and independent testimony; and it is most strange that, in a case of so much suspicion as it appeared to have excited at the time, the interment of the body should have taken place without any inquiry as to the cause of death, an inquiry which then would have been much less difficult, though the fact of the deceased having died of poison is now well established. The main question is, did the prisoner contrive the means to induce the deceased to take it? If she did so contrive the means, the intent could only be to destroy. Poison so deadly could not be administered with any other view. The jury will lay all the facts and circumstances together, and if they feel them press so strongly against the prisoner as to induce a conviction of the prisoner's having procured the deceased to take poison with an intent to occasion her death, they will find her guilty. If they do not think the evidence conclusive, they will, in that case, find the prisoner not guilty. End of Part 64. Part 65 of the Chronicles of Crime, Part 1, by Camden PELHAM. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 65. Mary Bateman, commonly called the Yorkshire Witch, executed for murder. Part 2. The jury, after conferring for a moment, found the prisoner guilty, and the judge proceeded to pass sentence of death upon her, in nearly the following words: Mary Bateman, you have been convicted of wilful murder by a jury, who, after having examined your case with caution, have, constrained by the force of evidence, pronounced you guilty, and it only remains for me to fulfil my painful duty by passing upon you the awful sentence of the law. After you have been so long in the situation in which you now stand, and harassed as your mind must be by the long detail of your crimes, and by listening to the sufferings you have occasioned, I do not wish to add to your distress by saying more than my duty renders necessary. Of your guilt there cannot remain a particle of doubt in the breast of any one who has heard your case. You entered into a long and premeditated system of fraud, which you carried on for a length of time, which is most astonishing, and by means which one would have supposed could not, in this age and nation, have been practised with success. To prevent a discovery of your complicated fraud, and the punishment which must have resulted therefrom, you deliberately contrived the death of the persons you had so grossly injured, and that by means of poison, a mode of destruction against which there is no sure protection, but your guilty design was not fully accomplished, and after so extraordinary a lapse of time, you are reserved as a signal example of the justice of that mysterious providence, which sooner or later overtakes guilt like yours, and at the very time when you were apprehended, there is the greatest reason to suppose that if your surviving victim had met you alone, as you wished him to do, you would have administered to him a more deadly dose, which would have completed the diabolical project you had long before formed, but which at that time only partially succeeded, for upon your person at that moment was found a phial containing a most deadly poison. For crimes like yours, in this world the gates of mercy are closed. You afforded your victim no time for preparation, but the law, while it dooms you to death, has, in its mercy, afforded you time for repentance, and the assistance of pious and devout men, whose admonitions and prayers and counsels may assist to prepare you for another world, where even your crimes, if sincerely repented of, may find mercy. The sentence of the law is, and the court doth award it, that you be taken to the place from whence you came, and from thence on Monday next to the place of execution, there to be hanged by the neck until you are dead, and that your body be given to the surgeons to be dissected and anatomized, and may Almighty God have mercy upon your soul. The prisoner having intimated that she was pregnant, the clerk of the arraigns said, "Mary Bateman, what have you to say why immediate execution should not be awarded against you?" On which the prisoner pleaded that she was 22 weeks gone with child. On this plea the judge ordered the sheriff to impanel a jury of matrons. This order created a general consternation among the ladies, who hastened to quit the court, to prevent the execution of so painful an office being imposed upon them. His lordship, in consequence, ordered the doors to be closed, and in about half an hour 12 married women were being impanelled, and they were sworn in court, and charged to inquire whether the prisoner was with quick child. The jury of matrons then retired with the prisoner, and on their return into court delivered their verdict, which was, that Mary Bateman was not with quick child. The execution, of course, was not respited, and she was remanded back to prison. During the brief interval between her receiving sentence of death and her execution, the Ordinary, the Reverend George Brown, took great pains to prevail upon her ingenuously to acknowledge and confess her crimes. Though the prisoner behaved with decorum during the few hours that remained of her existence, and readily joined in the customary offices of devotion, no traits of that deep compunction of mind which, for crimes like hers, must be felt where repentance is sincere could be observed, but she maintained her caution and mystery to the last. On the day preceding her execution, she wrote a letter to her husband, in which she enclosed her wedding ring, with a request that it might be given to her daughter. She admitted that she had been guilty of many frauds, but still denied that she had had any intention to produce the death of Mr. or Mrs. Perigo. Upon the Monday morning at 5 o'clock she was called from her cell, to undergo the last sentence of the law. She received the communion with some other prisoners who were about to be executed on the same day, but all attempts to induce her to acknowledge the justice of her sentence, or the crime of which she had been found guilty, proved vain. She maintained the greatest firmness in her demeanour to the last, which was in no wise interrupted even upon her taking leave of her infant child, which lay sleeping in her cell, at the moment of her being called out to the scaffold. Upon the appearance of the convict upon the platform, the deepest silence prevailed among the immense assemblage of persons which had been collected to witness the execution. As a final duty, the Reverend Mr. Brown, immediately before the drop fell, again exhorted the unhappy woman to confession, but her only reply was a repetition of the declaration of her innocence, and the next moment terminated her existence. Her body, having remained suspended during the usual time, was cut down, and sent to the General Infirmary at Leeds, to be anatomised. Immense crowds of persons assembled to meet the hearse in which it was carried, and so great was the desire of the people to see her remains, that £30 were collected for the use of the infirmary, by the payment of 3d. for each person admitted to the apartment in which they were exposed. A short sketch of the life of this remarkable woman, and a few anecdotes of her proceedings, shall conclude this article. Mary Bateman, it appears, was born of reputable parents at Aisenby, near Thirsk, in the North Riding of Yorkshire, in the year 1768. Her father, whose name was Harker, carrying on business as a small farmer. As early as the age of 5 years, she exhibited much of that sly knavery which subsequently so extraordinarily distinguished her character, and many were the frauds and falsehoods of which she was guilty, and for which she was punished. In the year 1780 she first quitted her father's house to undertake the duties of a servant in Thirsk, but having been guilty of some peccadilloes, she proceeded to York in 1787, but before she had been in that city more than 12 months, she was detected in pilfering some trifling articles of property belonging to her mistress, and was compelled to run off to Leeds, without waiting either for her wages or her clothes. For a considerable time she remained without employment or friends, but at length, upon the recommendation of an acquaintance of her father, she obtained an engagement in the shop of a mantua maker, in whose service she remained for more than 3 years. She then became acquainted with John Bateman, to whom, after a 3 weeks' courtship, she was married in the year 1792. Within 2 months after her marriage she was found to have been guilty of many frauds, and she only escaped prosecution by inducing her husband to move frequently from place to place, so as to escape apprehension, and at length poor Bateman, driven almost wild by the tricks of his wife, entered the supplementary militia. Mrs. Bateman was now entirely thrown upon her own resources, and unable to follow any reputable trade, she, in the year 1799, took up her residence in Marsh Lane, near Timble Bridge, Leeds, and proceeded to deal in fortune telling and the sale of charms. From a long course of iniquity, carried on chiefly through the medium of the most wily arts, she had acquired a manner and a mode of speech peculiarly adapted to her new profession, and abundance of credulous victims, upon whom she was able to prosecute her schemes, daily presented themselves to her. Her first daring attempt was upon a Mrs. Greenwood, whom she persuaded that her husband was in a situation of the greatest peril, which would be aggravated by the circumstance being mentioned to him, that he was in danger of being accused of a crime, for which he would be instantly sacrificed, and that so relentless and determined were his prosecutors, that unless 4 pieces of gold, 4 pieces of leather, 4 pieces of blotting paper, and 4 brass screws were given to her to screw them down, he would be dead before the morning. Mrs. Greenwood, unfortunately for the trick, was not possessed of even 1 piece of gold, and the proposition of the witch that she should steal what she wanted so startled her, that she had fortitude enough to emancipate herself from the trammels which had been thrown around her. Her next attempt was upon a poor woman named Stead, upon whose jealous fears she worked so far, as to obtain from her nearly the whole of her furniture, under pretence of screwing down a woman, with whom she represented that her husband was intimate. Stead was about to enter the army, and Mrs. Bateman next easily found means to persuade him, as she had persuaded his wife, of her powers, and she obtained from him all the little money which he had obtained as his bounty, under the pretence of screwing down his officers to give him promotion. The fascinating and all-powerful Miss Blythe had not yet been discovered, but all her operations were now performed through the medium of a Mrs. Moore, whose existence, it may readily be supposed, was as doubtful as that of her subsequent coadjutor. Terror was the great engine by which this woman carried on her frauds, and as the wife of Stead had still a few articles of furniture and clothing, the last sad wreck of their property, she persuaded her, if something was not done to prevent it, her daughter, who was then only about 8 years of age, would, when she attained the age of 14, become pregnant of an illegitimate child, and that either she would murder herself, or would be murdered by her seducer, to prevent which 17 shillings was to be placed in Mary Bateman's hands. This money she was to hand over to the invisible Mrs. Moore, who was to reduce the coin to a silver charm, which charm was to be worn round the girl's arm till the period of danger was past, but which, when the bubble burst 3 months after, was cut from the child's arm, when, by a strange transmutation of metal, the silver had turned to pewter. In the midst of these scenes of fraud in one party and weakness in the other, a relation of Stead's came over to Leeds in a state of pregnancy, and forsaken by her lover. This young woman was a fine subject for the artful Mary Bateman, who soon learned her misfortune, and undertook, on condition that a guinea was given to her for Mrs. Moore, to make the lover marry her. The money was paid, but no lover appeared. It was then found out that he was too strong for the first charm, and that more money and more screws would be necessary to screw him down to the altar of Hymen. Still he came not, and the girl, finding the money she had fast diminishing, procured a service in a respectable family in Leeds, the master of which, being a bachelor, Mary soon contrived to persuade the silly girl that she could by her arts oblige him to marry her. Here a difficulty arose. The unborn child was in the way. But Mary, ever ready to undertake any business, however desperate, engaged to remove the impediment, and for that purpose administered certain medicines to the ill-fated young woman, which produced the desired effect, and abortion ensued. The master, after all, was not to be caught, but the girl's former sweetheart, coming over to Leeds, married her, though she was, at that time, owing, as is supposed, to the medicine given to her by Mary Bateman, in a very emaciated state. In speaking of her connection with this vile woman, she used the following remarkable expression: "Had I never known Mary Bateman, my child would now have been in my arms, and I should have been a healthy woman. But it is in eternity, and I am going after it as fast as time and a ruined constitution can carry me." The unhappy girl died soon after, a melancholy instance of the direful effects which too great credulity and weakness of mind may produce. The artifices and frauds of which she had been hitherto guilty, however, shrink into comparative obscurity when opposed with the offences which Mrs. Bateman subsequently committed. The case of the unhappy Mrs. Perigo has already been mentioned, and its circumstances detailed, but there is too much reason to believe that she was concerned in producing the death of 3 persons, a crime of still greater and more cold-blooded cruelty. The Misses Kitchen were Quaker ladies, who carried on the business of linen drapers near St. Peter's Square, Leeds, and Mrs. Bateman, by representations of her skill in divination and reading the stars, managed so far to ingratiate herself into their good graces as to become their confidant and most intimate adviser. She attended their shop, was a constant visitor at their house, and her interference extended even to the domestic concerns of the family. In the month of September 1803, the younger Miss Kitchen was attacked with a severe and painful illness, and Bateman, possessing the full confidence of the family, procured medicines from a person whom she described as a country doctor; but instead of their producing any improvement in the condition of the unhappy patient, in less than a week she died. Her mother arrived from Wakefield, where she lived, in time only to receive the last breath of her daughter. But in 2 days she, as well as the surviving sister, died, and they were all 3 placed in the same grave. Throughout the whole of these distressing illnesses, Mary Bateman was the sole attendant upon the unhappy women, and after their death she took upon herself the task of rendering them those last melancholy offices, which are usually the duty of the near relations of the deceased. No person was permitted by her to enter the house, under pretence that the deceased persons had been affected by the plague, except those whose presence was rendered necessary in order to the performance of the rites of sepulture, and for many weeks the neighbourhood was shunned, lest the supposed infection might spread. Mrs. Bateman, however, in the midst of all, exhibited the most praiseworthy and disinterested affection for the poor ladies, and in the face of all danger hesitated not to minister to their wants, and even after death to take those precautions in fumigating the house which were supposed to be necessary. She prepared their meals, and by her hands alone were the medicines administered, which she professed to have been prescribed. Several months had elapsed before any inquiries were made as to the condition in which the deceased persons had died, and then some of their creditors, having determined to ascertain what property they had left behind them, entered the house. To their surprise they discovered that of the furniture and stock of which the deceased had been known to be possessed, scarce a vestige remained, and the discovery of some articles of property in the house of Bateman, which were known to have belonged to the deceased ladies, but which the former declared had been given to her by them, afforded grounds for a well-founded suspicion that poison was the plague of which they had died, although under the circumstances of the case, and after the lapse of so long a time, evidence could not be obtained which could be deemed conclusive upon the subject. The determined cruelty exercised in the case of the Perigos appeared to sanction the suspicions which were entertained, and after conviction Mrs. Bateman was minutely questioned upon the subject, but all efforts to induce a confession of this crime, or of that which she was found guilty, proved unavailing. It would be useless to follow this wretched woman through the subsequent scenes of her miserable life. Fraud and deceit were the only means by which she was able to carry on the war, and numerous were the impudent and heartless schemes which she put into operation to dupe the unhappy objects of her attacks. Her character was such as to prevent her long pursuing her occupation in one position, and she was repeatedly compelled to change her abode, until she at length took up her residence in Black Dog Lane, where she was apprehended. Her husband at this time had returned from the militia several years, and although he followed the trade to which he had been brought up, there can be little doubt that he shared the proceeds of his wife's villainies. Mary Bateman was neat in her person and dress, and though there was nothing ingenuous in her countenance, it had an air of placidity and composure not ill adapted to make a favourable impression on those who visited her. Her manner of address was soft and insinuating, with the affectation of sanctity. In her domestic arrangement she was regular, and was mistress of such qualifications in housewifery as, with an honest heart, would have enabled her to fill her station with respectability and usefulness. End of Part 65. Part 66 of the Chronicles of Crime, Volume 1, by Camden PELHAM. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 66. Mary Bateman, commonly called the Yorkshire Witch, executed for murder. Part 3. A few anecdotes upon the subject of the belief in witchcraft in former days we trust will not prove uninteresting to our readers. The reign of James VI. Of Scotland and first of England may be said to have been the witchcraft age of Great Britain. Scotland had always been a sort of fairyland, but it remained for that sagacious prince, at a time when knowledge was beginning to dispel the mists of superstition, to contribute by his authority and writings to resolve the prejudice of education into an article of religious belief among the Scottish people. He wrote and published a treatise on demonology, the purpose of which was to resolve the doubting hearts of many as to the fearful abounding of those detestable slaves of the devil, witches or enchanters. The authority of Scripture was perverted to show not only the possibility but certainty that such detestable scenes do exist, and many most ridiculous stories of evil enchantment were added to establish their fearful abounding. The treatise, which is in the form of a dialogue, treats also the punishment which such crimes deserve, concluding that no sex, age, nor rank should be excused from the punishment of death, according to the law of God, the civil and imperial law, and the municipal law of all Christian nations. In answer to the question, "What to judge of death, I pray you?" the answer is, "It is commonly used by fire, but there is an indifferent thing to be used in every country, according to the law or custom thereof." Such in fact was the cruel and barbarous law of James's native country, and such became the law also of England when he succeeded to the sceptre of Elizabeth. Many hundreds of unfortunate creatures in both countries became its victims, suffering death ignominiously for an impossible offence. Neither sex nor age nor rank, as James had sternly enjoined, was spared, and it was the most helpless and inoffensive, such as aged and lone women, who were most exposed to its malignant operation. There were persons regularly employed in hunting out and bringing to punishment those unfortunate beings suspected of witchcraft. Matthew Hopkins resided at Manningtree in Essex, and was witch-finder for the associated counties of Essex, Suffolk, and Norfolk, and Huntingdonshire. In the years 1644, 1645, and 1646, accompanied by one John Stern, he brought many to the fatal tree as reputed witches. He hanged in 1 year no less than 60 reputed witches in his own county of Essex. The old, the ignorant, and the indigent, such as could neither plead their own cause nor hire an advocate, were the miserable victims of this wretch's credulity, spleen, and avarice. He pretended to be a great critic in special marks, which were only moles, scorbutic spots or warts, that frequently grow large and pendulous in old age, but were absurdly supposed to be teats to suckle imps. His ultimate method of proof was by tying together the thumbs and toes of the suspected persons, about whose waist was fastened a cord, the ends of which were held on the banks of the river by 2 men, in whose power it was to strain or slacken it. Swimming upon his experiment was deemed a sufficient proof of guilt, for which King James, who is said to have recommended, if he did not invent it, assigned a ridiculous reason, that, as some persons had renounced their baptism by water, so the water refuses to receive them. Sometimes those who were accused of diabolical practices were tied neck and heels and tossed into a pond. If they floated or swam, they were consequently guilty, and were therefore taken out and burned, but if they were innocent, they were only drowned. The experiment of swimming was at length tried upon Hopkins himself in his own way, and he was upon the event condemned, and, as it seems, executed as a wizard. In a letter from Sergeant Widrington to Lord Whitelock, mention is made of another fellow of the same profession as Hopkins, This fellow received 20 shillings a head for every witch he discovered, and thereby obtained rewards amounting to £30. In an old print of this execrable character he is represented with 2 witches. One of them, named Holt, is supposed to say, "My imps are 1. Ilemosier, 2. Pyewacket, 3. Peck in the Crown, 4. Greasel Greedygut, 4 animals attend, Jemara, a black dog, Sack and Sugar, a hare, News, a ferret, Vinegar Tom, a bull-headed greyhound." This print is in the Pepysian Library. Among a number of women, as many as 16, whom Hopkins in the year 1644 accused at Yarmouth, was one of whom the following account is given. It appears that she used to work for a Mr. Moulton, a stocking merchant and alderman of the town, and upon a certain day went to his house for work, but he being from home, his man refused to let her have any till his master returned, whereupon, being exasperated against the man, she applied herself to the maid, and desired some knitting work of her, and when she returned the like answer, she went home in great discontent against them both. That night, when she was in bed, she heard a knock at the door, and going to her window, she saw, it being moonlight, a tall black man there, and asked what he would have. He told her that she was discontented because she could not get work, and that he would put her into a way that she should never want anything. On this she let him in, and asked him what he had to say to her. He told her he must first see her hands, and taking out something like a penknife, he gave it a little scratch, so that a little blood followed, a scar being still visible when she told the story. Then he took some of the blood in a pen, and pulling a book out of his pocket, bid her write her name, and when she said she could not, he said he would guide her hand. When this was done, he bid her now ask what she would have, and when she desired first to be revenged on the man, he promised to give her an account of it next night, and so leaving her some money, went away. The next night he came to her again, and told her he could do nothing against the man, for he went constantly to church, and said his prayers morning and evening. Then she desired him to revenge her on the maid, and he again promised her an account thereof the next night. But he said the same of the maid, and that therefore he could not hurt her. But she said that there was a young child in the house which was more easy to be dealt with. Whereupon she desired him to do what he could against it. The next night he came again, and brought with him an image of wax, and told her they must go and bury that in the churchyard, and then the child, which he had put in great pain already, should waste away as that image wasted. Whereupon they went together and buried it, the child having laid in a languishing condition for about 18 months, and being very near death. The minister sent this woman with this account to the magistrates, who thereupon sent her to Mr. Moulton's, where, in the same room that the child lay, almost dead, she was examined concerning the particulars aforesaid, all of which she confessed, and had no sooner done, but the child, who was 3 years old, and was thought to be dead or dying, laughed and began to stir and raise up itself, and from that instant began to recover. The woman was convicted upon her own confession, and was executed accordingly. A more melancholy tale does not occur in the annals of necromancy than that of the Lancashire witches in 1612. The scene of the story is in Penderbury Forest, 4 or 5 miles from Manchester, remarkable for its picturesque and gloomy situation. It had long been of ill repute as a consecrated haunt of diabolical intercourse, when a country magistrate, Roger Nowell by name, took it into his head that he should perform a great public service by routing out a nest of witches, who had rendered the place of terror to all the neighbouring vulgar. The first persons he seized on were Elizabeth Demdike and Anne Chattox. The former was 80 years of age, and had for some years been blind, and principally subsisted by begging, though she had a miserable hovel on the spot, which she called her own. Anne Chattox was of the same age, and had for some time been threatened with the calamity of blindness. Demdike was held to be so hardened a witch that she had trained all her family to the mystery, namely Elizabeth Device, her daughter, and James and Alison Device, her great grandchildren. These, together with John Balcock and Jane his mother, Alice Natter, Catherine Hewitt, and Isabel Roby, were successively apprehended by the diligence of Nowell and one or two neighbouring magistrates, and all of them were by some means induced, some to make a more liberal and others a more restricted confession of their misdeeds in witchcraft, and were afterwards hurried away to Lancaster Castle, 50 miles off, to prison. The crimes were said to have universally proceeded from malignity and resentment, and it was reported to have repeatedly happened for poor old Demdike to be led by night from her habitation into the open air by some members of her family, where she was left alone for an hour to curse her victim and pursue her unholy incantations, and was then sought and brought back again to her hovel, her curses never failing to produce the desired effect. The poor wretches had been but a short time in prison, when information was given that a meeting of witches was held on Good Friday at Malkin's Tower, the habitation of Elizabeth Device, to the number of 20 persons, to consult how, by infernal machinations, to kill one Lovell, an officer, to blow up Lancaster Castle, deliver the prisoners, and kill another man of the name of Lister. The last object was effected. The other plans, by some means which were not related, were prevented. The prisoners were kept in gaol till the summer assizes, but in the meantime the poor blind Demdike died in confinement. The other prisoners were severally indicted for killing by witchcraft certain persons who were named, and all were found guilty. The principal witnesses against Elizabeth Device were James Device and Janet Device, her grandchildren, the latter only 9 years of age. When this girl was put into the witness box, the grandmother, on seeing her, set up so dreadful a yell, intermixed with dreadful curses, that the child declared that she could not go on with her evidence unless the prisoner was removed. This was agreed to, and both brother and sister swore that they had been present when the devil came to their grandmother in the shape of a black dog, and asked her what she desired. She said the death of John Robinson, when the dog told her to make an image of Robinson in clay, and after crumble it into dust. As fast as the image perished, the life of the victim should waste away, and in conclusion the man should die. This testimony was received, and upon the conviction which followed, 10 persons were led to the gallows, and on the 20th of August Anne Chattox, of 80 years of age, among the rest, the day after the trials, which lasted 2 days, were finished. The judges who presided on these trials were Sir James Altham and Sir Edward Bromley, barons of the Exchequer. Guluim, who gives the most simple and interesting account of this melancholy case, conjectures, with much reason, that the old women had played at the game of commerce with the devil in order to make their simpler neighbours afraid of them, and that they played the game so long that in an imperfect degree they deceived themselves. But when one of them actually saw her grandchild of 9 years old placed in the witness box, with the intention of consigning her to a public and ignominious death, then the reveries of the imagination vanished, and she deeply felt the reality, that when she had been somewhat imposing on the child in devilish sport, she had been whetting the dagger that was to take her own life. It was then no wonder that she uttered her supernatural yell and poured curses from her heart. Such was the first case of the Lancashire witches. In that which follows, the accusation was clearly traced to be founded on a most villainous conspiracy. About the year 1634, a boy named Edmund Robinson, whose father, a very poor man, dwelt in Pendle Forest, the scene of the alleged witching, declared that while gathering wild flowers in one of the glades of the forest, he saw 2 greyhounds which he supposed to belong to a gentleman in the neighbourhood. Seeing nobody following them, the boy alleged that he proposed to have a course, but though a hare was started, the dogs refused to run. Young Robinson was about to punish them with a switch, when one Dame Dickinson, a neighbour's wife, started up instead of the one greyhound, and a little boy instead of the other. The witness averred that Mother Dickinson offered him money to conceal what he had seen, which he refused, saying, "Nay, thou art a witch." Apparently she was determined he should have full evidence of the truth of what he said, for she pulled out of her pocket a bridle and shot it over the head of the boy, who had so lately represented the other greyhound. He was then directly changed into a horse. Mother Dickinson mounted and took Robinson before her. They made to a large house or barn, called Ours Town, into which the boy entered with the others. He there saw 6 or 7 persons pulling at halters, from which, as they pulled them, Meat ready dressed came flying in quantities, together with lumps of butter, porringers of milk, and whatever else might, in his fancy, complete a rustic feast. He declared that, while engaged in the charm, they made such ugly faces and looked so fiendish that he was frightened. This story succeeded so well that the father of the boy took him round to the neighbouring churches, where he placed him standing on a bench after service, and bade him look round and see what he could observe. The device, however clumsy, succeeded, and no less than 17 persons were apprehended at the boy's election, and conducted as witches to Lancaster Castle. These 17 persons were tried at the assizes and found guilty, but the judge, whose name has unfortunately been lost, unlike Sir James Altham and Sir Edward Bromley, saw something in the case that excited his suspicion, and though the juries had not hesitated in any one instance, respited the convicts and sent up a report of the affair to the government. 22 years had not elapsed since the former case in vain. 4 of the prisoners were, by the judge's recommendation, sent for to the metropolis, and were examined, first by the king's physician, and then by Charles I. in person. The boy's story was strictly scrutinised, and in the end he confessed that it was all an imposture, in which he had been instructed by his father, and the whole 17 prisoners received the royal pardon. So late as the year 1679, several unfortunate persons were tried and executed at Borrowstowness in Scotland for witchcraft, 4 of them being poor widows. The following is a literal copy of the indictment upon which they were arraigned. Annaple Thomstone, widow of Borrowstowness, Margaret Pringle, relict of the deceased John Campbell, Sievewright there, etc., etc. A and ilk ane of you are indicted and accused that, whereas, notwithstanding the law of God particularly set down in the 20th chapter of Leviticus and the 18th chapter of Deuteronomy, and be the laws and acts of Parliament of this kingdom and constant practice thereof, particularly to the 27th Act, 29 Parliament Queen Mary, the crime of witchcraft is declared to be one horrid, abominable, and capital crime, punishable with the pains of death and confiscation of movables. Nevertheless, it is of verity that you have committed and are guilty of the said crime of witchcraft, in a war far ye have entered in practition with the devil, the enemy of your salvation, and have renounced our blessed Lord and Saviour, and your baptism, and have given yourselves, both souls and bodies, to the devil, and sundry with witches in divers places. And particularly ye, the said Annaple Thompson, had a meeting with the devil the time of your widowhood, before you were married to your last husband, in your coming betwixt Linlithgow and Borrowstowness, where the devil, in the likeness of one black man, told you that you was one poor puddled body, and had one life and difficulties to win through the world, and promised if ye would follow him and go alongst with him, you should never want but have one better life. And about 5 weeks thereafter the devil appeared to you, when you was going to the Coal Hill about 7 o'clock in the morning. Having renewed his former temptation, you did condescend thereto, and declared yourself content to follow him and become his servant, whereupon the devil and ye, and each person of you, was at several meeting with the devil in the links of Borrowstowness, and in the house of you, Bessie Vicar, and ye did eat and drink with the devil, and with one another, and with witches in her house in the night time, and the said William Crowe brought the ale which he drank, extending about 7 gallons from the house of Elizabeth Hamilton. And you, the said Annaple, had another meeting about 5 weeks ago, when you was going to the Coal Hill of Grange, and he invited you to go alongst and drink with him in the Grange Farms, and you, the said Margaret Pringle, have been one which this many years bygone hath renounced your baptism and become the devil's servant, and promised to follow him, and the devil took you by the right hand, whereby it was for 8 days grievously pained, but having twitched new again, it immediately became hale, and you, the said Margaret Hamilton, has been the devil's servant these 8 or 9 years bygone, and he appeared and conversed with you at the town well of Borrowstowness, and several times at your own house, and drank several choppins of ale with you, and the devil gain you any fine mark piece of gold, which a little after became our sklety stone, and you, the said Margaret Hamilton, relict of James Pullivart, has been any witch, and the devil's servant 30 years since hath renounced your baptism as said is, and ye and ilk of you was at a meeting with the devil and other witches at the cross of Muristane above Renial upon the 13th of October last, where you all danced and the devil acted the piper, and where you endeavoured to have destroyed Andrew Mitchell, son to John Mitchell, elder in Dean of Kenil. The charges thus made against the poor puddled bodies, Annapley Thompson and her associates, however ludicrous they may seem, were substantiated to the satisfaction of a jury. And for so meeting and dancing and drinking and frolicking with his satanic majesty, who condescended to act the piper, the unfortunate defendants were solemnly condemned to be taken to the West End of Boroughstoness, the ordinary place of execution there, upon Tuesday the 23rd day of December current, betwixt 2 and 4 in the afternoon, and then to be wirried at a stake, that is, like a bull or a badger, by dogs in human shape, till they be dead, and thereafter to have their bodies burned to ashes. The strange and eventful history of the witches of New England is perhaps generally known to the educated and informed. Still there must be many who are not aware of all its melancholy details. As a story of witchcraft without any poetry in it, without anything to amuse the imagination or interest the fancy, it perhaps surpasses everything upon record. The prosecutions for witchcraft in New England were numerous, and they continued with little intermission, principally at Salem during the greater part of the year 1692. The accusations were of the most vulgar and contemptible sort: invisible pinchings and blows, fits with the blastings and mortality of cattle, and wains stuck fast in the ground or losing their wheels. A conspicuous feature in nearly the whole of these stories was what they named the spectral sight, or in other words that the profligate accusers first feigned, for the most part, the injuries that they received, and next saw the figures and actions of the persons who inflicted them, when they were invisible to every one else. Hence the miserable prosecutors gained the power of gratifying the wantonness of their malice, by pretending that they suffered by the hand of any one against whom they had an ill will. The persons so charged, though unseen by any one but the accuser, and who in their corporal presence were at a distance of miles, and were doubtless wholly unconscious of the mischief that was hatching against them, were immediately taken up and cast into prison. And what was more monstrous and incredible, there stood the prisoner on trial for his life, while the witnesses were permitted to swear that his spectre had haunted them and afflicted them with all manner of injuries. The first specimen of this sort of accusation was given by one Paris, a minister of a church at Salem, in the end of the year 1691, who had 2 daughters, one 9 years old, the other 11, who were afflicted with fits and convulsions. The first person fixed on as the mysterious author of these evils was Tituba, a female slave in the family, and she was harassed by her master into a confession of unlawful practices and spells. The girls then fixed on Sarah Good, a female, known to be the victim of a morbid melancholy, and Osborne, a poor man, who had for a considerable time been bedridden, as persons whose spectres had perpetually haunted and tormented them, and Good was 12 months afterwards hanged on this accusation. A person who was one of the first to fall under the imputation was one George Burroughs, also a minister of Salem. He had, it seems, buried 2 wives, both of whom the busy gossips said he had used ill in their lifetime, and consequently it was whispered he had murdered them. He was accustomed, foolishly, to vaunt that he knew what people said of him in his absence, and this was brought as a proof that he dealt with the devil. 2 women who were witnesses against him interrupted their testimony with exclaiming that they saw the ghosts of the murdered wives present, who had promised that they would come, though no one else in the court saw them, and this was taken in evidence. Burroughs conducted himself in a very injudicious way on his trial, but when he came to be hanged, made so impressive a speech on the ladder, with fervent protestations of innocence, as melted many of the spectators into tears. End of Part 66. Part 67 of the Chronicles of Crime, Volume 1, by Camden PELHAM. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 67. Mary Bateman. commonly called the Yorkshire Witch, executed for murder. Part IV. The accusations founded upon such stories as these spread with wonderful rapidity. In Salem many were seized with fits, exhibited frightful contortions of their limbs and features, and became a fearful spectacle to the bystanders. They were asked to assign the cause of all this, and pretended to suppose that they saw some neighbour already solitary and afflicted, and on that account in ill odour with the townspeople, scowling upon, threatening, and tormenting them. Presently persons specially gifted with the spectral sight formed a class by themselves, and were sent about at the public expense from place to place, that they might see what no one else could see. The prisons were filled with the persons accused, and the utmost horror was entertained, as of a calamity which in such a degree had never before visited that part of the world. It happened, most unfortunately, that Baxter's Certainty of the World of Spirits had been published but the year before, and a number of copies had been sent out to New England. There seemed a strange coincidence and sympathy between vital Christianity in its most honourable sense, and the fear of the devil, who appeared to be come down unto them with great wrath. Mr. Increase Mather and Mr. Cotton Mather, his son, two clergymen of the highest reputation in the neighbourhood, by the solemnity and awe with which they treated the subject, and the earnestness and zeal which they displayed, gave a sanction to the lowest superstition and virulence of the ignorant. All the forms of justice were brought forward on this occasion. There was no lack of judges and grand juries and petty juries and executioners, and still less of prosecutors and witnesses. The first person that was hanged was on the 10th of June, 5 more on the 19th of July, 5 on the 19th of August, and 8 on the 22nd of September. Multitudes confessed that they were witches, for this appeared the only way for the accused to save their lives. Husbands and children fell down on their knees, and implored their wives and mothers to own their guilt. Many were tortured by being tied neck and heels together, till they confessed whatever was suggested to them. It is remarkable, however, that not one persisted in her confession at the place of execution. The most interesting story that occurred in this affair was of Giles Corey and Martha his wife. The woman was tried on the 9th of September and hanged on the 22nd. In the interval, on the 16th, the husband was brought up for trial. He said he was not guilty, but being asked how he would be tried, he refused to go through the customary form, and say, "By God and my country." He observed that of all that had been tried, not one had as yet been pronounced not guilty, and he resolutely refused in that mode to undergo a trial. The judge directed therefore that according to the barbarous mode prescribed in the mother country, he should be laid on his back and pressed to death with weights gradually accumulated on the upper surface of his body, a proceeding which had never yet been resorted to by the English in North America. The man persisted in his resolution, and remained mute until he expired. The whole of this dreadful tragedy, said Mr. Goodwin in his Lives of the Necromancers, was kept together by a thread. The spectre-seers, for a considerable time, prudently restricted their accusations to persons of ill repute, or otherwise of no consequences in the community. By and by, however, they lost sight of this caution, and pretended they saw the figures of some persons well connected, and of unquestioned honour and reputation, engaged in acts of witchcraft. Immediately the whole fell through in a moment. The leading inhabitants presently saw how unsafe it would be to trust their reputations and their lives to the mercy of these profligate accusers. Of 56 bills of indictment that were offered to the grand jury on the 3rd of January 1693, 26 only were found true bills, and 30 thrown out. Of the 26 bills that were found, 3 persons only were pronounced guilty by the petty jury, and these 3 received their pardon from the government. The prisons were thrown open, 50 confessed witches, together with 200 persons imprisoned on suspicion, were set at liberty, and no more accusations were heard of. The afflicted, as they were technically termed, recovered their health. The spectral sight was universally scouted, and men began to wonder how they could ever have been the victims of so horrible a delusion. Dr. Cook, in his General and Historical Review of Christianity, gives a melancholy description of the condemnation of a woman for witchcraft by a tribunal at Geneva, about the middle of the 17th century. An enumeration of some of the particulars of this case will afford a tolerably correct notion of the horrible cruelty which, in almost all proceedings against witchcraft, was practised in different parts of Europe. The woman was accused of having sent devils into 2 young women, and of having brought distempers upon several others, a charge sufficiently vague. To substantiate the accusation, the members of the tribunal availed themselves of an opinion that the devil imprinted certain marks upon his chosen disciples, the effect of which was that no pain could be produced by any application to the parts of the body where these marks were. They sent 2 surgeons to examine whether such marks could be discovered in the accused, who reported, not much to the credit of their medical skill and philosophy, that they had found a mark, and that, having thrust a needle into it the length of a finger, she had felt no pain, and that no blood had issued from the wound. Being brought to the bar, the prisoner denied the statement of the surgeons, upon which she was examined by 3 more, with whom were joined 2 physicians. It might have been expected that a body of men who had received a liberal education, and who must have had some acquaintance with the nature and construction of the human frame, would have presented a report showing the absurdity of the examination upon which they were employed. This, however, did not occur to them, for they gravely proceeded to thrust sharp instruments into the mark already mentioned, and into others which they thought they had found out. But as the miserable patient gave plain indication that she suffered from their operations, they were staggered, and satisfied themselves with declaring that there was something extraordinary in the marks, and that they were not perfectly like those commonly to be seen in witches. She was, notwithstanding, doomed to another investigation, the result of which was, that after some barbarous experiments she felt no pain, and hence it was inferred that the marks were satanical. She had previously to this last inquiry been actually put to the rack, but she retained her fortitude and presence of mind, firmly maintaining that she had sent no devils into the persons whom it was alleged she had thus injured. She was again threatened with the torture, and from dread of undergoing it, made a confession, which it is painful to think was not at once discerned to be the raving of insanity. Similar proceedings were continued, and the conclusion of the whole was that she was condemned to be hanged and burned for giving herself up to the devil, and for bewitching 2 girls. We conclude this article by the well-known case of the trial and acquittal of Lady Fowlis. Catherine Ross, Lady Fowlis, was the daughter of Ross of Balnagown, and second wife of the 15th Baron of Fowlis. The object of her crimes was to destroy her stepsons, Robert and Hector Monroe, with about 30 of their principal kinsmen, in order that her own children might succeed to the possessions of their father, which were considerable, and lay in the counties of Ross, Sutherland, and Inverness. Her brother, George Ross, seems to have been in league with her for the accomplishment of this diabolical purpose, and his wife, the young Lady Balnagown, was marked out as a victim, whose removal, with that of the rest of the family, might pave way for his marriage with the wife of Robert Monroe, the young laird. Their schemes were brought into active operation in the summer of 1577. Towards the end of that year 4 of their accomplices, Agnes Roy, Christian Ross of Connauth, William M'Gilly-Voricdam, and Thomas M'Kane, Moore M'Callan M'Cavock, were arraigned in a justice court held in the Cathedral Kirk of Ross, convicted and burnt. One of the judges who presided at this trial was Robert Monroe, the husband of the principal instigator of the crimes, and father of the family whose lives were practised against. Lady Fowlis, upon the discovery of her wickedness, fled into the county of Caithness, and after remaining there for the space of 3/4 of a year, her husband was persuaded to receive her home again, and she seems to have lived unmolested during the rest of the life of the old Baron, and even the young laird, for whose destruction she had perseveringly laboured, made no exertion to bring her to justice. His brother Hector, however, on succeeding him in 1590, procured a commission for the punishment of certain witches and sorcerers, which was understood to be aimed at his stepmother; but before he had time to act upon the power thus granted, she had influence enough to obtain a suspension of the commission, and it was not till July 1591 that she was brought to trial. The evidence mainly rested upon was that of the notoriety of the facts,
and the confession of the accomplices. Each count of the indictment closed with a reference to the record of the process before the Provincial Court, with the occasional addition of "as is notour," "as is manifest be the hale county of Ross," or words to that effect. The verdict was favourable to the accused, but Mr. Pitcairn is of opinion that her escape was owing to her powerful influence. The inquest, he says, bears all the appearance of a selected or packed jury, being very inferior in rank and station of life, contrary to the usual custom. The dittery, or indictment, is the only part of the proceedings that is preserved. Indeed, the reading of it seems to have constituted the whole case of the prosecutor, and the simple denial of the salmon and the hale points thereof, the whole case for the accused, and after which the jury retired to consider their verdict. The first method adopted to compass the deaths of the persons who stood in the way of her ambition was to form figures to represent the young Laird of Fowlis and the young Lady Balnagown, which were to be shot at with elf arrows, in conformity with the belief that, if these charmed weapons struck the typical bodies, the wounds would be felt in the real bodies, and produce invisibly the desired effect. For the performance of the necessary rites, a meeting of 3 witches took place in the house of Christian Ross at Canorth, Christian herself being one of them, Lady Fowlis another, and Marjorie Macalister, a hag of peculiar eminence, distinguished also by the name of Loskie Loncart, the third. Having constructed 2 images of clay, they placed them on the north side of the western chamber, and Loskie, producing 2 elf arrows, delivered one to Christian Ross, who stood by with it in her hand, while with the other Lady Fowlis shot twice at the figure of Lady Balnagown, and Loskie 3 times at that of Robert Monroe, without success. In the meantime, the images not having been properly compacted, crumbled to pieces, and their purpose being thus thwarted for the present, the unhallowed convocation broke up. Loskie having engaged, at the command of Lady Fowlis, to make 2 other figures, M'Gilly-Vordicam seems now to have been taken into their counsels, and by his advice an image in butter of the young Laird of Fowlis was placed by the side of the wall in the same western chamber of Canorth, and shot at 8 times with an elf arrow by Loskie, without effect. This was on the 2nd of July 1577, and, nothing discouraged by repeated failures, a clay figure of the same person was constructed on the 6th, when the indefatigable Loskie discharged the elf arrow 12 times, sometimes reaching the image, but never wounding it. The other 2 hags stood by, anxiously watching for a successful shot. Christian Ross, having provided 3 quarters of fine linen cloth, to be bound about the typical corpse, which was to be interred opposite the gate of the Stank of Fowlis, in order to complete the enactment by a full representation of every circumstance which they were desirous of producing as its consequence. The main part of the rite, however, consisted in the infliction of a wound, and this not having been accomplished, they desisted from the vain labour. The more secret arts of witchcraft having failed to effect the desired ends, Lady Fowlis next had to recourse to poison, and numerous were the consultations held to concoct drugs, and devise means for administering them. The same assailants figured as the chief agents in this equally abominable work. A stoup full of poisoned ale was first mixed in the barn of Drumnyer, but opportunity not serving for its immediate use, it was kept 3 nights in the kiln, and the stoup being leaky, the liquor was lost, all but a very small quantity, to prove the strength of which Lady Fowlis caused her servant lad, Donald Mackay, to swallow it. The 3 confederates were assembled on this occasion, and as the draught did not kill the boy, but only threw him into a state of stupor, Loskie Loncart was dismissed, with an injunction to make "ein pigful of ranker poison." The obedient hag prepared the potion, and sent it to her patroness, by whom it was delivered to her nurse, Mary Moore, to be conveyed to Angus Leith's house, where the young Laird then was, that it might be employed for his destruction. Night was the time chosen for dispatching her on this errand. She broke the vessel by the way, spilt the liquor, and wishing probably to ascertain the nature of what had been entrusted to her under such circumstances of mystery, tasted it, and paid the forfeit of her curiosity with her life. And what helps to show the deadly qualities of their preparation, the indictment adds that
the place where the said pig brack, the gers that grew upon the salmon were so hurch by beyond the nature of other gers that neither cow nor shep ever privet tasted thereof. It were endless to detail all the traffickings of messengers kept scouring the country to collect the required quantity of poison. Loskie Loncart was lodged and maintained a whole summer in Christian Ross's house, for the greater convenience of assisting to drug drinks and devise means of administering them. M'Gilly Vordicum was sent to consult the gipsies about the most effectual way of poisoning the young laird. He also purchased a quantity of the powder used to destroy rats, of a merchant in Elgin, and another portion in Tain, and was strictly questioned by Lady Fowlis whether it would suit best to mix the ingredient with eggs, brose, or kale. No fitting opportunity seems to have occurred for administering any of the portions to Robert Monro, but after 3 interviews, John Macfarquhar, Lady Balnagown's cook, was prevailed upon by the present of 2 ells of grey cloth, a shirt, and 12 and 4pence Scots, to lend them his aid in accomplishing their purpose on his mistress. That young lady being to entertain a party of friends one night at her house at Ardmore, a witch named Catherine Minday carried poison thither to Macfarquhar, who poured it on the principal dish, which was kidneys. This woman remained to witness the effects, and afterwards declared that she scunner it, or revolted at the sight, which was the sarest and maist cruel that ever sco saw, seeing the vomit and vexation that was on the young Lady Balnagown and her company. The victim of these horrible practices did not die immediately, but contracted a deadly sickness, wherein, says the indictment, sco remains yet, that is 12 years after taking the poison, incurable. The persons named as privy to the designs of Lady Fowlis were numerous, and included the daughter of a baronet of her own name, whose interest in the matter seems to have been merely that of a connection, or, at most, a clanswoman, and the bribes with which she purchased assistance and secrecy were of the paltriest kind. She provided lodgings in the houses of her adherents, for some whom she wished to have near her for the better maturing of her schemes. The cook of young Lady Balnagown was bribed, as we have seen, with little more than a shirt and a shilling sterling. The fidelity of Christian Ross was bespoken, by reminding her that she ought not to reveal anything against one who was her lady and mistress. Another of the gang was paid with 1/2 fullet of meal. M'Gilly Vordicum got 4 ells of linen for his trouble, but besides appropriated 6 and 8pence Scots of the money given to him to be expended for poison. At other times, however, this person was conciliated with 20 shillings, a furlot of meal, 5 ells of linen, and 16 shillings. The brother of Lady Fowlis is also said to have promised to Thomas McCain Moore McCallan McEvoch "ein garmouth of clace" suit of clothes for his services in the same base plot. From a review of this whole case, with others of the same date, it will appear that the crimes of former times were distinguished from those of the present day, not so much by the greater atrocity of any single act, as by the length of time for which they were meditated, and the number of persons admitted to a knowledge of them, without any fear of disclosure. They were the offspring of habitual thought, rather than the effects of sudden starts of passion. Immediately after the acquittal of Lady Fowlis, her stepson and prosecutor, the 17th Baron of Fowlis, was presented at the bar on an accusation in some respects similar, of which he also was found not guilty by a jury, the majority of whom had sat on the preceding trial. In January 1588-9, this gentleman being taken ill, sent a servant with his own horse to bring to his assistance Marian M'Ingarach, who is characterized as being "ane of the maist notorious and rank witches in all this realm," and who, as soon as she entered the house where he lay sick, gave him 3 drinks of water from 3 stones, probably rude stone cups. After a long consultation, she declared there was no hope of recovery unless the principal man of the patient's house should suffer death for him, and it was determined, after some discussion, that this substitute should be George Monro, eldest son of Catherine Monro, Lady Fowlis. A plan was next devised for transferring the onus moriendi for the present to George, according to which, in the first place, no person was to have admittance to the house in which Hector lay, until his half-brother came, and on his arrival the sick man with his left hand was to take his visitor by the right, and not speak until spoken to by him. In conformity with these injunctions, several friends who called to inquire for the patient were excluded, and messengers were dispatched both to George Monro's house and to other parts of the country where he was thought to be engaged in the sports of the chase. Before he could be found, 7 expresses had been sent after him, and 5 days expired. On the intelligence that his brother desired earnestly to see him, he repaired to the place, and was received in the form prescribed by the witch, Hector with his hand grasping George's right, and abstaining from speaking until asked how he did, to which he replied, "The better that you have come to visit me," and he uttered not a word more, notwithstanding his urgency to obtain an interview. The younger Monro having in this manner been brought fairly within the compass of the witch's spells, she that night mustered certain of her accomplices, and having provided spades, repaired to a spot where the 2 lairds' lands meet, and e'en after midnight digged a grave of the exact length of Hector Monro, and laid the turf of it carefully aside. They then came home, and M'Ingarach gave her assistants instructions concerning the part that each was to perform in the remaining ceremonies. The object, namely, the preservation of Hector's life and the death of George in his stead, being now openly stated, some of those present objected, that if the latter should be cut off suddenly, the hue and cry would be raised, and all their lives would be in danger. They therefore pressed the presiding witch not to make the sacrifice immediately, but to cause it to follow after such an interval as might obviate suspicion, which she accordingly engaged to accomplish, and warranted him to live till the 17th day of the ensuing April at least. This being arranged to the satisfaction of the persons assembled, the sick man was laid in a pair of blankets and carried out to the place where the grave had been prepared. The party were strictly enjoined to be silent, and only M'Ingarach and Christian Neil, Hector's foster mother, were to utter the necessary incantations. Being come to the spot, their living burden was deposited in the grave, the turf being spread over him and held down with staves. M'Ingarach stood by the side of the grave, and Neil, holding the boy, a son of Hector Leith, by the hand, ran the breadth of 9 rings, then returned and demanded, "Which is your choice?" Thereupon the other replied, "Mr. Hector, I choose you to live, and your brother George to die for you." This form of conjuration was twice gone through that night, and on its completion the sick man was lifted, carried home, not one of the company uttering a word further, and replaced in bed. To the efficacy of this spell was attributed not only the recovery of Hector, but the death of George Monro, though the latter continued in perfect health, not only for the time warranted by the witch, but for a year longer. He was taken ill in April 1590, and died on the 3rd of June following. M'Ingarach was highly favoured by the gentleman, who supposed he owed to her his life. As soon as his health was restored, be the devilish moyan foresaid, he carried her to the house of his uncle at Killermody, where she was entertained with as much obsequious attention as if she had been his spouse, and obtained such pre eminence in the country that no one durst offend her, though her ostensible character was only that of keeper to his sheep. Upon the information of Lady Fowlis, the protector of M'Ingarach was compelled to present her at Aberdeen, where she was examined before the king, and produce the stones out of which she had made the Baron drink. These enchanted cups were delivered to the keeping of the Justice Clerk, but we are not informed as to the fate of the witch herself. The indictment charged the prisoner that "ye gat your health be the devilish means foresaid," and further it said, "Ye are indicted for art and part of the cruel, odious, and shameful slaughter of the said George Monro, your brother, by the enchantments and witchcrafts used upon him by you and of your device, by speaking to him within your bed, taking of him by the right hand, conform to the injunctions given to you by the said Marian Ingarach in the said month of January 1589 years, through the which enchantments he took ein deadly sacknets in the month of April 1590 yetris, and continue in therein until June thereafter, deceasit in the said month of June, being the 3rd day of that instant." End of Part 67. Part 68 of the Chronicles of Crime, Volume 1, by Camden PELHAM. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 68. James Hardy Vaux, transported for privately stealing. Part 1. The adventures of James Hardy Vaux are not inferior in interest to those of the renowned Guzman de la Frache or Lazarillo de Tormes, and like those celebrated rogues, in order that the public may profit by his example, he has given the world a narrative of his exploits, in which philosophers may read the workings of an unprincipled conscience, the legislator may discover the effect of the existing laws upon the mind of a criminal, and by means of which the citizen may learn to detect the frauds by which he is so constantly, and but too frequently so successfully beset. So excellent a moral is to be derived from the memoirs of this criminal, well written as they appear to be, that we shall furnish the reader with occasional extracts from them, giving an abridgment of those portions of them which present features of less interest. James Hardy Vaux was born at Guildford, in the county of Surrey, in the year 1782, where his father, who was a foreigner, lived in the service of a Mr. Sumner as cook and house steward. It appears that the mother of this unfortunate man was born of highly respectable parents, her father being a Mr. Lowe, a solicitor in London, and that her marriage with her husband took place much against the wishes of her friends. In 1785 Mr. Lowe retired from business, and going to live in the country, he took with him his little grandson, whom he treated with parental fondness, sent him to school, and gave him a liberal education, such as to qualify him for his own profession. Mrs. Vaux's first imprudence had partially alienated the affection of her parents, and her subsequent conduct did not tend to restore their good opinion. Young Vaux, therefore, was entirely abandoned to the care of his grandfather and grandmother, and he complains that his natural parents never treated him with anything like proper affection. After 6 years' residence in the country, Mr. Lowe was prevailed upon to live with his daughter and son-in-law, who had recently commenced the hat business at Great Turnstile, Holborn. Young Vaux, being at this time 9 years old, was sent to a respectable boarding school at Stockwell, and after 3 years he returned to his grandfather, who had quitted, in consequence of family disagreements, the house of his son-in-law, and then resided in one of the squares. Mrs. Lowe's health declining, the family removed to Wisbeach, Cambridgeshire, where they continued for some time, and then returned to their original residence in Shropshire, young Vaux being now 14 years of age. Here he became acquainted with the son of John Moultrie, Esquire, a resident in the vicinity, and on that youth's removal to college, his father proposed to pay for Vaux to accompany him, but his indecision and obstinacy rendered the proffered kindness of no avail. The army or navy was his ambition, but as his grandfather would not consent to his entering either of these professions, the desire was abandoned, and after much hesitation he was ultimately bound an apprentice to Parker and Company, linen drapers, at Liverpool. As this step may be called his first entrance into life, we will let him speak for himself, as his conduct in his first situation clearly indicates his character, while it forcibly reminds youth of the danger they run in yielding to the first incentives to crime. "I was now," said Hardy Vaux, "turned of 14, my health and constitution good, my spirits elevated, and I felt all those pleasing sensations which naturally arise in a youthful mind, happy in conscious innocence, and flattered by the prospect of rising to honourable independence. The gaiety and bustle of this beautiful and improving borough at once charmed and amused me. I spent a week in viewing the public buildings, the environs, etc., but above all my admiration was excited by the numerous and capacious docks, by which ships of large burden are admitted, as it were, into the heart of the town, and discharge their rich and varied cargoes with surprising facility, which are deposited in spacious warehouses of amazing extent, and from 12 to 14 stories high, with which these noble docks are nearly surrounded. The opportunities I had, during my residence in Liverpool, of viewing the daily arrivals and sailings of merchant ships to and from all parts of the world, particularly the Guinea men, which formed a remarkably fine class of vessels, revived the latent desire I had for a seafaring life. and I wanted but little incitement, had the smallest opportunity offered, to take French leave of my masters, and gratify my rambling propensity. However, the bustle in which I was continually involved, and the new scenes of amusement which every succeeding day presented, suppressed the inclination for a time, but that it was not totally subdued will be seen hereafter. The establishment and economy of our house were upon the most regular plan. The former consisted of 6 apprentices, myself among the number, and 4 assistants at very liberal stipends, besides a nephew of the elder partner, who superintended the whole and officiated in the counting house. There were also several porters and other subordinates, for all of whom full employment was found. Being the junior apprentice, it was my province to polish the counters, trim the lamps, carry out small parcels, and to perform other inferior duties, when disengaged from which I assisted in waiting on retail customers, and making myself otherwise useful behind the counter. We had a plentiful table appropriated to us, to which we retired in turn during the hours of business, commodious and airy chambers, and in short we enjoyed every comfort we could desire. For the first month of my probation I behaved extremely well, and by my quickness and assiduity gained the good opinion of my employers, who wrote of me in the most favourable terms to my friends in Shropshire, nor did my expenses exceed my allowance for pocket money, which was fully adequate to every rational enjoyment. Among my fellow apprentices was a young man named King, some years older than myself, with whom, from a similarity of sentiment, I formed a close intimacy. He was of an excellent disposition, but a great lover of pleasure, and as his servitude was far advanced, and his prospects peculiarly flattering, he was under very little restraint, but gave the rein to his passion for dissipation. His expenses were profuse, but whether he indulged in them at the expense of his probity, I could never ascertain. He soon introduced me to several young men of his own stamp, and I became in short time as great a rake as the best of them. Nor was our conversation confined to our own sex, scarcely a night passing without our visiting one or other of those houses consecrated to the Cyprian goddess, with which the town of Liverpool abounds. In such a course of life, it is not likely that I could submit to limited hours. My companions and I seldom returned home before midnight, and sometimes not until the ensuing morning. Though we took measures to keep this from the ears of our employers, it could not fail to be known in time, and the consequence was a strong but tender remonstrance on my imprudence, which much affected me at the moment, but the impression was transitory and soon effaced. I plunged deeper and deeper into the vortex of folly and dissipation, until I was obliged to have recourse for advice to the Æsculapius of Gilead House. This irregular mode of life had borne hard upon my finances, and I had not as yet had recourse to fraud or peculation. I was liberally supplied by my relations on leaving Shropshire, and had received my first quarterly allowance, but an event which soon followed tempted me to the first breach of confidence and integrity. I had in my youth been passionately fond of cocking, a sport for which the county of Salop has always been famed, and though so young, I had constantly kept several cocks at walk, unknown to my parents, so that I had acquired a considerable share of experience and knowledge on the subject. One day, when I was sent with some muslins to wait on a lady in the environs of Liverpool near the canal, I accidentally passed a cockpit, where a great crowd was assembled, and I understood that a grand main was about to commence. Elated at this pleasing intelligence, I hastened to execute my commission, and returning to the house, entered it, and leaving my wrapper of goods in the care of the landlady, I ascended to the pit and took my seat. The company was, as usual, of a motley description, but there were many genteel persons. I ventured a few trifling bets at first, with various success, but at length an opportunity offering, which I considered as next to a certainty, I laid the odds to a large amount, flattering myself that by this stroke of judgment I should be enabled to figure away with increased éclat among my gay companions. After I had so done, greater odds were still vociferated, but in a moment the scene was changed. The fallen cock, in the agonies of death, made a desperate effort, and rising for a moment, cut the throat of his antagonist, who was standing over him in the act of crowing with exultation on his victory. The latter immediately fell, choked with the effusion of blood, nor did the victor survive him many moments. The whole pit resounded with acclamation, and the discord which ensued beggars description. I was not the only sufferer by this revolution of fortune. Many others had laid higher odds than myself, and to a much greater amount. I was soon surrounded by my creditors, to whom I disbursed every shilling I had about me, among which were some pounds I had just received from the lady for the goods, and for which I had given her a receipt. I was still something deficient, for which I pledged my honour to one of the parties, giving my address and promising payment on an early day. I now returned home filled with remorse and shame. But as the first false step of a young person insensibly leads to another, I added to my guilt by concealing the affair from my employers, and directed them to book the articles the lady had selected. I had a degree of false shame about me, which rendered me incapable of confessing the truth and promising amendment, or all might still have been well. In the evening I had recourse to the bottle to drown my chagrin, and I determined to purloin a certain sum every day in the course of my attendance on retail customers, until I had liquidated my debt of honour. Then I vowed to stop and reform. Delusive idea! How little did I then know my own weakness, or the futility of such resolutions in a young mind. And who, that once begins a career of vice, can say to himself, "Thus far will I go and no farther"? After I had discharged my engagement, I found a small sum must be raised for pocket money and other exigencies, as it would be above 2 months before I could expect a remittance. I therefore continued my peculation, and at length my evil genius suggested to me that I might, by venturing a small sum, become more fortunate at the cockpit, and repair the loss I had sustained, as miracles don't happen every day, and the odds must win in the long run. Thus I argued with myself, and, fatally for me, I tried the experiment. From this moment I never missed a day's fighting at the cockpit, and when sent on business which required my speedy return, I could not tear myself from the spot, but frequently stayed out several hours, and afterwards forged a lie to account for my delay. I sometimes came off a winner, but as I was not then acquainted with the art of hedging, by which the knowing ones commonly saved themselves, I was sure to be a loser at every week's end. But I managed matters so well that my frequent secretions from the till were not discovered, however they might be suspected. The extensive trade of the shop rendered it next to impossible, and what I abstracted was a trifle compared to the gross receipts of the day. My continued misconduct became now the subject of frequent remonstrances on the part of Mr. Parker, the resident partner, which not having had the desired effect, that gentleman wrote to my friends, informing them in general terms that I had unhappily formed improper connections, and that my late levity of conduct rendered me unfit to be received into their house, therefore desiring I might be recalled without delay. Mr. Parker concluded with a remark which I shall never forget, and which was peculiarly gratifying to my grandfather's, perhaps too partial, feelings. After expatiating on my general capacity for business, he added, "His smartness and activity are really wonderful." This letter produced a speedy answer, in consequence of which I was directed to hasten my departure, which took place in a few days. Mr. Parker giving me a great deal of wholesome advice at parting, observing that although it was not in his power to charge me with any direct criminality, my inconsiderate behaviour and the continued excesses of my conduct left but too much room for unfavourable conjectures. Behold me now returned to my grandfather after an absence of nearly 5 months, and this excursion may be called my first entrance into life. I could not help blushing at the consciousness of my own unworthiness, but the blind partiality of my dear parents induced them to believe me less culpable than I really was, and to listen readily to anything I had to offer in palliation of my errors. Having now tasted the vicious cup of pleasure, Vaux found a village too limited a sphere for his ambition, and resolved to try his fortune in London. His grandfather, having many friends in his own profession, gave him letters of introduction, which on his arrival in the metropolis procured him a situation as copying clerk in a solicitor's office. Resolving to be master of his own conduct, he did not visit the house of his father, who by this time had tried many businesses, but was unfortunate in all, but took private lodgings, and for 3 months conducted himself with great propriety. But getting acquainted with several young persons of both sexes, he gradually gave way to dissipation, visited the theatres, and became irregular in his attendance at his office, in consequence of which he was formally dismissed. Finding it still necessary to have some employment, he procured through one of his dissipated companions, the son of a wealthy citizen, a situation as clerk in the warehouse of Messrs. Key and Sons, wholesale stationers, in Abchurch Lane, Lombard Street, at a guinea a week. Here, however, he continued but for a short time, for he could not endure a confinement in the East End, so far from the resort of his old acquaintances, who chiefly frequented Covent Garden and the purlieus of Drury Lane. "During an abode," says he, "of 10 months in London, as I was frequently pushed for money, I availed myself of a genteel appearance and pretty good address, and taking advantage of the credulity of several tradesmen in the neighbourhood, I ordered wearing apparel of various kinds, and sometimes other goods upon credit, without much concern about the day of payment. However, I always took care to procure a bill of parcels with the articles, which precluded any charge of fraud, and left the matter, at the worst, but a debt contracted, for which, being a minor, I knew I could not be arrested. This was my first deviation from honesty since I left Liverpool. I was also frequently obliged to change my lodgings, and as payment of my rent would have required ready money, for which I had so many other uses, I commonly decamped under favour of the night, having previously removed my effects by various stratagems. As I was ashamed to let my grandfather know the true state of my affairs, and as I really grieved at the expenses I had already caused him, which I knew had much inconvenienced him, I forbore at last to trouble him for remittances, but falsely assured him that I was doing well, and enabled to live upon the profits of my industry. I desired he would abandon the idea of articling me to the law, as the expenses attending admission had of late years been so much increased by stamp duties, and as I could, if I continued the study, at a future period, practise under the sanction of another person's name, a custom then very prevalent, though irregular. By these assurances I quieted the good old man, and silenced any inquiries my friends might have instituted respecting me, as I now really wished to continue free from all restraint upon my person or actions, and foolishly flattered myself that I should, by some lucky event, ultimately secure the means of independence. These conjectures were, however, perfectly vague, and proceeding from no fixed idea whatever. On quitting my city employment I returned to the law, for which I still retained a partiality, and obtained a more liberal salary than before in an office equally respectable. Indeed, I was now become more useful, and had improved much, both in person and address, since my arrival in town. I was still frequently reduced to pecuniary straits, and obliged to have recourse to various expedients known only to men of the town for my support. Some of them, indeed, were bordering on dishonesty, and none of them very honourable, but to describe them individually is impossible, and a man who lives by his wits, as the phrase is, will assure you, if called to account, that he really could not for his life tell by what distinct means he makes out a living. As I now wrote uncommonly fast, I quitted the station of a weekly clerk, and obtained writings to copy by the sheet from the law stationers, by which I could earn considerably more money, and in this employment I continued to labour diligently for several hours every day, and sometimes half the night. When I had mind to relax from this occupation, and particularly if my finances were at a low ebb, I frequently resorted to the Blue Lion in Gray's Inn Lane, a house noted for selling fine ale, and crowded every night by a motley assemblage of visitors, among whom were many thieves, sharpers, and other desperate characters with their doxies. I was introduced to this house, from which hundreds of young persons may date their ruin, by a fellow clerk, who appeared to have a personal intimacy with most of these obnoxious persons. However, though I listened eagerly to their conversation, part of which was then unintelligible to me, and fancied them people of uncommon spirit, I was not yet sufficiently depraved to cultivate their acquaintance, but sat with a pipe in my mouth, enveloped in smoke, ruminating, like a philosopher, on the various characters who tread the great stage of life, and felt a sort of secret presentiment that I was myself born to undergo a more than common share of vicissitudes and disappointments. During his nightly resort to the Blue Lion he became acquainted with a young man named D, who had been steward on board a king's ship, but who had spent all his money, and had now resolved to go to Portsmouth, in hope of procuring a situation similar to the one he had left. Vaux, naturally inconstant, determined on accompanying him, and, having converted most of their clothes into money, they set off on foot, but had not proceeded farther than Kingston, when their cash became exhausted, and they owed a trifle to the mistress of the 8 Bells. "In this dilemma," says Vaux, "a sudden thought struck me. Calling for pen, ink, and paper, I told my companions I had a scheme in my head for raising a supply, but would not impart it until I had tried its success. I then drew up a sort of memorial to the following effect: To the ladies and gentlemen of Kingston, the writer hereof, a young man of respectable family and good education, having, by a series of misfortunes, been reduced to the greatest distress, is now on his way to Portsmouth, in hopes of procuring a situation in the navy, but being destitute of money for his present support, humbly solicits your charitable assistance towards enabling him to pursue his journey. To a noble mind, the pleasure of doing a good action is its own reward. The smallest donation will be gratefully received, and any lady or gentleman inclined to receive the writer is earnestly requested to subscribe his or her name hereto." Having completed this production, I desired my friend to wait patiently for my return, and assured him I doubted not of bringing speedy relief. I now set out on my expedition, and immediately waited on Mr. Mayor, who was a grocer; but in this first essay I was unsuccessful. His worship declared he never encouraged applications of this sort from strangers, and desired me to go about my business. I, however, took the liberty of subscribing his name to my memorial, by way of sanction, and gave his charity credit for a donation of 5 shillings. Young as I was at that time, I well knew that example in matters of this kind goes a great way, and that many persons without a grain of Christian benevolence in their composition will give liberally from motives of ostentation, when they see that their neighbours have already contributed, and that their own names and donations will also be made public. I experienced the truth of this notion, for I was successful in almost every application I afterwards made. Having visited a number of genteel houses, with various success, I was on the point of returning to impart my good luck to my companion, when, coming to a very handsome mansion house in the suburbs of the town, I thought I ought not to omit calling, and a person at that moment passing by, I inquired whose residence it was, and which was the entrance to the premises, for the house was situated in the midst of a spacious pleasure ground, remote from the high road, and it being quite dusk, I had not observed any avenue by which I could gain access to it. I was informed that it was the residence of Lady W., that a little further on I should perceive a door in the brick wall, which extended along the road side, and that if I entered at that door and proceeded in a straight direction, I should arrive at the servants' hall; but my informer cautioned me to keep close to another wall on my left hand, which divided this avenue from the lawn in front of the mansion, because there was a very large and fierce dog at the upper end, but which being chained up could not reach me if I followed the above directions. I thanked this obliging person, and immediately proceeded to the door described, which I entered, and walked cautiously, and not without some fear, by the wall side, till I perceived by the lights of the kitchen and the out offices that I was near the premises. It was now very dark, and I was carefully exploring my way, my mind full of apprehensions at the thought of this terrible dog, when lo! at that instant, to my inexpressible consternation, the ferocious animal made a spring at me, and I gave myself up for dead. However, though he was certainly within a yard of me, he did me no mischief, but my alarm was so great that, without knowing how or where to fly for refuge, I ran precipitately from the spot, and when I recovered myself from the fright, found myself in the pleasure ground in front of the mansion house. It appeared that I had, without knowing, escaped through a door in the wall, which was open on my left hand at the moment I was alarmed by the dog. I was now more at a loss than ever, for I knew of no way to get out of the pleasure ground except by the aforesaid door, and the fear of the dog prevented my attempting that passage. After wandering about for a few minutes, I approached the mansion, and, going up to one of the parlour windows, which were very large and on a level with the terrace before the house, I applied my eye to the glass, and discovered, through an aperture in the inside shutters, a numerous and splendid party of ladies and gentlemen at dinner. Having considered a moment, I determined on a very bold step, as I saw no alternative but remaining all night in the open air, exposed to the inclemency of the weather. Taking advantage of a pause in the company's conversation, I tapped with my finger at the window, and immediately the whole party were struck with wonder. In the midst of their surprise I repeated my knock, and then, after several voices exclaiming, "Good God! there is certainly somebody at the window," etc., a gentleman rose from the table, and advancing towards me, opened first the shutters and then the window itself, which might, in fact, be called a pair of folding doors, and these being thrown back, I walked in with the most respectful air I could assume, and presented myself to the astonished company. Having bowed twice or thrice, and given time for their alarm to subside, I began to make my speech. Apologizing for my presumptuous intrusion, I stated in a concise manner the fright I had endured from the dog, my embarrassment at not being able to find means of egress from the pleasure ground, and my having consequently taken the liberty of knocking at the window. I then presented my memorial, which was read in turn by most of the company, each of whom surveyed me with evident surprise. Having answered such queries as they thought proper to put to me, I was desired by the lady of the house to withdraw to the kitchen for a short time, and a servant was ordered to attend me thither. Here I had my story to repeat for the information of the domestics, who laughed heartily at the adventure of the dog, but afterwards seriously assured me that, had the animal not been chained, or had I approached within his reach, he would inevitably have torn me to pieces. The parlour dinner being over, and the dishes brought out, I was desired to fall to, and being really hungry, I wanted no pressing, but selected from the variety of good things on a table of a very fine buttock of beef, of which substantial fare I made a sumptuous meal. There was no scarcity of good malt liquor, and Lady W. very kindly sent me out a pint of red port, with a particular injunction, which, by the by, was unnecessary, that I should eat and drink heartily. At length I was summoned to attend the company in the parlour, and her ladyship then expressing her concern for my misfortunes, and her anxious hope that I should speedily find an end to them, presented me with half a guinea. The rest of the party also said many handsome things, and the majority of them contributed to my relief. In addition to these favours, one of the gentlemen, at the particular request of Lady W., took the trouble to write a letter in my behalf to the captain of a man of war supposed to be then lying at Portsmouth, entreating him to give me an appointment under him. Her ladyship, after obliging me to take another glass of wine, and repeating her sorrow for my distress, advised me to lose no time in prosecuting my journey, ordered a servant to conduct me to the door at which I had first entered her premises, and I took respectful leave of the truly benevolent party. End of Part 68. Part 69 of the Chronicles of Crime, Volume 1, by Camden Pelham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 69. James Hardy Vaux, transported for privately stealing. Part 2. Returning to the Eight Bells, I imparted my adventures to my friend, who was, of course, much pleased at my success, for I had realised between £4 and £5. I found this begging scheme so productive that I was in no hurry to pursue the Portsmouth speculation, and as we were both satisfied with our present quarters, it was agreed that we should continue a few days longer in Kingston, in which time I proposed to follow up my success by making a regular circuit among the inhabitants, and I in fact determined to levy similar contributions in every town which lay in our route. It is to be observed that this idea of raising money was perfectly original in me, for at that time I had never heard of such a practice, but have since discovered that it is a very common expedient, and is called by those persons who live by such impositions the letter racket. The following day I again sallied forth and met with equal success, visiting not only the houses of private persons, but even the respectable shopkeepers, etc. And I may here state, once for all, that in the course of this, as well as my subsequent speculations of the same nature, I met with various receptions according to the charitable or churlish dispositions of the people to whom I applied. Many pitied my case and cheerfully relieved me. Others expressed equal commiseration, but declined giving anything, either because they never encouraged beggars, or they had poor enough of their own to maintain. Some invited me into their parlours, treated me with excessive politeness, and obliged me to take refreshment at their own tables, and where there were any young ladies in the family, I was an object of particular solicitude, and the recital of my misfortunes drew many a sigh from their tender bosoms. Others desired me, like the Mayor of Kingston, to go about my business, and hinted that I ought to be sent to the House of Correction as a vagrant. Sometimes the servants who admitted me refused to present my memorial, declaring that they had strict orders from their masters or mistresses never to trouble them on such an occasion. The donations I commonly received were from 1 shilling to 5. Sometimes, but rarely, I was presented with gold, particularly at the seats of the nobility and gentry, all of which lying within a short distance of the road I travelled, I made a point of calling at, and for my information on this subject I provided myself with a comprehensive Book of Roads, in which those objects are correctly laid down. Some truly charitable persons, but whose means were limited, relieved me with 6d., and of course I was bound to accept such a trifle with as much appearance of thankfulness as I would a larger sum, and frequently, when I called at a farmhouse by the roadside, I have been compelled to take some cold meat or other eatables, which I afterwards bestowed upon the first more needy beggar I met on my way. It was my custom in general to travel on foot, making short stages, and putting up at a good inn in every town I entered, where I lived upon the best during my stay, and associated with London riders and other respectable guests. When tired of walking, I availed myself of a passing stage-coach or return post-chaise, and my only equipage was a spare shirt, handkerchief, etc., which, with my Book of Roads, I carried in a small bundle under my arm. On the evening of the second day, however, he was arrested and carried before the magistrates, charged as a rogue and vagabond. He referred the magistrates to one of his grandfather's friends in London, and the inquiries there satisfying them, he was discharged out of custody on the second day of confinement, and hastened back to town, his companion having proceeded to Portsmouth. After spending one dissipated evening in London, he set out next day to Portsmouth, and, notwithstanding the cheque he had received 3 days earlier, he stopped in Kingston, and levied contributions in the usual way on the charitable inhabitants, avoiding, of course, that part of the town where he had been before. This practice he continued on the road, and after the payment of his expenses, he still had £15 in his pocket. On his reaching Portsmouth, his fervour for the navy cooled on his finding that his friend D had procured a situation as a merchant's clerk, and he was after some time induced to enter into the service of an attorney. A short employment was quite sufficient to satisfy his industrious fit, and he soon quitted Portsmouth in disgust, and proceeded once more towards the great metropolis. There his good fortune threw before him an opportunity, which steadiness on his part only required to render most advantageous. Dining one day at the Saracen's Head, Snow Hill, he entered into conversation with a gentleman named Kennedy, a surgeon in the navy, who, pleased with his manner and address, procured for him an appointment as midshipman on board the Astrea frigate. Delighted with the prospect of at length entering the navy, he wrote to his grandfather, who immediately furnished him with £100 to purchase an outfit. On the voyage he became weary of his position as midshipman, and the captain being in want of a clerk, he tendered his services and was accepted. At the conclusion of a long cruise in the northern latitudes, the vessel made for England, and on their arrival in the Thames, Vaux proceeded to London. He there met with a dashing Cyprian, and unmindful of the future, he remained with her until all his money was spent, and then he found that his vessel had sailed, carrying with her his clothes, books, and all the little property of which he was possessed. Now, driven to the greatest distress, he had recourse to the gaming table, where for a short time he contrived, by associating with professed gamblers, to procure a precarious existence. But the summer approaching, and dupes becoming fewer, he obtained by application to Messrs. Dalton and Edwards, King's Bench Walk, a situation as clerk at £1 a week, with Mr. Dalton, a solicitor, of Bury St. Edmunds. Upon the whole, says he, this was one of the most agreeable employments I ever engaged in, and, had I prudently retained it for a few years, there is no doubt I should have met with the most liberal encouragement from my employer.
but my natural inconsistency still prevailed, and I had been but a few weeks at Bury before I grew tired of the country, and thought of nothing but returning to London, with such spoil as I could obtain from the credulity of the tradesmen in the town. With this view I bespoke clothes, boots, linen, and other articles at various shops, informing the parties that I should expect credit till the expiration of my quarter, to which, on account of the respectable gentleman I served, they readily consented. As soon as any of these goods were brought home, I immediately packed them up in small portable parcels, which I sent up to London by the coach, consigned to a pawnbroker with whom I was on intimate terms, desiring him to receive and keep them safe until he saw me. I also coached off in the same clandestine manner such of my own apparel, etc., as I had in my trunk, in which, to prevent discovery, I deposited stones or bricks to preserve its gravity. By these means I had nothing to impede my sudden departure, when rendered necessary by the arrival of the expected quarter day. I must here observe, to meet any surprise the reader might feel on the subject, that, as I had never at this time been connected with downright thieves, so I had never yet committed an actual theft, save the embezzlement of the money at Liverpool, which indeed the law has lately made a felonious taking. Though I therefore scrupled not at practising a fraud, I was not yet sufficiently depraved to commit a robbery. This will account for my not robbing the premises of Mr. Dalton, which at a subsequent period of my life would have been my primary object, as I had access to every part of the house, and have frequently viewed with longing eyes the servant cleaning a handsome service of plate in the pantry. I had now been about 2 months at Bury, and had no intention of absconding till the expiration of the 3rd, when an accidental event induced me to hasten my departure. One afternoon Mr. Dalton had written several letters in the office, and the footman being elsewhere engaged, he requested me to drop them in at the post office in my way home. I accordingly brought them out in my hand, and happening inadvertently to cast my eye on the superscriptions, I perceived that one was addressed to Mr. Lyne, tailor, Cecil Street, Strand, London. Being curious to know what correspondent Mr. Dalton could have with a tailor, I opened this letter, and found the contents to the following effect: Mr. Lyne, by the waggon which goes from hence on Monday next, and arrives at the Blue Boar in Bishopsgate Street on Wednesday night, I shall send you a portmanteau, corded and sealed, but not locked, containing 2 coats, 16 waistcoats, 14 pairs of breeches, and a suit of uniform of the City Light Horse. Most of these articles are nearly as good as new, but as they have now become unfashionable, I desire you will dispose of them to the best advantage on my account, and send me down by the same conveyance 2 suits made in the present taste, etc. It immediately struck me that, if I took measures accordingly, I might arrive in town time enough to intercept and obtain this trunk from the inn, for which purpose I put this letter in my pocket, and the others in the post office. The next day, happening to go into Mr. Dalton's kitchen, I there saw the portmanteau corded up and directed, and, on questioning the servant in a careless manner about it, he informed me that he was going to carry it to the inn the following evening, in readiness for the departure of the waggon. The same afternoon it happened, which was a most fortunate circumstance for me, that Mr. Dalton again begged of me to put some letters in the post office, which he had not done above twice or thrice since I came into his service. Looking at these letters, I saw to my surprise another addressed to Mr. Lyne as before, which, eagerly opening, I found was to mention something Mr. Dalton said he had forgot in his letter of the preceding day. I immediately destroyed this second letter, which, had it come to hand, might have frustrated my design. I now prepared matters for eloping, and sent off the remainder of my effects by the coach as before, but my good fortune produced another windfall, of which I had no expectation. The day before my intended departure, I was walking in the market place with a young man who was clerk to another attorney in the town, and the conversation turning upon watches, my companion observed that, if I wished to purchase one, he would introduce me to a maker of his acquaintance, who would use me well on his account. I took him at his word, and begged he would immediately do so. We were then within a few doors of the shop, into which we entered, and I perceived over the window in large characters, Lumley and Gudgeon, watchmakers. I laughed inwardly at the singularity of the latter name.
which I considered ominous of my success in the imposition I meant to put upon him. After a short preliminary conversation, my acquaintance, having business to do, took his leave, and Mr. Gudgeon himself proceeded to show me several watches. I informed him that I wished to have a good one, but my circumstances would not allow me to go to a high price. Mr. Gudgeon assured me it was better to have a good one at once, and recommended me to a very handsome gilt watch, capped and jewelled, and his own make, which he said he could warrant to perform well, and for which he asked me 8 guineas. I replied that as my weekly salary from Mr. Dalton was but £1, I could not afford to give so much, and began to examine others of a cheaper kind, but still letting him see that I had a strong inclination for the one he had recommended. This induced him to repeat his praises of the latter, and to press me with greater energy to fix upon it. I at length, with a show of much reluctance, suffered myself to be persuaded, but I begged leave to observe that as I was influenced in everything by the advice of my good master, Mr. Dalton, I would not venture to make so expensive a purchase without his approbation; that if he would therefore entrust me with the watch, I would consult Mr. Dalton, and give him, Mr. Gudgeon, a decisive answer the next morning. This he declared himself willing to do, on which I took both the watch and my leave together, and returned home. The next morning I attended the office as usual, but of course took no notice to Mr. Dalton of the affair in hand. During the space of time I allotted myself for dinner, I again called on Mr. Gudgeon, and told him that I would keep the watch, provided he should receive the payment by instalments, as I could not afford to pay the whole price at once. I therefore proposed to give him the ensuing Saturday 1 or 2 guineas, as I should find most convenient, and to pay him half guinea a week afterwards, until the whole was liquidated. To this he readily agreed, and having fitted a key to the watch, he begged leave to show me some chains and seals. Of the former he had none but gilt ones. I selected one of the neatest, and a handsome gold seal. I then decided to have a bill of parcels of the whole, observing that, whenever I paid a sum upon account, Mr. Gudgeon could make a memorandum of it at the bottom by way of receipt. Having obtained this, I departed, promising to be punctual in paying my first instalment on the day appointed. This took place on Tuesday, the portmanteau being now on its way to London, and the same evening I quitted my lodgings privately, leaving nothing behind but a trunk, containing brickbats and stones, and walked by moonlight to a village 4 miles distant, through which the stage coach was to pass next morning at 7 o'clock. I procured some supper at a decent public house, and retired to rest, desiring to be called in time for the coach. At the expected hour the stage made its appearance, in which I seated myself, and about 8 the same evening arrived at the Blue Boar, just 2 hours after the waggon, which I perceived standing in the yard. He received the portmanteau with little difficulty, and having disposed of its contents in various ways, lived upon the produce for 5 or 6 weeks, at the termination of which he thought it right to look out for a new situation. He found one in the office of Mr. Preston, a solicitor, and with the imprudence of dishonest persons entered upon it, though the office was next door to Dalton and Edwards, who had sent him down to Bury St. Edmunds. He was soon recognised by a clerk of Messrs. Dalton and Edwards, and being called into the parlour by Mr. Preston one morning, he was surprised at seeing his late master, who snatched the watch out of his fob, and promised to restore it to the owner. Vaux was then taken into custody, but a friend of his grandfather having come forward and indemnified Mr. Dalton for his loss, he was suffered to go at large, on a promise that he would quit London, where he was likely to come to disgrace and infamy, and endeavour to obtain employment in the country. The country had no charms for him, however, and he set about procuring a situation in some retail shop in town, for the sole purpose of embezzling the receipts. In consequence of an advertisement in a newspaper, he applied to a Mr. Gifford, the keeper of a masquerade warehouse, and there he obtained employment upon a forged representation of his good character. He did not fail at this place in collecting a good booty, and having at length, by means of stealing goods from the shop and embezzling money, which he had received on his master's account, secured about £60 worth of property, he suddenly absconded, and commenced a round of dissipation and gaiety. He had been at large scarcely a fortnight, however, before he was taken into custody at the instance of his late master, and upon his prosecution he was committed to the Quarter Sessions, but there his good fortune aided him, and in consequence of some informality in the proceedings he was acquitted. Upon a second appearance at the same bar he was not quite so successful, and it appears that, having been detected in the act of picking pockets with a companion named Bromley, they were both secured, and having been convicted, they were, on the 23rd of September 1800, sentenced to 7 years' transportation. Vaux was sent to Port Jackson in the following May, and there he was assigned to a Mr. Baker, a storekeeper at Hawkesbury, about 26 miles from Parramatta, who appointed him clerk. In consequence of his good conduct during the ensuing 3 years, he was promoted to a place in the Secretary's office in Sydney, but there, conspiring with his fellows in the commission of various frauds, he was discovered and sentenced to be worked in a road gang. During 2 months he continued in Sydney in this degraded condition, but then he was drafted to Castle Hill, a plantation 24 miles in the interior, and there, after about 10 months' service, he was appointed clerk to the superintendent of the works. Having subsequently served the office of clerk to the magistrates at Parramatta, he at length, on the 10th of February 1807, returned to England. There he found a woeful change had taken place, his father and his grandmother being dead, and all served to remind him of the sinful course of life he had led, and of his fallen condition. All his resolutions against returning to a dishonest mode of living were, however, unavailing, and at length he became a professed and a professional thief. In order the better to carry on his new trade, he associated himself with some fellows of dissolute habits, but at length meeting with his old friend Bromley, he resolved to quit his new companions, and to pursue his avocation with one accomplice only. In reference to his future proceedings, he says, "Having withdrawn myself from my late companions, I now became very circumspect in my proceedings, and as Bromley had neither the appearance nor the manners of a gentleman, I only made use of him occasionally in the course of my practice, keeping him in the background to receive and carry any articles which I purloined, and never suffering him to converse with or approach me except in private. I generally spent the mornings, that is from about 1 to 5 o'clock p.m., which are the fashionable hours for shopping, in visiting the shops of jewellers, watchmakers, pawnbrokers, etc. Having conceived hopes that this species of robbery would turn to a good account, and depending upon my own address and appearance, I determined to make a circuit of the town, and not to omit a single shop in either of those branches, and this scheme I actually executed so fully that I believe I did not leave 10 shops untried in all London, for I made a point of commencing every day in a certain street, and going regularly through it on both sides of the way. My practice was to enter a shop and request to look at gold seals, chains, brooches, rings, or any other small articles of value, and while examining them and looking at the shopkeeper in the face, I contrived by sleight of hand to conceal 2 or 3, sometimes more, in the sleeve of my coat, which was purposely made wide. On some occasions I purchased a trifling article to save appearances, at other times I took a card of the shop, promising to call again, and, as I generally saw the remaining goods returned to the window, or place from whence they were taken, before I left the shop, there was hardly a probability of my being suspected, or of the property being missed. In the course of my career I was never once detected in the fact, though, on 2 or 3 occasions, so much suspicion arose that I was obliged to exert all my effrontery and to use very high language in order, as the cant phrase is, to bounce the tradesman out of it, and my fashionable appearance and affected anger at his insinuations had always the effect of convincing him that he was mistaken, and inducing him to apologise for the affront put upon me. I have even sometimes carried away the spoil notwithstanding what had passed, and I have often gone a second and third time to the same shop, with as good success as the first. To prevent accidents, however, I made it a rule never to enter a second shop with any stolen property about me, for as soon as I quitted the first, I privately conveyed my booty to Bromley, who was attending my motions in the street, and herein I found him eminently useful. By this course of depredation I acquired on the average about £10 a week, though I sometimes neglected shopping for several days altogether. This was not indeed the only pursuit I followed, but was my principal morning's occupation, though if a favourable opportunity offered of getting a guinea by any other means, I never let it slip. In the evenings I generally attended one of the theatres, where I mixed with the best company in the boxes, and at the same time that I enjoyed the amusements of the place, I frequently conveyed pocket books, snuff boxes, and other portable articles from the pockets of their proprietors into my own. Here I found the inconvenience of wanting a suitable companion, who might have received the articles I made a prize of, in the same manner as Bromley did in the streets; but though I knew many of the light-fingered gentry, whose appearance fitted them for my company, yet their faces being well known to the police officers who attended the theatres, they would not have been suffered to enter the house, and herein I possessed an advantage which many of these gentry envied me, for being just arrived in England, and a new face upon the town, I carried on my depredations under the very noses of the officers without suspicion. Having therefore at first no associate, I was obliged to quit the theatre and conceal my first booty in some private spot before I could make, with prudence, a second attempt. Upon the whole, I was very successful in this pursuit, also at least as to the number of articles I filched, and had their value been reasonably proportionate to what I expected, I need not long have followed so hazardous an employment. I have very frequently obtained 9 or 10 pocket books, besides other articles, in an evening, and these being taken from gentlemen evidently of fortune and fashion, I had reason to expect I should some time meet with a handsome sum in bank notes. But fortune did not favour me therein, for during near 12 months' almost nightly attendance at one or other of the public places, I never found more than £20 in a book, and that only on one occasion. I several times got £5, £10, or £11, but commonly £1, £2, or £3, and most generally 4 books out of 5 contained nothing but letters, memorandums, and other papers useless to me. At the same time I knew frequent instances of the common street pickpockets getting a booty of 50, 100, and sometimes £300 or £400. However, I never failed to pay the expenses of the night, and if I gained nothing, I enjoyed at least a fund of amusement, which was to me the highest gratification. It sometimes happened that the articles I got, particularly pocket books, were advertised by the losers within a few days as lost, and a reward offered for their restoration. Where this reward was worth notice, I frequently restored the property by means of a third person to whom I could confide in, and whom I previously tutored for the purpose. In the meantime, the manner in which I spent my life, abstracted from the disgraceful means by which I supported myself, was, as I have formerly hinted, perfectly regular and inoffensive. Though I lived by depredation, yet I did not, like the abandoned class of common thieves, waste my money and leisure time in profligate debauchery, but applied myself to the perusal of instructive and amusing books, my stock of which I daily increased. I occupied genteel apartments in a creditable house, the landlord of which understood me to hold a situation under government, and every part of my conduct at home tended to confirm his opinion of my respectability. I was scrupulously exact in my paying my rent, as well as the different tradesmen in the neighbourhood with whom I had occasion to deal, nor did I ever suffer any person of loose character to visit me, but studiously concealed from those of my acquaintance my place of residence. I was sometimes indeed so imprudent as to resort, for company's sake, to some of those public houses frequented by thieves and other dissolute characters, the landlord of which is himself commonly an experienced thief or returned transport. When I had a mind to relax a little, or grew tired in domestication, I disguised my appearance as much as I could, and repaired to a house of this description, sometimes taking my Dulcinea with me, whom I shall shortly introduce to the reader, and whose person and dress I was not a little proud of exhibiting in public. This fondness for flash houses, as they are termed, is the rock on which most persons who live by depredation unhappily split, and will be found in the sequel to have brought me to my present deplorable condition, for the police officers, or traps, are in the daily habit of visiting these houses, where they drink with the thieves, etc., in the most familiar manner, and I believe often obtain secret information by various means from some parties respecting the names, characters, pursuits, etc., of others. By this imprudent conduct I also became personally known to many of the officers, which was productive of great danger to me in the exercise of my vocation, whereas had I avoided such houses, I might have remained unknown and unsuspected by them for a series of years. The Dulcinea alluded to above was an unhappy girl of the town, whom he took into keeping and afterwards married. This poor creature behaved to him in the most exemplary manner, and proved by her conduct that she was worthy of a better fate. Going one day to a public meeting at the Mermaid Tavern, Hackney, he picked a gentleman's pocket of a silver snuff box, which he handed to the landlady. The box was missed by the owner, and on Vaux claiming it, he was taken into custody, but such is the glorious uncertainty of the law that he was acquitted on his trial, contrary to his own expectation. End of Part 69. Part 70 of the Chronicles of Crime, Volume 1, by Camden Pelham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 70. James Hardy Vaux, transported for privately stealing. Part 3. The next adventure, says Vaux, I shall have occasion to relate, more fully confirms the justice of the remark, that the connections formed by persons during temporary confinement in a jail commonly lead to further acts of wickedness, and frequently entail on the parties a more severe punishment than that which they have just escaped. This was exactly my unhappy case, and now I come to the most fatal era of my eventful life. In the same ward with myself were confined two brothers, very genteel young men, who had been recently cast for death for privately stealing some valuable rings, etc., from the shop of a jeweller in Leadenhall Street. As a conformity of character, or similarity in pursuits, is the strongest source of friendship, so these persons and myself had become very intimately acquainted. In the course of our frequent conversations on the subject, with which we were all three alike most conversant, the brothers informed me that they had, like myself, made a successful tour of the jewellers' shops in London, and on our comparing notes as to the particular persons we had robbed, or attempted to rob, they pointed out about half a dozen shops which it appeared I had omitted to visit, arising either from their making no display of their goods, or from their being situated in private streets, where I had no idea of finding any such trades. Though at that time neither they nor myself entertained much hope of my acquittal, it was agreed that, in the event of my being so fortunate as to recover my freedom, I should pay my respects to the several tradesmen I had so overlooked, and I promised, in case I was successful, to make them a pecuniary acknowledgment in return for their information. At the moment of my joyful departure from Newgate, they accordingly furnished me with a list of the shops in question, and gave me full instructions and useful hints for my guidance therein. They particularly pointed out a Mr. Bilger, a goldsmith and jeweller of the first eminence in Piccadilly. This gentleman, they assured me, I should find, in the technical phrase, a good flat. They advised me to bespeak a diamond ring or similar article, and to request a sight of some loose diamonds for the purpose of selecting such stones as I might wish to have set, informing me that he was generally provided with a large quantity, which he would not fail to show me, and that I might with ease purloin a good number of them. A day or two after my release I made the prescribed experiments, and was fortunate enough to succeed pretty well at nearly every shop, but I reserved Mr. Bilger for my final essay, as he was the principal object of consideration, and from whom I expected to obtain the most valuable booty. On the day se'nnight after my trial at the Old Bailey, I prepared in due form to pay him a visit. About 5 o'clock in the evening I entered his shop, dressed in the most elegant style, having a valuable gold watch and appendages, a gold eye-glass, etc. I had posted my old friend and aide-de-camp, Bromley, at the door, in order to be in readiness to act as circumstances might require, and particularly to watch the motions of Mr. Bilger and his assistants on my quitting the premises. On my entrance, Mrs. Bilger issued from a back parlour behind the shop, and politely inquiring my business, I told her I wished to see Mr. Bilger. She immediately rang a bell, which brought down her husband from the upper apartments. He saluted me with a low bow, and handed me a seat. I was glad to find no other persons in the shop, Mrs. Bilger having again retired. I now assumed the air of a Bond Street lounger, and informed Mr. Bilger that I had been recommended by a gentleman of my acquaintance to deal with him, having occasion for a very elegant diamond ring, and requested to see his assortment. Mr. Bilger expressed his concern that he happened not to have a single article of that description by him, but if I could without inconvenience call again,
he would undertake in 1 hour to procure me a selection from his working jeweller, to whom he would immediately dispatch a messenger. I affected to feel somewhat disappointed, but looking at my watch, after a moment's reflection, I said, "Well, Mr. Bilger, I have an appointment at the Cannon Coffee House, which requires my attendance, and if you will without fail have the articles ready, I may probably look in a little after 6. This he promised faithfully to do, declaring how much he felt obliged by my condescension, and I sauntered out of the shop, Mr. Bilger attending me in the most obsequious manner to the outer door. After walking a short distance, Bromley tapped me on the shoulder, and inquired what conduct I meant next to pursue, for he had viewed my proceedings through a glass door in the shop, and saw that I had not executed my grand design. I related to Bromley the result of my conversation with Mr. Bilger, and added that I meant to retire to the nearest public house, where we would enjoy a pipe and a glass of negus until the expiration of the hour, to which I had limited myself. We accordingly regaled ourselves at a very snug house, nearly opposite Bilger's, until about 6:30, when I again repaired to the scene of action, leaving Bromley as at first posted at the door. Mr. Bilger received me with increased respect, and producing a small card box, expressed his sorrow that his workmen had only been enabled to send 3 rings for my inspection, but that if they were not to my taste, he should feel honoured and obliged in taking my directions for having one made, and flattered himself he should execute the order to my satisfaction. I proceeded to examine the rings he produced, one of which was marked 16 guineas, another 9 guineas, and a third 6 guineas. They were all extremely beautiful, but I affected to consider them as too paltry, telling Mr. Bilger that I wanted one to present to a lady, and that I wished to have a ring of greater value than the whole 3 put together, as a few guineas would not be an object in the price. Mr. Bilger's son, who was also his partner, now joined us, and was desired by his father to sketch a draft in pencil of some fancy rings, agreeable to the directions I should give him. The 3 rings I had viewed were now removed to the end of the counter next to the window, and I informed the young man that I wished to have something of a cluster, a large brilliant in the centre, surrounded with smaller ones, but repeated my desire that no expense might be spared to render the article strictly elegant and worthy a lady's acceptance. The son having sketched a design of several rings on a card, I examined them with attention, and appeared in doubt which to prefer, but desired to see some loose diamonds, in order to form a better idea of the size, &c. of each ring described in the drawing. Mr. Bilger, however, declared he had not any by him. It is probable he spoke the truth, or he might have lost such numbers by showing them as to deter him from exhibiting them in future. Without having made up my mind on the subject, I now requested to see some of his most fashionable brooches or shirt pins. Mr. Bilger produced a show glass, containing a variety of articles in pearl, but he had nothing of the kind in diamonds. I took up 2 or 3 of the brooches, and immediately sunk a very handsome one, marked 3 guineas, in my coat sleeve. I next purloined a beautiful clasp for a lady's waist, consisting of stones set in gold, which had the brilliancy and appearance of real diamonds, but marked only 4 guineas. I should probably have gone still deeper, but at this moment a lady coming in desired to look at some earrings, and the younger Mr. Bilger immediately quitted his father to attend upon her at the other end of the shop. It struck me that now was my time for a decisive stroke. The card containing the diamond rings, procured from the maker, lying very near the show glass I was viewing, and many small articles irregularly placed round about them, the candles not throwing much light upon that particular spot, and Mr. Bilger's attention being divided between myself and the lady, to whom he frequently addressed himself, I suddenly took the 3 rings from the card, and committed them to my sleeve to join the brooch on the lady's clasp, but had them so situated that I could in a moment have released and replaced them on the counter, had an inquiry been made for them. I then looked at my watch, and observing that I was going to the theatre, told Mr. Bilger that I would not trouble him any further, as the articles before me were too tawdry and common to please me, but that I would put the card of drafts in my pocket book, and if I did not meet with the ring of the kind I wanted before Monday or Tuesday, I would certainly call again and give him final directions. I was then drawing on my gloves, being anxious to quit the shop while I was well, but Mr. Bilger, who seemed delighted with the prospect of my custom, begged so earnestly that I would allow him to show me his brilliant assortment of gold watches, that I could not refuse to gratify him, though I certainly incurred a great risk by my compliance. I therefore answered, "Really, Mr. Bilger, I am loath to give you that unnecessary trouble, as I have, you may perceive, a very good watch already, in point of performance, though it cost me a mere trifle, only 20 guineas, but it answers my purpose as well as a more valuable one. However, as I may probably before long want an elegant watch for a lady, I don't care if I just run my eye over them." Mr. Bilger replied that the greater part of his stock were fancy watches adapted for ladies, and he defied all London united to exhibit a finer collection. He then took from his window a show glass containing about 30 most beautiful watches, some ornamented with pearls or diamonds, others elegantly enamelled or chased in the most delicate style. They were of various prices, from 30 to 100 guineas, and the old gentleman, rubbing his hands with an air of rapture, exclaimed, "There they are, sir, a most fashionable assortment of goods. Allow me to recommend them. They are all a-going, sir, all a-going." I smiled inwardly at the latter part of this speech, and thought to myself, I wish they were going with all my heart, along with the diamond rings. I answered they were certainly very handsome, but I would defer a minute inspection of them until my next visit, when I should have more time to spare. These watches were ranged in exact order, in 5 parallel lines, and between each watch was placed a gold seal, or other trinket appertaining to a lady's watch. It was no easy matter, therefore, to take away a single article without it being instantly missed, unless the economy of the whole had been previously deranged. I contrived, however, to displace a few of the trinkets on pretence of admiring them, and ventured to secrete one very rich gold seal, marked 6 guineas. I then declared I could stay no longer, as I had appointed to meet a party at the theatre, but that I would certainly call again in a few days, and lay out some money in return for the trouble I had given. Mr. Bilger expressed his thanks in the most respectful terms, and waited upon me to the door, where he took leave of me with a very low congé à la mode de France, of which country he was a native. I now put the best foot foremost, and having gained a remote street, turned my head, and perceived Bromley at my heels, who seized my hand, congratulating me on my success, and complimenting me on the address I had shown in this exploit, for he had witnessed all that passed, and knew that I had succeeded in my object by the manner in which I had quitted the shop. He informed me that Mr. Bilger had returned to his counter, and without attending to the arrangement of the articles thereon, had joined his son, who was still waiting upon the lady, and that he, Bromley, had finally left them both engaged with her. Such was his rapacity that he renewed his visit to Mr. Bilger's shop, but the reception he met satisfied him that he was suspected. He, however, left an order for a splendid ring, and while the jeweller's son, as Vaux thought, was taking down his directions, he was only writing a description of his person, and a handbill in a few days was widely circulated among the pawnbrokers, peace officers, etc. A day or two after Vaux called at Turner's, a pawnbroker, in Bridges Street, Covent Garden, to redeem some article he had pledged, when he saw such manoeuvres in the shop as induced him to make a precipitate retreat and go into concealment. At length necessity, as he says himself, forced him out, and the first night he stole from a shop in Ludgate Street property to the amount of £4 or £5, with which he was so much pleased that he returned for his wife and took her out to walk. Contrary to her earnest remonstrance, they went to a flash house near Clare Market, where the landlord betrayed him into the hands of justice, and he was hurried off to the watch house. Next day he underwent an examination at Bow Street, and was remanded. During the interval between his first and second appearance, he had completely metamorphosed his person by cutting his hair and whiskers, and putting on a mean suit of clothes. But all would not do. He was recognised through this disguise, and fully committed. His trial came on at the Old Bailey, February 15th, 1809, and, the facts being sworn to, he was found guilty. Death. The sentence was afterwards commuted to transportation for life, preparatory to which he was conveyed on board the Retribution hulk at Woolwich. I had now, says Vaux, a new scene of misery to contemplate, and of all the shocking scenes I had ever beheld, this was the most distressing. There were confined in this floating dungeon
nearly 600 men, most of them double ironed, and the reader may conceive the horrible effects arising from the continual rattling of chains, the filth and vermin naturally produced by such a crowd of miserable inhabitants, the oaths and execrations constantly heard among them, and above all from the shocking necessity of associating and communicating more or less with so depraved a set of beings. On arriving on board, we were all immediately stripped and washed in large tubs of water. Then, after putting on each a suit of coarse slop clothing, we were ironed and sent below, our own clothes being taken from us, and detained till we could sell or otherwise dispose of them, as no person is exempted from the obligation to wear the ship dress. On descending the hatchway, no conception can be formed of the scene which presented itself. I shall not attempt to describe it, but nothing short of a descent to the infernal regions can be at all worthy of a comparison with it. I soon met with many of my old Botany Bay acquaintances, who were all eager to offer me their friendship and services, that is, with a view to rob me of what little I had, for in this place there is no other motive or subject for ingenuity. All former friendships or connections are dissolved, and a man here will rob his best benefactor, or even messmate, of an article worth 1 halfpenny. Every morning at 7 o'clock all the convicts capable of work, or in fact all who are capable of getting into the boats, are taken ashore to the Warren, in which the Royal Arsenal and other public buildings are situated, and are there employed at various kinds of labour, some of them very fatiguing, and while so employed, each gang of 16 or 20 men is watched and directed by a fellow called a guard. These guards are most commonly of the lowest class of human beings, wretches devoid of all feeling, ignorant in the extreme, brutal by nature, and rendered tyrannical and cruel by the consciousness of the power they possess. No others but such as I have described would hold the situation, their wages being not more than a day labourer would earn in London. They invariably carry a large and ponderous stick, with which, without the smallest provocation, they will fell an unfortunate convict to the ground, and frequently repeat their blows long after the poor sufferer is insensible. At noon the working party return on board to dinner, and at 1 again go on shore, where they labour till near sunset. On returning on board in the evening, all hands are mustered by a roll, and the whole being turned down below, the hatches are put over them and secured for the night. As to the food, the stipulated ration is very scanty, but of even part of that they are defrauded. Their provisions, being supplied by contractors and not by government, are of the worst kind, such as would not be considered eatable or wholesome elsewhere, and both the weight and measure are always deficient. The allowance of bread is said to be about 20 ounces per day. 3 days in the week they have about 4 ounces of cheese for dinner, and the other 4 days a pound of beef. The breakfast is invariably boiled barley, of the coarsest kind imaginable, and of this the pigs of the hulk come in for a third part, because it is so nauseous that nothing but downright hunger will enable a man to eat it. For supper they have on banyan days burgoo, of as good a quality as the barley, and which is similarly disposed of, and on meat days the water in which the beef was boiled is thickened with barley, and forms a mess called smiggins, of a more detestable nature than either of the 2 former. The reader may conceive that I do not exaggerate when I state that among the convicts the common price of these several eatables is, for a day's allowance of beef, 1 halfpenny, ditto of cheese, 1 halfpenny, ditto of bread, 3 halfpence, but the cheese is most commonly so bad that they throw it away. It is manufactured, I believe, of skimmed milk for this particular contract. The beef generally consists of old bulls or cows who have died of age or famine. The least trace of fat is considered a phenomenon, and it is far inferior upon the whole to good horseflesh. I once saw the prisoners throw the whole day's supply overboard the moment it was hoisted out of the boat, and for this offence they were severely flogged. The friends of these unhappy persons are not allowed to come on board, but must remain alongside during their visit. The prisoners are, it is true, suffered to go into their boat, but a guard is placed within hearing of their conversation, and if a friend or parent has come 100 miles, they are not allowed above 10 minutes' interview, so that instead of consolation, the visit only excites regret at the parties being so suddenly torn asunder. All letters, too, written by prisoners, must be delivered unsealed to the chief mate for his inspection before they are sent ashore, and such as he thinks obnoxious are of course suppressed. In like manners, all letters received from the post office are opened and scrutinised. If I were to attempt a full description of the miseries endured in these ships, I could fill a volume; but I shall sum up all by stating that besides robbery from each other, which is as common as cursing and swearing, I witnessed among the prisoners themselves, during the 12-month I remained with them, one deliberate murder, for which the perpetrator was executed at Maidstone, and one suicide, and that unnatural crimes are openly committed. From the misery of the hulks he was removed on the 15th of June 1810, for the second time to Botany Bay. His wife, who had all along manifested the utmost attention, was prevented by a succession of unfortunate circumstances from seeing him previous to his departure, nor does it appear that he knew what became of her afterwards. On the 16th of the following December, the transport arrived at Sydney Cove, where Vaux found that the report of his exploits in London had preceded him. He endeavoured to make interest with the governor, in the hope of being employed as a clerk, but this being his second visit, he was listened to with distrust, and was sent up the country to a settler, who used him with great barbarity. To escape from this tyranny, Vaux feigned himself sick, and thus procured his removal to the hospital, from which he was discharged in a month, and appointed overseer to a town gang. He now resolved to lead a correct life, and establish, if possible, a character for himself, seeing, as he says, the necessity of good conduct, from the consequences that invariably attend on an improper one. If we believe him, he adhered firmly to his vows of rectitude, but his notorious character operated against him, and he fell a victim to prejudice and the depravity of a youth who was a veteran in iniquity. This young villain's name was Edwards. He was servant to Mr. Bent, the judge advocate, from whom he purloined bills and money. Vaux, suspecting his dishonesty, warned him of his danger, but the artful thief accounted for his being so flush in money by the presents he was in the habit of receiving from his master's visitors. One evening he came running into Vaux's lodgings, and requested of him to keep some articles and parcels which he put into his hand. Vaux at first refused, but was ultimately prevailed on to keep them for a few minutes. Edwards had scarcely departed, when he thought he did wrong, and acquainted his landlord with the transaction. That person desired him to go immediately and deliver the property up to the judge advocate in a public manner, as the only way left him to escape being implicated with Edwards, and with this advice Vaux resolved to comply, but having stopped first to smoke a pipe before he had finished it, 2 officers entered and apprehended him. His conduct was open, and his landlord disposed in his favour, but Edwards accused him, in revenge for giving up the property, of being an accomplice, and he was finally banished to the Coal River, where he continued doing all kinds of work for 2 years, after which he was permitted to return to Sydney, where he was once more placed in the town gang. Again he renewed his vows of rectitude, but was unable to obtain any station less degrading than the one in which he was placed. The picture before him was disheartening in the extreme, an exile for life, and compelled to labour at the basest and lowest employment of mankind. A British sailor took compassion on him, and offered in 1814 to conceal him in his vessel until she should sail, and he embraced the generous proposal, but after lying close and undiscovered for 4 days, some one on board gave information, and the unfortunate wretch was dragged ashore, punished with 50 lashes, and sentenced to transportation to the Coal River for 1 year. In a few days, he says in his memoirs, I was accordingly embarked with 11 other prisoners, and a second time landed at Newcastle, from whence I had been absent nearly 12 months. On my arrival, it happened that the storekeeper of that settlement was in want of a clerk, and he applying to the commandant for me, I was appointed to that situation, in which I still continue, and having scrupulously adhered to my former vows of rectitude, and used every exertion to render myself serviceable to my employer, and to merit his good opinion as well as that of the commandant. I have had the satisfaction to succeed in these objects, and I am not without hope that, when I am permitted to quit my present service and return to Sydney, my good conduct will be rewarded with a more desirable situation. I have now been upwards of 7 years a prisoner, and knowing the hopeless sentence under which I labour, I shall, I trust, studiously avoid in future every act which may subject me to the censure of my superiors, or entail upon me a repetition of those sufferings I have already too severely experienced. I have thus described, perhaps too minutely for the reader's patience, the various vicissitudes of my past life. Whether the future will be so far diversified as to afford matter worthy of being committed to paper, either to amuse a vacant hour, or to serve as a beacon which may warn others to avoid the rocks on which I have unhappily split, is only known to the great Disposer of events. The memoirs written by himself, from which we have extracted the most interesting passages, here terminate. We have been more willing to give the adventures of this notorious villain as he gives them, although we confess that we are of the opinion that there is some exaggeration in what he states, because, however great may be the depravity of which he admits he was guilty, his punishments and his miseries convey a moral most forcibly depicting the danger of such a line of conduct as he adopted. His memoirs were written by himself in the year 1816, and were published in London about 3 years afterwards. Of his subsequent career we know little, but we learn by recent accounts received from Sydney that this hoary old sinner, at the age of 57, has been convicted and sentenced to an imprisonment of 2 years' duration upon a charge of indecently assaulting a girl of tender age. Whatever may have been his course of life in later years, however frightful may have been his career of sin in his younger days, we hold that this new offence, of which he has been found guilty, is the crowning crime of the whole, and we regret that the human heart should have arrived at such a degree of profligacy as to admit the guilt of youth, and to be unable to withstand its temptation in old age. End of Part 70. Part 71 of the Chronicles of Crime, Volume 1, by Camden PELHAM. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 71. John Whitmore, alias Old Dash, executed for a rape. The summary punishment of a ravisher by a conscientious emperor of the Turks in days of old, if now perchance inflicted, might more tend to check the inordinate unlawful lust of men than all the public executions of such destroyers of the peace of females. It is said that Mahmud, Sultan of Damascus, one night, while he was going to bed, was addressed by a poor villager, who complained that a young Turk of distinction had broken into his apartment and forced him to abandon his wife and family to his abuses. The good Sultan charged that, if the Turk returned, he should immediately give him notice of it. 3 days after, the poor man came again with the same complaint. Mahmud took a few attendants with him, and being arrived at the complainants, commanded the lights to be extinguished, and rushing in, cut the ravisher to pieces. He then ordered a light to see whom he had killed, and being satisfied, he fell on his knees and returned God thanks, after which he ate heartily of the poor man's bread, and gave him a purse of gold. Being asked the reason of this extraordinary behaviour, he replied, "I concluded this ravisher was one who might fancy himself entitled to my protection, and consequently might be no other than my son. Therefore, lest the tenderness of nature should enervate the arm of justice, I resolved to give it scope in the dark. But when I saw that it was only an officer of my guards, I joyfully returned God thanks. Then I asked the injured man for food to satisfy my hunger, having had neither sleep nor sustenance from the moment I heard the accusation, till I had thus punished the author of the wrong, and showed myself worthy of my people's obedience." Upon the same principle as that acted upon by the worthy Turkish Sultan, the hut of the meanest peasant is, by the law of England, as sacred as the most gorgeous palace, and the chastity of his wife or daughter should be held inviolate. The instances of disobedience to the laws in this respect are but too frequent, and in no case have circumstances of greater atrocity appeared than in that which we shall now detail. John Whitmore was capitally indicted for a rape on the person of Mary, the wife of Thomas Brown, on the 24th of October 1810, on the Common between Hayes and West Bedford. The prisoner was a labourer in the powder mills at Harlington Common, and the prosecutrix, who lived at Hayes, having one of her sons by a former husband living as a servant with Mr. Potts, a farmer at West Bedford, had gone thither about 12 o'clock with some clean linen for him. She stopped at a public house in the neighbourhood whilst he changed his linen, and there saw the prisoner, who, after asking her several questions, told her she had come much the longest way about, on her way from Hayes, and offered to show her a much shorter cut over the heath on her return. The prosecutrix thanked him, and accepted his offer. He accompanied her, as if for that purpose, decoyed her 2 miles out of her way to an unfrequented part of the heath, among some bushes, under pretence of looking after a stray horse, and there brutally violated her person. The poor woman, who was 47 years of age, as soon as she could ran away from him over the heath, and again lost her way. By accident she met a gentleman who put her in the right road, and she reached her home about 8 o'clock at night. She was afraid to tell her husband what had occurred till the following Sunday. The husband next day set out with the constable in search of the prisoner, from the description given by his wife, and on Tuesday traced him to a public house at Twickenham, where he was known by the familiar appellation of Old Dasher, and there, after a stout resistance, he was taken into custody. The facts were, on his trial, which took place at the Old Bailey on October 1810, clearly established by the poor woman, and the common sergeant having summed up the evidence, the prisoner was convicted and received sentence of death, in pursuance of which he was subsequently executed. Agnes Adams, imprisoned for uttering a forged note. For 3 or 4 years previous to this trial, numberless impositions had been practised upon the unwary in the metropolis by the passing of paper manufactured in imitation of the notes of the Bank of England, which were traced to have originated in the Fleet Prison, a receptacle for debtors only. The notes, it seems, were printed on paper similar to those of the Bank of England, but upon the slightest inspection they were easily detected. The great success of sharpers passing them chiefly arose from the hurry of business and from the novelty of the fraud. The shopkeeper would see the word 1, 2, 3, etc., an exact imitation of the genuine notes, but did not examine farther, or he would have found, instead of pounds, the counterfeit expressed pence, and instead of Governor and Company of the Bank of England, the words Governor and Company of the Bank of Fleet substituted. The offence of publishing these notes, however, was not deemed a forgery. The circulation of Fleet paper was generally entrusted to profligate women, who cohabited with the men who made them. This mode was less suspicious, and in a single year had been carried on to a considerable amount. Of this description, and we would adduce many such, was Agnes Adams, who, in passing one of such notes, filled up with the words 2 pence as a £2 Bank of England note to Mr. Spratts, a publican of St. John Street, Clerkenwell, was by him detected, seized, prosecuted, and convicted at the Middlesex Sessions, 1811. The punishment could only be extended to 6 months' hard labour in the House of Correction. The fraternity of thieves about London have fabricated cant names for the different articles which they steal. The Fleet notes were called flash screens. Richard Armitage and Charles Thomas, executed for forgery. The crime for which these men justly suffered was a forgery of the very worst description, having for its effect a scandalous breach of public trust, a robbery upon the very corporation which they were bound to protect from the nefarious attempts of others. It appears that they were connected with a person named Roberts, who was apprehended on a charge of swindling, on which he was remanded from the police office to Coldbathfields prison in the year 1810. In a few days he succeeded in making his escape from the jail, in company with a man named Harper, by the most extraordinary means. From the evidence adduced before the magistrates, before whom an inquiry into the escape took place, it appeared that the prisoners were locked up in the usual way at night, but that in the morning they were found to have escaped. On the jail being examined, 6 gates which had been locked were found standing open, and it was discovered that the prisoners had completed their design by scaling the outer wall, which they had ascended by means of the scaffolding round a lodge which was in the course of being built, and from which they had reached the ground by means of a rope, which was found still hanging on the outside. The most anxious inquiries were made after Roberts, but it was not until the month of April 1811 that he was discovered at a tavern at Vauxhall, where he had passed himself off as a country attorney, and was taken into custody. He then, to save his own life, impeached the partners in his villainy, and Armitage and Thomas, who were clerks in the Bank of England, were in consequence secured. Armitage was first taken, and he was examined at Marlborough Street, and committed for a trial on charges of forging dividend warrants to the amount of £2,400, and Thomas was almost immediately afterwards apprehended and committed on the same charges. At the ensuing sessions they were put on their trial, when the case proved against them was, that they were bank clerks in the Imperial Annuity Office, and that they had forged a warrant to obtain the dividends due upon a sum of money belonging to a person who had been dead 3 years, and whose executors had not applied for the property. In pursuance of the warrants forged in this case, the amount paid was £360, and the prisoner Thomas signed the book as an attesting witness. The case was proved by Roberts and his wife, whose testimony, however, was corroborated by that of other witnesses, and the prisoners were found guilty and were sentenced to death. The unhappy men were executed on the 24th of June 1811 at the Old Bailey, pursuant to their sentence. Armitage, from severe illness, was supported to the scaffold by a friend. He was also accompanied by a clergyman, to whose admonitions he appeared to pay great attention. His companion was a Catholic, and he was attended by a priest of that persuasion. He exhibited great fortitude. The secret of Roberts' escape was not discovered for a considerable time afterwards, when he was induced to confess that, through the means of a bribe offered to the person who swept the cells, he was enabled to procure impressions in wax of the keys which would be required to open the doors through which he and his fellow prisoner would have to pass. Having obtained these, he soon got keys made, and he was assisted in his flight by this friend at court. It was supposed, however, that he had some other more powerful ally than a sweeper, and considerable changes in the management of the gaol were subsequently made. The punishment for the crime of forgery, a few years only before this time, was much less severe than that which was now inflicted, the increase of the offence having rendered an alteration in its severity necessary. It would appear, however, that the efforts of the legislators produced anything but the desired effect, the frequency of the offence being increased instead of diminished. The ancient punishment for this crime we find thus minutely described in a London periodical publication for the year 1731. June 9th. This day, about noon, Japhet Crook, alias St. Peter Stranger, was brought to the pillory at Charing Cross, according to his sentence for forgery. He stood an hour thereon, after which a chair was set on the pillory, and he being put therein, the hangman, with a sort of pruning knife, cut off both his ears, and immediately a surgeon clapped a styptic thereon. Then the executioner, with a pair of scissors, cut his left nostril twice before it was quite through, and afterwards cut through the right nostril at once. He bore all this with great patience, but when, in pursuance of his sentence, his right nostril was seared with a red-hot iron, he was in such violent pain that his left nostril was let alone, and he went from the pillory bleeding. He was conveyed from thence to the King's Bench Prison, there to remain for life. He died in confinement about 3 years after. Jane Cox, executed for murder. The practice of apothecaries selling poison in their shops to strangers, who purchase it under the pretence of its having to be employed in killing rats, is one which cannot be too severely reprobated, and even punished. In Mantua of old, it appears from Shakespeare's Romeo and Juliet that it was an offence punishable with death, for the apothecary says, "Such mortal drugs I have, but Mantua's law is death to any he that utters them." And the peace and safety of society might be secured, and crime and suicide rendered much less frequent, if some such provision were made in England. On the subject of selling poison for the purpose of committing murder, we find, from Hill's Journey through Sicily and Calabria, that in the year 1791, at Palermo, a city not far distant from Mantua, an old woman was executed for dealing out such mortal drugs. "Many people in this town and neighbourhood (Palermo)," says this author, "died in a sudden and extraordinary manner. They were generally seized with vomiting, and expired in a few hours. A young woman went to an officer of justice to make some complaints concerning her husband. He desired her to be reconciled, and refused to proceed against him, upon which she turned away in a rage, muttering that she knew how to be revenged. The magistrate paid attention to what she said, and gave orders for her being arrested, when, upon strict inquiry concerning the meaning of her word, she confessed that it was her intention to poison her husband by purchasing a bottle of vinegar from an old woman, who prepared it for that purpose. In order to ascertain the truth of this story, another woman was sent to the old jade to demand some of the vinegar, which was sold for about 10d. a bottle. 'What do you want with it?' said the vendor. 'Why,' replied the other, 'I have a very bad husband. I want to get rid of him.' Hereupon the old woman, 72 years of age, produced the fatal dose, upon which she was immediately seized, and conducted to prison, where she confessed that she had sold 45 or 46 bottles. Many people were taken up, but as, upon further inquiry, it was discovered that several of the nobility had been purchasers, the affair was dropped, and the old woman alone suffered death. To proceed, however, to the case of the unfortunate prisoner whose name heads this article. On the 9th of August 1811, she was indicted at the assizes for the county of Devon for the wilful murder of John Trenaman, an infant 16 months old, and Arthur Tucker was indicted as an accessory before the fact. The latter was a respectable farmer, living at Hatherley in Devonshire, and the infant was his natural child. It appeared that Jane Cox had, on the 25th of May 1811, administered to the child a quantity of arsenic, by putting it into the child's hands, which it put into its mouth and ate, and in consequence died in about 2 hours. The prisoner, in her written confession, had implicated Tucker as having persuaded her to commit this act, and stated that he had taken the arsenic from under the roof of a cottage, and given it to her, and promised her a £1 note if she would administer it to the child. The prisoner, Jane Cox, after a trial of 7 hours, was convicted, but Tucker, who called a number of respectable witnesses, who gave him a very high character, was acquitted, the woman's story being unsupported by evidence, and being disbelieved. On Monday the 12th of August 1811, pursuant to her sentence, the unfortunate woman was brought to the New Drop, the place of execution, and underwent the sentence of the law. She addressed the spectators at some length, and in a very audible manner. She repeated her former confession, with some further particulars respecting the means used by Tucker to prevail on her to commit the horrid deed, for which she acknowledged she ought to die, but lamented that the person who had instigated her to the commission of it was not also to suffer with her. Michael Whiting, executed for poisoning his brothers-in-law. Crime has different shades, but a deeper dye cannot be given to it than when one in the assumed rôle of sanctity attempts to dip his hands in human blood, particularly when the blood is united to him by ties of consanguinity. Michael Whiting lived at Downham, where he occasionally preached, being a Methodist parson. But as the bounty of those who listened to his pious exhortations was not very large, he endeavoured to add to his resources by keeping a shop in which he sold bread, meal, &c., and also drugs, being at once a comforter of the soul and body. This hypocrite had 2 brothers-in-law named George and Joseph Langman, who resided on a small farm near Downham. They were both under age, and had 2 sisters, one of whom was married to Whiting, and the other, aged 10 years, lived with her brothers. To possess himself of the small estate of these youths, Whiting had recourse to a most diabolical plan. The little sister was sent to his shop for some bread, and learning from her that the housekeeper of the brothers was about going from home for a few days, he affected much kindness, and promised paying them a visit. He did so, and with unusual liberality brought with him materials for making a pudding or 2, observing to the housekeeper, Catherine, be sure you make the boys a pudding before you go." After doling out a few texts of Scripture which he had ready on all occasions, and which he applied with about as much judgment as Sancho Panza did his proverbs, he departed, taking with him the little girl, tenderly remarking that her sister would take better care of her than her brothers during the housekeeper's absence. Catherine made the puddings, but remarked during the process that the dough would not properly adhere, and when she departed she left them in a kneading trough. The brothers, not suspecting that any mischief was intended, boiled one of the puddings for dinner, and when properly done sat down to partake of it, but before they had swallowed 3 mouthfuls they were seized with violent vomitings. Suspecting that the pudding was poisoned, they threw a small piece of it to a sow in the yard, which she had scarcely swallowed when the poor animal was taken sick, and after a lingering short time died. The elder brother, by the application of proper medicine, soon recovered, but the younger lingered for a long time ere he regained his health. The pudding was now analysed by a professor of chemistry, who found it to contain a large quantity of corrosive sublimate of mercury, and no other poisonous ingredient, a fact which destroyed the defence set up by Whiting, that he had laid some nux vomica for rats, some of which he supposed that had got among the meal. For this offence Whiting was indicted at the Isle of Ely Assizes on Thursday the 5th of March 1811, when, in addition to the above facts, it was proved that in the event of the Langermans' death he would come in for their property, in right of his wife, as the next heiress of her brothers. The trial lasted till 6 o'clock in the evening, when the jury retired, and after a deliberation of 10 minutes found the prisoner guilty, when he was immediately sentenced to be hanged. End of Part 71. Part 72 of the Chronicles of Crime, Volume 1, by Camden Pelham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 72. Harriet Magnis, tried for child stealing. The offence for which this woman was tried was one which, at the time of its commission, attracted a very considerable degree of attention. The child stolen was the offspring of a respectable couple living in Martin's Lane in the City, named Dellow, and it appears that he was playing with his little sister in the neighbourhood of his mother's house, when he was suddenly missed, and all tidings of him were lost. A woman, it was proved, had been seen in the neighbourhood immediately before the child was lost, and suspicion rested upon her, but although the most vigilant search was made, her person could never be identified. Suspicion first fell upon an innocent lady, the wife of a surgeon in the Navy, and after 2 examinations of several witnesses, all of whom mistook her person, she was committed for trial at the Old Bailey. On her trial, however, she was acquitted, as indeed there appeared to be no proof of her identity, and the case was still pervaded by the same uncertainty as before. At length the mystery began to develop itself. The first information received in London was from a magistrate in Gosport, acquainting Mr. and Mrs. Dellow of the discovery that their child was safe there, and ready to be delivered to its parents. The father instantly set off, and soon after returned home with his son, when he was required to appear before the Lord Mayor of London, where he found William Barber, the keeper of the Gosport prison, ready to give evidence against a woman of that town, of the name of Harriet Magnis, in whose possession the child was found. This man, having seen a handbill describing the child, got information that it was at Gosport, and went to the lodgings of Mrs. Magnis, who lived in a very respectable way. He asked her if she had a child, and if it was her own, to which she replied, rather faintly, that it was, but upon his saying that he doubted it, and desiring to see the child, she took him very readily to the room where it was in bed, and confessed to him that she had found the boy in London. She afterwards, however, confessed the whole affair, and her motive for the robbery. She said that her husband, who was a gunner on board one of his Majesty's ships, and had saved a considerable sum of money for a man in his station of life, was extremely partial to children, and had often expressed his most anxious wish to have a little darling, as he used to term it. His wife, not less anxious to gratify him in this respect, wrote to him while at sea, that she was in the family way. The gunner, highly delighted that he had obtained his desired object, sent home the earnings of many a cruise, amounting to £300, with a particular charge that the infant should be well rigged and want for nothing. If a boy, so much the better. The next letter from his hopeful wife announced the happy tidings that his firstborn was a son, and that she would name him Richard, after his father. The husband expressed his joy at the news, and counted the tedious hours until he should be permitted to come home to his wife and child. At home he at length arrived, but at an unfortunate time, when the dear Richard was out at nurse, at a considerable distance, change of air being necessary to the easy cutting of his teeth. The husband's time being short, he left England with a heavy heart, without being able to see his offspring, but he was assured that on his next trip to Gosport he should have the facility he had so often pined for, of clasping his darling to his bosom. It was not until November 1810 that he was at liberty to revisit home, when he had again the mortification to find that his son, whom he expected to see a fine boy of 3 years old, had not yet cut his teeth, or that he was from home on some other pretence. The husband, however, was not to be pacified thus. He would go and see his son, or his son should come to him. Mrs. Magnis, finding him determined, thought the latter the much better way, and accordingly set off to fetch the boy. The metropolis occurred to her as the market best calculated to afford her a choice of children, and passing down Martin's Lane, she was struck with the rosy little citizen, Tommy Dellow, and at once determined to make him her prize. He was playing with his sister at the greengrocer's shop door, into which Mrs. Magnis went, with the double view of purchasing some apples and carrying off the boy. She made much of the sister, caressed the boy, and gave him an apple. The children being pleased with her attention, she asked the little girl to show her to a pastry cook's shop to buy some cakes, when she got clear off with the boy, and left the girl behind. Poor Magnis felt a parental affection for the boy, and when the imposition was discovered before the magistrates, he was grieved to the heart at being obliged to part with him under all the circumstances of the transaction. The woman, upon evidence being produced of these facts, was committed to Winchester jail for trial, but at the assizes she escaped on account of her being indicted in the wrong county, the felony having been committed in London. Benjamin Walsh, Esquire, MP. Tried for felony. The name of Mr. Walsh was long known in the city as that of a daring mercantile speculator, and it appears that having thrown himself into considerable difficulties, he succeeded in wiping them all off by a commission of bankruptcy, and almost immediately afterwards obtained a seat in Parliament. Among the dignified members of the House of Commons, Sir Thomas Plummer seemed to entertain an opinion of Mr. Walsh which was in no degree altered by his recent transactions, and he entrusted him with £22,000 to purchase government securities for him. Mr. Walsh, however, laid out the greater part of the money in the stocks of the United States of America on his own account, and endeavoured to flee to that land of refuge for the guilty, but was overtaken by the arm of justice at the very port from which he intended to sail from his native country. He was unfortunately, for his own design, too pertinacious of his privilege of franking letters, and he continued even while flying from London, when one would have supposed he would have endeavoured to remain unknown, to dispatch letters to his friends endorsed Free B. Walsh. These communications being stopped by an order of the government, the course of his flight was discovered, and he was followed to Falmouth by a Bow Street runner, and the solicitor of Sir Thomas Plummer, by whom he was secured and brought to London. He was indicted at the ensuing Old Bailey sessions for the offence of stealing the money, when Mr. Garrow appeared for the prosecution and Mr. Scarlett for the defence. Upon the witnesses being examined, Sir Thomas Plummer stated that he had given the money to the prisoner for the express purpose of purchasing exchequer bills. He had given it to him in a cheque for which he got cash. The prisoner did afterwards lodge £6,000 of the bills at Sir Thomas's bankers. Mr. Scarlett, in addressing the court for the defence, hoped he should not be understood to entertain any other sentiments of this offence than a conviction of the moral turpitude of the prisoner, and he was satisfied the prisoner himself entertained no other sentiment, and felt all the contrition belonging to such a crime; but it now became his duty to make such objections as occurred to him. First, there could be no charge of this sort for stealing the cheque, for it was in evidence that the prosecutor had given it to the prisoner for a specific purpose, and it was not altogether misapplied, for he had purchased some exchequer bills, and the law did not allow the act of felony to be in part separated. The second objection was under the statute of the second year of the reign of George II, by which the security intended by the legislature was given to such property as was still available to the party prosecutor. In this case the party prosecutor had parted with all control over the cheque by delivering it to the prisoner. Thirdly, the felonious intent of the party taking was not in itself sufficient to constitute a felony when the party to whom the property belonged had relinquished his control over it, and in support of these objections he referred to several cases in point. After some observations by Mr. Garrow, it was agreed that the jury should find a verdict subject to the future opinion of the 12 judges upon the Chief Baron's report. The Chief Baron acquiesced in this arrangement, and then adverted to that part of the evidence which went to show the previous intent of the prisoner to commit the felony, observing at the same time that it was impossible, upon such evidence, not to find the prisoner guilty, who, in consequence of the objections made by his counsel, would have the benefit of the judgment of the 12 judges hereafter. The jury immediately returned a verdict of guilty. During the whole of the trial the prisoner was much affected. The result of the argument before the judges was that the facts proved did not, in estimation of law, amount to felony, and as Walsh had been convicted of that offence, he received a free pardon. The Commons expelled him from his seat in their house, and he was again made a bankrupt, whereupon Sir Thomas found himself entitled only to a pitiful dividend under the second commission. The murder of the Marrs and Williamsons. The close of the year 1811 was productive of two scenes of blood which struck horror into all hearts. We allude to the murders of the families of the Marrs and the Williamsons in Ratcliffe Highway, which were accomplished under circumstances of the most frightful atrocity and of the most extraordinary mystery. It appears that Mr. Marr was a linen draper in a respectable way of business, living in Ratcliffe Highway, and that his household establishment consisted of himself, his wife, and infant child, a shop boy, and a servant woman. It was his custom to close his shop at about 11 o'clock, when he and his assistant proceeded to dispose of the commodities which had been exposed for sale during the day by placing them on the shelves. On a dark evening at the beginning of the month of December 1811, he was engaged in the customary manner, his shop being closed, when the servant woman was dispatched to procure some oysters for supper from a neighbouring shop. On her quitting her master's house, she left the door ajar, in order that she might procure a ready access on her return, and she went directly to the house of a person who resided only a few doors off to purchase the fish. She found, however, that they had sold the whole of their stock, and she was therefore compelled to go further, and having purchased the quantity required, and had them opened, she returned immediately to the residence of Mr. Marr. On her reaching the door, she found that it was closed, and she rang the bell. No answer was, however, returned, and she repeated her application to the wire. Still no one came, and a watchman coming up at the moment inquired what she was doing there. She informed him of the errand on which she had been sent, and that she could not obtain an entrance, upon which he pulled the bell with great violence, but his efforts were attended with no better effect than those of the servant girl. Some alarm was now begun to be felt, and the next door neighbour coming out to learn the cause of the interference of the constables, 3 or 4 persons soon collected, amongst whom a consultation was held as to the best mode of proceeding. Various courses were suggested, a continued application to the knocker and bell being made in the meantime, and at length, no answer being given, it was determined that the wall which divided Mr. Marr's back premises from those of the adjoining house should be scaled, in order that the cause of the silence might be ascertained. The watchman, aided by the strangers who had collected near him, soon made an entrance into Mr. Marr's premises, but on going into the house a sight met his eyes before which the stoutest heart would have quailed. The murdered remains of Mr. Marr and his shop boy lay before him in the shop. The body of Mrs. Marr was in the passage, and that of the infant in its cradle, all warm and all steeped in gore. The watchman, having recovered from the effect of the stupor which this horrid sight had produced in his mind, immediately ran to the door, and having opened it, gave an alarm to those outside of the frightful murders which had been committed. An apprehension was entertained that the assassins might still be employed in plundering the house, and instant search was made, but without success, and it was ascertained that the murderers, intimidated probably by the girl's ringing the bell, had escaped from the back window, across some mud which lay in the backyard, and through a way whose intricacies would have been threaded by none but persons who had previously reconnoitred the situation. In the meantime the report of the murders had spread like wildfire, and thousands of persons collected round the house, notwithstanding the late hour of the night. But although many volunteers were found, and an instant search was made through the whole of the surrounding district, nothing was discovered which could in the remotest degree afford a clue to the discovery of the persons implicated in the diabolical transaction. A minute examination of the house took place when daylight afforded an opportunity for it to be done with good effect, and then a ripping chisel or hook, such as are used by carpenters and joiners, was found lying near the body of Mr. Marr, and some marks of blood were discovered on the window, through which the murderers had escaped, but nothing was found which could induce a supposition that any goods or money had been carried off. In the meantime the murders had caused a most extraordinary sensation throughout the metropolis, and various reports were in circulation as to the manner in which they had been committed, and the most active inquiries were made with a view to the collection of evidence to be produced before the coroner's jury. Upon an inquest being held, in addition to the facts above detailed, it was proved by the servant girl that on her quitting her employer's house, her master and the shop boy were in the shop, and her mistress and the child were in the kitchen below, but no facts were proved which could at all lead to the discovery of the persons implicated in the foul deed. From the testimony of the girl it was supposed that very soon after she had quitted home the ruffians had entered the shop, probably under pretence of making a purchase, and having closed the door, had attacked Mr. Marr, whom they had knocked down and there killed by cutting his throat. They had next seized the boy, who apparently had made some resistance, and dispatched him in a similar manner, and Mrs. Marr now coming upstairs to inquire into the cause of the tumult and confusion which was doubtless created, she was in turn murdered in the same manner, with her husband and the shop boy. One would have imagined that the infant in its cradle would have escaped in this scene of carnage, but it was imagined that it had cried at being so long left alone, and the blood-thirsty monsters, afraid lest a discovery should take place in consequence of its calls, descended and terminated its existence by cutting its throat, so as almost to sever its head from the body. There being no further evidence to produce, the inquest was at length, after several adjournments, concluded, and a verdict of wilful murder against some person or persons unknown was returned. The funeral of these victims of villainy took place on Sunday the 15th of December 1811 at the church of St. George in the East, when the bodies of the family of Mr. Marr were deposited in one grave, in the presence of their sorrowing friends and of an immense concourse of people, by whom the utmost respect and decorum were exhibited. The body of the shop boy was interred by his friends. Would that our tale of blood could terminate here! It is, however, our painful task to inform our readers of other murders taking place under precisely similar circumstances with those of the Marr family, and within 10 minutes' walk of the place in which they were perpetrated. The horror and dismay produced by the atrocious event which we have just detailed had not yet subsided. The exertions of the police to discover the parties concerned in it had not yet been abated. The earth which had been thrown over the graves of the unhappy victims was not yet settled, ere the neighbourhood of Ratcliffe Highway was again the scene of a crime as horrible as that which still struck terror into the minds of all persons. On Thursday night, the 19th of December, the neighbourhood of New Gravel Lane was thrown into a state of the most violent confusion by loud cries of murder proceeding from the King's Arms public house, situated at No. 81 in that lane. The recollection of the late event was still fresh in the minds of all, and crowds of persons instantly ran to the spot to learn the cause of alarm, rendered doubly appalling by recent circumstances. Nor was the sight which met their eyes at all calculated to allay the apprehensions which had been raised. A man, almost in a state of nudity, was seen descending from the second floor window of the house mentioned by means of 2 sheets tied together, and exclaiming, with expressions of the most violent agitation and terror, "They are murdering the people in the house." On his reaching the extremity of the line which he was using, he was still 8 feet from the ground, but he was assisted in his descent by the watchman, who received him into his arms, and he then repeated the alarm which he had already given. The greatest horror was felt at what was supposed to be a repetition of the frightful scene which had been so recently enacted, and a short consultation was held as to the best mode of affording relief to the inmates of the house. It was determined that the most speedy means must be taken, and in accordance with a resolution which was arrived at, an entry was forced through the cellar flap. A man named Ludgate, a butcher living in Ashwell's Buildings close by, and a Mr. Hawes and a constable were the first persons who entered by this means, and almost at the same instant a gentleman named Fox obtained admission through some wooden bars at the side of the house, with a cutlass in his hand. The first object that was seen in the cellar was the body of Mr. Williamson, which lay at the foot of the stairs, and on its being examined it was found that his throat was dreadfully cut, and besides his leg was broken, and he had sustained a severe fracture of the skull, while the weapon with which he appeared to have been attacked, an iron crowbar or maul, was lying at his side. In the parlour the body of Mrs. Williamson was found with the skull fractured and the throat cut, the blood still issuing from the wound, while at her side lay that of the servant woman, whose head was horribly bruised, and whose throat was cut in a similar manner. Surgical aid was instantly procured, but upon the bodies being examined, it was found that the vital spark had fled. A new and irresistible feeling of horror now overspread the city of London and its vicinity, and the utmost apprehension was felt at this new attack upon a family within its own circle. On the first alarm being given, a piquet of the Tower Hamlets militia and a number of the volunteer corps, aided by the inhabitants and the constables, made a most minute search in all quarters for the offenders, but no person could be discovered to whom suspicion could attach. Upon the premises being examined, in which the diabolical murders had been committed, it was found that the under part of the house was used as a skittle ground, next to the entrance of which was the cellar door, and from the bloody marks which appeared on both doors, it was obvious that the murderers had attempted to escape by both these means. It was discovered also that the villains had eventually effected their exit from the house by means of a back window which looked into an open space belonging to the London Dock Company, from which there was easy access to many different streets, branching off in various directions. The wounds on the heads of the unfortunate deceased, it was obvious, had been inflicted by the iron crowbar which had been found, and from their position, as well as from the inclination in the cuts in the throats of the deceased persons, it appeared that the murderer was left-handed. During the time occupied in the perpetration of the horrid deed, a public house almost adjoining that of Mr. Williamson was filled with people drinking, while only a few doors on the other side there was a rendezvous for seamen, the windows of both of which looked into the open ground into which the murderers had escaped. In the course of the following day the most active measures were taken to secure the murderers. Police officers were dispatched in all directions, a reward of £100 was offered by the parish for their apprehension, and the magistrate sat at Shadwell Police Office during the whole day, ready to receive and act upon any information which might be brought to them. On the day succeeding, a coroner's inquest was held upon the bodies of the deceased persons, when Mr. Anderson, constable, and John Turner, the man who had escaped from the window, were examined. Mr. Anderson deposed that he was a constable, and knew Mr. and Mrs. Williamson. They were highly respected in their neighbourhood, and for the space of 15 years kept the King's Arms public house, which was the resort of foreigners of every description. At 11 o'clock every night they invariably closed their house. On Thursday night, the 19th of December 1811, Mr. Williamson pursued his usual course. 10 minutes before 11, witness called for a pot of beer. During the time Mrs. Williamson was drawing the beer, Mr. Williamson, who was sitting by the fire, said to him, "You are an officer. There has been a fellow listening at my door with a brown coat on. If you should see him, take him into custody, or tell me." He answered, he certainly would, for his and his own safety, and then retired. Witness lived next door but one to the deceased. Between 20 and 30 minutes after he left the King's Arms, he intended to go for another pot of beer. As soon as he got out of his house, he heard a noise, when he saw the lodger lowering himself down into the street by the sheets. He ran into the house for his staff and proceeded to the spot. The watchman caught the lodger in his arms, when Witness and others broke the cellar flap open, and, having descended, began to look round the cellar. On coming to the staircase, they saw Mr. Williamson lying on his back, with his legs upon the stairs, his head downwards. By his side was an iron instrument, similar to a stonemason's crow, about 3 feet long, in diameter 3/4 of an inch. It was much stained with blood. Mr. Williamson had received a wound on the head, his throat was dreadfully cut, his right leg was broken by a blow, and his hand severely cut. From these marks of violence, Witness supposed Mr. Williamson made great resistance, as he was a very powerful man. They then proceeded up into the sitting room, where they saw Mrs. Williamson lying on her left side. Her skull was fractured, and her throat cut and bleeding most profusely. Near to her was the servant woman, lying on her back, with her head under the grate. Her skull was more dreadfully fractured than that of her mistress, her throat most inhumanly cut, and none of the bodies were cold. Witness then stated that the premises were afterwards examined, and it was discovered that the murderers had made their escape from a back window looking into a piece of waste ground belonging to the London Dock Company. The sill of the window was stained with blood, and the sash remained thrown up. The distance from which the villains had to jump did not exceed 8 feet, and the ground beneath was soft clay, so they could sustain no injury even had they fallen. From the waste ground in question there was no difficulty whatever in escaping, as it communicated with several by-streets. John Turner, the man who escaped from the window, and who was a lodger in the house, deposed as follows: I went to bed about 5 minutes before 11 o'clock. I had not been in bed more than 5 or 10 minutes before I heard the cry of "We shall all be murdered," which I suppose was the cry of the woman servant. I went down the stairs, and saw one of the villains cutting Mrs. Williamson's throat, and rifling her pockets. I immediately ran up stairs, took up the sheets from my bed, fastened them together, and lashed them to the bed posts. I called to the watchman to give alarm. I was hanging out of the front window by the sheets, and the watchman received me in his arms, naked as I was. A great mob had then assembled opposite the door, and as soon as I got upon my legs, the door was forced open. I entered and found the bodies lying as described. There was nobody lodged in the house but myself, except a granddaughter of Mrs. Williamson. I have lived in the house about 8 months, and during that time I have found the family to be the most peaceful people that could keep a public house. The man whom I saw rifling Mrs. Williamson's pocket, as far as I could see by the light in the room, was about 6 feet in height, dressed in a genteel style, with a long dark loose coat on. I said nothing to him, but terrified I ran up the stairs, and made my escape as already mentioned. When I was down stairs I heard 2 or 3 very great sighs, and when I was first alarmed I heard distinctly the words, "We shall all be murdered." Turner further deposed that, at the time he went to bed, Mrs. Williamson was on the stairs, taking up a silver punch ladle and watch, which were to be raffled for on the following Monday, into her bedroom for security. Other witnesses were examined, but their testimony differed in no material respects from that of the persons whose evidence we have detailed, and the jury, as in the case of Mr. Marr, returned a verdict of wilful murder against some person or persons unknown. After the termination of this necessary inquiry before the coroner, however, the most minute investigation of every circumstance connected with this lamentable affair was carried on by the magistrates of Shadwell. Many persons were taken into custody, but discharged for want of evidence; but an Irishman named Cornelius Driscoll was detained on suspicion of being implicated in the horrid deed, on account of a pair of breeches covered with blood being found in his possession. Of all the persons seized, however, suspicion fell strongest upon a man named John Williams, who cheated justice by committing suicide before his guilt or his innocence could be fully established. This man was apprehended on suspicion of being concerned in the murders, and on his examination, John Frederick Ritchen, a Dane, who was also in custody, was sworn as a witness. He stated that he had lodged in Pear Tree public house, kept by Mr. Vermilye, with the prisoner, for about 12 weeks and 3 or 4 days, but knew little of him except in the light of a fellow lodger. He knew that he was acquainted with two men, a carpenter and a joiner, and about 3 or 4 weeks before he had seen them all three drinking together at the bar of the public house. On the night of the murder of the Marr family, Williams was out, and a few minutes before he returned there was a knock on the door, which Mrs. Vermillee opened. The witness had gone down to open the door, but seeing Mrs. Vermillee, he went up to his own room, and when there heard her in conversation with a man, whose voice resembled that of one of the two men before mentioned. A few minutes afterwards Williams himself came in. This was almost 1:30 o'clock. 3 or 4 days before Williams was taken up, he observed that the large sandy coloured whiskers, which had before formed a striking feature of his appearance, had been cut off. About 11 o'clock on the day after the murder of the Marr family, the witness went from curiosity to examine the premises, which he entered, and saw the dead bodies. From thence he returned to the pear tree, where he found Williams in the back yard, washing out his stockings, but he did not tell him where he had been. He was then questioned respecting his knowledge of the maul, which is a round bar of iron, about 1 inch in diameter, between 2 and 3 feet in length, flattened at the end into the shape of a chisel, but not with a cutting edge, being apparently a tool for caulking. He said it resembled one he had seen about the Pear Tree public house, but he could not identify it. A pair of blue woollen trousers, and also a pair of canvas trousers, were then produced, which had been found between the mattress and the bedclothes of the hammock in which the witness slept. The legs of the blue trousers had evidently been washed, for the purpose of cleaning them from mud, of which the appearances were still visible in the creases, which had not been effectually cleansed. These trousers were damp at the time of the examination. The canvas trousers were also damp, but they presented no particular appearance. The witness stated that both these pairs of trousers had formerly belonged to a person since gone to sea, and he had since worn them himself. Mrs. Orr, residing near the pear tree, stated that on the Saturday before Marr's murder, about 1:30 o'clock in the morning, she was getting up linen when she heard a noise about the house, as if a man was attempting to break into the house. She was frightened and asked who was there. A voice answered, which she knew to be Williams, "I am a robber." She answered, "Whether you are a robber or not, I will let you in, and am glad to see you." Williams entered, seating himself till the watchman was calling the hour of past 2 o'clock. He then got up from his chair and asked the landlady if she would have a glass. She assented, but as he would not go for it, she went to the Pear Tree public house, but could gain no admittance. She returned, when Williams inquired how many rooms there were in her house, and the situation of her back premises. She replied there were 3 rooms, and that her back yard communicated with Mrs. Vermillee's house. The watchman came into Mrs. Orr's house, although Williams resisted it for some time, and he told her that he had picked up a chisel by the side of her window. Williams ran out unobserved at this information. Soon afterwards he returned. The watchman was going when Williams stopped him, and desired him to go to the pear tree and get some liquor. The house was then open. While the watchman was gone for the liquor, Williams took up the chisel and said, "Damn my eyes, where did you get this chisel?" Mrs. Orr did not part with it, and retained the instrument till the Monday following. Hearing that Williams was examined, she went to Mrs. Vermillee's and showed her the chisel. Mrs. Vermillee looked at it and compared it with the tools in one Patterson's chest, when it was found to bear the same marks, and declared that it was taken out of her house. Mrs. Orr instantly delivered the chisel to the magistrates of Shadwell Street office, as being a further trace to the villainy. Mrs. Orr said she knew Williams for 11 weeks. He frequently nursed her child, and used to joke with her daughter, and once asked her whether she should be frightened if he came in the dead of the night to her bedside. The daughter replied that if it was he who came, she should not be frightened. They both thought him an agreeable young man, of a most insinuating address. In consequence of the information of this witness, a minute examination of the ripping chisel found at Mr. Marr's took place, and it was found also to be marked like that discovered by the watchman at Mrs. Orr's. The husband of Mrs. Vermillee was in custody on suspicion in Newgate, and he was consulted and expressed his belief that it was taken from the same tool chest as that chisel. The plot now seemed to thicken against the prisoner, and little doubt was entertained of his connection with the carpenter and joiner, and of their having all been engaged in the perpetration of these most horrid murders, when all further efforts on the part of the police were checked by his adding another crime to those which it was fully believed he had already committed by destroying himself. He had been remanded for further examination to Coldbath Fields Prison, and the police of the district had redoubled their exertions to detect and bring to justice his accomplices. Mr. Vermillee had been ordered to be set at liberty, in order that he might give evidence upon the day of the next inquiry before the magistrates, when, on the very morning on which the prisoner was to be carried before the magistrates, upon the gaoler going to call him from his cell, in order that he might prepare himself to be carried to the police office, he was found, heavily ironed as he was, suspended by a handkerchief from a beam in the apartment in which he was confined. He was instantly cut down, but upon his body being examined, it was found that he was quite dead and cold, and that he had evidently been hanging during several hours. The excitement produced by this termination of the investigation would be difficult to describe, but all persons now expressed their full belief that the deceased prisoner was the author of the crimes which had attracted such universal attention. An inquest was held upon his body, and a verdict of felo de se was returned by the jury, but now became a question how the public indignation could best be satisfied. The rule in such cases was that the deceased should be buried in the nearest cross roads, but a conference was held with the Home Secretary by Mr. Capper, the magistrate, with the view of ascertaining how far this regulation might be departed from, at which it was determined that a public exhibition of the body should be made through the neighbourhood which had been the scene of the monster's crimes. In conformity with this decision, on the 31st of December, the body of the deceased was privately removed from the prison at 11 o'clock at night, and conveyed to St. George's watch house, near the London docks, and on the following Tuesday morning, at 10:30 o'clock, a procession was formed in the following order: several hundred constables with their staves clearing the way, the newly formed patrol with drawn cutlasses, another body of constables, parish officers of St. George's, St. Paul's, and Shadwell on horseback, peace officers on horseback, constables, the High Constable of the County of Middlesex on horseback, the body of Williams, extended at full length on an inclined platform erected on the cart, about 4 feet high at the head, and gradually sloping towards the horse, giving a full view of the body, which was dressed in blue trousers and a white and blue striped waistcoat, but without a coat, as when found in the cell. On the left side of the head the fatal maul, and on the right the ripping chisel, with which the murders were perpetrated, were exposed to view. The countenance of Williams was ghastly in the extreme, and the whole had an appearance too horrible for description. A strong body of constables brought up the rear. The procession advanced slowly up Radcliffe Highway, accompanied by an immense concourse of persons eager to get sight of the murderer's remains. When the cart came opposite to the late Mr. Marr's house, a halt was made for near a quarter of an hour. The procession then moved down Old Gravel Lane, along Wapping, up New Crane Lane, and into New Gravel Lane. When the platform arrived at Mr. Williamson's late house, a second halt took place. It then proceeded up the hill, and again entered Ratcliffe Highway, down which it moved into Cannon Street, and advanced to St. George's Turnpike, where the new road is intersected by Cannon Street. There a grave about 6 feet deep had been prepared, immediately over which the main water pipe runs. Between 12 and 1 o'clock the body was taken from the platform and lowered into the grave, immediately after which a stake was driven through it, and the pit being covered, this ceremony concluded. During the last half hour the crowd had increased immensely. They poured in from all parts, but their demeanour was perfectly quiet. All the shops in the neighbourhood were shut, and the windows and tops of the houses were crowded with spectators. On every side, mingled with execrations of the murderer, were heard fervent prayers for the speedy detection of his accomplices. A conclusive evidence of the guilt of this wretched suicide was afterwards found, in the discovery of a knife which he always carried with him, concealed in a hole in the room which he occupied, encrusted in blood. Fearful as were the horrid crimes committed by this bloodthirsty assassin, they were not without their good effect in the metropolis. The sensation produced by the murders awakened the apprehension of all persons for their own safety, and local meetings were held in the various parishes of the metropolis, at which resolutions were passed, in pursuance of which a system of police was established, far more complete than that which before existed, although still infinitely inferior in point of regularity and competence
to that which within the last 11 years has been adopted and carried out to the admiration of the civilised world.
End of Part 72. Part 73 of the Chronicles of Crime, Volume 1, by Camden PELHAM. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 73. William Heberfield, executed for forgery. The prosecution of this prisoner arose out of a desire on the part of the Bank of England to put a stop to the most dangerous and hurtful system of forgery which existed about this time in the City of London. It appears that the prisoner had long been known as a dealer in forged notes, but he had contrived to elude the vigilance of the officers employed, although he rendered himself liable to punishment for the part which he took in a conspiracy for aiding the escape of General Austin, a French officer, a prisoner of war in this country, on his parole, for which he was sentenced by the Court of King's Bench to 2 years' imprisonment in Newgate. Even while in that gaol, however, he continued to carry on the trade in forged notes, and this being communicated to the officers of the bank, they determined upon a plan to secure his conviction. A prisoner named Barry, who was in the House of Correction undergoing an imprisonment for passing counterfeit dollars, was selected as the agent, and on the 23rd of September he was conducted in a hackney coach to Newgate, accompanied by Mr. Weston, the principal clerk, to Mr. Freshfield, the bank solicitor, and by Beckett, one of the turnkeys, by whom he was provided with £8 in good £1 notes. On their arrival at the prison, Barry was shown into the prisoner's room, where he found a number of other persons. He directly went to the prisoner, and without saying anything, gave him 6 of the notes which he had received, which were all marked. The prisoner returned 3, saying that he should not have enough of the other notes until the next day, but in lieu of the others which he kept, he handed over forged notes of the nominal value of £6. Barry immediately carried these notes to Mr. Weston, who remained outside, and Beckett, accompanied by Brown and another officer, went into the prisoner's chamber and asked him to produce what property he had about him. The prisoner directly took from one pocket a handful of gold, from another a pocket book filled with bank notes, from another a quantity of loose bank notes, and he also produced a stocking stuffed with the like currency. Beckett, on examining these notes, and not perceiving amongst them any of the marked ones he sought for, told the prisoner he had some more, and desired him to produce them, upon which the prisoner took some other notes from his side pocket, and laid them on the bed where he was sitting. Beckett took those up, and they proved to be the marked notes. He said these were what he wanted, and returned the prisoner the rest, upon which the prisoner, probably anticipating his purpose, snatched the notes and thrust them into the fire. Beckett's assistant, however, rescued them from the flames, and they were proved to be the same which Barry had paid him just before, and the notes Barry received in lieu were also proved to be forgeries. The prisoner, upon being indicted for this offence, was found guilty and sentenced to death, in pursuance of which he was executed on the 2nd of November 1811. So great was the increase of these frauds upon the public, that between the year 1797 and 1811 no fewer than 471 persons were prosecuted to conviction for forging, or uttering, or possessing forged notes. The total amount of notes thus put off it is of course impossible to calculate with any certainty, but discoveries were made which showed the system to exist to an extent almost incredible. John Clayton and William Jenkins, executed for burglary. The activity, daring, and ingenuity of the London cracksmen is well exemplified in the following case. It appears that Reed, a constable belonging to Perry's party of patrol, received information from a person technically called a nose, that is, an informer or spy, that a set was made at the house of a Mrs. Martin, a lady residing at No. 4 Berry Street, St. James's, by a party of thieves, who had derived sufficient knowledge of the customs of the house from the servant girl, Mary Wakelin, to induce them to suppose that the robbery would be a profitable speculation. Their mode of making themselves acquainted with this circumstance was this. The girl, like most others of her condition and years, was vain of her personal charms, and the prisoner Clayton was a young man of pleasing manners and insinuating address. The crack was fixed upon, and Clayton was set to work upon the girl's vanity, and so obtain the necessary information to enable his assistants and associates to complete it cleverly. He addressed her one evening at the public house to which she was in the habit of going to fetch her mistress's beer, and having passed a few encomiums upon her beauty, was soon admitted into conversation. The impression which he made was not unfavourable, and he was too good a judge to allow an opportunity to pass, by which he might benefit himself. Day after day he was found at the same place, and each day he was more attentive than the last, and the girl at length looked upon him in the light of a suitor. He informed her that he was a trunk maker, living in Oxford Street, and in return obtained information that her mistress was in the habit of visiting the theatres, or some other place of public amusement, nearly every night. He did not fail to improve upon his acquaintance at every fresh interview, and at length a Monday evening was fixed upon, when the lover was to be admitted to spend an hour with the girl in the kitchen during her mistress's absence. It was at this period that the officers gained information of the intended robbery, and they in consequence obtained permission to occupy a room opposite to Mrs. Martin's house, from which they could witness all that passed. 8:30 o'clock was the time appointed by Mary to see her swain, and the constables took care to be as punctual as he. A few minutes before the time, accordingly, they saw 4 men and 2 women arrive at the spot, from whom Clayton separated himself and went and knocked at the door. He was, however, doomed to be disappointed. The mistress was unwell and could not go out, and therefore, with a kiss or two and an affectionate hug, the sweethearts were obliged to part, not, however, without fixing the next Tuesday to carry out their design. Tuesday night came, and the officers were again at their post, but the loving pair separated after taking a little gin together. Wednesday evening passed in the same manner, Mrs. Martin being still too unwell to go out, and notwithstanding the most praiseworthy attention on the part of the supposed trunk maker to his inamorata every evening until the following Tuesday passed in the same way, the professions of inviolable attachment made by the tender-hearted youth growing each night more strong, and his anxiety to enter the house increasing at every meeting. On the Tuesday night, however, the girl told Clayton that her mistress was so much recovered that she expected she would be well enough to go the following night to the play, and on Wednesday night at about 8 o'clock, Mrs. Martin, accompanied by a male and female friend, went in a coach to the theatre. In a few minutes after, the servant girl came out, and returned shortly with Clayton, arm in arm together. They talked several minutes at the door, and then went in. In about a quarter of an hour after, Clayton came out, and returned in about 5 minutes, accompanied by another man. Clayton knocked at the door, and the girl opened it. She appeared to refuse to let the other man in, but Clayton forced open the door, and the other man rushed in. The officers, who had been upon the close watch every night, then went over to the house, and heard all 3 talking very loud in the kitchen. From the noise, and what they saw through a keyhole, they ascertained that the 2 men were dragging the girl upstairs against her will, and she was exclaiming, "Lord have mercy upon me, what shall I do?" One of the men told her if she made such a noise he would blow her brains out, and presented a pistol to her head, and kept it there. They forced her upstairs, and the officers heard doors being broken open, etc., and in a few minutes after the second man came downstairs and returned with the kitchen poker. They then heard other doors break open, but not hearing the noise of the girl continued, the officers were afraid she was being murdered, and were proceeding to force the street door with an iron crow, when the girl exclaimed it was her mistress, gave a sudden spring, released herself from her assailants, ran down the stairs with the robbers after her, and they got into the passage just as the officers had entered. Clayton and Jenkins appeared as if nothing had happened, and wanted to get out, but Perry and Reed seized them. The villains made a most desperate resistance, which they were enabled to do, being very tall, stout, powerful men, but they were eventually secured. On searching Clayton, a large clasp knife and a bad dollar were found. On Jenkins were found a pistol, 2 bad dollars, etc. On examining the house, the officers discovered that a large quantity of property had been packed up, ready to be carried off. Several rooms and closets were broken open, and the thieves were in the act of breaking open a chest when they were disturbed. The trial of these desperadoes came on at the Old Bailey on the 15th of January, when Mary Wakelin, before named, deposed that she first became acquainted with the prisoner Clayton about 8 or 10 days before the 1st of January. He then came to her mistress's house, when she answered the door and told her his name was Wilson, and that he had a letter for Mrs. Martin, which was the name her mistress went by. A night or two afterwards he threw things down the area. Her mistress sent her out with a message, and she then saw Clayton, who asked her to take something to drink, which she at first refused, but upon his insisting, they went and had something to drink. She saw him a night or two afterwards in the streets, as she went out on an errand, and frequently after that, but she never saw the prisoner Jenkins till the night of the 1st of January. The jury found both the prisoners guilty, and they were sentenced to death. The fearful sentence was carried into effect on the scaffold before the Debtors' Door, Newgate, on the 19th of February 1812, at the usual hour, and with the accustomed solemnity. Clayton was 28 years of age, and Jenkins 35. After the culprits had been divested of their irons, Clayton observed to Jenkins it was an awful moment, and he exhorted him to cheer his spirits and die with manly fortitude, adding that the sentence was just, and trusting their example would warn others against keeping bad company. Daniel Dawson, executed for poisoning race horses. This fellow had long exercised the business of a tout to betting men of an inferior class on the turf, obtaining for them such information from the grooms and other persons employed about the racing stables as he conceived they might deem useful, when, having got together a little money, he thought that he might be able to employ his information to his own advantage, and he therefore turned betting man himself. He was a man utterly devoid of education, and therefore unfit to mix among the gentlemen of his class, and being confined to the society of grooms and other persons of low degree, he imbibed none of those principles of honour for which the speculators on racing and other gambling events are generally proverbial. In order then to make sure of winning his bets, he determined to render the horses unfit for running by drugging them. In this practice he continued until April 1811, when he conveyed a large quantity of the solution of arsenic into a watering trough, from which 2 horses belonging to Lord Foley and Sir F. Standish had to drink. The drug being too powerful to produce that effect only which was requisite, the horses died, and suspicion falling upon Dawson and a companion of his named Cecil Bishop, they were taken into custody. Bishop immediately made a full confession, and accused Dawson of having poisoned another horse in the year 1809, belonging to Mr. Adams at Royston, and he made such disclosures as established a chain of evidence which left no doubt of the truth of his story. He was therefore admitted as a witness, and his companion was committed to take his trial at the ensuing Lent Assizes at Cambridge. It there turned out that instead of being a principal, as he was charged, he was an accessory only, and he was acquitted, but he was detained in custody upon another charge of poisoning race horses in the year 1809. He was arraigned upon a second indictment, therefore, at the assizes held in August 1812, and upon this he was found guilty, and sentenced to death. For some time after his conviction, he entertained hopes that his life would be spared, and Lord Foley, in consequence of some communications which he received from him, was induced to second his application for mercy. This, however, was attended with no good effect, and the wretched culprit was left for execution. Determined not to throw away all chances, he resolved to attempt to escape from custody, and he wrote to his wife in the following terms, in order to procure some assistance to enable him to complete his design. "Dear wife, I learn by yours I am in danger, but I have another way of escape without fear of being discovered. You go to a tool shop and get a small back saw, as the watchmakers use, the smaller the better, to convey to me. The best way you can get it in will be between some turf, with some black thread. If you can find a better way, do it, but be careful, for all the danger is to get that to me, for I have but one bar to cut, and I am in town by 4 o'clock in the morning. They will not miss me till 8, when they come to unlock us. I shall be by that out of their reach. Dear girl, bring me the turf 6 pieces at a time. When I have got the saw, I must have some friend come round to see the castle, but take no notice of me, but to see the situation. I am in full north, and come again in 1 hour after we lock up. Bring rope enough to reach over the wall, and he stand on the other side, and hold it till I am up the wall. Fasten a large spike to the end of the rope, and throw it over the wall, and tie knots about 9 inches asunder to hold by, and about 25 feet long. There is no danger in this, for there is nobody inside after we come to bed. A rainy night will be best, but I will let you know the night by another line. Mr. Prince says he has got a very respectable man, who will come forward and swear to everything of the concern, all but seeing it put in. If anybody can be found to write to Lord F. O., alluding to a threat, it will have great effect. Mr. J. B., South Street, Grosvenor Square, Mr. B., King's Mews, Elbs, meaning Theobald's, Road, Gray's Inn Lane, have a good look out. If there is any danger, I shall soon be along with you. With a little of your assistance, by applying to the people above mentioned, you will get good intelligence. When you write, direct your letters to Mrs. Howell's sister. When you come, ask me for my pocket book, and I can give you all at once. I shall call them things breeches and coat, so you will know. The letter was detected in the hand of his wife by the gaoler, whose suspicions were excited by the circumstance of their parting on this occasion with more than usual emotion, and baffled in all his schemes, he for a time indulged the criminal design of taking away his own life, but from which he was persuaded by the pious exhortations of the chaplain. Seeing no hopes of either mercy or escape, he resigned himself to his fate, but persisted in denying having intended to destroy the horses, as he only wanted to incapacitate them from winning. Dawson spent his last days in all the fervency of prayer, and expressed his pious hope in the forgiveness of the Almighty. The last parting from his wife was truly affecting, and he described it as worse than death. The night before his execution he slept soundly, and ate, next morning, a hearty breakfast. Previous to his receiving the sacrament, he tied a yard of black ribbon round his neck, which at his dying request was conveyed to his afflicted wife. At 12 o'clock he was led to the platform on top of Cambridge Castle, and was turned off amidst an immense concourse of spectators, it being market day. He died without a struggle. The Marquis of Sligo, fined and imprisoned for enticing seamen to desert his Majesty's Navy. In 1810 the noble Marquis, then a thoughtless young man, quitted college and proceeded on his travels, visiting those places in person of whose ancient fame and greatness he had read so much. Being partial to marine excursions, and willing to indulge himself in one in the Mediterranean, he hired at Malta a brig called the Pleiades, and having been introduced to Captain Spranger of the Warrior, then on that station, he received from that naval officer much information and kindness. The noble Marquis, being frequently rowed to and from the Warrior by some of her athletic crew, seems to have thought the addition of a few of these fine fellows a desirable acquisition to his handful of Italians. Accordingly, it appears that he succeeded in inducing 2 of them to join his crew, upon which suspicion fell upon his lordship, for it was supposed no ordinary inducement had been held out to them, as they were men of tried fidelity, long standing, and had then 3 years' arrears of wages due to them. Captain Spranger paid the Marquis a visit on board the Pleiades, and on hinting his suspicions his lordship appeared greatly hurt, upon which the captain, from their intimacy, contented himself with cautioning his noble friend upon the danger of having deserters on board, as the navy was very low, being nearly 2,000 under its complement. He then left the Marquis, and from his own ship sent him a description of the men missing, requesting that if they offered themselves to his lordship, they might be sent to some of his majesty's ships at Malta. Next day the warriors sailed, and the noble marquis resolved that his brig should be a letter of marque, for the purpose of upholding the honour of the British flag. For the business of navigation a comparatively few men would have done, but in this new capacity he required at least 40. To procure these was no very difficult task on a station where men were hourly in the habit of quitting their ships, and his lordship's servant, in the course of an evening or two, added 14 brave fellows to their complement. On the 13th of May his lordship sailed to Palermo, and from thence to Messina, where, on pledging his word of honour that he had no deserters on board, he received 6 months' protection for 40 men, having inserted false names for the men of war's men. The Pleiades then proceeded on her course, and on the 30th of May she was chased by the Active, an officer of that ship having heard that deserters were on board. Ere the boat came alongside, his lordship ordered the men of war's men below, and, though a search took place, they escaped detection. The marquis next sailed to Patmos, where 10 of the men were allowed to go on shore, and that evening the vessel sailed without them. The abandoned men appeared to have suffered great hardship, and at Scio, when accompanied by the British consul to the Pleiades, his lordship refused to receive any of them except 4 who were useful in the management of the vessel. Some of the men returned to their duty, and were tried by a court-martial. From Constantinople the marquis wrote to Captain Spranger, stating that he found he had some of his men on board, and that he was determined to send them on shore the first opportunity; that if the business was brought into a court, he would do the best to defend himself, and that at the worst he had an ample fortune and could pay the fines. Tired with travelling, his lordship returned home, and soon after his arrival in England he was indicted for enticing British seamen from their duty. The trial came on at the Old Bailey, December 16, 1812, when, after a protracted inquiry, his lordship was found guilty, and sentenced to pay a fine of £5,000, and to be imprisoned 4 months in Newgate. Perhaps it is not the least curious particular attending this case that his lordship's mother, the Dowager Marchioness of Sligo, soon after her son's trial, was married to Sir William Scott, the judge who passed sentence on the youthful marquis. End of Part 73. Part 74 of the Chronicles of Crime, Volume 1, by Camden Pelham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 74. John Bellingham. Executed for the murder of the Right Honourable Spencer Perceval. Part 1. On the 11th of May in the year 1812, an event occurred which excited universal dismay and regret in the minds of the whole of the British public: the death of the Right Honourable Spencer Perceval, then Chancellor of the Exchequer, by the hand of an assassin. John Bellingham, the author of this crime, was brought up in a counting house in London, and afterwards went to Archangel, where he lived during a period of 3 years in the service of a Russian merchant. Having returned to England, he was married to a Miss Neville, the daughter of a respectable merchant and shipbroker, who at that time resided at Newry, but who subsequently removed to Dublin. Bellingham, being a person of active habits and of considerable intelligence, was subsequently employed by some merchants in the Russian trade, by whom he was induced again to visit Archangel, and he in consequence proceeded thither, accompanied by his wife, in the year 1804. His principal dealings were with the firm of Dorbecker and Company, but before 12 months had expired, a misunderstanding arose between them, and each party made pecuniary claims upon the other. The subject was referred by the Governor General to the decision of 4 merchants, 2 of whom Bellingham was allowed to select from his countrymen resident on the spot, and by the award of these arbitrators Bellingham was found to be indebted to the house of Dorbecker and Company in the sum of 2,000 roubles, but this sum he refused to pay, and appealed to the Senate against the decision. In the meantime a criminal suit had been instituted against him by the owners of a Russian ship which had been lost in the White Sea. They accused him of having written an anonymous letter to the underwriters in London, stating that the insurances of that ship were fraudulent transactions, in consequence of which the payment for her loss was resisted. No satisfactory proof being adduced, Bellingham was acquitted, but before the termination of the suit he attempted to quit Archangel, and being stopped by the police, whom he resisted, he was taken to prison, but was soon after liberated through the influence of the British consul, Sir Stephen Shairp, to whom he made an application, requesting to be protected from what he considered the injustice of the Russian authorities. Soon after this the Senate confirmed the award of the arbitrators, and Bellingham was delivered over to the College of Commerce, a tribunal established and acknowledged by treaty for taking cognizance of commercial matters relating to British subjects. He was to remain in custody till he discharged the debt of the 2,000 roubles, but his confinement was by no means severe, for he had permission to walk wherever he pleased, attended by an officer belonging to the college. Lord Granville Leveson Gower being at this time ambassador at the Russian court, Bellingham made frequent application, and at various times received from his secretary small sums of money to support him during his confinement. One night in particular he rushed into his lordship's house at St. Petersburg, and requested permission to remain all night, to avoid being secured by the police, whom he had escaped. This was granted, although Lord Gower had no authority to protect him from a legal arrest, but it appears he was afterwards retaken, and being confined by the authorities of the country, the British ambassador could have no pretence to solicit his release. His lordship, however, in a conversation with the Minister for Foreign Affairs, expressed a personal wish that the Russian government, seeing no prospect of recovering the money from Bellingham, would liberate him on condition of his immediately returning to England, but we are not told what effect was produced, as Lord Gower soon after quitted the Russian court. The foregoing is taken from the statement published by Lord Granville Leveson Gower in his own justification against the charge made against him by Bellingham on his trial, and we hope for the honour of our country that it is correct, and we must confess that a review of all the circumstances tends to confirm its accuracy. Our ambassador, it is admitted, had the case investigated, and as his refusal to interfere was subsequently confirmed by that of the English government, it is evident that Bellingham could have had no just cause of complaint, or at least none of a nature to call for diplomatic negotiation or pecuniary recompense. In justice to the unfortunate man, we shall, when we come to his trial, give his own statement, and leave the reader to draw his own conclusion. Bellingham, having by some means or other procured his liberation, in the year 1809 returned to England, and at Liverpool commenced the business of an insurance broker. It appears, however, that from a constant recital of the circumstances which had occurred in Russia, his complaints were aggravated in his own mind into grievances, and he at length began to talk of demanding redress from the government for what he termed and appeared to consider the culpable misconduct of their officer, Lord Gower, and his secretary, in omitting to defend his rights as a British subject, and he eventually wrote to the Marquis Wellesley, setting forth the nature of his case, and the grounds upon which he expected that some compensation would be made. By the noble Marquis he was referred to the Privy Council, and by that body to the Treasury, but his efforts being unattended with success in either quarter, he determined to proceed to the Chancellor of the Exchequer, Mr. Perceval, with a view to obtain his sanction and support for his demand. Mr. Perceval, however, having made himself master of the case submitted to him, declined to interfere, and Mr. Bellingham was then advised by his friends that the only resource left to him was a petition to Parliament. As an inhabitant of Liverpool, he applied to General Gascoigne, then member for that city, to present a petition to the House of Commons, but that honourable gentleman having ascertained upon inquiry that the case was unsupported by the Chancellor of the Exchequer, he refused to have anything to do with it. Driven now to pursue a course quite unusual in such cases, he petitioned the Prince Regent, but from him he was referred again to the Treasury, and he again received an intimation that all applications from him must be futile.
3 years had now been spent in these constant and fruitless attacks upon the government, but the unfortunate and misguided gentleman appeared even yet to cherish hopes that his case would be attended to. On one occasion it is reported that he carried his wife, who had in vain striven to wean him from what she considered to be his malady, and another lady, to the Secretary of State's office for the purpose of showing them the success with which his exertions were attended; and although he then, as he had before, received a flat denial of his claims, yet he continued to assure them that he did not in the least doubt that ere long all his hopes would be made good, and he would receive compensation for his sufferings. He now adopted a new and certainly an unprecedented mode of attack. He wrote to the police magistrates of Bow Street in the following terms: To their worships the police magistrates of the public office in Bow Street. Sirs, I much regret its being my lot to have to apply to your worships under most peculiar and novel circumstances. For the particulars of the case I refer to the enclosed letter of Mr. Secretary Ryder, the notification from Mr. Perceval, and my petition to Parliament, together with the printed papers herewith. The affair requires no further remark than that I consider his Majesty's Government to have completely endeavoured to close the door of justice, in declining to have or even to permit my grievances to be brought before Parliament for redress, which privilege is the birthright of every individual. The purport of the present is, therefore, once more to solicit his Majesty's ministers, through your medium, to let what is right and proper be done in my instance, which is all I require. Should this reasonable request be finally denied, I shall then feel justified in executing justice myself, in which case I shall be ready to argue the merits of so reluctant a measure with his Majesty's Attorney General, wherever and whenever I may be called upon so to do, in the hopes of averting so abhorrent but compulsive an alternative. I have the honour to be, Sirs, your very humble and obedient servant, John Bellingham. No. 9, New Millman Street, March 23rd, 1812. This letter was at once conveyed to the members of the Government, but it was treated by them as a mere threat, and no further notice was taken of it, than on Mr. Bellingham's again presenting himself, by a fresh refusal being given to him by Mr. Reed. Once more he applied to the Treasury, and again he was told that he had nothing to expect, and according to his statement, Mr. Hill, whom he now saw, told him that he might resort to whatever measures he thought fit. This, he declared, he considered a carte blanche to take justice into his own hands, and he accordingly determined to take such measures of revenge as he madly supposed would effectually secure that attention and consideration for his case which he deemed it had not received, and to which it was in his opinion fully entitled. This unhappy determination being made, he began to make the necessary preparations for the foul deed which he contemplated. His first step was to make himself acquainted with the persons of those ministers who had seats in the House of Commons, and for this purpose he nightly visited the House, and there usually took his seat in the gallery appropriated to strangers, and having obtained a general knowledge of their persons, he afterwards posted himself in the lobby of the House, in order to be able to identify them. He then purchased a pair of pistols, with powder and ball, and had an additional pocket made in his coat for carrying them the more conveniently. On the evening of the 11th of May 1812, he took his station behind the folding doors leading into the body of the house, and at 5 o'clock, as Mr. Perceval advanced up the lobby, he presented one of his pistols and fired. His aim was true, and the ball entered the left breast of his victim and passed through his heart. Mr. Perceval reeled a short distance, and exclaiming "Murder!" in a low tone of voice, he fell to the ground. He was instantly picked up by Mr. Smith, the member for Norwich, and another gentleman, and carried into the office of the Speaker's secretary, where he expired almost immediately. Loud cries of "Shut the door! Let no one out!" were heard immediately after the shot was fired, and several persons exclaimed, "Where's the murderer?" Bellingham, who still held the pistol in his hand, answered, "I am the unfortunate man," and he was immediately seized and searched. Mr. V. G. Dowling was among the first who went up to him, and on his examining his person he found in his left hand trousers pocket a pistol loaded with ball and primed. There were also found upon him an opera glass, with which he had been accustomed to examine the persons of the members of the House while sitting in the gallery, and a number of papers. Upon his being interrogated as to his motives for committing such an act, he replied, "Want of redress and denial of justice." During the momentary confusion which followed the firing of the pistol, he made no attempt to escape, and though, when taken into custody, he betrayed some agitation, he soon recovered his self-possession, and with great calmness answered every question put to him. During his examination before the magistrates upstairs in the House of Commons, he still retained his self-possession, and even corrected a witness as to an omission in his evidence. He persisted in denying any personal enmity to Mr. Perceval, for whose death he expressed the greatest sorrow, separating, by a confusion of ideas, the man from the minister, and seemed to think he had not injured the individual, though he had taken away the life of the Chancellor of the Exchequer. This event excited the greatest sensation in the country. A cabinet council was called, and the mails were stopped until instructions were prepared to secure tranquillity in the districts; for at first it was apprehended that the assassin was instigated by political motives, and that he was connected with some treasonable association. Measures being provided for securing order through the country and the metropolis, Bellingham was removed under a strong military escort about 1 o'clock in the morning to Newgate, and conducted to a room adjoining the chapel. One of the head turnkeys and 2 other persons sat up with him all night. He retired to bed soon after his arrival at the gaol, but he was disturbed during the night, and he had no sound sleep. He rose soon after 7 o'clock, and requested some tea for breakfast, of which, however, he took but little. No private persons were admitted to see him, but he was visited in the course of the day by the sheriffs and some other public functionaries. He conversed very cheerfully with the sheriffs and others who were in his room, and expressed no regret for the deed which he had perpetrated, conceiving himself, as he stated, justified in what he had done, and that it now only remained for the laws of his country to determine the nature of his guilt, which he did not seem to view in a criminal light. He stated that the question would soon be tried, when it would be seen how far he was justified. He considered the whole as a private matter between him and the government, who gave him a carte blanche to do his worst, which he had done. Alderman Combe, as one of the committing magistrates, was very active in his endeavours to trace Bellingham's connections and habits, and for that purpose went to the house of a respectable woman, where he lodged in New Millman Street, but could learn from her nothing that indicated any conspiracy with others. His landlady represented him as a quiet, inoffensive man, though at times rather eccentric, which she instanced by observing that when he had lodged there only 3 weeks at 10 and 6pence per week, she was surprised to find that he had given her servant maid half a guinea for herself. On being told the deed which he had perpetrated at 5 o'clock on Monday the 11th of May 1812, she said that it was impossible, for that she had met him a few minutes before that time, when he told her that he had just been to buy a prayer book. She represented him as of a religious turn of mind. In gaol the prisoner requested to have pen, ink, and paper to write some letters to his friends, and he accordingly wrote one to his family at Liverpool, which was delivered open to Mr. Newman. The following was sent to Mrs. Roberts, No. 9, New Millman Street, the lady at whose house he lodged. It will serve to show the state of his mind in the miserable situation to which he had reduced himself. Tuesday morning, Old Bailey. Dear Madam, yesterday midnight I was escorted to this neighbourhood by a noble troop of light horse, and delivered into the care of Mr. Newman, by Mr. Taylor, the magistrate and MP, as a state prisoner of the first class. For 8 years I have never found my mind so tranquil as since this melancholy but necessary catastrophe. As the merits or demerits of my peculiar case must be regularly unfolded in a criminal court of justice to ascertain the guilty party by a jury of my country, I have to request the favour of you to send me 3 or 4 shirts, some cravats, handkerchiefs, nightcaps, stockings, etc., out of my drawers, together with a comb, soap, toothbrush, with any other trifle that presents itself which you think I may have occasion for,
and enclose them in my leather trunk, and the key please to send sealed per bearer, also my greatcoat, flannel gown, and black waistcoat, which will much oblige, dear Madam, your very obedient servant, John Bellingham. To the above please add the prayer books. To Mrs. Roberts. Soon after 2 o'clock the wretched prisoner ate a hearty dinner, and requested that in future he might dine at about the same hour, and after passing the rest of the day in a tranquil manner, he retired to bed at 12 and slept until 7 the next morning, being attended by 2 persons during the night. He breakfasted at about 9 o'clock, and appeared perfectly composed, and on the sheriff's revisiting him, accompanied by several gentlemen, he was found to be unaltered in his demeanour. On his being spoken to on the subject of his trial, he conversed with apparent indifference, but on the melancholy fact of Mr. Perceval's murder being alluded to, he became less tranquil, persisted in vindicating the act, and said that when his trial came on before a jury of his countrymen, it would be for them to determine how far a minister of the Crown was justified in refusing justice to an injured individual, and he declared that if he had 1,000 lives to lose, he would have risked them in pursuit of justice in the same way. He spoke of the result of his trial with the utmost confidence, and on his being asked whether he had any commands to his wife at Liverpool, he declared that he had not, and that in a day or 2 he should join her in that city. On the 15th of May 1812, 4 days after the death of Mr. Perceval, the trial of the prisoner came on at the Old Bailey. The judges at 10 o'clock took their seats on each side of the Lord Mayor, and the Recorder, the Duke of Clarence, the Marquis Wellesley, and almost all the aldermen of the City of London occupied the bench. The court was crowded to excess, and no distinction of rank was observed, so that members of the House of Commons were forced to mingle with the throng. There were also present a great number of ladies, all led by the most intense curiosity to behold the assassin, and to hear what he might urge in defence or in palliation of his atrocious act. At length Bellingham appeared, and advanced to the bar with a firm step, and quite undismayed. He bowed to the court most respectfully and even gracefully, and it is impossible to describe the impression which his appearance, accompanied by this unexpected fortitude, produced. He was dressed in a light brown surtout coat and striped yellow waistcoat, his hair plainly dressed, and without powder. Before the prisoner was called on regularly to plead, Mr. Alley, his counsel, made application to have the trial postponed, for the purpose of procuring proofs of his client's insanity, which was alleged in 2 affidavits he held, and he said that he had no doubt, if time were allowed, that the prisoner could be proved to be insane. Mr. Alley was here interrupted by the court, who refused to hear him until the prisoner had first pleaded. When the indictment was read, the usual question, guilty or not guilty, was put to Bellingham, when he addressed the court: "My lords, before I can plead to this indictment, I must state, in justice to myself, that by hurrying on my trial I am placed in a most remarkable situation. It so happens that my prosecutors are actually the witnesses against me. All the documents on which alone I could rest my defence have been taken from me, and are now in possession of the Crown. It is only 2 days since I was told to prepare for my defence, and when I asked for my papers, I was told they could not be given up. It is therefore, my lords, rendered utterly impossible for me to go into my justification, and under the circumstances in which I find myself, a trial is absolutely useless. The papers are to be given to me after the trial, but how can that avail me for my defence? I am, therefore, not ready for my trial." The Attorney General was proceeding to explain to the court what had been done with reference to the prisoner's papers, when Chief Justice Mansfield interrupted him, observing it was necessary the prisoner should first plead. The prisoner was again interrogated, when he pleaded not guilty to both counts of the indictment. The Attorney General: "I will now answer what has fallen from the prisoner. He says that he has been denied access to his papers. It is true that government for the purposes of justice has retained them, but it is also true that he has been informed that if he asks for them at the time of his trial they should be ready, and any of them which he might think useful to his defence should be given to him, and in the meantime, if he considered it necessary, he might have copies of them. This we are ready to verify on oath."
The clerk of the arraigns, Mr. Shelton, then read the indictment, which charged the prisoner in the usual way with the murder of the Right Honourable Spencer Perceval, with which he was also charged on the coroner's inquisition. Mr. Abbott having opened the case, the Attorney General addressed the jury. He said that a lamentable and painful task devolved upon him to state to the jury the circumstances of this horrid murder, a crime perpetrated on a man whose whole life he should have thought would have guarded and protected him against such an attack, who, he was sure, if enough of life had been left to him to see by whose hand he had fallen, would have spent his last moments in uttering a prayer for the forgiveness of his murderer. But it was not a time for him to dwell on the public loss which had been sustained. Its brightest ornament had been torn from the country, but the country had done justice to his memory. These were not considerations, however, by which they must be swayed. It was not revenge, nor was it resentment that ought to have any influence on their consideration of the question. They were to satisfy the public justice, to take care, by their verdict, that the public should not be exposed to such horrid crimes. With respect to the prisoner, he knew nothing, nor did he know how his life had been spent, except so far as related to the circumstances of this case. He had been in business, and had acted as a merchant, in the course of which he had shown himself a man of sound understanding in every act which he performed, and he had not only conducted his own affairs with understanding, but he had been selected by other persons to manage theirs. Having stated the main facts of the case, as we have already detailed them, he entreated the jury to consider it not as the murder of so eminent a person, but as the murder of a common individual. To suppose the meanest subject to have suffered as Mr. Perceval had suffered, and to return their verdict as they would upon that case. Was he or was he not guilty? To that point they must direct their attentions, and he knew of no reason to cause even a doubt. But what remained? This only: the attempt which had been made that day to put off the trial of the prisoner on the ground of his being fit for this or any other crime, as he was afflicted with insanity. Let them consider this a little. The prisoner was a man conducting himself like others in all the ordinary circumstances of life, who carried on business, none of his family or friends interfering, no pretence being suggested that he was unable to superintend his own affairs. What clearer proofs then could be given to show, contrary to the defence set up, that he was not what the law called non compos mentis, that he was an accountable being? He knew the cases where the plea of insanity would be received, where, for instance, a murder was committed by a person whose mental infirmity might be considered as very nearly the absence of all mind. Against their defence there was no argument, but he was this day to learn whether the wickedness of the act which the prisoner was called on to answer was to be considered an excuse for its perpetration. Travelling through his whole life, what ground could they adduce for such a plea? His every act appeared rational, except one, and that was only irrational because it was so horrid that the imagination of man could not fancy to itself the existence of so atrocious a deed. But how far must this argument go? It must arrive at this conclusion, that every act of gross and unusual atrocity would carry its defence along with it, that every act of peculiar horror would have within itself a certain defence, for the barbarity of the deed would be considered as a proof that the mind which directed it was not in a state of sufficient security to judge whether the action was right or wrong, and if the mind possessed the power of forming that judgment, the prisoner was criminally accountable for the act. A man might be infirm in mind, insufficient to dispose of his property, or to judge of the claims of his respective relatives, and if he were in that situation, the management of his affairs might be taken from him and vested in trustees, but such a man was not discharged from criminal acts because he could not transact civil business. Many cases had occurred within his memory in courts of law, in which it was proved that a person in many respects had evinced symptoms of insanity up to a certain time, but the question then was, whether that insanity was of such a description as precluded or permitted the knowledge of right or wrong. In every one of the cases which recurred to his memory,
though a certain degree of madness was proved, still, as the parties seemed to have sufficient sense to distinguish right from wrong at the time of the perpetration of the acts charged against them, they were held to be criminally accountable. Here there was no deficiency of understanding whatever. No opinion of others to that effect was adduced. On the contrary, he was entrusted with the management of his own and others' affairs. The question was, whether at the time the murder was perpetrated he possessed sufficient sense to distinguish between right and wrong. What conclusion could they draw in favour of the idea which had been suggested? Let them take from their recollection the frightful nature of the act with the commission of which he was charged. Let them take from it its accumulated horrors, and the prisoner stood before them in a state of sanity, and fully accountable for the act of which he thought little doubt could be entertained he had been guilty. The learned gentleman concluded by expressing his satisfaction at the fact that the prisoner stood alone on that occasion, that he was unconnected with, and unaided and uninfluenced by any other person or party in the country, and that this deed could not therefore be attributed to any but the personal feelings which he entertained towards his Majesty's government. On him, and on him only, did the disgrace which he had excited rest, and the character of the country was entirely free from any participation in it. End of Part 74. Part 75 of the Chronicles of Crime, Volume 1, by Camden PELHAM. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 75. John Bellingham, executed for the murder of the Right Honourable Spencer Perceval. Part 2. The first witness called on the part of the Crown was Mr. William Smith, MP for Norwich, who, being sworn, deposed as follows. He was on his way to attend the House of Commons on the evening of Monday the 11th of May, and was going through the lobby towards the door of the House, when he heard the report of a pistol, which appeared to have been fired close to the entrance door of the lobby. Immediately on the report he turned towards the place from whence the noise appeared to proceed, and observed a tumult, and probably a dozen or more persons about the spot. Almost in the same instant he saw a person rush hastily from among the crowd, and heard several voices cry out, "Shut the doors, let no one escape." The person came towards him from the crowd, looking first one way, then another, rather like one seeking for shelter than the person wounded, but taking 2 or 3 steps towards the witness, he reeled by him, and almost instantaneously fell on the floor with his face downward. Before he fell, witness heard him cry, though not very distinctly, and in what he uttered he heard the word murder, or something very like it. When he first fell, witness thought that he might have been slightly wounded, and expected to see him make an effort to rise, but gazing on him for a few moments, he observed that he did not stir at all, and he therefore immediately stooped down to raise him from the ground, requesting the assistance of a gentleman close by him for the purpose. As soon as they had turned his face upwards, and not till then, he found that it was Mr. Perceval. They then took him into their arms, and carried him into the office of the Speaker's secretary, where they seated themselves on the table, with Mr. Perceval between them, also sitting on the table and resting on their arms. His face was now perfectly pale, the blood issuing in small quantities from each corner of his mouth, and probably in 2 or 3 minutes from the firing of the pistol all signs of life had ceased. The eyes of the unfortunate gentleman were open, but he did not appear to know witness, nor to take any notice of any person about him, nor did he utter the least articulate sound from the moment he fell. A few convulsive sobs, which lasted perhaps 3 or 4 moments, together with scarcely a perceptible pulse, were the only signs of life which appeared then, and those continued but a very short time longer, and when witness felt Mr. Perceval's pulse for the last time, just before Mr. Lynn, the surgeon, arrived, it appeared to him that he was quite dead. Witness remained supporting the body until it was conveyed into the Speaker's house, but he was unable to give any account of what passed in the lobby. Mr. William Lynn, a surgeon in Great George Street, deposed that he was called to the deceased, but on his arrival he was quite dead. There was blood upon his white waistcoat and shirt, and upon his examining the body he found that there was an opening in the skin. He probed the wound 3 inches downwards, and entertained no doubt that the pistol ball passed into the heart and was the cause of death. Mr. Henry Burgess, a solicitor who was in the lobby, stated that after having seen Mr. Perceval fall, as had already been described, he heard some one exclaim, "That's the man," and saw a hand pointing towards the bench by the fireplace, which is on one side of the lobby. He immediately went over to the bench and saw the prisoner at the bar sitting on it in great agitation. There were 1 or 2 persons by him. He looked at his hands and saw his left hand on the bench, and near or under his other hand he saw a pistol, which he took, and asked the prisoner what had induced him to do such a deed. He replied, "Want of redress of grievances, and refusal by government," or words to that effect. Witness then said to the prisoner, "You have another pistol?" He replied, "Yes." Witness asked if it was loaded, to which he answered in the affirmative. Witness then saw some person take the other pistol from his person. The pistol which witness took from the prisoner was warm, and appeared as if it had been recently discharged. The lock was down and the pan open. Here the pistol was produced and recognised by the witness. He then stated that he put his hand into the right waistcoat pocket of the prisoner, from which he took a small penknife and a pencil, and from his left hand waistcoat pocket he took a bunch of keys and some money. The prisoner was detained in custody and examined shortly afterwards above stairs in the House of Commons before the magistrates. Witness related in the presence of the prisoner, on that occasion, the facts which he had now detailed. When he had concluded, the prisoner made an observation to this effect, as well as he could recollect: "I wish to correct Mr. Burgess's statement in one point, but I believe he is perfectly correct in every other. Instead of my hand being, as Mr. Burgess stated, upon or near the pistol, I think he took it from my hand or upon it." James Taylor, a tailor at No. 11 North Place, Gray's Inn Lane, deposed that he had been employed by the prisoner to repair some clothes. He was afterwards in Guildford Street when the prisoner called him, and took him to his lodgings in Millman Street, and there directed him to put a side pocket into a coat which he gave him of a particular length which he pointed out. He completed the job on the same night and carried the coat home. Mr. John Morris stated that he often attended in the gallery appropriated for strangers, and went down to the house on Monday the 11th of May for that purpose. He passed into the lobby about the hour of 5 in the afternoon. He observed the prisoner at the bar standing in the lobby near the outer door. He was standing beside that part of the door which is generally closed. It was a double door, and one half was usually closed, within which half the prisoner was standing, and any one to have entered the lobby must have passed him at arm's length. He observed the prisoner as if watching for somebody coming, and he appeared to look anxiously towards the door. As well as the witness recollected, the prisoner had his right hand within the left breast of his coat. Witness passed on to the staircase of the gallery, and almost immediately after he got into the upper lobby he heard the report of a pistol, and found soon after that it was connected with the fatal event which occurred on that evening. He had frequently seen the prisoner before in the gallery, where gentlemen who reported the parliamentary proceedings resorted, and about the passages of the House of Commons. John Vickery, a Bow Street officer, said that he went on Monday afternoon to New Millman Street, to the lodgings of the prisoner, which he searched, and found in the bedroom upstairs a pair of pistol bags, and in the same drawer a small powder flask, and some powder in small paper, a box with some bullets, and some small flints wrapped in paper. There was also a pistol key to unscrew the pistol for the purpose of loading, and some sandpaper and a pistol mould. The witness, on comparing the bullet found in the loaded pistol with the mould, and the screw with the pistols, found them all to correspond. Mr. Vincent George Dowling was next called. He stated that he was in the gallery on the afternoon in question, and ran down into the lobby on hearing the report of a pistol. He saw the prisoner at the bar sitting on a stool, and going to him he seized him and began to search his person. He took from his left hand small clothes pocket a small pistol, which he produced, and which, on his examining it, he found to be loaded with powder and ball. It was primed as well as loaded. The pistol which had been discharged, and that which he took from the prisoner, were in his belief a brace. They were of the same size and bore, and were marked with the same maker's name. The witness had seen the prisoner several times before in the gallery, and in the avenues of the house, and to the best of his recollection, the last time he saw him was 6 or 7 days before the death of Mr. Perceval. He was frequently in the gallery during the debates, and upon several occasions entered into conversation with the witness. He had often asked for information as to the names of the gentlemen speaking, and also as to the persons of the members of his Majesty's government. Other witnesses from Newgate produced the coat worn by the prisoner at the time of his apprehension, and it was identified by the tailor as the same into which he had put the side pocket. Lord Chief Justice Mansfield then addressed the prisoner, and told him that the case of the part of the Crown being now gone through, the period was come for him to make any defence he might wish to offer. The prisoner asked whether his counsel had nothing to urge in his defence. Mr. Alley informed him that his counsel were not entitled to speak. The prisoner then said that the documents and papers necessary to his defence had been taken out of his pocket, and had not since been restored to him. Mr. Garrow said that it was the intention of the counsel for the Crown to restore him his papers, having first proved them to be the same which were taken from him, and had not suffered any subtraction, and that his solicitor already had copies of them. General Gascoigne and Mr. Hume, MP for Weymouth, proved that the papers were those which had been taken from the person of the prisoner, and that they had been in their custody ever since, and had suffered no subtraction. The papers were then handed to the prisoner, who proceeded to arrange and examine them. The prisoner, who had been hitherto sitting, now rose, and bowing respectfully to the court and jury, went into his defence in a firm tone of voice, and without any appearance of embarrassment. He spoke nearly to the following effect: "I feel a great personal obligation to the Attorney General for the objection which he has made to the plea of insanity. I think it is far more fortunate that such a plea as that should have been unfounded, than that it should have existed in fact. I am obliged to my counsel, however, for having thus endeavoured to consult my interest, as I am convinced the attempt has arisen from the kindest motives. That I am or have been insane is a circumstance of which I am not apprised, except in the single instance of my having been confined in Russia. How far that may be considered as affecting my present situation, it is not for me to determine. This is the first time that I have ever spoken in public in this way. I feel my own incompetency, but I trust you will attend to the substance rather than to the manner of my investigating the truth of an affair which has occasioned my presence at this bar. I beg to assure you that the crime which I have committed has arisen from compulsion rather than from any hostility to the man whom it has been my fate to destroy. Considering the amiable character and universally admitted virtues of Mr. Perceval, I feel, if I could murder him in a cool and unjustifiable manner, I should not deserve to live another moment in this world. Conscious, however, that I should be able to justify everything which I have done, I feel some degree of confidence in meeting the storm which assails me, and shall now proceed to unfold a catalogue of circumstances, which, while they harrow upon my own soul, will, I am sure, tend to the extenuation of my conduct in this honourable court. This, as has already been candidly stated by the Attorney General, is the first instance in which the slightest imputation has been cast upon my moral character. Until this fatal catastrophe, which no one can more heartily regret than I do, not excepting even the family of Mr. Perceval himself, I have stood alike pure in the minds of those who have known me, and in the judgment of my own heart. I hope I see this affair in the true light. For 8 years, gentlemen of the jury, have I been exposed to all the miseries which it is possible for human nature to endure. Driven almost to despair, I sought for redress in vain.
For this affair I had the carte blanche of government, as I will prove by the most incontestable evidence, namely, the writing of the Secretary of State himself. I come before you under peculiar disadvantages. Many of my most material papers are now in Liverpool, for which I have written, but I have been called upon my trial before it was possible to obtain an answer to my letter. Without witnesses, therefore, and in the absence of many papers necessary to my justification, I am sure you will admit I have just grounds for claiming some indulgence. I must state that after my voyage to Archangel, I transmitted to His Royal Highness the Prince Regent, through Mr. Windle, my solicitor, a petition, and in consequence of there being no reply, I came to London to see the result. Surprised at the delay, and conceiving that the interests of my country were at stake, I considered this step as essential, as well as for the assertion of my own right as for the vindication of the national honour. I waited upon Colonel Macmahon, who stated that my petition had been received, but, owing to some accident, had been mislaid. Under these circumstances, I drew out another account of the particulars of the Russian affair, and this may be considered the commencement of that train of events which led to the afflicting and unhappy fate of Mr. Perceval. The prisoner then read various documents containing the statement, the whole of his affairs in Russia, and in the course of narrating these hardships took occasion to explain several points, adverting with great feeling to the unhappy situation in which he was placed, from the circumstance of his having been lately married to his wife, then about 20 years of age, with an infant at her breast, and who had been waiting for him at St. Petersburg, in order that she might accompany him to England, a prey to all those anxieties which the unexpected and cruel incarceration of her husband, without any just grounds, was calculated to excite. Here he was much affected. He also described his feelings at a subsequent period, when his wife, from an anxiety to reach her native country, England, when in a state of pregnancy, and looking to the improbability of his liberation, was obliged to quit Petersburg unprotected, and undertake the voyage at the peril of her life, while Lord L. Gower and Sir S. Shairp suffered him to remain in the situation worse than death. My God, he exclaimed, what heart could bear such excruciating tortures, without bursting with indignation at conduct so diametrically opposite to justice and to humanity? I appeal to you, gentlemen of the jury, as men. I appeal to you as brothers. I appeal to you as Christians, whether, under such circumstances of persecution, it was possible to regard the actions of the ambassador and consul of my own country with any other feelings but those of detestation and horror. In using language thus strong, I feel that I commit an error, yet does my heart tell me that towards men who lent themselves thus to bolster up the basest acts of persecution, there are no observations, however strong, which the strict justice of the case would not excuse my using. Had I been so fortunate as to have met Lord Leveson Gower instead of that truly amiable and highly lamented individual, Mr. Perceval, he is the man who should have received the ball. The prisoner then went on to state that on his coming to England he had represented his hardships to the Marquis Wellesley, from whose secretary he received the following answer: Foreign Office, January 31st, 1810. Sir, I am directed by the Marquis Wellesley to transmit to you the papers which you sent to his office accompanied by your letter of the 27th of last month, and I am to inform you that His Majesty's Government is precluded from interfering in the support of your case, in some measure by the circumstances of the case itself, and entirely so at the present moment by the suspension of intercourse with the Court of St. Petersburg. I am, etc. Signed, Culling Charles Smith. I would beg to know, he continued, what course it was possible for me, after receiving this letter, to pursue. If His Majesty's Government thus refuse me redress, what must be my next step? The only thing I could do was to bring a serious charge against Sir Stephen Shairp and Lord Leveson Gower, which I accordingly did, by addressing a complete statement of my case to the Privy Council, from whom I received the following answer: Council Office, Whitehall, May 16th, 1810. Sir, I am directed by the Lords of the Council to acquaint you that their Lordships, having taken into consideration your petition on the subject of your arrest in Russia, do not find that it is a matter in which their Lordships can in any manner interfere. I am, Sir, &c. W. Faulkner. Having then understood that any remuneration which I might conceive myself entitled to, I could only procure through the medium of Parliament, I applied myself to several members of Parliament to ascertain what line of conduct I ought to pursue in order to obtain that desirable end. These gentlemen told me that I should make application to the Chancellor of the Exchequer, thus petitioning for leave to bring in a petition upon a subject which, being well founded, became a matter of right, and not of favour. In consequence, however, of this advice, I did write a letter to Mr. Perceval, from whom I received an answer, dated Downing Street, 27th of May, 1810, as follows: Sir, I am desired by Mr. Perceval to state to you, in reply to your letter of yesterday, that the time for presenting private petitions has long since passed, and that Mr. Perceval cannot encourage you to expect his sanction in introducing into the House a petition which Mr. Perceval thinks is not of a nature for the consideration of Parliament. I am, &c. Thomas Brooksbank. I apprehend, however, that this information is not founded in fact. If I am wrong, I see several gentlemen round me connected with the House of Commons who will set me right. That there is no particular time limited for the presentation of private petitions, and that they might be brought forward at any period of the session, I am inclined to think the usages of the House will permit. The latter clause of Mr. Perceval's letter, which states that my claims are not of a nature for the consideration of Parliament, appears to me inexplicable. If they are not referred to that branch of the legislature to whose consideration then ought they to be submitted. Yet thus was I bandied about from man to man, and from place to place. Suppose this had been the case with either of you, gentlemen of the jury, and that your sufferings had been equal to mine, what would have been your feelings? It is the duty of every individual to apply through the proper channel for redress, and through what other channel ought you to apply but through the heads of government? Upon this occasion, however, those whose duty it was to have redressed my grievances treated them with indifference, and were deaf to the dictated of justice. In consequence of this denial on the part of Mr. Perceval to investigate a business in which the national honour was concerned, I was left at a loss how to act, or what course to pursue. I therefore returned home, and remained inactive for nearly 18 months, when, finding that I could no longer hold up against the ruinous effect of those failures which were the consequence of the injustice with which I had been treated, every one coming upon me for that which I was unable to pay, and my family borne down by the deepest affliction at the distresses to which they were exposed, I found it necessary to renew my applications, which I did to the Treasury, and submitted to them a petition, reiterating those claims I had so unsuccessfully made before. To this application I received for answer: Treasury Chambers, February 24th, 1810. Sir, having laid before the Lords Commissioners of His Majesty's Treasury your petition of the 16th instant, submitting a statement of losses sustained by you in Russia, and praying relief, I am commanded by their Lordships to return to you the documents transmitted therewith, and to acquaint you that my Lords are not able to afford you any relief. I am, &c. George Harrison. I next made application to His Royal Highness the Prince Regent to have my affairs laid before Parliament, explaining anew the disgraceful conduct of the Consul and Ambassador at Russia, who, by suffering me to be so persecuted, had been guilty of an act which brought eternal disgrace on the country. Here he reads documents similar to the former, and repeated all the statements respecting the manner in which he had been treated in Russia. The answer I received was as follows: Whitehall, February 18th, 1812. Sir, I am directed by Mr. Secretary Ryder to acquaint you that your petition to His Royal Highness the Prince Regent has been referred, by the command of His Royal Highness, for the consideration of the Lords of His Majesty's Most Honourable Privy Council. I am, &c. J. Beckett. After this I made application to the Privy Council Office, and had communication with Lord Chetwynd and Mr. Duller, the two clerks of that council, who informed me that I had nothing to expect from their decision. I then applied to know the reason in writing why the Privy Council declined to act in obedience to the instructions of His Royal Highness the Prince Regent, which request I was informed by Mr. Lichfield could not be complied with. Under these circumstances, I communicated the whole to His Royal Highness, and enclosed to him a petition to be laid before Parliament. The petition was here read, and the answer of Mr. Beckett, dated March 9th, 1812, stating that His Royal Highness had signified no commands thereupon, and returning the petition accordingly. So, baffled, he pursued, "What could a man do, reduced to the last extremity of distress, without having been guilty of a single political crime which could call for reprehension? Here I was forced to the commission of that melancholy act," bursting into tears, "which I, as well as my country, have so sincerely to regret. My wife and my poor children crying for the means of existence, what alternative had I but to seek redress by some such dreadful act as that for which I have now to answer? His Majesty's ministers referring me backwards and forwards like a shuttlecock, without showing the slightest disposition even to regard my wrongs as deserving of the smallest consideration in duty to myself, I was forced to seek justice and avenge my own cause. I was told I could not get my case before Parliament without the sanction of His Majesty's ministers. To General Gascoigne for the politeness and attention with which he heard my statement, and the disposition he evinced to relieve me, were it in his power, I have to express my gratitude. He informed me, if any of His Majesty's ministers would sanction my claims, and that I was able to authenticate but the particulars I had related, he should be happy to meet my wishes by laying my petition before the House. Supposing now that I should feel little difficulty in obtaining such sanction, and satisfied that by a journey to Liverpool I should be able to produce the documents which would fully establish the truth of every word I have uttered, I began to hope that the goal of my long hoped for wishes was now in view. I therefore directed a letter to Mr. Ryder, requesting the permission I understood to be essential to my purpose. Here, however, my expectations were again blasted, and those flattering dreams of success which had filled my mind with joy were dashed for ever from my reach, and this letter at once showed me that I had no justice to look for. Here he read the letter as follows: Whitehall, March 20th, 1812. Sir, I am directed by Mr. Secretary Ryder to acknowledge the receipt of your letter of the 17th instant, requesting permission, on the part of His Majesty's ministers, to present your petition to the House of Commons, and in reply I am to acquaint you that you should address your application to the Right Honourable the Chancellor of the Exchequer. I am, etc., J. Beckett. At last, then, I was told I had nothing to expect, and was forced reluctantly to notice in a more determined manner the ill treatment I had received. To this end, I enclosed the particulars of my case to the magistrate of Bow Street. The prisoner then read the letter which we have already given. End of Part 75. Part 76 of the Chronicles of Crime, Volume 1, by Camden Pelham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 76. John Bellingham, executed for the murder of the Right Honourable Spencer Perceval. Part 3. In the course of 2 days I called again at Bow Street for an answer to this letter, when I received a little memorandum in Mr. Reed's writing, in which he states that he cannot interfere in my affairs, and that he had felt it his duty to communicate the contents of my packet to the Secretary of State. Had he done otherwise, he would have been extremely reprehensible, as events have turned out so calamitously. Events which go to my heart to allude to. Much affected. At last, in reply to a letter of the 18th of April, I received a final and direct answer, which at once convinced me that I had no reason to expect any adjustment whatever of those claims which I had on His Majesty's Government for my criminal detention in Russia. It was in these terms: Whitehall, April 18th, 1812.
Sir, I am directed by Mr. Secretary Ryder to acknowledge the receipt of your letter of the 13th instant, requesting to be informed in what stage your claim on His Majesty's Government for criminal detention in Russia now is. In reply, I am to refer you to my several letters of the 18th of February, 9th and 20th of March, by which you have been already informed that your first petition to His Royal Highness the Prince Regent, praying for remuneration, had been referred to the consideration of the Lords of the Council; that upon your second memorial, praying His Royal Highness to give orders that the subject should be brought before Parliament, His Royal Highness had not been pleased to signify any commands; and lastly, in answer to your application to Mr. Ryder, requesting permission on the part of His Majesty's Ministers to present your petition to the House of Commons, you were informed that your application should be addressed to the Right Honourable the Chancellor of the Exchequer. I am, etc. J. Beckett. After this, on personal application at the office of the Secretary of State, and intimating my intention to take the justice in my own hand, I was told, by the mouth of Mr. Hill, that I was at liberty to take such measures as I thought proper. Who then is to be reprobated in this case? Those who were regardless of every feeling of honour and of justice, or him who, spurred on by injury and neglect, and with a due notice of his intentions, pursued the only course likely to lead to a satisfactory termination of calamities which had weighed him down to the lowest ebb of misery? I will now only mention a few observations by way of defence. You have before you all the particulars of this melancholy transaction. Believe me, gentlemen, the rashness of which I have been guilty has not been dictated by any personal animosity to Mr. Perceval, rather than injure whom, from private or malicious motives, I would suffer my limbs to be cut from my body." Here the prisoner seemed again much agitated. "If, whenever I am called before the tribunal of God, I can appear with as clear a conscience as I now possess in regard to the alleged charge of the wilful murder of the unfortunate gentleman, the investigation of whose death has occupied your attention, it would be happy for me, as essentially securing to me eternal salvation, but that is impossible. That my arm has been the means of his melancholy and lamented exit, I am ready to allow. But to constitute murder, it must clearly and absolutely be proved to have arisen from malice prepense, and with a malicious design, as I have no doubt the learned judge will shortly lay down, in explaining the law on the subject. If such is the case, I am guilty; if not, I look forward with confidence to your acquittal. That the contrary is the case has been most clearly and irrefutably proved. No doubt can rest upon your minds, as my uniform and undeviating object has been an endeavour to obtain justice according to law for a series of the most long-continued and unmerited sufferings that were ever submitted to a court of law, without having been guilty of any other crime than an appeal for redress for a most flagrant injury offered to my sovereign and my country, wherein my liberty and property have fallen a sacrifice for the continued period of 8 years, to the total ruin of myself and my family, with authenticated documents of the truth of the allegations, merely because it was Mr. Perceval's pleasure that justice should not be granted, sheltering himself with the idea of there being no alternative remaining, as my petition to Parliament for redress could not be bought, as having a pecuniary tendency, without the sanction of His Majesty's Ministers, and that he was determined to oppose my claim by trampling both on law and right. Gentlemen, where a man has so strong and serious a criminal case to bring forward as mine has been, the nature of which was purely national, it is the bounden duty of government to attend to it, for justice is a matter of right and not of favour; and when a minister is so unprincipled and presumptuous at any time, but especially in a case of such urgent necessity, to set himself above both the sovereign and the laws, as has been the case with Mr. Perceval, he must do it at his personal risk, for by the law he cannot be protected. Gentlemen, if this is not fact, the mere will of a minister would be law. It would be this thing to day and the other thing to morrow, as either interest or caprice might dictate. What would become of our liberties? Where would be the purity and the impartiality of the justice we so much boast of? To government's non-attendance to the dictates of justice is solely to be attributed to the melancholy catastrophe of the unfortunate gentleman, as any malicious intention to his injury was the most remote from my heart. Justice and justice only was my object, which government uniformly objected to grant, and the distress it reduced me to drove me to despair in consequence, and purely for the purpose of having this singular affair legally investigated, I gave notice at the public office, Bow Street, requesting the magistrates to acquaint his Majesty's ministers that if they persisted in refusing justice, or even to permit me to bring my just petition into Parliament for redress, I should be under the imperious necessity of executing justice myself, solely for the purpose of ascertaining, through a criminal court, whether his Majesty's ministers have the power to refuse justice to a well authenticated and irrefutable act of oppression, committed by the consul and ambassador abroad, whereby my sovereign's and country's honour were materially tarnished, by my person endeavouring to be made the stalking horse of justification to one of the greatest insults that could be offered to the crown. But in order to avoid so reluctant and abhorrent an alternative, I hoped to be allowed to bring my petition to the House of Commons, or that they would do what was right and proper themselves. On my return from Russia, I brought most serious charges to the Privy Council, both against Sir Stephen Shairp and Lord Granville Leveson Gower, when the affair was determined to be purely national, and consequently it was the duty of his Majesty's ministers to arrange it by acting on the resolution of the Council. Suppose, for instance, the charge I brought could have been proved to be erroneous, should not I have been called to a severe account for my conduct? But, being true, ought not I to have been redressed? After the notice from the police to government, Mr. Ryder, conscious of the truth and cruelty of the case, transmitted the affair to the Treasury, referring me there for a final result. After a delay of some weeks, the Treasury came to the resolution of sending the affair back to the Secretary of State's office. At the same time I was told by a Mr. Hill that he thought it would be useless by making further application to government, and that I was at liberty to take such measures as I thought proper for redress. Mr. Beckett, the Under Secretary of State, confirmed the same, adding that Mr. Perceval had been consulted, and could not allow my petition to come forward. This direct refusal of justice, with a carte blanche to act in whatever manner I thought proper, were the sole causes of the fatal catastrophe, and they have now to reflect on their own impure conduct for what has happened. It is a melancholy fact that the warping of justice, including all the various ramifications in which it operates, occasions more misery in the world in a moral sense than all the acts of God in a physical one, with which he punishes mankind for their transgressions, a confirmation of which the single but strong instance before you is one remarkable proof. If a poor unfortunate man stops another upon the highway and robs him of but a few shillings, he may be called upon to forfeit his life. But I have been robbed of my liberty for years, ill-treated beyond precedent, torn from my wife and family, bereaved of all my property to make good the consequences of such irregularities, deprived and bereaved of everything that makes life valuable, and then called upon to forfeit it, because Mr. Perceval has been pleased to patronise iniquity that ought to have been punished, for the sake of a vote or two in the House of Commons, with perhaps a similar good turn elsewhere. Is there, gentlemen, any comparison between the enormity of these two offenders? No more than a mite to a mountain. Yet the one is carried to the gallows, while the other stalks in security, fancying himself beyond the reach of law or justice. The most honest man suffers, while the other goes forward in triumph to new and more extended enormities. We have had a recent and striking instance of some unfortunate men who have been called upon to pay their lives as the forfeit of their allegiance in endeavouring to mitigate the rigours of a prison. But, gentlemen, where is the proportion between the crimes for which they suffered and what the government has been guilty of in withholding its protection from me? Even in a Crown case, after the years of sufferings, I have been called upon to sacrifice all my property and the welfare of my family to bolster up the iniquities of the Crown, and then I am prosecuted for my life because I have taken the only possible alternative to bring the affair to a public investigation, for the purpose of being enabled to return to the bosom of my family with some degree of comfort and honour. Every man within the sound of my voice must feel for my situation, but by you, gentlemen of the jury, it must be felt in a peculiar degree, who are husbands and fathers, and can fancy yourselves in my situation. I trust that this serious lesson will operate as a warning to all future ministers, and lead them to do the thing that is right, as an unerring rule of conduct. For if the superior classes were more correct in their proceedings, the extensive ramifications of evil would in a great measure be hemmed up, and a notable proof of the fact is that this court would never have been troubled with the case before it, had their conduct been guided by these principles. I have now occupied the attention of the court for a period much longer than I intended, yet I trust they will consider the awfulness of my situation to be a sufficient ground for trespass, which under other circumstances would be inexcusable. Sooner than suffer what I have suffered for the last 8 years, however, I should consider 500 deaths, if it were possible for human nature to endure them, a fate far more preferable. Lost so long to all the endearments of my family, bereaved of all the blessings of life, and deprived of its greatest sweet, liberty, as the weary traveller, who has long been pelted by the pitiless storm, welcomes the much-desired inn, I shall receive death as the relief of all my sorrows. I shall not occupy your attention longer, but relying on the justice of God, and submitting myself to the dictates of your conscience, I submit to the fiat of my fate, anticipating an acquittal from a charge so abhorrent to every feeling of my soul." Here the prisoner bowed, and his counsel immediately proceeded to call the witnesses for the defence. Anne Billet, who appeared under the strongest impressions of grief, being sworn, deposed that she lived in the county of Southampton. She came to London in consequence of having read in the newspapers of the prisoner having been apprehended for the murder of Mr. Perceval. She was induced to come to town from a conviction that she knew more of him than any other friend. She knew him from a child. He resided latterly in Liverpool, from whence he came at Christmas last. She knew him to be a merchant. His father died insane in Titchfield Street, Oxford Road. She firmly believed that for the last 3 or 4 years the prisoner was in a state of derangement respecting the business which he had been pursuing. She had not seen him for 12 months. Until the present moment she always thought him deranged when his Russian affairs were the subject of conversation. When cross-examined by Mr. Garrow, she deposed that when in London with the prisoner about 12 months since, he was going to different government offices to seek redress of his grievances. He was then in a state of derangement, as he had been ever since his return from Russia. There was one instance which occurred at the period to which she was alluding, which strongly confirmed her in the opinion of his insanity. About Christmas he told his wife and witness that now he was come from Russia he had realised more than £100,000, with which he intended to buy an estate in the west of England, and to have a house in London. He admitted that he had not got the money, but said it was the same as if he had, for he had gained his cause in Russia, and our government would make good all the loss he had sustained. He repeatedly said to her and to his wife that this was assuredly the fact. Upon one occasion he took Mrs. Bellingham and the witness to the Secretary of State's office, where they saw Mr. Smith, who said if he had not ladies with him he would not have come to him at all. The prisoner told Mr. Smith that the reason why he brought them was to convince them that his claims were just, and that he would very shortly receive the money. Mr. Smith told him he could say nothing upon this subject. He had already sent him a letter alleging that he had nothing to expect. The prisoner then requested Mr. Smith would answer him one question. "My friends say I am out of my senses. Is it your opinion that I am so?" Mr. Smith said it was a very delicate question, and one he did not wish to answer. Having then departed, when they got into the carriage which waited for them, he took hold of his wife's hand and said, "I hope now, my dear, you are convinced all will now end as we wish." Since that period she knew that he had been pursuing his object alone, his wife remaining at Liverpool. Other witnesses were called who deposed to like facts and to their belief in the insanity of the prisoner, but Lord Chief Justice Mansfield having summed up the case, The jury, after a consultation of 2 minutes and a half in the box, expressed a wish to retire, and an officer of the court being sworn, accompanied them to the jury room. As they passed out, the prisoner regarded them separately with a look of mingled confidence and complacency. They were absent 14 minutes, and on their return into court, their countenances, acting as indices to their minds, at once unfolded the determination to which they had come. The prisoner again directed his attention to them in the same manner as before. The names being called over, and the verdict asked for in the usual form, the foreman, in a faltering voice, announced the fatal decision of guilty. The prisoner's countenance here indicated surprise, unmixed, however, with any demonstrations of that concern which the awfulness of his situation was calculated to produce. The recorder then passed the awful sentence of death on the prisoner in the most feeling manner, and he was ordered for execution on the following Monday, his body to be anatomized. He received the sentence without any emotions. From the time of his condemnation the unfortunate convict was fed upon bread and water. All means of suicide were removed, and he was not allowed to be shaved, a prohibition which gave him much concern, as he feared he should not appear as a gentleman. He was visited by the ordinary on Saturday, and some religious gentlemen called on him on Sunday, with whose conversation he seemed greatly pleased. He appeared naturally depressed by his situation, but persisted in a resolute denial of his guilt. He frequently said that he had prepared himself to go to his father, and that he should be pleased when the hour came. Being informed by Mr. Newman that 2 gentlemen from Liverpool had called and left word that his wife and children would be provided for, he seemed but little affected, but having requested pen, ink, and paper, he wrote the following letter to his wife: My blessed Mary, it rejoiced me beyond measure to hear you are likely to be well provided for. I am sure the public at large will participate in and mitigate your sorrows. I assure you, my love, my sincerest endeavours have ever been directed to your welfare. As we shall not meet any more in this world, I sincerely hope we shall do so in the world to come. My blessings to the boys, with kind remembrance to Miss Stephens, for whom I have the greatest regard, in consequence of her uniform affection for them. With the purest intentions, it has always been my misfortune to be thwarted, misrepresented, and ill-used in life. But however we feel a happy prospect of compensation in a speedy translation to life eternal, it's not possible to be more calm or placid than I feel, and 9 hours more will waft me to those happy shores where bliss is without alloy. Yours ever affectionate, John Bellingham. That the unfortunate man was afflicted with a strange malady which occasionally rendered him incapable of correct conclusions must be evident from the following note, which he wrote the night preceding his execution. I lost my suit solely through the improper conduct of my attorney and counsel, Mr. Alley, in not bringing my witnesses forward, of whom there were more than 20. In consequence, the judge took advantage of the circumstance, and I went off on the defence without having brought forward a single friend, otherwise I must inevitably have been acquitted. On the Monday morning, about 6 o'clock, he rose and dressed himself with great composure, and read for half an hour in the prayer book. Dr. Ford then being announced, the prisoner shook him most cordially by the hand, and left his cell for the room allotted for the condemned criminals. He repeated the declaration which he had frequently before made, that his mind was perfectly calm and composed, and that he was fully prepared to meet his fate with resignation. After a few minutes spent in prayer, the sacrament was administered to him, and during the whole of the ceremony he seemed to be deeply impressed with the truths of the Christian religion, and repeatedly uttered some pious ejaculations. After the religious ceremony was ended, the prisoner was informed that the sheriffs were ready. He answered in a firm tone of voice, "I am perfectly ready also." The executioner then proceeded to fasten his wrists together, and the prisoner turned up the sleeves of his coat and clasped his hands together, presenting them to the man who held the cord, and said, "So." When they were fastened, he desired his attendants to pull down his sleeves so as to cover the cord. The officer then proceeded to secure his arms behind him, and when the man had finished, he moved his hands upwards, as if to ascertain whether he could reach his neck, and asked whether they thought his arms were sufficiently fastened, saying that he might struggle, and that he wished to be so secured as to prevent any inconvenience arising from it. he was answered that the cord was quite secure, but he requested that it might be tightened a little, which was accordingly done. During the whole of the awful scene he appeared perfectly composed and collected. His voice never faltered, but just before he left the room to proceed to the place of execution, he stooped down his head, and appeared to wipe away a tear. He was then conducted by the Lord Mayor, sheriffs, under-sheriffs, and officers, Dr. Ford walking with him, from the room, in which he had remained from the time his irons were taken off, through the press yard and the prison to the fatal spot, before the debtors' door at Newgate. He ascended the scaffold with rather a light step, a cheerful countenance, and a confident, a calm, but not an exulting air. He looked about him a little, lightly and rapidly, which seems to have been his usual manner and gesture, but made no remark. Before the cap was put over his face, Dr. Ford asked if he had any last communication to make, or anything particular to say. He was again proceeding to talk about Russia and his family, when Dr. Ford stopped him, calling his attention to the eternity into which he was entering, and praying. Bellingham prayed also. The clergyman then asked him how he felt, and he answered calmly and collectedly that he thanked God for having enabled him to meet his fate with so much fortitude and resignation. When the executioner proceeded to put the cap over his face, Bellingham objected to it, and expressed a strong wish that the business could be done without it, but Dr. Ford said that was not to be dispensed with. While the cap was being fastened on, it being tied round the lower part of the face by the prisoner's neckerchief, and just when he was tied up, about a score of persons in the mob set up a loud and reiterated cry of "God bless you, God save you." This cry lasted while the cap was fastening on, and though those who raised it were loud and daring, it was joined in by but very few. The Ordinary asked Bellingham if he heard what the mob was saying. He said he heard them crying out something, but he did not understand what it was, and inquired what. The cry having by this time ceased, the clergyman did not inform him what it was. The fastening on of the cap being accomplished, the executioner retired, and a perfect silence ensued. Dr. Ford continued praying for about a minute, while the executioner went below the scaffold, and preparations were made to strike away its supporters. The clock struck 8, and while it was striking the 7th time, the clergyman and Bellingham, both fervently praying, the supporters of the internal part of the scaffold were struck away, and Bellingham dropped out of sight down as far as the knees, his body being in full view, and the clergyman was left standing on the outer frame of the scaffold. When Bellingham sunk, the most perfect and awful silence prevailed. Not even the slightest attempt at a huzzah or noise of any kind whatever was made. The body was afterwards carried in a cart, followed by a crowd of the lower class, to St. Bartholomew's Hospital, and privately dissected. The greatest precautions were adopted to prevent accidents among the crowd. A large bill was placarded in all the avenues to the Old Bailey, and carried about on a pole, to this effect: "Beware of entering the crowd. Remember 30 poor creatures were pressed to death by the crowd when Haggerty and Holloway were executed," and no accident of any moment occurred. To prevent any disposition of tumult, a military force was stationed near Islington, and to the south of Blackfriars Bridge, and all the volunteer corps of the metropolis received instructions to be under arms during the whole of the day. End of Part 76. Part 77 of the Chronicles of Crime, Volume 1, by Camden Pelham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 77. The Luddites. The name of this deluded faction was taken from the person by whom they represented that they were led on to commit the irregularities of which they were guilty, General Ludd. It appears that the cotton manufacturers of Nottinghamshire, Derbyshire, Leicestershire, and some parts of Yorkshire, having suffered under a considerable reduction of wages and scarcity of work, which they attributed to the very extensive introduction of machinery, associated in such numbers for the destruction of frames and looms, and the annoyance of those manufacturers who had been most forward in introducing the machines, that those counties became the seat of the most serious tumults. The crimes of which they were generally guilty were those of administering unlawful oaths, riotously assembling and breaking the frames and looms of the manufacturers of cloth, breaking into houses, and in some instances those persons who had had sufficient hardihood to oppose their proceedings were selected by them as victims to their passions, and were barbarously murdered. The riotous proceedings of the party continued during a considerable period, but at length the active measures which were taken by the government against them effectually put a stop to their depredations. Many of them having been taken into custody, a special commission was issued for their trial, and was opened by Baron Thompson, at the city of York, on Monday the 4th of January 1813, in a most impressive charge to the grand jury. On Tuesday the 5th, the business of the court commenced with the trial of John Swallow, John Batley, Joseph Fletcher, and John Lamb, for a burglary and felony in the house of Mr. Samuel Moxon, at Whitley Upper. The jury pronounced them all guilty. It would be useless to go into a detail of all the cases tried before the learned judges, all of which partook strongly of the same character, and we shall therefore confine ourselves to the recital of those instances which were marked by the spilling of blood. On the Wednesday, George Mellor of Longroyd Bridge, and William Thorpe and Thomas Smith of Huddersfield, were indicted for the wilful murder of William Horsfall of Marsden, merchant and manufacturer at Lockwood in the West Riding of Yorkshire. From the evidence of Benjamin Walker, an accomplice of the prisoners and others, it appeared that a conspiracy was entered into to attack the mill of Mr. Cartwright, in which Mellor was one of the principals. While they were in conversation upon this subject on the 28th of April, however, the same prisoner produced a loaded pistol, and said he was going to shoot Mr. Horsfall, and that the other prisoners and Walker must accompany him. They accordingly proceeded together to a plantation near an inn called the Warren House, at Crossland Moor, near Huddersfield, where it was arranged that they should station themselves in a line by the road, and when Mr. Horsfall came, Mellor was to fire first, and in case of his missing his aim, Smith and Walker were to fire. At 6:15 o'clock in the evening, Mr. Horsfall called at the Warren House on his way home from Huddersfield Market, and had some rum and water, and after about 20 minutes he proceeded on his way, unconscious of the fate which awaited him. He had entered the road which ran through the plantation, and which was only 1/4 of a mile from the Warren House, when the prisoner Mellor fired and shot him. The unfortunate gentleman, on his being wounded, fell on the horse's chine, and a Mr. Parr, hearing the report and seeing him fall, rode up to him in order to assist him. Mr. Horsfall, having quitted his horse, sat down by the roadside, and dispatched Mr. Parr for assistance, but he died very soon afterwards. The prisoner attempted to prove an alibi, but the jury withdrew about 20 minutes, and returned a verdict of guilty against them all. They were immediately sentenced to death. On Friday these wretched men were brought to the place of execution behind the castle at York. Every precaution had been taken to render a rescue impracticable. 2 troops of cavalry were drawn up near the front of the platform, and the avenues to the castle were guarded by infantry. A few minutes before 9 o'clock the prisoners came up on the platform. After the ordinary had read the accustomed forms of prayer, George Mellor prayed for about 10 minutes. William Thorpe also prayed, but his voice was not so well heard. Smith said but little, but seemed to join in the devotions with great seriousness. The prisoners were then moved to the front of the platform, and after saying a few words, the executioner proceeded to perform his fatal office, and the drop fell. On the 8th, John Baines the elder, John Baines the younger, Zachary Baines of the same family, and the elder near 70 years of age, and the latter scarce 16, John Eden, Charles Milnes, William Blakeborough, and George Duckworth, all of Halifax, were tried for administering an unlawful oath to John Macdonald, and all, except the boy, were found guilty. On the 9th of January, James Haig of Dalton, Jonathan Dean of Huddersfield, John Ogden, James Brooke, Thomas Brooke, John Walker of Longroyd Bridge, and John Hurst of Liversedge, were tried for attacking the mill of Mr. William Cartwright at Rawfolds. Mr. Cartwright, being apprehensive of an attack being made upon his mill, procured the assistance of 5 soldiers, and retired to rest about 12 o'clock, but soon afterwards heard the barking of a dog. He arose, and while opening the door, heard a breaking of windows, and also a firing in the upper and lower windows, and a violent hammering at the door. He and his men flew to their arms, and a bell placed at the top of the mill for the purpose of alarming the neighbours, being rung by one of his men, the persons inside the mill discharged their pieces from loopholes. The fire was returned regularly on both sides. The mob called, "Bang up, lads! In with you! Keep close! Damn that bell! Get to it! Damn 'em! Kill 'em all!" The numbers assembled were considerable. The attack continued about 20 minutes, but at length the fire slackened from without, and the cries of the wounded were heard. The men that were wounded were taken care of, but afterwards died. One of the accomplices, W. Hall, stated that he was one of those connected with Mellor and Thorpe, and assembled with many other persons by the desire of Mellor, in a field belonging to Sir George Armitage, Baronet, on the night of the 11th of April. They called their numbers, remained there some time, and then marched off to the mill. Mellor commanded the musket company, another pistol company, and another the hatchet company. They were formed in lines of 10 each. 2 of the men were to go last and drive up the rear. Some had hatchets, some hammers, some sticks, and others had no arms. The jury found James Haigh, J. Dean, J. Ogden, T. Brooke, and J. Walker guilty, but acquitted the rest. Several prisoners were on the 2 following days convicted of robberies, but many others were, through the lenity of the government, admitted to bail. On the Thursday, on the grand jury coming into court and declaring that they had disposed of all the bills of indictment preferred before them, Mr. Park, who had appeared as counsel for the Crown, said that it was not intended to present any more indictments. He and those learned gentlemen who had assisted him had examined the various cases which might have formed the subjects of prosecution, but in that discretion with which they had been entrusted, they had determined to exercise a lenity which he hoped would produce its proper effect with the prisoners and their associates. The grand jury then retired, and sentence of death was passed upon 15 prisoners by Mr. Baron Thompson. On Saturday at 11 o'clock, John Hill, Joseph Crowther, Nathaniel Hale, Jonathan Dean, John Ogden, Thomas Brooke, and John Walker were brought out on the scaffold to undergo the last sentence of the law. They appeared to be fully sensible of the awful situation in which they were placed, and having hung till 12 o'clock, they were cut down, in order to make way for those prisoners who were to be executed subsequently on the same day. In about an hour and a half after they had been removed, John Swallow, John Batley, Joseph Fisher, William Hartley, James Haigh, James Hay, and Job Hay were also executed. The crowd of persons assembled was immense. Huffy White and Richard Kendall executed for robbing the Leeds mail. Huffy White was a more expert and notorious housebreaker, and perpetrated more adroit burglaries and robberies than any other malefactor of his time. His first conviction appears to have taken place in the year 1809, when he was found guilty of a burglary, and sentenced to be transported for life. Preparatory to his being sent abroad, he was conveyed on board the hulks at Woolwich, but disliking the treatment he experienced there, he contrived to make his escape, and once more visited the scenes of his former crimes in London. At this time he became acquainted with the notorious Jem McCool, and as a means of replenishing his exchequer, he agreed to accompany him to Chester for the purpose of robbing the bank there. White, it appears, lodged in the house of a blacksmith named Scottock in London, who supplied him with the necessary implements, and the 2 villains, having directed the smith to forward them the keys, etc., to Chester, set off for that place early in 1810, and having made their observations, called at the coach office for the box of implements. Unfortunately for their project, the friction of the coach had broken one corner of the box, through which a skeleton key suspiciously obtruded, and an officer having been made acquainted with the fact, he was concealed when White and McCool came to demand the box, and having secured them both, they were committed to the House of Correction as rogues and vagabonds. McCool went by the name of Martin, and White assumed that of Evans, but a description of their persons being transmitted to Bow Street, an officer was sent who quickly recognised them both, and White was brought to trial at the next assizes, and received sentence of death for being at large before the expiration of his period of transportation, but this sentence was afterwards commuted to transportation for life, and he was once more sent to his former station in the hulks, McCool remaining in Chester jail, in which he was sentenced to be confined for 6 months. At the expiration of the term of his imprisonment, Mackoull returned to London, and agreeing with one French to rob the Glasgow Bank, they wished for the assistance of Huffy White, and actually contrived to liberate him from the hulks, before they set off for Scotland. On their reaching the scene of their intended depredation, they took lodgings in the house of Mrs. Stewart, and although they appeared to be persons engaged in no particular business, they were nevertheless actively employed in maturing their plans for the burglary. In this way nearly 6 weeks passed away, the most anxious care being taken that no circumstance should occur which could excite suspicion. The exact position of the banking house, and of all the apartments in which money was kept, was ascertained and accurately noted down, and that no chance of success should be lost, the thieves actually made themselves acquainted with the persons who had charge of the banking house, through whose innocent instrumentality they procured much of the information they required. Their implements having reached them, however, from London, they found that none of them were calculated for the purpose which they had in view; and White, who had assumed the name of Down, was dispatched to the metropolis with the necessary instructions to procure fit instruments. On his return he was amply provided, and at length on Sunday evening, when the honest bank keepers were gone to church, the burglary was effected, and £20,000 in Scotch bank notes were carried off. The party judged rightly that Glasgow was no place for them to remain in any longer, and they immediately set off in a post-chaise for London, changing a £20 note at every stage. From the able manner in which the robbery had been effected, and from all the doors and cupboards being found locked as they had been left, it was not discovered, nor indeed suspected, until the following day, when pursuit, with a chance of catching the thieves, was of course hopeless; but information being conveyed to London, the fugitives were traced to have proceeded thither, and White was apprehended in the house of his old ally Scottock, with a number of housebreaking implements in his possession. All search for money proved of no avail, however, the notes having been duly lodged in the hands of an experienced banker, and the exertions of the officers to apprehend the other offender were equally futile. In accordance with a system then existing to a very great extent, but now happily put an end to, negotiations were commenced by the thieves with the banking company for the restoration of the notes upon certain terms, one of which was that no prosecution should take place, and Sayer the officer being employed, matters were at length satisfactorily adjusted; but upon the notes being restored, it was found that instead of the sum stolen, £11,041 only were given up, and the gold agent returned to Scotland, compelled to put up with what he could get. In the meantime, however, White was conveyed back to the hulks to serve out the remainder of his sentence, but he soon contrived again to escape. But he now confined his depredations to the country, where he committed various burglaries. While at large, he contrived by skeleton keys, etc., to open the doors of the Kettering Bank, and such was the masterly manner in which he effected his entrance and conducted the business, that the bankers, Messrs. Keep and Gotch, remained ignorant of the attempted robbery until an accomplice subsequently detailed the transaction. It was conceived to be impossible for such a thing to take place without at least exciting suspicion, and the information was treated as untrue, until the number of the page in which the London banking account was kept was told, which it was known could only have been learned by an inspection of the private ledger. It appears, however, that in this instance ignorance was bliss, for although the thieves had carried off nothing, because the state of the exchequer did not present a sufficient temptation, they had fully made up their minds to pay the house a second visit, in the hope of making a more successful haul; but from this they were prevented by the apprehension of White, who was the prime mover of these proceedings, and his execution on a charge of robbing the Leeds mail at Higham Ferriers, in Northamptonshire, on the 29th of October 1812. The circumstances of this case are as follows. The guard having gone to the coach box on the night in question from his accustomed seat at the back of the mail, the robbers contrived, during his absence, and without exciting his suspicion, to open the lock and carry off the mail bags. Information of the robbery having been conveyed to London, Richard and John Limbrick, two Bow Street officers, were dispatched in search of the thieves, and hearing that White was at Bristol, they proceeded thither, having little doubt that he was one of the parties concerned. On their arrival they found that he was living with two fellows named Ned Burkitt and John Goodman, both well known thieves, and it was determined to watch them, in order that a favourable opportunity might be seized to secure their persons. Several days passed before they were able to attempt the capture of their prey, but at length Goodman and his wife, having been taken into custody upon a charge of robbing the Canterbury Bank, of which they were suspected, a favourable opportunity presented itself. The officers in consequence went boldly to the house occupied by the thieves, and, having given a loud knock at the door, they were answered by Burkitt. They immediately rushed in, but were met with a most violent opposition, in the course of which White managed to make his escape over a shed at the back. His career, however, was drawing to a close, and information having reached the officers that Liverpool was to be favoured by his presence, they were soon on the look out for him in that city. Early in the month of April 1813 he was found to have entered Liverpool, and inquiries being made, he was traced to the house of an old woman named Mary Howes, alias Taylor, in the Scotland Road there. The Limbricks in consequence proceeded thither, when their entrance was opposed by the old woman, but some force being applied, the door was opened, and they proceeded directly to the cellar. There they found White and a man named Haywood, evidently prepared to make a desperate resistance; but the officers being equally resolute, after a violent conflict, in the course of which a pistol was fired by one of the constables, the thieves were secured. Upon the house being searched, a great variety of house-breaking implements was found, concealed under a flag in the cellar, and Mrs. Howes was also taken into custody. At the ensuing summer assizes at Northampton, White, Kendall, and the woman Mary Howes were indicted for the robbery of the Leeds mail, and it was proved that on the evening of which the robbery was effected, the two first named prisoners were seen on the road in a gig near Higham Ferrers, and subsequently on the same night at the house of Mrs. Howes, who then lived very near. It was also shown that no other gig but that in which the prisoners rode passed through the turnpike on that evening, and the prisoners were afterwards seen together and were traced to London, where White offered to negotiate some of the bills and notes, the produce of the robbery, with one Richardson, who had been before this time convicted of robbing the house of the Marchioness of Downshire. 40 witnesses were examined on this trial, which lasted 14 hours, and such was the interest produced that the court was crowded to excess. The judge having charged the jury, they retired, and soon afterwards returned, finding White and Kendall guilty, but they acquitted the woman in accordance with the direction of the court, it appearing that her offence did not take place in the county in which she was arraigned. The night preceding the execution of these convicts, White attempted to make his escape, and had succeeded so far as to cut off his irons and break through several doors, but he was stopped at the outward gate and reconducted to his cell. At 9 o'clock, August 13th, 1813, the procession approached the place of execution at Northampton. Kendall appeared deeply impressed with a sense of the awful fate that awaited him, but uniformly persisted in declaring his innocence, and said that he fell a victim in consequence of his having had the misfortune to be in the company with his fellow sufferer on the night of the robbery. He declared on the gallows that he was a murdered man, and appealed to the populace in a speech of some length, in which he endeavoured to convince them of his perfect innocence. White's deportment was such as to exhibit his extreme carelessness of life. Hardihood never forsook him, and he more than once found fault with the manner in which the chaplain performed his duty. From the time of his conviction he disregarded the gallows, and being humanely asked by a clergyman if he could administer any sort of comfort to him, answered, "Only by getting some other man to be hanged for me." He declared Kendall innocent a few minutes before they were launched into eternity. End of Part 77. Part 78 of the Chronicles of Crime, Volume 1, by Camden Pelham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Philip Nicholson, executed for murder. The case of this unfortunate wretch is one of a peculiarly distressing character, presenting a crime of a most fearful nature, committed without the most remote cause of provocation, and apparently also without motive. It appears that the malefactor was a footman in the employment of Mr. and Mrs. Bonar, an aged and respectable couple, who resided at a mansion called Camden Place, situated in the village of Chislehurst, in Kent. The establishment consisted of Mr. and Mrs. Bonar, two female domestics who slept in an apartment at the rear of the house, a groom, and a coachman, who slept in a room over the stable, and the wretched man Nicholson, who had his bed in the hall, and who was the only man-servant who slept in the house. On the night of Sunday the 30th of May 1813, Mr. Bonar retired to rest at his usual hour, 12 o'clock, and his lady followed at about 2 o'clock, having been undressed in the ante-room to the bedroom by her maid. During the night no noise or disturbance of any kind was heard by the servants, and at 6:30 o'clock in the morning one of the garden labourers called up Nicholson and remarked to him that the hall door and window shutters were open, a circumstance of which he declared he was unaware. At 7 o'clock the servant women got up, and one of them, on going into the ante-room of her mistress's bedroom, observed footmarks of blood plainly visible on the floor. In great agitation she communicated what she had seen to her fellow servants, and on their all going up to ascertain the truth of what they had been told, they became alarmed lest murder had been committed, and determined to ascertain the truth of their surmises. Upon entering Mr. Bonar's apartment, they found their master and mistress lying dead, the former on the floor, literally swimming with blood, while the latter lay on the bed in a similar condition. A kitchen poker, the instrument with which the murders had evidently been committed, lay on the floor, and the state of the room exhibited the utmost confusion. Nicholson was amongst those who entered the room, and he was observed to be much agitated, and to be very active in moving the bedclothes, by which, if by no other means, his own attire became stained with blood. One of the servant women having swooned, he roused her, and told her to attend to her mistress, who still breathed, and upon examination this proved to be the case, and he directly insisted that he should go to town for a surgeon. On the road he was seen to drink copiously of brandy, and a little after 8 o'clock he arrived at the house of Mr. Astley Cooper, who instantly set off for Camden Place, in the hope of affording surgical assistance to the murdered lady. Nicholson went next to the Red Lion, near Bedlam, where he saw a man named Dale, who had been only a few weeks discharged for improper conduct from Mr. Bonar's service, and to whom he used this remarkable expression: "The deed is done, and you are suspected, but you are not in it." He then proceeded to the office at Bow Street, in a state of intoxication, to give information of the murder, and having mentioned his interview with Dale, that person was brought to the office, but he established a most satisfactory alibi, and was discharged. 3 officers immediately set off for Chislehurst, and Mr. Cooper arrived with all possible dispatch at Camden Place, but was too late. The wound was mortal, and Mrs. Bonar expired at 11 minutes past 1 o'clock, having been through the whole previous time insensible, and having only once uttered the exclamation of "Oh dear!" "We never witnessed," says one who saw it, "such a scene of horror as the bedroom presented. Almost the first object which met the eye on entering was the dead body of Mr. Bonar, with the head and hands steeped in blood. The skull was literally broken into fragments in 2 or 3 places, and there was a dreadful laceration across the nose, as if effected by the edge of a poker. His hands were mangled in several places, apparently by the same instrument. There was also a severe wound on the right knee. From the numerous wounds on the body of Mr. Bonar, the swollen state of his mouth, and the convulsive contraction of his hands and knees, it is clear that he had struggled with all his force against his horrid murderer. The most shocking circumstance connected with this spectacle was the appearance of the nightcap, which lay a few paces from the head, drenched with blood, with a lock of grey hair sticking to it, which seemed to have been struck from the skull by the violence of the blow of the poker. The pillows of his bed lay at his feet, completely dyed in blood. The manly athletic person of Mr. Bonar, for, though advanced in life, he seems to have been a powerful man, gave an increase of horror to this afflicting sight.
The view of Mrs. Bonar, though equally distressing, excited more pity than terror. Though her head had been fractured in a dreadful manner, yet there was a calm softness in her countenance, more resembling a healthy sleep than a violent death. It might have been supposed that her life had parted from her without one painful effort. The linen and pillow of the bed in which she lay were covered with blood, as was also the bed of Mr. Bonar. They slept in small separate beds, but placed so close together that there was scarce room for a person to pass between them. The interval of floor between the beds was almost a stream of blood. No slight additional horror arose from the contrast of the spacious handsome apartment in which the scene of death was exhibited. The most heart-moving spectacle yet remained. About 7 o'clock in the evening, Mr. Bonar, junior, arrived from Faversham, where he was on duty as colonel of the Kent local militia. In spite of the efforts of Mr. Angerstein, junior, and some other gentlemen, he rushed upstairs, exclaiming, "Let me see my father! Indeed, I must see him!" It was impossible to detain him. He burst into the bedchamber, and immediately locked the door after him. Apprehensions were entertained for his safety, and the door was broken open, when he was seen kneeling with clasped hands over the body of his father. His friends bore him away, and hurried him, tottering and fainting, into an adjoining chamber. The officers proceeded immediately on their arrival to investigate all the circumstances attending this horrid deed, and an examination of the house clearly exhibited the fact that no stranger had been guilty of the murder. They were at a loss to know on whom to fix their suspicions, when the discovery of a pair of shoes belonging to Nicholson, marked with blood, and which corresponded with the bloody footprints in the ante-room, tended to produce a belief that he was the guilty man. He had not returned to his master's house since he had first quitted it in search of surgical aid, and Forrester, one of the city officers, was in consequence dispatched in quest of him. After a lengthy and diligent inquiry, he was traced to Whitechapel, and he was there found drinking at the door of the Three Nuns Inn. He was immediately seized, and in spite of great resistance was conveyed in custody to Giltspur Street, Compter, but he persisted in denying all knowledge of the murder. On the Tuesday he was sent down to Chislehurst, where the coroner's inquest sat on the bodies of the unhappy deceased lady and gentleman, and the evidence being gone through before the coroner, Mr. Martyr, he was reading over the depositions of the several witnesses for their assent and signature, when an alarm was given that Nicholson had attempted his own life. He had been in custody of 2 officers, and requested leave to go into the yard, which was refused, but he was permitted to enter a water closet in the passage leading to the servants' hall. While there he cut his throat with a razor, which it appears he had concealed in the front of his breeches. The gash was so deep, and it bled so profusely, that it was supposed he could not live many minutes. The head seemed almost severed from his body. 2 surgeons from Bromley being fortunately present, they took the necessary steps to prevent his death, and after a short time he was sufficiently recovered to speak, but he persisted in declaring his innocence. In the course of the evening the coroner's jury returned a verdict of wilful murder against Philip Nicholson, and he was committed to the custody of proper officers. He was subsequently visited by many persons of distinction, whose attention was attracted by the horrible and atrocious nature of the murder, and on Monday the 7th of June, in consequence of the annoyance and pain to which he was subjected, his wound began bleeding afresh. In a few minutes the hemorrhage increased to a most alarming extent, and fears being entertained for his life, Mr. Astley Cooper was sent for. The wretched prisoner became alarmed, believing that he was at the point of death, and he in consequence sent for Mr. Bonar, junior, to whom he made an ample confession of his guilt, but assigned no reason for the commission of the diabolical act. In consequence of the statement he made, the garden was searched, and concealed in a laurel bush was found his body linen deeply stained with blood, the neck and front of his shirt being much torn, in consequence evidently of the resistance made by the victims of his attack. The wretched prisoner subsequently conducted himself more calmly than he had hitherto done. He declared his repentance for the attempt which he had committed upon his life, and as much apprehension was entertained of his death, everything that could disturb him was studiously kept out of his way. In consequence of the great care which was paid to him, he was at length pronounced out of danger, and was then committed to the House of Correction, Coldbath Fields, where he remained until the 17th of August, on which day he was conveyed to Maidstone gaol for trial. On the 20th of the same month he was arraigned upon the indictment preferred against him, to which he pleaded not guilty. The case was fully made out against him, and the prisoner declared that he had only traversed the allegations in the indictment because he had been advised to do so by his friends. The jury therefore found him guilty, and he was immediately sentenced to death by Mr. Justice Heath in the usual form. Immediately after the sentence the prisoner put in a paper and desired it to be read. The judge said that this was irregular, but looked at the paper and told the jury that it contained a confession of crime, which was imputed to excessive drinking. The paper which he put in and desired to be read was as follows: I acknowledge with the deepest contrition the justice of the sentence unto death which has been just passed upon me. My crimes are indeed most heavy. I feel their weight, but I do not despair. Nay, I humbly hope for mercy, through the infinite mercy of my Lord and Saviour Jesus Christ, who bled and died for me. In order to have a well-grounded hope in him, my all-merciful Redeemer, I know that it is my bounden duty not only to grieve from my heart for my dire offences, but also to do my utmost to make satisfaction for them. Yet, alas, what satisfaction can I make to the afflicted family of my master and mistress, whom without any provocation I so barbarously murdered? I can make none beyond the declaration of my guilt and horror of soul that I could perpetrate deeds so shocking to human nature, and so agonizing to the feelings of that worthy family. I implore their forgiveness for God's sake, and fully sensible of their great goodness, I do hope that, for his sake, they will forgive me. I freely give up my life as a just forfeit to my country, whose laws I have scandalously outraged. Departing this tribunal, I shall soon appear before another tribunal, where an eternal sentence will be passed upon me. With this dread sentence full in my view, I do most solemnly declare, and I desire this declaration to be taken as my dying words, that I alone was the base and cruel murderer of my master and mistress, that I had no accomplice, that no one knew or possibly could suspect that I intended to perpetrate those barbarities, that I myself had no intention of committing those horrid deeds, save for a short time, so short as scarcely to be computed, before I actually committed them. That booty was not the motive of my fatal cruelties. I am sure the idea of plunder never presented itself to my mind. I can attribute those unnatural murders to no other cause than, at the time of their commission, a temporary fury from excessive drinking, and before that time to the habitual forgetfulness for many years of the great God and his judgments, and the too natural consequence of such forgetfulness, the habitual yielding to the worst passions of corrupted nature, so that the evil that I was tempted to do, that I did. The Lord in his mercy has nevertheless spared until now my life, that life which I, in an agony of horror and despair, once most wickedly attempted to destroy. He has most graciously allowed me time for repentance, and humble and contrite heart must be his gift. That gift I hope he has granted to my most ardent supplications. In that hope, and bearing in mind his promise that an humble and contrite heart he will not despise, I, freely offering up to him my sufferings and my life itself, look forward, through his most precious blood, to the pardon of all my crimes, my manifold and most enormous crimes, and most humbly trust that the same mercy which he showed to the penitent thief who was crucified with him he will show to me, thus meekly confiding in thee, O Jesus, into thy hands I commend my spirit. Amen. Philip Nicholson. This 20th of August 1813. The signature was in Nicholson's own handwriting, the rest appeared written by another hand. After sentence of death was passed, the wretched culprit was placed in the condemned cell, which in the Maidstone gaol is underground. In this cell Mr. Bonar had an interview with him, at 5:30 on Monday morning, 22nd of August, the day fixed for his execution. On his approaching the cell he found Nicholson on his knees at prayer. At about 12 o'clock, the preparations for the removal of the prisoner being nearly completed, Mr. Bonar, accompanied by his brother and Mr. Bramston, the Catholic clergyman, had another interview with the unfortunate man, soon after which the hurdle or sledge, which was in the shape of a shallow box about 6 feet by 3, was drawn up to the gaol door. At each end was a seat just capable of holding 2 persons. Nicholson, double ironed, was first placed in it, with his back to the horses. He was also pinioned with ropes, and round his shoulders was coiled the fatal cord. By his side sat the executioner. Opposite to the prisoner, the Reverend Mr. Bramston took his seat, and by his side sat one of the Maidstone gaolers with a loaded blunderbuss. Everything being in readiness, the procession advanced at a very slow pace towards Pennenden Heath, which is a distance from Maidstone nearly 1.5 miles, on which was erected a temporary drop, which had a platform raised 7 feet from the ground, and was large enough to contain about 12 persons. A little before 2 o'clock the hurdle arrived, and stopped immediately under the gallows, when Mr. Bramston and Nicholson knelt down on it, and remained for a while in prayer. Some time previous to this, Mr. Bonar arrived on the ground in a post chaise, and took his stand within 12 yards of the fatal spot, with the front windows full on the gallows, which he kept open during the whole time, but each of the side windows was closed by blinds. So anxious was Mr. Bonar to get from the unfortunate wretch his very dying words as to whether he had either motive or accomplice, that a person was deputed to ascend the platform after the cord was round the prisoner's neck, and to ask him questions upon the subject of the murder. The wretched being repeatedly declared that he had no accomplice in the diabolical deed, and in answer to the last question put to him, "Had you any antipathy to either your master or mistress before you committed the horrid murder?" Clasping his hands together as well as his close bonds would permit him, he answered, "As God is in heaven, it was a momentary thought, as I have repeatedly declared before." The above were the last words of this unhappy man, and in a few minutes after they were uttered, the bottom of the platform was let fall, and Nicholson was launched into eternity. He died unusually hard, being greatly convulsed. It appeared from the account he gave of himself that he was a native of Ireland, and had been discharged from the 13th Dragoons in consequence of a broken wrist. He subsequently lived 3 years with the City Remembrancer, and had been only 3 weeks in the employ of his late master, Mr. Bonar. Among the servants at Camden Place he was looked upon as a man of harmless disposition and good nature, with no discernible failing but one, drunkenness, to which he was so greatly addicted, that he was seldom sober when he could procure any spirits. The sensation which the murder produced throughout the country was amazing. Michael McIlvenna, executed for unlawfully performing the marriage ceremony. This villain was a native of Ireland, and in his migrations through the northern part of that kingdom personated successively the characters of a Catholic priest, a Protestant minister, and a lawyer. The last place we find him in was the village of Ballynahinch, where he went under the appellation of the Counsellor. While here he became acquainted with a man of the name of Christopher Jennings, with whom he conspired to debauch a young girl named Mary Hare. This unsuspecting creature was only 17 years of age, and had been a servant for 1.5 years with a Mr. Knox of Drumanochan, near Dromore, and having spent the Christmas of 1812 with her parents, she was on her way back to her place, when she met her acquaintance Jennings on the road. He conducted her to a public house to treat her, and there, as he had done before, made proposals of marriage to her. The poor girl had before looked upon him with a favouring eye, and she took him at his word, saying that if he could find a priest she would marry him at once. They in consequence went together to Ballynahinch, and Jennings took his bride into a public house where McIlvenna was sitting, and introduced him to her as the minister, who was to marry them. A little coyness was exhibited, and some mistrust was shown by the girl at her being married in a public house, but her scruples having been overcome, the marriage was directed to be begun. McIlvenna, with assumed sanctity, pulled out his book and went through what Mary thought were the proper forms, joining their hands and interrogating the parties in the usual manner. After the ceremony the poor girl asked for a certificate. This was at first refused, but as she insisted upon it, the supposed parson took pen and ink and wrote the following: "These are to certify that Mary Hare
is this day joined in marriage to Christopher Jennings of Dromara, as given under my hand this 26th December 1812. W. Mackay." This scrawl contented the deluded girl, and the parson then intimated that he was always paid for such duties. Mary gave him 10 tenpennies, but he threw them down with an indignant air, exclaiming, "Am I to be college bred and learned, and not receive my just dues?" But no more money was forthcoming, and the parson was obliged to put up with what he had got, contenting himself with wetting the bargain with a jug of punch. The unfortunate girl was then conducted to the house of an old woman named M'Kee, where her husband was admitted to all the marital rights, and on the next morning she was bid by him to give notice of the event to her master and mistress, and he undertook to break the business to her father and mother. The poor girl was parting from him with reluctance for this purpose, when he told her unblushingly that she was not his wife, and that she was deceived. The unhappy girl was immediately awakened to all the misery of her situation, and she ran in a state of distraction to her parents, to whom she related all that had occurred. The necessary proceedings were immediately taken, and the counsellor and Jennings were committed to prison. At the summer assizes for Downpatrick, August 17th, 1813, they were brought up for trial. M'Ilvena was first indicted, and Mary Hare having deposed to the foregoing facts, she was cross-examined with a view to affect her testimony by endeavouring to make her acknowledge a former connection with Jennings, a fact, however, which she indignantly denied. M'Ilvena in his defence produced Jennings, who swore first that he had an intimate knowledge of the prosecutrix long before the time mentioned in the indictment; next, that she never represented herself as his wife, and that M'Ilvena never pretended to join their hands together or otherwise unite them in marriage. Jennings, having given his evidence, was ordered back into the dock from whence he had come, and M'Ilvena was found guilty, after which he was called on in the usual form to say why sentence of death should not be passed on him. He appeared quite unmoved, and said he was not guilty of the crime imputed to him. The judge then proceeded to pass sentence on him, which he did in a very impressive manner, though frequently interrupted by exclamations of innocence from the prisoner. The offence being made by a particular Act of Parliament a capital felony, he was sentenced to be hanged. He asked for a long day, which was humanely granted, and his execution was deferred to the 18th of September, on which day it took place, in the midst of a vast concourse of spectators. The day after M'Ilvena's trial, Jennings was placed at the bar on an indictment for conspiring to debauch Mary Hare. He was almost instantly found guilty, when the judge told him his crime was much enhanced by the attempt he had made to screen his accomplice from punishment, in which he had committed wilful and corrupt perjury. The sentence of the court was that he should stand for an hour on the pillory, be imprisoned for 1 year, and pay a fine of £50. End of Part 78. Part 79 of the Chronicles of Crime, Volume 1, by Camden PELHAM. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 79. James Mitchell, executed for murder. The subject of this narrative was a native of Salisbury, and his first occupation was that of a ploughboy in the service of a farmer near his birthplace. Having afterwards removed to London, he obtained a situation as groom in a gentleman's family, and while so employed he became acquainted with Miss Welshman, whose life he subsequently took away. Miss Welshman was a ladies' dressmaker, and lived as a forewoman with Miss Macey, who carried on that business in Mount Street. She was an elegant young woman, about 24 years of age, and of a most amiable disposition. To her, in an evil hour, Mitchell paid his addresses under the name of Smith, and represented himself as a purser on board some ship. The credulous girl believed him worthy and honourable, and permitted him to visit her at the house of her employer, where he was for some time treated with politeness and friendship. At length his own conduct betrayed the deception he had practised. He obtruded himself at improper hours, and more than once he offended the young ladies in the workroom by the coarseness and indelicacy of his conversation. This coming to the knowledge of Miss Welshman's brother, he prevailed with some difficulty on his sister to forego the acquaintance of her lover. In accordance with this advice, Miss Welchman had several interviews on the subject with Mitchell, but notwithstanding her desire that he would not again visit her, he persisted in annoying her. On the Friday, the 5th of August 1814, he called at Mount Street, and was ushered into the workroom where Miss Welchman was sitting. He continued there during the whole evening, notwithstanding the repeated requests made to him that he would leave, and, as it grew late, he desired Miss Welchman to provide supper for him, and subsequently to lend him money. Both requests were refused, and eventually, at 11 o'clock, Miss Macey and her workpeople went away to supper, Mitchell being now left alone. Miss Welchman, however, returned to him, saying that she desired to be alone with him for about 5 minutes. But she had scarcely entered the room when a loud scream was heard, immediately followed by the report of pistols. Her companions immediately rushed into the apartment, and found Miss Welchman a lifeless corpse on the floor, a pair of pistols lying by her side, which on inspection bore evident marks of being the instruments with which the murder had been perpetrated. The hat of Mitchell was also discovered, but the window was open, and it was found that the assassin had escaped by descending into the street by that means. On examination it was found that Miss Welchman had been shot in the head. One bullet had entered her temple, and the other had been resisted by the substance of her forehead. The murderer in the meantime had succeeded in making his escape, and the officers of justice were dispatched in pursuit of him, but without effect, for as he had been for a length of time out of place, a clue to his last residence was not easily found. At length word was brought to town that he was in custody at his native place, Salisbury, to which he had bent his steps, and where he had been recognised by his old master, the farmer, who, having heard of the murder, immediately had him scoured. On the 13th of August he was brought up to Bow Street, in the custody of Taunton, the officer, where he underwent an examination, after which he was fully committed to Newgate. He appeared very little affected at his situation, and preserved a sullen silence. On Friday, September the 16th, he was arraigned at the Old Bailey for the murder of Miss Welchman. The evidence was circumstantial but conclusive, and when called on for his defence he denied the crime with which he was charged, and said that it was not proved the pistols and hat were his. He called no witnesses, and the jury having been charged, retired for a few minutes, and returned with a verdict of guilty. The recorder, after silence had been proclaimed, pronounced the dreadful sentence of the law, which was heard by the prisoner without the slightest emotion. He was executed on the 19th of September, with a man named Hollings, who had been convicted of a similar offence in the murder of his stepdaughter, to whom he had formed an attachment, notwithstanding his having married her mother, and whom he murdered in the street at the door of her master, Mr. Cartwright, in Lower Grosvenor Street, because she had refused to accede to his disgusting and lustful propositions. So great was the public curiosity to see the unfortunate malefactors, that at 7 o'clock on the morning of the execution, the Old Bailey and Giltspur Street were crowded to a degree almost unprecedented. Much money was given for indifferent seats at the top of the houses opposite the debtor's door, and carts, waggons, and other vehicles were put in requisition. At 8:15 the prisoners were introduced to the press yard for the purpose of having their irons knocked off, accompanied by the Reverend Mr. Cotton and the Reverend Mr. Frere, the latter of whom sat up in constant prayer all night with Hollings, who joined most fervently in the devotion. Mitchell, who was dressed in black, was first brought out from the cell. He looked pale, and maintained a deportment of sullen resignation. He did not say a word, nor did he betray the slightest symptoms of feeling at his awful situation. The irons being knocked off, and the usual ceremony of tying the hands being executed, he lifted his hand as far as he was permitted, and looking up bowed, and appeared to be in prayer. Hollings stepped forward to the block with great activity. He was, however, very tranquil, and upon being disencumbered of his irons, he addressed the persons around him in nearly the following words: "Here, you see, I stand a victim to passion and barbarity. My crime is great, and I acknowledge the justice of my sentence. But oh, the unfortunate girl I loved, I adored as one of my own.
I have made contrition and prayed for forgiveness. I resign myself under an impression that Almighty God has heard my prayers and will forgive me. May you and the world take warning by my example, and here I confess the justice of my fate. Receive my soul, O God." At the last expression his feelings overcame him, and he wept. The whole of the awful arrangements being complete, the prisoners were ushered to the fatal scaffold. Mitchell was until this time firm and unconcerned, but he now became much agitated, and the horrors of death were strongly portrayed in his countenance. Holling shook hands with the officers of justice, declared to Mr. Frere that he was quite happy, and mounted the scaffold with great firmness and resignation. The clergymen continued to pray to them until the fatal signal was given, when the drop fell. Mitchell continued in the strongest convulsions for several minutes, and appeared to die very hard. After they had hung some time, 3 females were introduced for the application of the dead man's hand, supposed to remove marks, wens, etc. The first was a young woman of interesting appearance, who was so much affected by the ceremony that she was obliged to be supported. At 9 the bodies were cut down, and sent to St. Bartholomew's Hospital for dissection. Major J. G. Semple, alias Lyle, convicted of swindling. The case of this offender has obtained considerable notoriety, from the circumstance of his conviction having been disputed, and from the decision upon it having therefore become a precedent often quoted in our courts of law. Semple, it appears, was born in Scotland in 1759 of a respectable family, and in the year 1775, at the age of 16 years, he entered the army, and went to America. In the following year he was taken prisoner of war, but was soon after released, and retired from service with a pension for wounds. He subsequently entered the army of Frederick the Great of Prussia, but in 1779 he again returned to England, and then married an English lady of great respectability, whom he met at Harwich. During a visit to France a short time afterwards, he became acquainted with the Duchess of Kingston, alias the Countess of Bristol, whose case we have already given, whom he accompanied on her visit to Russia, and having there consented to join the Russian service, he was appointed captain in the Imperial Army by Prince Potemkin. During his employment in this capacity, his conduct was such as to gain for him many honours, but in the year 1784, being dissatisfied with his position, he retired to Copenhagen, from whence he eventually returned to England, and there misfortune fell upon him in the worst form. On the 1st of September 1785, very soon therefore after his arrival in this country, he was indicted for feloniously stealing a post-chaise, value £50, the property of John Lycett, a coachmaker in Whitechapel, and upon the trial it appeared that he had hired the post-chaise for a limited period, as he alleged, to support the character which he was entitled to maintain, but that it was never returned. The defence set up was that the transaction could only be looked upon in the nature of a civil contract, and that the chaise having been regularly ordered and sent home, no charge could be brought against the prisoner except that arising on the sale of the carriage, and that he could only be held to be indebted for its value. Upon argument, however, the court held that there had been a felonious dealing with the carriage, and the prisoner was found guilty and sentenced to be transported for 7 years. He was conveyed to Woolwich on his way to a penal settlement, but he was eventually pardoned on condition of his going abroad. From Woolwich therefore he went to France, and there he became acquainted with Bruyère, Pétion, Roland, and several of the leaders of the day. He was present at the trial of Louis XVI, and shortly after resolved on returning to England in consequence of the rupture with this country, which he then saw was inevitable. He therefore obtained a passport. He was denounced to the Committee of Public Safety as a spy, who was going to join the enemy, but being secretly apprised of what was going forward, he was able to effect his escape, although with some difficulty, before the order for his arrest was issued. On his escape he joined the Allied army against France, and distinguished himself on various occasions, but particularly in the battle of St. Fronde, which lasted 3 days, and at the time of the retirement of the King of Prussia from this campaign, he found himself incapacitated from service, and almost destitute of the means of existence. After a short retirement, however, he had recovered sufficiently to remove to Augsburg, and on his arrival at that place he was suddenly arrested by the order of the Baron d'Ompteda, in the name of his Britannic Majesty, but his imprisonment not being legal, he was shortly afterwards set at liberty. Considering he had been ill used on the Continent, Semple again returned to England, and in 1795 we again find him at the bar of the Old Bailey on a charge of stealing in the shop of Mr. Wattleworth, in Wigmore Street, 1 yard of muslin, 2 yards of calico, and 1 linen shirt. It was proved that the prisoner came into the shop of Mr. Wattleworth about noon on the 10th of November 1794, and showing 2 patterns, one of muslin and the other of calico, said he wanted them matched for Mrs. Conyngham of Egham Green. They could not find an exact match in the shop to the muslin, but he chose one, and a yard being cut off together with 2 yards of calico, he said he would give them to the lady's servant then at the door, and calling in a man, he gave them to him. He then said that he had just arrived from the Continent, and should want a quantity of shirts, and wished to take one with him to consult his sister, who he thought would be a better judge of the linen than he was; that he would bring it back in the morning, and then give his order. He called his sister Mrs. Conyngham, and as Mr. Wattleworth had a customer of that name, he made no hesitation, but gave him the shirt under those conditions. This happened in November, but the prosecutor never saw the prisoner again until January, when he was in custody in Bow Street. The counsel for the prisoner contended that the charge of the felony was not made out, the evidence, if true, amounting only to that of obtaining goods under false pretences. Mr. Justice Buller, who tried the cause, admitted the counsel was perfectly right as to the calico and muslin, but he did not agree with him in respect to the shirt, and therefore left that question to the jury. The prisoner in his defence entered into a history of his past life, with a view of showing that, although he had been before convicted, his general course of conduct was not that of living by fraud, but the jury found him guilty of stealing the shirt, and he was once more sentenced to 7 years' transportation. Notwithstanding his notoriety, for there were many other charges against him, many persons, amongst whom were Burke and Boswell, interested themselves in his behalf, but after remaining about 2 years in Newgate, in a state of uncertainty as to his future destiny, he was at length removed to Portsmouth, and from thence proceeded to New South Wales. On the passage a mutiny broke out on board the transport in which he sailed, and Semple being one of the ringleaders, he with 28 others was sent adrift in an open boat. He had contrived to conceal a quantity of gold in some soap, and succeeded in carrying it off with him, and after a dangerous passage he and his companions landed in safety at Fort St. Pedro in the province of Rio Grande. They were received with great hospitality by the governor of the fort, and Semple was introduced by his fellows as a Dutch officer and passenger, a tale of shipwreck being trumped up, but a quarrel arising among them, their real character was subsequently exposed. After remaining during a considerable time at Brazils in the year 1798, he went to Lisbon, but there he was arrested by an order of the British minister and sent to Gibraltar, and while there, being suspected of being party to a conspiracy which was discovered, he was again arrested and sent to Tangier. In December 1798 a dispatch arrived from England, ordering him home in custody, and he was accordingly sent on board a ship and arrived at Portsmouth the following April. He was immediately conveyed to Tothill Fields Bridewell, where he remained till he was again sent out of the country. From this period nothing particular occurred in the Major's life until his return from Botany Bay in 1810, when he resorted to his former evil practices, but as he became more notorious he became less successful, until at length he was reduced to the utmost distress, and had recourse to the basest means of supporting a miserable existence. In 1814 he went into a cheesemonger's shop in Devonshire Street, Queen Square, and ordered a small quantity of bacon and butter to be sent to No. 42 Cross Street. He met the messenger at the door, and taking the articles from him, sent him back for 6 pennyworth of eggs. When the boy returned, he knocked at the door, and was informed that the person he inquired for did not live there, and that they knew nothing about him.
This was true, for the Major had only made a feint of going in to deceive the boy, and had made off when the lad was out of sight. For this offence he was apprehended and brought to trial at the Middlesex Sessions, December 3rd, 1814, and found guilty, when, for the third time, sentence of transportation for 7 years was passed on him. William Sawyer, executed for a murder in Portugal. The circumstances of this very singular case may be shortly stated as follows. The prisoner was engaged in the commissariat department of the British Army, and in the month of February 1814 he went out to Portugal, where he lived in the same house in the Campo Mayor at Lisbon, with a friend, Mr. Ricord, who had a female named Harriet Gaskett under his protection. An attachment grew up between this unfortunate woman and Sawyer, who however had a wife at the time in England, and his attentions were so apparent that they excited the jealousy of his brother officer, and he appears to have remonstrated with his friend and mistress, which occasioned much infelicity. On the 27th of April they met at dinner, with 2 or 3 other officers, but such was the agitation of their feelings that Ricord, Harriet, and Sawyer ate nothing. The latter appeared greatly dejected, and as well as Harriet withdrew as soon as possible. In the evening the party heard the report of 3 pistol shots, and on going into the garden, Harriet and Sawyer were found both lying on the ground. Harriet was quite dead, but Sawyer had not been mortally wounded. On his being removed into the house, he was left in the care of a brother officer, while the others went in search of a physician. During their absence he contrived to get a razor, with which he cut his throat in a dreadful manner, but not mortally. Next day the officers met and reduced the facts to writing. The prisoner signed the document, as well as a paper, in the following terms: "Having laid violent hands upon myself, in consequence of the death of Harriet, I think it but justice to mankind and the world, being of sound mind, solemnly to attest that her death was occasioned by her having taken part of a phial of laudanum, and my discharging a pistol at her head, provided for the occasion. I took the residue of the laudanum myself, and discharged 2 pistols at my head. They failing in their effect, I then retired to the house and endeavoured to put an end to my life, leaving myself the unfortunate object you now behold me. Signed, William Sawyer, and 3 witnesses." The word "my" in the above paper was interlined. The prisoner also signed a declaration that Harriet Gaskett had consented to leave Mr. Ricord and live with him, and that Mr. Ricord had told her, on her threatening to quit him, that she might go to the prisoner's hotel. The reason assigned by him for the attempted suicide and murder was, that Harriet declared that she thought that Mr. Ricord would shoot himself if she quitted him, and that she therefore would not live, and he added that he had shot her at her own request, and not in consequence of any quarrel with her, and had then attempted to kill himself. When the prisoner was sufficiently recovered, he was removed to England, where, shortly after his arrival, he was indicted at the Old Bailey, April 7th, 1815, for the above murder. His case excited great interest, and the court was filled long before the arrival of the judges. The facts already stated having been proved, the prisoner was called on for his defence. He put in a written paper, in which he stated that in consequence of his being unable to articulate from the wound in his throat, he had committed to paper all he had to say in his defence. The paper then went on to state that the prisoner had felt the sincerest affection for the unfortunate individual in question, towards whom he had never meditated the slightest injury. He perfectly recollected her having entreated him to shoot her, but had no idea of what passed subsequently, till some time afterwards, when he was told he had signed papers, of the contents of which he had no recollection. He then expressed acknowledgments for the efforts made by his prosecutors to bring forward Mr. Ricord, who would have been a material witness in his behalf, and had only to lament that these efforts had not been attended with success. Several persons were called to speak to the general humane character of the prisoner, among whom were General Sir Edward Howard and Colonel Sir William Robe. A Mrs. Nichols proved that the deceased had lodged with her from June 1813 to February 1814.
She was of a most violent and tyrannical disposition, and had a pistol, which she kept constantly in her room. Lord Ellenborough having summed up the case, the jury found the prisoner guilty, but recommended him to mercy. Mr. Alley and Mr. Curwood, on behalf of the prisoner, then moved in arrest of judgment upon two technical points, which arose upon the face of the indictment, and judgment was respited until the 12th of May. The court on that day, however, gave their opinion that the grounds of motion were unavailable, and sentence of death was immediately passed. The prisoner appeared deeply affected throughout the proceedings, and upon the awful decision and sentence remained motionless for some time, when at length he faintly requested one of the officers to entreat the court to recommend him to the royal clemency. Monday, May the 22nd, 1815, being the day appointed for the execution of this infatuated man, at an early hour an immense number of spectators had assembled at the Old Bailey to witness the awful scene. After the sentence of death was passed on him, he assumed a degree of sullenness, and the only declaration he was heard to make was, that he would not be executed; and this being considered to import that he was resolved on self-destruction, his intentions, if such they were defeated by the constant attendance of two officers night and day. On Sunday he received the sacrament, after which he appeared more composed. About 3 o'clock his wife went to the prison for the purpose of taking a farewell. She was announced by an officer, but the unhappy man gave a peremptory order that she should not be admitted, and all that could be urged could not induce him to see her. When he went to his cell he was much depressed, and refused any kind of sustenance, and at about 2 o'clock he lay down, and soon after became very sick, and vomited copiously. He continued restless until 6:30 o'clock, at which time he was visited by the Reverend Mr. Cotton, who prayed to him fervently. A little before 8 o'clock Mr. Sheriff Ray, attended by the usual officers, proceeded from Justice Hall towards the cell. The unfortunate gentleman was introduced into the press yard by the ordinary. He was very dejected, and did not utter a word during the time of his being conveyed to the platform. At 8 o'clock precisely, every necessary arrangement being complete, the fatal signal was given, and the unhappy man was launched into eternity. During the ceremony a profound silence prevailed throughout the populace. He died under evident symptoms of paroxysm, and a quantity of blood gushed from his mouth from the cut in his throat. At 9 o'clock the body was taken to Bartholomew's Hospital in a cart, attended by the under sheriff and officers. He was dressed in a suit of black, and was not ironed. End of Part 79. Part 80 of the Chronicles of Crime, Volume 1, by Camden PELHAM. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 80. Elizabeth Fenning, executed for attempting to poison a family. The extraordinary interest taken by the public in this case at the time of its occurrence induces us to give it at considerable length, in order that its weight and bearings may be justly appreciated and considered. The propriety of the conviction of the unfortunate young woman was much questioned, and upon a careful perusal of its circumstances, we think that at the least it must be concluded that the case was attended with considerable doubt. It appears that Elizabeth Fenning was born in the island of Dominica in the West Indies, on the 10th of June 1793. Her father, William Fenning, was a native of Suffolk, and belonged to the 1st Battalion of the 15th Regiment of Infantry. Her mother was a native of Cork, in Ireland. Her parents were respectable, and she was married to Fenning in 1787, in her native town, where the regiment had been quartered. In 1790 they sailed from the Cove of Cork for the island of Barbados, and from thence to Dominica. In 1796 or 1797 the regiment came home, having suffered great mortality, and were quartered in Dublin. In 1802 Fenning solicited and obtained his discharge, with a certificate of his good character, which it appears he merited, as he rose to the rank of a non-commissioned officer, and he then came to London,
had entered the service of his brother, a potato dealer in Red Lion Street, Holborn, with whom he continued for 3 years, and afterwards lived as servant in a potato warehouse in Red Lion Passage, where his correct conduct gave satisfaction to 3 successive proprietors. His wife, for 5 years, worked for one upholsterer, a sufficient proof of her good conduct. They had 10 children, all of whom, except the subject of this narrative, died young. At the age of 14 she was placed out in service to obtain her own living, and at the latter end of January 1815 she was hired as cook in the family of a Mr. Orlibar Turner, at No. 68 Chancery Lane, where she had not been above 7 weeks when circumstances unhappily arose which led to the poor creature's being charged with an attempt to poison her master's family. The facts of the case will be best explained by the following report of the trial. Eliza Fenning was indicted at the Old Bailey, April 11, 1815, for that she, on the 21st of March, feloniously and unlawfully did administer to, and cause to be administered to, Orlibar Turner, Robert Gregson Turner, and Charlotte Turner his wife, certain deadly poison, to wit arsenic, with intent the said persons to kill and murder. The case was stated by Mr. Gurney, after which Mrs. Charlotte Turner deposed: "I am the wife of Mr. Robert Gregson Turner, who is a law stationer in Chancery Lane, in partnership with his father, Mr. Orlibar Turner, who lives at Lambeth. About 7 weeks before the accident, the prisoner came into my service as cook, and about 3 weeks after I had occasion to reprove her, for I observed her one night go into the young men's room partly undressed. There were 2 young men about 17 or 18 years old. I reproved her severely next morning for her conduct, and the excuse was that she went in to fetch the candle. I threatened to discharge her, but on her expressing sorrow for the offence, I forgave her, and she remained in my employment. During the subsequent month, I observed that she failed to pay me that respect which I considered due to me, and she appeared extremely sullen. About a fortnight before the transaction now charged against her, she requested me to permit her to make some yeast dumplings, saying that she was a capital hand at it, and she frequently subsequently repeated the same request. On Monday the 20th of March she came to me in the dining room, and again asked me to allow her to make some dumplings, and said that the brewer had brought some yeast, and I said that as that was the case she might make the dumplings the next day, although that was not the way in which I usually had them made, as I generally had the dough from the baker's. On Tuesday morning I went into the kitchen according to my custom, and bade the prisoner make a beef-steak pie for the young men before she made the dumplings, and she carried the pie to the baker's before kneading the dough. I gave her some directions as to the manner in which I liked the dumplings, and then went away. In about half an hour, however, I returned into the kitchen, and I then found the dough placed before the fire to rise. I have another servant in my employment named Sarah Peer, but I am certain that she could not have entered the kitchen during the time occupied in the preparation of the dumplings, as she was engaged by my direction in a bedroom mending a counterpane. I was subsequently in and out of the kitchen 2 or 3 times, and I observed that the dough did not rise. It was in a singular shape, and it remained heavy all the time. At about 3 o'clock we sat down to dinner, and there were 6 dumplings brought to the table. I observed to Sarah Peer that they were black and heavy, instead of their being white and light. My husband, Robert Gregson Turner, and his father, Orlibar Turner, sat down to dinner with me. I helped them to some dumplings, and took a small piece myself. I found myself affected in a few minutes after I had eaten it. I did not eat a quarter of a dumpling. I felt myself very faint, an excruciating pain, which increased every minute. It came so bad that I was obliged to leave the table. I went up stairs. I ate, beside the dumpling, a piece of rump steak cooked by Eliza. When I was up stairs, I perceived my sickness increased, and I observed my head was swollen extremely. I retched very violently. I was half an hour alone, and wondered they did not come to my assistance. I found my husband and father very ill, both of them. I was very ill from 3:30 until about 9. The violence then abated, but did not cease. My head and my tongue and chest were swollen. We called in a gentleman who was near, and afterwards Mr. Marshall, the surgeon. We applied for the nearest assistance we could get. Cross-examined by Mr. Alley. This happened about 6 weeks after the girl came to live with me. I have heard the prisoner herself was taken very ill. Orlibar Turner deposed: I am the father of Robert Gregson Turner. On Tuesday the 21st day of March, I was at my son's house in Chancery Lane. I dined there. The dinner consisted of yeast dumplings, beefsteaks, and potatoes. After some time Mrs. Turner left the room indisposed. At the time she left the room I did not know she was ill. Some time after my son left the room and went downstairs. I followed him very shortly. I met my son in the passage at the foot of the stairs. He told me that he had been very sick, and had brought up his dinner. I found his eyes exceedingly swollen. I said I thought it very extraordinary, and I was taken ill myself in less than 3 minutes afterwards. The effect was so violent, I had hardly time to go into the back yard before my dinner came up. I felt considerable heat across my stomach and chest, and pain. I never experienced any vomiting before like it, for violence. It was terrible indeed. It was not more than a quarter of an hour when my apprentice, Roger Gadsden, was very ill in a similar way to myself. While we were sick I was repeatedly in the parlour and the back yard. My son was up and down stairs at intervals. Gadsden, I believe, was in the kitchen below. The prisoner gave no assistance. We were all alarmed, but it was discovered that she did not appear concerned at our situation. I did not observe the prisoner eat any of the dumplings. I had a suspicion of arsenic, and made a search the next morning. I then observed in the pan in which the dumplings had been mixed that there was a white powder unlike flour, and I retained it in my possession until I gave it into the hands of Mr. Marshall. Arsenic had been kept in the drawer in the office, tied up in a paper very tightly, and labelled arsenic poison in large characters. I saw the parcel there on the 7th of March, but not since that time. It was missed about a fortnight before the 21st of March. The prisoner may have seen the parcel, as she usually resorted to the drawer for paper to light her fires. After dinner I remarked that the knives with which the dumplings had been cut had changed colour. They turned black, and they still remained so. I spoke to the prisoner about the dumplings on the Wednesday, and I asked her how she came to put anything into them so hurtful, but she answered that it was not in anything which she had prepared, but in the milk which Sarah Peer had brought in, and with which her mistress had ordered her to make the sauce. That milk had been used in the sauce only. The dumplings had been mixed with the milk which had been left at breakfast. Roger Gadsden said, I am an apprentice to Mr. Turner. I remember seeing the packet of arsenic in the drawer, and I missed it a day or two after the 7th of March. On Tuesday the 21st of March I went into the kitchen between 3 and 4 o'clock, and I observed a plate on the table, on which were a dumpling and a half. I had dined at 2 o'clock, but I took up a knife and fork, and I was going to eat the dumpling when the prisoner exclaimed, Gadsden, do not eat that, it is cold and heavy, it will do you no good. I ate a piece about the size of a walnut, and there being some sauce in the boat, I sopped it up with a piece of bread and ate it. I then went into the office, and Mr. Turner came there in about 10 minutes after, and said he was very ill. About 10 minutes after that I was taken ill, but not so ill as to vomit. I was sent off for Mr. Turner's mother. I was very sick, going and coming. I thought I should die. The prisoner had made yeast dumplings for supper the night before. I and Peter and the prisoner partook of them. They were quite different from these dumplings in point of colour and weight, and very good. Margaret Turner, sworn. I was sent for. When I arrived I found my husband, son, and daughter extremely ill. The prisoner, very soon after I was there, was ill and vomiting. I exclaimed to her, "Oh, these devilish dumplings!" supposing they had done the mischief. She said, "Not the dumplings, but the milk, madam." I asked her, "What milk?" She said, "The halfpennyworth of milk that Sally fetched to make the sauce." She said, "My daughter made the sauce." I said, "That cannot be, it could not be the sauce." She said, "Yes, Gadsden ate a very little bit of dumpling, not bigger than a nut, but licked up 3 parts of a boat of sauce with a bit of bread." Mrs. Turner, junior, being called, said, "The sauce was made with the milk brought by Sarah Peer. I mixed it, and left it for her to make." Robert Gregson Turner, sworn. I partook of the dumplings at dinner. I ate none of the sauce whatever. Soon after the dinner I was taken ill. I first felt an inclination to be sick. I then felt a strong heat across my chest. I was extremely sick. I was exactly as my father and wife were. I had eaten a dumpling and a half, and I suffered more than any other person. I should presume that the symptoms were such as would be produced by poison. Sarah Peer sworn. I have been servant to Mrs. Turner near 11 months. I recollect the warning given to the prisoner some time after she came. After that I heard her say she should not like Mr. or Mrs. Robert Turner any more. On the 21st of March I went for some milk after 2 o'clock, after I had dined with the prisoner on beefsteak pie. I had no concern whatever in making the dough for the dumplings, or in making the sauce. I was not in the kitchen when the dough was made. I never meddled with it, or put anything to it. I never was in the kitchen after I went up to make the beds, 11:15, until dinner time. I had permission to go out that afternoon. Directly after I took up the dumplings, I went out directly. I came home at 9 o'clock exactly. I ate none of the dumplings myself. In eating the beefsteak pie, I ate some of the crust. It was not at all ill. I had eaten some dumplings she had made the night before. I never tasted any better. They were all made out of the same flour. I had no difference with my mistress at any time. Cross-examined by Mr. Alley. I had occasionally quarrelled with the prisoner. I went sometimes to visit my friends, but it was generally on Sundays. I never went on a week day except on this occasion. I know nothing of the drawer in which the arsenic was. The paper which I used for lighting fires was kept in the dining room. I never went to the drawer in the office, nor did I ever see or hear of any poison being kept there. An officer of Hatton Garden and the brewer's man were then successively examined. The first proved that on his apprehending the prisoner, she declared that she thought the poison must have been in the yeast, as she saw a red settlement in it after she had used it, and the second stated that the yeast was good, and that he delivered it to the girl Peer. Mr. John Marshall, a surgeon, was then sworn, and he stated that on his being called in to Mr. Orlibar Turner's family, he found them all labouring under symptoms of having taken arsenic, and that the prisoner was also ill and exhibited similar symptoms. On the following day he saw a pan, and on his examining its contents he found them to contain arsenic. He had also examined the yeast which was left and the flour tub, and they were both devoid of arsenic. The poison being cut would blacken the knife. The case for the prosecution being closed, the prisoner made the following defence: I am truly innocent of the whole charge. I am innocent, indeed I am. I liked my place, and was very comfortable. Gadsden behaved improperly to me. My mistress came and saw me undressed, and said she did not like it. I said, "Ma'am, it is Gadsden that has taken a liberty with me." The next morning I said, "I hope you do not think anything of what passed last night." She was in a great passion, and said she would not put up with it. I was to go away directly. I did not look upon Mrs. Turner as my mistress, but upon the old lady. In the evening the old lady came to town. I said, "I am going away to night." Mrs. Turner said, "Do not think any more about it." I don't. She asked Mrs. Robert Turner if she was willing for me to go. She said no, she thought no more about it. As to my master saying I did not assist him, I was too ill. I had no concern with that drawer at all. When I wanted a piece of paper I always asked for it. The prisoner called 5 witnesses, who gave her an excellent character for integrity, sobriety, cheerfulness, and humanity. One of them was proceeding to state an accidental conversation which he had with the prisoner 2 days after she had ordered the yeast, wherein she declared herself happy and contented with her situation, and pleased with her master and mistress, but the recorder stopped him, saying it was not evidence. Whilst the trial was proceeding, William Fenning, the father of the prisoner, went to a public house and got a person, for he was too agitated himself, to write on a slip of paper, that on the 21st of March he went to Mr. Turner's, his daughter having sent for him in the morning, and that Sarah Peer told him Eliza had gone with a message for her mistress, whilst at the same time she was in agonies below stairs from the effect of having eaten the dumplings. He then went home and thought no more about it. When this note was written, it was handed to Mr. Alley, who, standing upon tiptoe, showed it to the recorder, who leaned over and looked at it, but no further notice was taken of it. Other efforts were made by the prisoner to produce witnesses, but as they were not in attendance, the court said that it was too late, and that the trial could not be suspended for their coming. The recorder then proceeded to sum up the case, and the jury in a few minutes brought in a verdict of guilty. The recorder having then passed sentence of death upon her, the miserable girl was carried from the bar, convulsed with agony, and uttering frightful screams. Few cases ever excited greater interest than that of Eliza Fenning, and we are happy in being able to state that her religious principles were correct and her professions sincere. Through life she was distinguished by a superiority of intellect and a propriety of deportment, which could hardly be reconciled with the depravity of which she was accused. In person she was short of stature, but of the most perfect symmetry, while her countenance evinced a heart at ease and a mind at once intellectual and lively. She had been before the fatal transaction betrothed to a young man, to whom she appears to have been sincerely attached. After the unfortunate girl's conviction, she was induced to apply to the Crown for a remission of the sentence of death, and sent a petition to the Prince Regent. She next addressed the Lord Chancellor, to whom she sent a statement of all the exculpatory circumstances of her case. She also sent a letter to Lord Sidmouth, and another to her late master, requesting him to sign a petition in her favour, with which, however, he refused to comply. Several gentlemen interested themselves in the fate of the poor girl, and Mr. Montague of Lincoln's Inn waited on the recorder, offering to produce evidence of a member of Mr. Turner's family, who was insane, having declared he would poison the family, but the recorder assured him that the production of such evidence would be wholly useless. The night before her execution, a meeting of gentlemen took place in Mr. Newman's apartments in Newgate, at which Mr. Gibson, of the house of Corbin and Company, chemists, No. 300 Holborn, stated that Robert Gregson Turner, in the month of September or October, called at their house in a wild and deranged state, requesting to be put under restraint, otherwise he declared he should destroy himself and his wife. Mr. Gibson also stated that it was well known in the family that Robert Turner was occasionally subject to such violent and strange conduct. With this information, Mr. Gibson, accompanied by a clerk from the Secretary of State's office, waited on the recorder, requesting that the unfortunate girl might be respited to admit of investigation, but all was of no avail, and in 12 hours after Eliza Fenning was executed. From the moment the poor girl was first charged with the poisoning, however or by whomsoever questioned, she never faltered in her denial of the crime, and rather courted than shunned an investigation of her case. So many circumstances, which had developed themselves subsequently to the trial, had been communicated to the Secretary of State by the gentlemen who interested themselves in her favour, among whom were some of great respectability, that a reprieve was confidently expected to the last, and the order for her execution, 4 months after her conviction, was received with very great surprise. On Tuesday morning, the 25th of July, she took her last farewell of her father, who, by the firmness of his manner, exemplified the courage he wished his child to sustain upon the scaffold, but with her mother the parting scene was heart-rending. On the fatal morning, the 26th of July, 1815, she slept till 4 o'clock, when she arose, and after carefully washing herself and spending some time in prayer, she dressed herself neatly in a white muslin gown and cap. About 8 o'clock she walked steadily to the spot where criminals abound, and whilst the executioner tied her hands, even whilst he wound the halter round her waist, she stood erect and unmoved, with astonishing fortitude. At this moment a gentleman who had greatly interested himself in her behalf adjured her, in the name of God, in whose presence she was about to appear, if she knew anything of the crime for which she was about to suffer, to make it known, when she replied distinctly and clearly, "Before God, then, I die innocent." The question was again put by the Reverend Mr. Vasey, as well as by the Ordinary, and finally by Oldfield, a prisoner who suffered with her, and to each she repeated, "I am innocent." These were her last words, and she died without a struggle, at the age of 21. Her miserable parents, on application for her body, were not prepared to pay the executioner's fees of 14 shillings and 6pence, but having borrowed the money with some difficulty, the remains of their daughter were handed over to them. We have endeavoured to give the circumstances of this case as clearly and with as little prejudice as possible, but we should not do our duty if we were not to state that the public mind was much inflamed at the execution of the unhappy prisoner. Thousands of persons, after examining the evidence adduced at the trial, did not hesitate to express their opinions very strongly upon the subject of the case, and many of the lower orders, apparently convinced of the innocence of the sufferer, assembled in front of Mr. Turner's house in Chancery Lane, hooting and hissing, and otherwise expressing their indignation at what they conceived to be their unjust prosecution of their servant. The police were active in their exertions to suppress the tumult, and an affidavit made by Davis, a turnkey in Newgate, was industriously circulated, in which the deponent swore that old Fenning had conjured his daughter, when she went upon the scaffold, to declare her innocence. A counter affidavit of the father of the wretched girl, however, was produced and published, and the assertion of the gaoler was at length admitted to have been founded upon a mistaken interpretation of what had really passed. The mob continued to assemble for many days, and it was not until the police had taken very vigorous measures against them that they were finally dispersed. The public still sympathised with the unhappy parents of Eliza Fenning, and a subscription was entered into for their benefit. End of Part 80. Part 81 of the Chronicles of Crime, Volume 1, by Camden Pelham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 81. Joseph Blackburn, executed for forgery. Part 1. The particulars of the melancholy case of this unfortunate gentleman will be best described by the report of his trial, which has reached us, which took place at York on the 18th of March, 1815, before Sir Simon le Blanc. He was then placed at the bar and arraigned on 2 indictments, charging him with forging and counterfeiting the impression of a certain stamp or die, used under the direction of the Commissioners of Stamps, to denote the payment of certain duties imposed on various deeds and other securities, on vellum, parchment, or paper, and also with uttering the same, knowing it to be forged, with an intent to defraud the revenue of the duties imposed on such stamped vellum, parchment, or paper. To these indictments he pleaded not guilty. Mr. Blackburn was then arraigned on 2 other indictments, charging him with feloniously removing stamps from executed deeds, and affixing them upon others, with an intent to defraud the revenue. To these indictments he also pleaded not guilty. He was then charged in another indictment with the same offence, jointly with Mr. Thomas Wainwright, who was charged with feloniously aiding and assisting in this illegal removal of stamps. To this indictment both the prisoners severally pleaded not guilty. As soon as the jury was sworn, Mr. Wainwright, at the suggestion of the counsel for the prosecution, retired from the bar, and the court proceeded to the trial of Mr. Blackburn on one of the capital indictments for forgery. The clerk of the arraigns read the indictment. It charged the prisoner with feloniously forging and counterfeiting the resemblance of a certain stamp or die used by the Commissioners of Stamps to denote the payment of duties imposed on vellum, parchment, and paper, viz. For the payment of £2 imposed by the 48th of George III. on mortgage deeds, with intent to defraud his Majesty, his heirs, or successors. Another count in the indictment charged him with the uttering the said forged stamps, knowing the same to be false, forged, and counterfeited, with the like intent to defraud his Majesty, his heirs, or successors. The counsel for the Crown were Mr. Park, Mr. Topping, Mr. Wales, and Mr. Richardson. The counsel for the prisoner, Mr. Scarlett, Mr. Littledale, and Mr. Williams. Mr. Park opened the case to the jury, and said, "I am counsel against the unfortunate gentleman now at the bar. This is a prosecution by the Commissioners of Stamps, who, in the discharge of their professional duty, have thought it incumbent upon them to institute this inquiry, and which indeed they could not have omitted to do without a gross dereliction of the duty they owed to the public. They have no interest in this prosecution, and whatever be the result of this day's inquiry, they will be satisfied with your decision. The crime imputed to the prisoner by this indictment is not merely calculated to defraud the public revenue, but tends to affect the security of the property of individuals, and that in the most serious manner; for if deeds or other written instruments for the transfer of property have affixed to them forged or improper stamps, they have no validity, and convey no rights to the parties in whose favour they are executed. This consideration must at once impress you with a conviction of the great importance of the present case. As the conveyance of property by instruments the most solemn known to the law is thereby defeated, the contract becomes invalid, and the deed by which it was intended to be effected of no possible use. Nor is it too much to say that the rights of future generations may be affected by the consequences of the crime imputed to the prisoner. It is, gentlemen, with the most unfeigned concern that I have risen to address you on the present occasion. This is the first time, during a practice of 30 years at the bar, that it has fallen to my lot to be concerned in a prosecution for felony against any person with whom I have had any personal acquaintance. Mr. Blackburn, the prisoner, I have long known. He has conducted actions in which I have been engaged for him, and others in which I have been retained by the adverse party, and though when I first heard the name I did not know how to affix it to the person, yet now, when, for the first time since this prosecution has been depending, I see him, I find that I know the gentleman perfectly well. We at the bar are, however, bound to aid the administration of the public justice of the country, and must do justice to the country and to the Crown on whose behalf we are engaged, and cannot shrink from the performance of our professional duty, however painful to our feeling the exercise of it may occasionally be. But the government, the commissioners of stamps, and those who on their account conduct this prosecution, are very far from having any wish to oppress these individuals. Their only desire is, that justice should be done between them and the country, and this justice, I have no doubt, will be done by you. If the prisoner is guilty of the offence imputed to him by this indictment, his crime is greater than that of any other individual, because there is no one who is so much obliged by his profession to understand the principles of morality. The very first rudiments of his profession must have rendered familiar to him those principles of justice on which the law is founded, and in his long attendance at these courts he must, in addition to sound lessons of law, have heard the principles of moral obligation enforced by the learned judges who have from time to time presided here, and which ought to have had the effect of rooting them in his mind. Having made these few preliminary observations, I shall proceed to state the nature of the charge against the prisoner, and the evidence by which that charge is meant to be substantiated. The charge against the prisoner is that of having forged, or caused to be forged, or counterfeited, the impression of a certain stamp or die, used by the commissioners appointed by His Majesty to manage the duties on stamped vellum, parchment, or paper, to denote the payment of a certain duty, imposed by the 48th of the King, on mortgage deeds, which are laid ad valorem, that is, in a ratio proportioned to the money secured by such deeds. The amount of the money secured by the deed, which is the subject of this inquiry, is £180, and the stamp required for this sum must be of the value of £2, for in the schedule affixed to the Act it states that from £150 to a sum not exceeding £200 the duty shall be £2. The subject matter of this prosecution is that, in order to evade the duty imposed by this Act, the prisoner affixed a forged and counterfeit stamp to an instrument, purporting to be a mortgage deed, and also that he uttered or published the same, well knowing it to be false, forged, or counterfeited. The penal act on which this prosecution is founded is an Act on the 52nd year of the King, intituled An Act for amending and reducing into one Act the provisions contained in any laws now in force, imposing the penalty of death for any act done in breach of or in resistance to any part of the laws for collecting His Majesty's revenue in Great Britain. In this statute, Cap 143, Section 7, it is enacted that if any person shall, after the passing of this Act, forge or counterfeit, or cause to be forged or counterfeited, any mark, stamp, die, or plate, which in pursuance of any act or acts of Parliament shall have been provided, made, or used by or under the direction of the Commissioners appointed to manage the duties on stamped vellum, parchments, or paper, or by or under the direction of any other person or persons legally authorised in that behalf, for expressing or denoting any duty or duties, or any part thereof, which shall be under the care and management of the said Commissioners, or if any person shall utter or sell or expose to sale any vellum, parchment, or paper, etc., having thereupon the impression of any such forged or counterfeited mark, every person so offending, and being thereof convicted, shall be adjudged guilty of felony, and shall suffer as a felon, without benefit of clergy. I will now lay before you the evidence by which we propose to establish this charge against the prisoner. A person of the name of Taylor, being desirous of borrowing upon the security of an estate the sum of £180 of a friendly benefit society called the Clothiers' Society, sent the title deeds of his estate to the office of the prisoner, who, as you will have already collected, is an attorney, to enable him to make out the necessary security, and who accordingly prepared a mortgage deed. This deed bears date the 13th of September 1812, but whether it was executed at that time we do not know, but it was executed some time before February in the ensuing year, because we find that on the 12th of February it was registered at the proper office at Wakefield. At what period the stamp upon this deed, which we allege to be a forged one, was affixed to this deed, we have no means of proving, but it must have been previous to its passing into the hands of Thompson the steward, who deposited it in the box of the society, where it remained until it was taken out for the purpose of this inquiry. That this is the deed delivered by the prisoner to Thompson I shall prove beyond all doubt. Gentlemen, I shall prove to your entire satisfaction that the stamp affixed to this deed is a forged one, and we shall also offer the strongest evidence to convince you it was forged by the prisoner, and uttered by him, knowing it to be forged. But before I enter directly upon this proof, it may be proper to state to you something of the manner in which the business of the Stamp Office is managed, particularly with respect to the state and manner in which stamps are issued from it, but which statement I shall prove by evidence. It will be clearly proved to you that stamps are not issued from the office in detached labels, to be afterwards affixed to the different instruments, but are stamped upon the paper or parchment on which the instrument or deed is to be prepared, and the impression is made with an engine of such power that the impression made by it is visible on the back of the parchment. This is a circumstance of some importance to be attended to in this inquiry. I would also observe to you that on all the stamped parchments issued by the Stamp Office in London, the words "This Indenture" are printed from an engraved plate in large characters. These circumstances will be fully proved by the evidence of the gentleman from the Stamp Office, whom I shall call before you. The prisoner did not choose to have his skins from the Stamp Office, but provided them himself, and employed an engraver in Leeds to engrave him a plate, or rather 2 plates, with the words "This Indenture" in characters resembling those issued by the Stamp Office, and from these plates he had impressions taken upon skins at various times. I do not mention this with a view to prejudice the prisoner, or to insinuate anything to his disadvantage, because he had a right to prepare his own skins, and send them to be stamped if he chose it, but I mention it because it will be necessary to explain part of the evidence which I shall lay before you, and to show the manner in which, as we allege, the offence imputed to the prisoner has been committed. Gentlemen, the whole of the stamp affixed to this deed is not false and counterfeited. The impression of the King's arms and the device are part of the genuine stamp, but the words £2, which denote the value of it, are forged, and the way in which we account for it is this: we say that the stamp affixed to the deed has been taken from some other deed and affixed by some cement to this, and that the former denominating words have been obliterated, and the words £2 impressed by some die or stamp resembling that used for denoting the duty of £2 by the Commissioners of Stamps. Gentlemen, I state it without hesitation, as the law, and I am sure his lordship concurs with me, that the forgery of any material part of any stamp or die, or other instrument, is as much a forgery as if the whole of it was actually forged, and the words which denote the value of the stamp must unquestionably be considered as a most material part of it, and the person who has done this, or aided the doing of it, or caused it to be done, is guilty of forgery. That this stamp was not affixed to the deed at the Stamp Office, and in the usual manner, may be made evident to an inexperienced eye, for it will be proved to you that those parchments which have passed through the stamping engine have a visible impression of the stamp on the back of the skin, which is not the case in this deed, the stamp of which has been transferred from some other instrument. These circumstances would alone form a strong presumption against the prisoner. But the next branch of evidence I shall adduce will convert this presumption into certainty, for I shall prove to you that he employed an engraver at Leeds to make him 13 or 14 dies, suitable for the purpose of making any impression resembling the words which denote the value that are upon the stamps used by the commissioners. I have the impression from those dies now in my hand, and it will be proved to you that the numerals and words £2 impressed upon the stamp of the deed which I will lay before the court is an impression from one of those dies. These dies, gentlemen, were found in the possession of the prisoner, under the circumstances I shall shortly state to you. When the rumour of these transactions first came out, the house of the prisoner was searched by the officers of justice. The prisoner was not at home, but in a room which was locked and broken open by the officers was found upon a table a box containing these dies, and on a further search a number of old deeds were found, from which the stamps had been cut off, and also a number of articles material for throwing light on this subject, which will be produced to you. Perhaps it may not be necessary to point out to you the manner in which the prisoner would be benefited by this transfer and forgery of stamps, but as it will complete the statement, I will just add that by taking the stamps from old instruments and affixing them upon new ones, he was enabled to put into his pocket the whole amount of the duty, as he would of course charge the nominal value of the stamps to his clients, and where the denominating value was not for the sum he wished, we presume that it might be changed by the use of these dies. I think I have before stated that we shall prove the uttering of this deed to Mr. Thompson. This, gentlemen, is a short detail of the circumstances from which we contend that you must come to the conclusion that the prisoner forged or procured to be forged this stamp, and that it was uttered by him or with his privity, he knowing it to be forged. It is for you, gentlemen, after hearing the evidence which shall be laid before you, on the part of the prosecution, and for the prisoner, with the observations and a recapitulation of the learned judge, to decide upon his guilt or innocence, and with your decision the prosecutors will be satisfied. If, having heard the whole of the case, any reasonable doubt remains upon your minds, the prisoner ought to have the benefit of that doubt, and in that case you ought to acquit him. But if you find the circumstances which go to prove the guilt of the prisoner so strong and well connected as fully to satisfy you upon the subject, it will then be a duty you owe to your oaths to God and to your country to find the prisoner guilty. The prisoner, to use the impressive language of the law, has put himself upon God and his country, which country you are, and I feel convinced that your verdict will be such as will be just to the prisoner and to the public justice of the country. Witnesses were then called, who proved the material circumstances related by the learned counsel in his open speech, as to the drawing of the deed and the depositing it with the steward of the society. The evidence as to the practice of the Stamp Office and the forgery of the stamp in question was as follows. Mr. Abraham Smith stated that he was one of the stampers at the Stamp Office in London, and had been in that situation 16 or 17 years. Being requested to state the manner in which the operation of stamping was performed, he said that when stamping for the day was concluded, the dies were put into strong boxes, placed in the strong room and locked up. They were taken into the room and delivered out to the stampers by one of the clerks of the office, who kept the key of the room. No labels were ever on any occasion stamped without being attached to the parchment, and of course no stamps could ever be issued detached from the parchment or paper on which the instrument was intended to be executed. The die for the £2 stamps had not been varied. The die was fixed in an engine, which struck the impression with great force. On looking at the deed, witness stated that he had no hesitation in saying that the numeral 2 and the word pounds were false and counterfeit, and were not a genuine impression from the die used by the commissioners, but that the device of the King's arms and the rest of the stamps were genuine. Witness then proceeded to point out the difference between the impression of the genuine stamp and that affixed to the die in question, which partly consisted in a variation of the semicircle, and in a further difference of the depth and entire appearance of the denominating part of the stamp in question. This difference, he said, arose from the circumstance that in the genuine stamp the whole impression was struck at once, both the King's arms and the letters, but that in that on the deed now in his hands it was evident that the numeral letters 2 had been impressed by one instrument and the word pounds by another, and from which the original words denoting the value had been by some means erased. Witness then examined the back of the deed and said it was clear that the stamp had not been impressed upon it at the office, because if it had, the impression would have penetrated the parchment and made an indentation on the back. Upon the whole, witness stated it as his decided opinion that the stamp shown him was false and counterfeit. The witness was cross-examined by Mr. Scarlett, and admitted that the impression of the King's arms and all parts of it, with the exception of the words denoting the value, were genuine, and that the stamp had undoubtedly at some time or other been issued from the office. William Capon, Esquire, stated that he was the secretary to the Stamp Office, and had in October last been employed 24 or 25 years in that office, though not the whole of the time in the situation he then occupied. He was perfectly acquainted with the various dies used by the office, and the manner in which the general business of the office was conducted. The deed being handed to him, he examined it with great attention, and then stated that the 2 and the word pounds were not impressed by the stamp used by the commissioners, but that the rest of the stamp was genuine. Witness then produced a paper which contained an impression from the £2 stamp used by the commissioners, which he stated to have been struck in his presence, and pointed out to the court and jury the respects in which the impression of the forged stamp differed from that produced by him. Witness, having completed his description, said he had not the least hesitation in stating that that part of the stamp shown to him which denoted the value was false and counterfeit. He also stated that the back of the deed bore no resemblance to the impression of the stamps struck at the office, which made an impression through the parchment perfectly visible on the other side of the skin, being impressed with great force by the engine, which completed the whole of the stamp at once. Witness was cross-examined by Mr. Littledale. He stated that the commissioners continued the use of the dies in these cases where they were applicable after any augmentation of the duties, and this they were empowered to do by an Act of Parliament. After any augmentation of the duties, the commissioners had impressions taken of all the dies in use, from which they selected such as were applicable to the new duties, and impressions of these were struck in the presence of the commissioners, or the major part of them. These impressions were put into a book, and signed by the officers employed in that department, and the dies from which these impressions were taken continued to be used until some further alteration took place in the duties. The office never sold stamps to private individuals, but they were furnished to the public through the medium of the stamp distributors. He also stated that no stamp was ever printed on any separate label, detached from the papers or parchment on which the instrument was to be executed. But he added that if any person should send an unexecuted parchment or instrument to stamp to the head office, it would be stamped upon the payment of the proper duty. Evidence as to the discovery of the forged dies in the office of the prisoner was next adduced, and on the cross-examination of the witnesses an effort was made to show that a person named Jacques, who had been the informant against the prisoner, might have been implicated in placing the dies in the position in which they were found, and that he might have been induced to take that course in consequence of a threatened prosecution by the prisoner, in whose service he had been as clerk, for embezzlement. 2 witnesses were called who were engravers, and who had prepared the copper plates of this indenture, printed on the deeds, and also the dies for counterfeiting the words £2. Mr. Topham, the engraver, who was last called, however, failed in proving very distinctly that the impressions on the stamp alleged to be forged were taken from the dies which he had prepared. The officers of stamps expressed their belief that they were so taken from the dies. Upon the production of the detached stamps found at the prisoner's house, it was stated that in their present state they were useless, because although the Stamp Office returned the value of the stamps which were spoiled, yet they would not do so unless when attached to the parchment. Those stamps were also proved to have been detached from the original deeds with some object, as they were found enclosed in parcels in papers, with endorsements in the prisoner's handwriting denoting their amount and value. End of Part 81. Part 82 of the Chronicles of Crime, Volume 1, by Camden Pelham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 82. Joseph Blackburn, executed for forgery. Part 2. The evidence for the prosecution having been concluded, Mr. Scarlett rose and said, "My lord, I have two objections, which I will submit to the consideration of your lordship, which will, as I conceive, be fatal to this prosecution. There are two facts which the prosecutor is bound to make out before he can substantiate the allegations in this indictment. The first is that the die or stamp, respecting which the forgery is alleged to have been committed, was a die used by the direction and under the authority of the Commissioners of the Stamps. Now, my lord, I contend that there is no evidence of this fact to go to the jury, because I confidently submit to your lordship that parole evidence, which is all they have offered, is not admissible under the circumstances which have been given in evidence, because it is an axiom in law that the best evidence must always be given which the case will admit of. Your lordship has heard from Mr. Cappan that the stamps authorised to be used by the Commissioners were in their presence impressed in a book. This book has not been produced, and as no evidence has been given to show that it was lost or destroyed, parole evidence was not admissible to show the nature of its contents. That it is an essential part of the case that the die should have been directed or authorised to be used by the Commissioners of Stamps is evident from a reference to the 52 of the King, section 7, which states that if any person, after passing of that Act, shall forge or counterfeit, or cause to be forged or counterfeited, any mark, stamp, die, or plate, which in pursuance of any Act of Parliament shall have been provided, made, or used, by or under the direction of the Commissioners appointed to manage the duties on stamped paper, and so on. Now, my lord, what I contend for is this, that the entry in that book is the only proof that this die of £2 was used by or under the direction and authority of the Commissioners, and that this entry can only be proved by the production of the book itself. Supposing, my lord, that the book had been produced, and that upon inspection it should turn out that there was no stamp of £2 inserted there, in this case your lordship must allow that the prosecution would fail. But as the best evidence that it does contain this entry has not been given, it must be presumed in favour of the prisoner, that the book does not contain this entry. Had there been a written order in the usual acceptation of the term by the Commissioners for the use of such and such stamps, your lordship would not have admitted parole evidence to be given of the contents of this order, unless satisfactory proof was given that it was destroyed or could not be produced, and I humbly submit to your lordship that the entry of the impressions of the dies in this book renders it completely of the nature of a written document, and places it within the same rules of law. I therefore humbly submit to your lordship that there is no legal evidence to go before the jury on this material allegation in the indictment, and that the prisoner is entitled to be acquitted. Mr. Justice LeBlanc: I think there is evidence to go to the jury. The Commissioners gave their order by parole. They did not give a written order. Mr. Scarlett: the directions to the officers to impress the stamps in the book was certainly by parole, but I humbly submit to your lordship that when the impressions were made in a book, that book must be considered in the light of a written order. Mr. Justice Le Blanc: I cannot take it to be an appointment in writing, and I consider the evidence which has been given as to the use of stamps as perfectly admissible, and as proof to go to the jury. His lordship having overruled this objection, Mr. Scarlett said: I will now trouble your lordship with respect to my second objection, which I consider as the most material and as decisive of the fate of the prosecution. The prisoner is substantially charged with forging a die or stamp used by the commissioners, with an intent to defraud the revenue. Now, in the first place, it is clearly proved by the gentleman from the Stamp Office that the whole of the stamp, except the words £2, is genuine, and also that the stamp has been issued from the office. I need not insist before your lordship that, to constitute a forgery, there must be an alteration or imitation of some material part of a die, stamp, or instrument. In the present case it is alleged that the £2 in the stamp which has been produced in court is not an impression from the genuine stamp. But in order to substantiate this charge, the prosecutors ought to have gone much further, and have proved that there had been an alteration in the value of the stamp. When the stamp was issued from the office, it must have borne some value, and for aught that appears in evidence, it might have been of the value of £2, and therefore I have a right to presume that it was of that value, and that whatever alteration may have taken place in it has only been a re-impression of the original words, denoting the value of it. Now, my lord, I contend that if this was the only alteration made in this stamp, the charge against the prisoner cannot be sustained. I will put a case. Suppose a man erase from a Bank of England note, a £5 note for instance. He obliterates, suppose by some chemical process, £5, and then impresses upon it the same value. This clearly would not be a forgery, nor could he be convicted, unless it could be proved that this note had previously been of a lower value, and this would be a case exactly resembling the present prosecution. There are two circumstances necessary to constitute a forgery: the counterfeiting or altering the material part of an instrument, that which affects its value, and the doing it with an intent to defraud. I contend, therefore, with great confidence, that neither of these has been proved in the present case, because no alteration affecting the value of the stamp has been even attempted to be proved, and that unless it can be proved that the alteration was of such a nature as to alter its value, and make it pass for a different sum to what it originally bore, the case on the part of the prosecution cannot be sustained, and the prisoner must be discharged from this prosecution. Mr. Scarlett dwelt on this point at considerable time, placing it in various points of view, and illustrating it by reference to similar cases. Mr. Littledale and Mr. Williams followed on the same side. Mr. Park, on the other side, urged that the objections could not prevail, and that the stamp having been altered in its essential part, that which gave it operation, the forgery was clearly made out. Sir Simon Le Blanc gave his decision in the following terms: I have been anxious to hear and to attend to all that has been offered in support of the objections taken by the counsel for the prisoner. The charge against the prisoner is substantially this: that by a false die or mark he impressed or caused to be impressed the resemblance of a die used by the commissioners on a parchment deed, with an intent to defraud the revenue. To this two objections have been urged. The first objection is, that evidence has not been given that the die of which this impression is alleged to be the resemblance was a die used by the direction and authority of the commissioners of the stamps, and the second objection denies that any forgery has been committed. With respect to the first objection, the court has already expressed its opinion, that there is evidence to go to the jury of the use of the die by the commissioners, and this is all that is necessary to be given in evidence. The Act of the 48 George III, which imposes this duty, and the 52 George III, which unites in one act all the laws inflicting the punishment of death for offences against the revenue laws, both agree in this. The 48 of George III, in reference to this point, enacts that if any person shall forge or counterfeit, or cause to be forged or counterfeited, any stamp or die, which shall be provided, made, or used, in pursuance of this Act, or any former Act, shall be adjudged guilty of felony, &c. The 52 George 3, after stating that if any person shall, after the passing of this Act, forge, &c., any mark, stamp, or die, used by or under the direction of the Commissioners, &c., goes on to add, or by or under the direction of any person or persons legally authorised on that behalf. The Court therefore holds that the use by the Commissioners is all that is requisite, and that of this use there is evidence to submit to the consideration of the jury. The Court therefore does not consider this objection as valid. The other objection proceeds on the ground that no forgery has been committed, inasmuch as it has not been proved that any alteration has been made in the value of the stamp. It is contended that as a considerable part of the stamp has been proved to be genuine, it must have been issued from the Stamp Office, with words denoting its value. This value, for aught that appears to the contrary, may have been the same that is now impressed upon it, and that in fact there has only been a re-impression of the same words which were upon the stamp when it was first issued. And upon this assumption it is contended that, as no material part of the instrument has been altered, there has been no legal forgery. But it is unnecessary to give any opinion on the validity of this inference, because the foundation has not been laid, on which alone there could be a reason for examining it, there having been no evidence given to prove that this stamp was originally of the value of £2, and it undoubtedly lay upon the prisoner to prove this. For the case stands thus: there is a forged impression of a die upon an instrument, proved to have been in the possession of the prisoner, under circumstances which certainly call for explanation, and also in whose possession a number of dies are found, made too by his own order, and 2 of which appear to have been used to make an impression proved to be false and counterfeit upon this instrument. If these facts are not accounted for by evidence, or explained somehow or other, the presumption in law is, that this false impression was forged for the purpose of increasing or altering its value, and for the purpose of defrauding the revenue. This presumption thus raised, it is for the prisoner to repel by evidence, for there is certainly prima facie evidence to go to a jury. That the alteration of a material part of an instrument is a forgery has been solemnly determined by all the judges in a modern case, so that it cannot now be called in question. I cannot therefore on these grounds stop the cause from going on. The learned judge concluded by calling on the prisoner for his defence. Mr. Blackburn, who laboured under great and evident emotion, addressed the court and jury in the following terms: In the painful and anxious situation in which I am unhappily placed, I am ill fitted for the task of addressing you on this occasion. Agitated as I am between hope and fear, I can only solemnly assure you that I never forged a stamp in my life, but the public mind has been prejudiced against me by unfounded reports and advertisements containing vile insinuations against me. But, gentlemen, I entreat and charge you upon your oaths that you banish all that you have heard out of this court from your minds, and all that I have to wish from you is that you be influenced only by the evidence, and that you will do unto me as you would wish to be done unto, were you placed in my unfortunate situation. I have practised as an attorney among my townsmen and neighbours with credit and respectability for 27 years. You will hear from them, upon their oaths, the character I have maintained during that period. In making my defence I have many great, and indeed insuperable difficulties to contend with. I am called to furnish an answer, and by that evidence against a charge which I never heard of until I entered this court, for until I heard the indictment read I had no knowledge of that which they have imputed to me by this indictment, and of course it was absolutely impossible for me to be prepared with evidence to rebut the charge. With respect to the deed in question, I know nothing of it. It has been long out of my possession, and it is clear by the evidence of the witnesses for the prosecution that it has been very much exposed. I would only observe that if it had not a regular stamp affixed to it, The engrossing clerk must have seen it, and it must likewise have been observed at the office when the deed was registered. When my house was searched, my account books were taken away, which has deprived me of all means of tracing the deed in question, or of proving where the stamp was bought. I had therefore no clue to direct my search. With respect to the spoiled stamps, I would observe that they have lain by me a long time, and that the period of claiming the allowance for them has long elapsed. It often happens that after a deed is engrossed, the execution may be delayed a very considerable time beyond the period allowed for the claiming of the allowance, and if ultimately it should not be executed, the stamp would be entirely lost. This will account for the spoiled stamps, which in a long series of time have been accumulated. I declare to you, gentlemen, that the deed in question had upon it a regular stamp when it was executed in my office, and I trust you will not presume anything against me, that you will attend only to the evidence, and that you will decide upon my fate with the same candour as you would wish in similar circumstances to have shown to you. My life is in your hands. I shall bow with resignation to your decision, and I trust that your decision will be right. As many as 24 gentlemen of the highest respectability were called to speak to the prisoner's character, and they all joined in declaring that they believed him incapable of committing such an offence as that which was imputed to him. The learned judge then proceeded to sum up the case, and the jury, having retired from the court for about a quarter of an hour, returned with a verdict of guilty. Mr. Blackburn and Mr. Wainwright were subsequently put to the bar together, and arraigned upon an indictment, in which they were charged jointly with removing a stamp from one deed and affixing it to another, but the evidence being inconclusive, they were declared to be not guilty. The court during the whole day was crowded to excess, and the greatest interest appeared to be excited among the inhabitants of Leeds, where the prisoners had lived, many of whom were present. Mr. Blackburn was dressed in a suit of mourning, with his hair powdered. He conducted himself with great propriety during the trial, but upon the verdict of guilty being returned, he appeared to be completely unmanned. He paid no attention whatever to the proceedings in the second trial, nor was he observed to take any notice of his fellow prisoner, Mr. Wainwright, upon his being placed by his side. Upon the Wednesday after the trial, sentence of death was passed upon the unhappy man, and on Friday the 24th of March, Mr. Justice Le Blanc quitted York, leaving him for execution on Saturday the 8th of April. The interval was brief, and his friends determined to lose no time in applying to the Prince Regent for a mitigation of his sentence. A petition was accordingly prepared, praying for the exercise of the royal clemency towards him, and in the course of 2 or 3 days this application for mercy was signed by upwards of 3,000 persons, chiefly the fellow townsmen of the unfortunate prisoner. On Sunday the 26th of March, Mr. Elliot Carrot of Dewsbury, one of the attorneys employed in conducting the defence of the prisoner, went to London for the purpose of presenting the petition to the Prince Regent, and of taking such other steps as should appear likely to contribute to the attainment of this object of the petition. Mrs. Blackburn, the wife of this unfortunate gentleman, also repaired to London, with the view, if possible, of throwing herself at the feet of his Royal Highness to supplicate for the life of her unhappy husband. Every means which zeal and friendship could suggest was used to give effect to this petition. Applications were made to persons of influence and consideration in the state, to secure their co-operation, but unhappily without success, and every hope of procuring either a mitigation or suspension of the dreadful sentence of the law was extinguished by the following letter from Viscount Sidmouth, His Majesty's principal Secretary of State for the Home Department. Whitehall, 1st of April, 1816. Sir, I have laid before His Royal Highness the petition which I received on behalf of Joseph Blackburn, a prisoner under sentence of death in the Castle of York, for forgery, and I am under the painful necessity of acquainting you that it did not appear to me consistent with my public duty to advise His Royal Highness to remit or suspend the execution of the sentence passed upon this unfortunate person. I have the honour to be, Sir, your most obedient servant, Sidmouth. Before the result of this application to the Prince Regent was known to either the prisoner or to his friends at Leeds, it was deemed advisable to submit to Mr. Justice Le Blanc, who was then at Lancaster, certain affidavits. The object of these affidavits was to show that the deed was executed on the day it purported to bear date, which was on the 30th of September 1812, and that as the dies spoken to by Mr. Topham were not delivered at the office of Mr. Blackburn until the following month, it was quite impossible that any forgery of the stamp on the deed in question could have been made by him at the time it was executed. This application, like that to the Crown, was unsuccessful, and the unhappy prisoner, having received an intimation that no hope remained that his life would be spared, he proceeded anxiously and ardently to apply himself to his religious offices. He was attended up to the time of his execution by the Rev. John Hamilton, the minister of a dissenting congregation at Leeds, to whose religious exhortations he paid the utmost attention. He continued for some days to labour under a despondency approaching to despair, arising, as he himself stated, not from the dread of temporal death, but from a deep consciousness of the aggravated guilt of his past life, his total neglect of religious observances, and his gross indulgence in forbidden sensual pleasures. He stated that the irregularities of his past life had been so great as to have deserved that death which had been awarded against him for an offence of a different nature. He added that these crimes had been committed against light and knowledge, and that he had only repented of them and thought upon religion when every pleasure had been cut off and every earthly hope had become extinct. We rejoice, however, in being able to add that in a few days some faint rays of hope penetrated the gloom which oppressed his mind, and as the merciful provisions of the gospel were unfolded to him, and its encouraging promises pressed upon his consideration, these hopes became brighter, and cast, if not a brilliant, yet a cheering ray of light on the gloomy path he had yet to tread. On the Thursday, the 6th of April, he attended the chapel, and heard with profound attention a sermon preached by the Reverend Mr. Richardson, who had some religious conversation with him after the other prisoners had retired. On Friday afternoon the prisoner had a last interview with his brother. His unhappy wife had come to York on the same painful errand, but on Mr. Hamilton representing to her that an interview might disturb the tranquillity of her husband's last hours, she abstained from pressing the request which she had made. She had seen him only once since his conviction, and the meeting was of the most distressing nature. On the night before the execution, Mr. Hamilton continued in prayer with the wretched prisoner up to a late hour, and he repeatedly expressed himself perfectly resigned and ready at any moment to meet his fate. On Saturday, at about 11:30 o'clock, Mr. Blackburn was called from his cell, and the necessary arrangements having been made, he was conducted to the scaffold supported by Mr. Hamilton. He walked with a firm, unhesitating step, and perfectly erect. It was a quarter before 12 o'clock when the procession arrived upon the platform. The prisoner immediately kneeled down upon a stool provided for the occasion, with his face averted from the numerous spectators who were assembled to witness this sad and melancholy spectacle. The reverend gentleman who had with so much zeal and unwearied assiduity attended him in prison, to speak to him the words of peace, did not shrink from the painful task of accompanying him through this last painful stage of his earthly pilgrimage. Placing himself near the prisoner, he, in a low tone of voice, asked him some questions relative to the state of his mind with respect to his approaching change, and particularly with respect to his entire dependence on the mercy of God through the merits and mediation of the Messiah. To these inquiries he replied, "I have no other, I wish no other trust." Mr. Hamilton now inquired if it was his wish that he should pray with him, and he eagerly replied, "If your feelings on this occasion are not too much agitated, I shall be greatly obliged." Kneeling down close to the prisoner, who kept his eyes closed during the whole of this sad solemnity, he then offered up a prayer at once solemn and tender, and adapted equally to the former character and present situation of the humble penitent before him. Mr. Blackburn appeared deeply to feel and fervently to join in this last act of devotion, and when the minister came to that comprehensive model of devotion, the Lord's Prayer, the prisoner accompanied him in an audible voice. When Mr. Hamilton rose up from prayer, he took Mr. Blackburn by the hand, and having commended him to the mercy and protection of the Almighty, took a sad adieu of him, conjuring him that when he suffered death, and was entering eternity, he should aim at no higher strain than this: God be merciful to me a sinner. The poor sufferer grasped his hand, and appeared reluctant to part, and in a voice rendered tremulous by emotion, said, "May Almighty God bless and protect you." It now only remained for the executioner to perform his part in the heart-rending ceremony. Mr. Blackburn was assisted to rise, but it was evident that the powerful emotion of his mind had impaired his strength, and the under gaoler supported him in his arms until the fatal cord was placed around his neck and properly adjusted. At this awful moment he ejaculated, "O Lord God Almighty, have mercy upon me, and preserve my soul alive." These were the last words he was heard to utter as the drop instantly fell. It is painful to add that the noose of the cord had, by some means or other, slipped from its proper situation, and he appeared much convulsed. After he had been suspended about 2 minutes, the executioner endeavoured to replace the cord in its original situation, and though he succeeded in this attempt, it seemed to harrow up the feelings of every person present, and produced a stronger sensation of distress than any part of this mournful ceremony. In about 6 or 7 minutes from the falling of the drop, the unfortunate man appeared insensible of further suffering. The body, after remaining suspended the usual time, was put into a coffin and delivered to his friends. His remains were interred at an early hour on Monday at Rothwell, a village near Leeds. End of Part 82. Part 83 of the Chronicles of Crime, Volume 1, by Camden PELHAM. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Jeremiah Grant, executed for burglary. The exploits of this celebrated Irish freebooter gained him a notoriety almost equal to that of his successor, Captain Rody. Grant was the son of a poor peasant in the Queen's County, and early evinced a predilection for a life of idleness. His progress in literature amounted to what his countryman shot at nothing at all, but his fertile genius obviated his misfortune in being supremely ignorant of reading and writing, and his daring spirit triumphed over all minor obstacles. Having reached the age of 19, his public life began, for at that time he commenced his depredations upon his fellow countrymen in the capacity of a highwayman, and his daring and the fame of his exploits in the course of the ensuing 2 years gained him so much celebrity among others of the same character, that at 21 he was chosen captain of a select band of gentlemen who followed the road. His depredations for several years were confined to his native county, and there his improvident liberality secured him the esteem and blessings of the lower orders, while the terror of his name and the dread of his vengeance kept those of a higher rank in complete subjection to his authority. Like Rob Roy, he levied an annual tax on the farmers, which they cheerfully paid, as it secured them from the nocturnal visits of his followers, and the captain was so rigid a disciplinarian that any dereliction of duty in this respect was punished with a heavy hand. His exploits soon became too notorious, however, to pass unnoticed by the authorities, and large rewards were offered for his apprehension; but although he was as well known as the Hill of Howth, he was to be seen at every fair and pattern in the country, and had a more numerous acquaintance than the village doctor. At every farmer's table he was welcome, and the cottages that gave him shelter were sure of reward, for he freely shared the contributions he obtained with danger. With the ladies he was a second Macheath, and more wives than one claimed him for their husband, and it is reported that he was frequently complimented on his person and manner by the mistresses of those houses which he visited without the formality of an invitation. But it must be observed that he never forgot his accustomed humanity and politeness, and unless when attacked by the police, he never did an individual a personal injury. His behaviour always evinced a degree of refinement above his education and birth, and even those who suffered from his depredations never spoke of him but as an accomplished villain. His character at length grew so notorious in the Queen's County that a consultation of magistrates was held for the purpose of devising means for his apprehension, and in consequence of the measures they adopted, several of Grant's followers were brought to justice, and died, as their captain expressed it, of the gallows fever. For some time his knowledge of the country and the partiality of the peasantry towards him aided him in evading the pursuit which was made after him; but a traitor was found, and Grant was delivered into the hands of the Philistines. The gentry of the country, and ladies of the first rank, crowded the jail of Mayberra to see the bold outlaw, and it was supposed that their impertinent curiosity so much affected his sensibility that he took his departure one night from prison through a window, having first contrived to cut the bars that guarded it. Dreading another specimen of the rudeness of the Irish aristocracy, he prudently resolved to leave the Slieve Bloom mountains, and with the remnant of his banditti he removed to the wood of Killoughram, in the county of Wexford, within 4 miles of the town of Enniscorthy. Here he continued for some time, and made frequent visits to the neighbouring towns, where he was known by the name of Cooney. In the March of 1816 he made a journey to his native county, where he robbed the house of Thomas Camby, Esquire, of money and plate to a large amount. Mrs. Camby was at home, and he behaved with so much politeness that she ordered him supper and wine. The captain, being impatient of delay, applied his teeth to extract a cork from a bottle, upon which the mistress observed it was a pity to spoil his fine white teeth, and immediately stood up and procured him a corkscrew. Grant, on his departure, took the liberty of borrowing Mr. Camby's horse and gig, in which he rode to his retreat in the wood of Killoughram. The captain's occasional depredations in the county of Wexford excited great alarm, for a robbery there then was a thing of very rare occurrence. Notice was at length given of the banditti retreat, and Archibald Jacob marched the military out of Enniscorthy and surrounded the wood. Some of the soldiers and yeomanry penetrated the fastness, and in the thickest part of the shade they discovered the robber chief and 5 of his followers on a bed of straw in a romantic cave. The freebooters defended themselves with desperate valour, and before they surrendered wounded 5 of the military. After they were secured, their retreat was found to contain all the necessary implements for housebreaking, and an abundance of arms. The captain was committed to Wexford jail in the name of Cooney, but the evidence against him being doubtful, it was apprehended that he would be acquitted, when, unfortunately for him, it was discovered that he was the celebrated Captain Grant. The gaoler of Maryborough now claimed his body, and he was forthwith transmitted to his former abode, only just in time, as it was eventually found out, to prevent his again escaping from the gaol in which he was confined, in obedience to and in conformity with a plan which had been matured, and which was to be put into operation on the very night on which he was removed. His trial came on at Maryborough, August 16, 1816, when he was found guilty of the burglary in Mr. Camby's house. To the question, what reason had he why judgment and sentence of death should not be passed on him, he replied in the most firm, collected, and indeed feeling manner, "My lord, I only beg of the court some short time to arrange things before my departure for another place, not in the idle hope of escape or pardon, but to make restitution to the persons who have suffered by my bad line of life. I have been visited in my cell by some blessed people, who have, thank God, given this turn to my mind, and to which I implore your lordship's attention." Sentence was immediately passed upon him, but in obedience to his request, his execution was deferred until the 29th of August, when he met his fate with decent fortitude and pious resignation. Thomas Carson, convicted of murder. The Irish are capital actors, but generally give to tragic parts a comic effect. The following case of successful adroitness is only one out of many such tricks played off in the prisons of the sister kingdom. Thomas Carson and his brother John were tried at the Meath Assizes in the spring of 1816 for the wilful murder of a man named Cassidy. The Carsons belonged to a corps of yeomen, and being Protestants they were privileged to carry arms. Of these, however, they made a bad use, and turned them against one of his Majesty's subjects, named Cassidy, whose life they took away through wanton cruelty in Kilmainham Wood in the county of Meath. John was acquitted, but Thomas Carson was found guilty, and ordered for execution on the following Friday morning at 1 o'clock. At 5 o'clock on Friday morning, a brother of the prisoner went to see the unhappy culprit, and informed the gaoler that Mr. Wainwright, the clergyman, would attend in a short time to pray with and administer the sacrament to his brother. The judge had, from humanity, directed that his relations should have free access to the prisoner, so that his brother was permitted to go into the condemned cell to him. Some time after, the gaoler entered the cell, and said that the time was very short, and if the clergyman was expected they had better send for him. The brother offered to go for him, and apparently retired. Shortly after, Mr. Wainwright came, and being shown into the cell, continued a long time in prayer with the prisoner. The time of execution approaching, the gaoler came in, accompanied by the prisoner's uncle. The clergyman told the prisoner he had no time to lose, that his uncle had come, and would communicate with him in the administration of the sacrament. The prisoner entreated to be allowed to pray a little longer, and appeared absorbed in devotion. At length, the gaoler becoming quite impatient, he rose from the straw on which he was kneeling and welcomed his uncle. The latter instantly exclaimed, "Good God, how grief has altered him! This cannot be Tommy!" And looking nearer, "No," said he, "this is Anthony Carson." The clergyman was amazed. The gaoler ran downstairs, and discovered that the person whom he had sent for the clergyman was no other than the convict himself, who had not thought proper to return. Coming back into his cell, the gaoler cried out, "Your brother is gone off! What shall I do? I am ruined!" "Gone off!" cried Anthony with great surprise. "Oh, he has taken away my big coat." The two brothers served in the same corps, and were so alike in appearance that Anthony came to the prison in a frieze greatcoat, which he gave to the convict, who, thus disguised, passed all the doors of the prison, and walked deliberately into the street, from whence, in great apparent affliction, he looked up at the preparation for execution, and passed on as if to Mr. Wainwright's house. Diligent search was made for the fugitive, but without effect. The brother was detained, but the extent of his crime was a misdemeanour. The case of this lucky prisoner clearly exemplified in the language of the prisoner about to receive judgment of death that he did not believe he was safe in the hands of his gaolers. The story runs thus. An Irishman had been convicted of robbery at the Old Bailey sessions, for which he was brought up, with others, at the conclusion of the session, to receive judgment of death. The ready wit and the natural disinclination of the Irish to give a straightforward answer to a question are universally known and admitted. The prisoner in question, on being called on by Mr. Shelton, the officer of the court, in the usual way, to declare what he had to say why sentence of death should not be passed upon him, advanced to the front of the dock with a vacant stare, and inquired, "What was the question?" Mr. Shelton: "You have been convicted of robbery. What have you to say why sentence of death shall not be passed upon you according to law?" Prisoner: "Faith, I have nothing much to say, except that I do not think I am safe in your hands." The answer was received with a loud burst of laughter, which even the melancholy nature of the scene could not prevent the learned recorder from joining in. The gravity of the court was, however, soon again put to the test. Sentence had been passed, and the prisoner was about to retire from the bar, when he was unexpectedly called back by Mr. Shelton, who demanded to know his age. Prisoner: "Is it my age you mean?" Mr. Shelton: "What is your age?" Prisoner: "I believe I'm pretty well as old as I'll ever be." Again the whole court was convulsed with laughter, but the wretched man, whose laughter-moving qualities were purely involuntary, was doomed, even at the last scene of all, to raise the mirth of the spectators of his fate. He was in due form taken from his cell, and the ordinary of the gaol attending him, he was conducted to the press room to be bound, preparatory to his going out to the scaffold. His irons were removed, and his arms confined with cords in the customary manner, but the willing compliance exhibited by the wretched convict in the proceedings which had hitherto taken place to assist the executioner in performing his office suddenly ceased. He sat down on a bench, and in spite of the calls of Jack Ketch and of the sheriffs to accompany them in procession to the scaffold, he remained sullenly on the bench, where he had first taken up his position. "Come," at last urged Jack Ketch, "the time is arrived," but his coaxing words and tone were unavailing. "The officers are waiting for you," said the sheriffs. "Can anything be done for you before you quit this world?" No answer was returned. At length said Jack Ketch, grown surly at the long delay and the silence of the prisoner, "If you won't go, you know I must carry you." "Then you may," said the prisoner, "for I'll not walk." "Why not?" inquired the sheriff. "I'll not be instrumental to my own death," hesitated the prisoner. "What do you mean?" asked the Ordinary. "What do I mean?" answered the unfortunate man. "I'll not walk to my own destruction." And in this determination he remained, and Jack Ketch and his assistants were eventually absolutely compelled to carry him to the scaffold, where he was turned off, continuing in his refusal to do anything which might be construed into his being party to his own death. End of Part 83. Recording by Kevin Green. End of the Chronicles of Crime, Volume 1, by Camden Pelham.